Chapter 138. Tobirama approached a secret training ground for the ANBU units while wearing an ANBU uniform. As he entered the field, he saw two ANBU agents standing together. Wood style, Great Forest Emergence. One of the figures executed. Gur. Huge trunks of trees appeared out of the ground slowly. Haha. Looks like you are finally getting it. Tens. Hashirama laughed as he slapped Ten's back, causing him to break his hand seal, cancelling the growth of the trees. Ha. 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 Ten's breathed hard. Brother, Tobirama approached Hashirama. Hashirama had a question mark. A few meters away. I see, Hashirama shook his head after hearing Danza's reactions. As long as there's hope, I still feel he can redeem himself, Hashirama said slowly. Even if he does, there's no running away from the Uchiha brat if he wants his revenge, Tobirama said. Hashirama nodded silently. How's everything on your side? Tobirama asked. I've been helping out by neatly making sleepers for the new railway tracks. By the way things are going, the construction will start after the event, Hashirama said. I am asking about the training, Tobirama said. Oh, that one. The kid has inherited my talent properly, all right. I've gotta say, Orochimaru-kun is pure genius, Hashirama nodded. Then what about the training now? Tobirama asked. The kid is not blessed with the same stamina. And he does not know my techniques properly. So that's why I have been helping him out by teaching its proper execution. For the stamina, however, if I teach him the Sage Jutsu, it might be possible for him to become even more powerful, Hashirama said. I see, Tobirama nodded. Let's hope Dan's has a good answer, Hashirama said as he walked away. I only hope for him to realize it before it is completely late, Tobirama thought as he stared at the sky. Ha. 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 Sasuke and Jgo breathed down hard after a sparring session. My Sage Jutsu is okay, but I need to improve other aspects quickly, Sasuke thought back to the time he had his Chidori training. Flashback. Sasuke stared at the round electric chakra orb in Kakashi's hand, causing him to swallow his greed, which was thirsting after power. Kakashi then shut off his technique. By the end of your training, even if you are unable to master the Raikiri technique, I am going to teach you only the nature manipulation part of it. The technique will be known as Chidori. End of flashback. It's time to complete that training, Sasuke thought, following which he looked at Jgo. Jgo, Sasuke called out. Yes, elder brother. Jgo responded. I am going out for training right now. Is there anything you need which I can buy on the way back? Sasuke asked. Jgo shook his head. I have everything I need right here, brother, Jgo smiled. I see. I'm off then, Sasuke said as he turned towards the gate and headed out. Back in the hidden cloud village on an island, turtle B stood by a tree as he stared at the falls of truth. B, Jaiki called out. B responded. What do you think of that Nine-Tails brat taking the lead of all the Jinchurikis? Jaiki asked. Nine-Tails on the line. The world ain't fine, be rapped. Stop rapping, Jaiki said. I hear ya. If the 10 tails is that powerful, then we've gotta avoid that from happening at all costs. It don't matter who takes the seat, as long as everyone's alive, we all fine, B said. Jaiki nodded silently. The tailed beasts may not have gotten along with each other. However, if they all shared the same fate, it was better to look out for one another. Ha. B looked at the waterfall from which a figure seemed to emerge. Sorry Ado, I've got company, our talk's over, you get me? Yeah, B said as he cut off from Jaiki. Shoo. A figure exited the waterfall. What's next, B? The figure asked. B was stunned. Wet shirt sticking to them fine tits, B's lewd gaze landed on a woman who had emerged out of the waterfall. However, she did not seem to notice B's lewd gaze since his shades prevented her from seeing the intent behind. Looks like she got Matatabi on her side now, Jaiki murmured. The woman was Yujito ni, the Jinchuriki of the two-tailed Matatabi. Next up, we gonna battle, B said. Yujito unleashed her two-tailed chakra form. Get ready. She warned B. Back in the great elder sage hall of Mount Mayaboku. The boy who calls the 9 names, you are not to bring the tailed beasts together. If you do, there will be a war between villages, the sage said. Naruto stared at the great elder. The hidden villages will go to war. Lord Fukasaku asked in disbelief. True, the great elder nodded. Oi, Naruto, Kurama called out. What are you going to do? Kurama asked. Naruto closed his eyes as he went into deep thought. A moment later he smiled. The great elder said that I am not to bring them together, doesn't mean that I cannot save them, Naruto grinned internally. You know you cannot protect them from the shadows. What's the plan, Naruto? Kurama asked. I still need to think of one, however, the only way is to have them fend for themselves, Naruto said, following which he looked at the elder sage. I understand, Naruto bowed towards the great elder sage. Thanks for the prophecy, elder sage, Naruto said, following which Naruto and Lord Fukasaku left the hall together. Sound of footsteps. Naruto and Lord Fukasaku walked side by side. Lord Fukasaku. Naruto, a voice called out. Gamma boss. Naruto looked at Gamma Bunta, who was sitting on the grass that was by the side of the footpath. What are you doing here? Naruto asked. Croak. A small frog appeared by Gamma Bunta's side. Old geezer and a kid, eh? The frog mocked. Gamma Kichi, watch your mouth, Gamma Bunta warned. How are you, little one? Lord Fukasaku smiled. I'm fine, Gamma Kichi replied. Naruto walked over to Gamma Kichi. Sup, Gamma Kichi, Naruto smiled. What's a kid like you doing here in Mount Mayaboku, Gamma Kichi asked. Haha. I went to hear Great Elder's prophecy, Naruto said. What? Gamma Kichi was stunned. Here, Naruto bent down and gave a chips packet. A small gift for our first meeting, Naruto said. Hee hee. Like the way your mind works, kid. I like ya, Gamma Kichi said as he collected the bag of chips from Naruto. How you doing, boss? Naruto asked. I'm okay. Compared to me, you seem to be doing well for yourself, kid, Gamma Bunta smiled. Huh, Naruto laughed. Soon Naruto bid goodbye, following which he went back to the Hidden Leaf village using the teleportation well. Whoosh! Naruto appeared a kilometer or two away from the village. Time to go back to training, I guess, Naruto thought. Haruno residence, Hidden Leaf village. Mama. I'm heading out, Sakura said as she closed the door. Be back early tonight, her mom said from inside. I will. Sakura replied back. Sakura was on her way to the Hidden Leaf General Hospital. Her decision to go was considered after her conversation with Naruto the previous night. I will ask Tsunade-sama to take me in as her personal disciple, Sakura thought as she walked through the streets. Huh? Sakura's eyes landed on a figure seated by a restaurant. Sakura, Karen called out. Karen, Sakura responded. One katsudon. The waiter placed Karen's order on her table. You like katsudon, I see, Sakura said after observing Karen's expressions. Yeah. Back when I was in Hidden Grass, this was the only good thing I could get my hands on, Karen said. Karen then took a bite. After chewing, she looked at Sakura. Where were you going? Karen asked. That? Sakura was hesitating to speak. I was planning to go to meet Tsunade-sama later, Karen said as she took another bite. You too? Sakura asked. Yeah, I had some doubts from our previous lessons, Karen said. Let's head there together then, Sakura smiled. Soon Sakura and Karen made their way to the hospital. Is Tsunade-sama in? Sakura asked at the reception. Sakura. Karen, a voice called out. Sakura and Karen turned around to see Shizun holding Tuntun in her hands. Oink. Tuntun stared at Sakura and Karen. Tsunade-sama, wanted me to call you two over. It's a good thing you guys came here by yourselves, Shizun said. Tsunade-sama wanted to see us both. Sakura and Karen looked at Shizun. They're here. Shizun said as she entered the room, followed by Sakura and Karen. Tsunade-sama. You called us? Sakura asked as the two stared at Tsunade. Yeah. I wanted to discuss something with you too, Tsunade said as she looked at the two. Do you two want to be my personal disciple? Tsunade asked. What? She asked us the question I wanted to ask. Sakura was surprised. What about Ino and Hinata? Karen asked. Those two have inheritances from their clan, unlike you two, Tsunade said. I see, Karen murmured. I accept. Sakura said as she bowed toward Tsunade. Tsunade nodded in approval, following which she looked towards Karen. I also accept. Karen bowed toward Tsunade. Very good. Tsunade stood up from her table and approached the two. Aside the regular classes, from tomorrow onwards be prepared to face hell every day, Tsunade said as she placed her hands on the duo's shoulders. Follow me. Tsunade said as she headed out of the room. Yes. Sakura and Karen followed behind Tsunade. Good luck you guys, Shizun prayed. Hidden Leaf Village, Training Field. Kakashi stood by the stone monument as he stared at Obito's and Rin's names. Rin, back then I am sorry I couldn't protect you. Now that I have seen the future, I swear to bring back Obito, just like Naruto brought back Sasuke. I'll have him live a good life before he joins you, Kakashi thought. This is where you were, Kakashi heard a voice from behind him. Kakashi, Sasuke uttered his name, following which Kakashi turned back. Sasuke, Kakashi stared at him. I want you to train me. From where we left off in the previous training, Sasuke said. You mean the Chidori? Kakashi asked. No. I mean the next stage with the shape manipulation. The Raikiri, Sasuke said. Chapter 139. I want you to train me. From where we left off in the previous training, Sasuke said. You mean the Chidori? Kakashi asked. No. I mean the next stage with the shape manipulation. The Raikiri, Sasuke said. Kakashi was stunned. From what he had seen in Naruto's memories, Sasuke's usage of the Chidori put him on leagues ahead of what he himself could manage to do with the Raikiri. It was good that Sasuke was not chasing after power like in the previous timeline when he had been inflicted with the curse mark. However, Kakashi still had thoughts on what this Sasuke would turn into in the future, now that his training is going to advance. Sasuke's current need for gathering power right now is to kill his own brother Itachi. Naruto did not explain to Sasuke about Itachi's past in this timeline. Now how far will things change in this timeline? Kakashi thought. What is it? Sasuke asked after seeing Kakashi being silent. It's nothing. I'm going to show you the Raikiri right now. So use your Sharingan to have a look, Kakashi said, following which he brought his hands together. Sharingan. Sasuke activated his eyes. Ox Rabbit Monkey. Kakashi performed the hand seals, following which he lifted his right hand, which began to gather blue lightning energy while being supported by the left. BZ. 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 Thunder Release, Raikiri. Kakashi announced as the Raikiri held in his hand showed off its energy, creating a 1 meter diameter of a lightning domain beneath it. Sasuke's eyes were wide open as he observed the creation process from beginning to the end. Kakashi then deactivated his technique and looked at Sasuke. Now that you have seen it, your Sharingan will help you complete the training at a higher rate. Kakashi referred to the Sharingan's ability to copy jutsus. Sasuke nodded. Thanks for showing. I'll start my training now, Sasuke said as he turned back. Sasuke, Kakashi murmured as he thought back to Naruto's memories where Naruto and Sasuke fought on the hospital top. Naruto initially had started the Rasengan to defend himself from Sasuke's fireball. However, Sasuke brought out the Chidori in response. However, Kakashi was just in time to throw the two of them away from each other, thus preventing any mishaps from occurring. However, the other times, like the final valley battle and the other battles, he could not do the same. Sasuke. Kakashi called out. Sasuke turned back to face Kakashi. I hope you remember the conditions I put forth from when I taught you the Chidori, Kakashi said. Flashback. I am going to present you with the conditions of mine, Kakashi said as he held up his finger. 1. You will only use this technique when the situation demands it. Sasuke nodded. Kakashi put up 2 fingers towards Sasuke. 2. You will never use this technique against a comrade from your village, Kakashi said. End of flashback. Sasuke nodded in return. Good, Kakashi smiled towards Sasuke. Sasuke then turned back to head off to a training on his own. On a different training field. Flying Thunder God, Clone Switch. SH. Naruto switched with one of the 20 clones that were scattered across the field. Whoa. Naruto looked at the different part of the field around him, where the clone he switched with had stood in. The clones looked at each other. We did it. All 20 Naruto jumped into the air, following which they dispelled themselves. That went fast, SH said. Yeah. I already knew the Flying Thunder God and the Shadow Clone Jutsu, to begin with. All that was needed to be done was to execute the jutsu, Naruto said. I see, SH said. SH, Naruto called out. What is it? SH asked. About your conversation with the Sage of Six Paths. Are you sure that the Byakugan can be made to awaken the Tenseigan? Naruto asked. You mean you are going to teach the Sage Mode to your wife? SH asked. If she can learn it, then that would be for the best, not to mention Niji as well, Naruto said. Well, it all depends on how much effort you are willing to spend on them. Frankly, the law's training will take you a really long time, SH said. Don't worry, with the shadow clone training, I can finish it faster, Naruto smiled. Naruto. After seeing your memories, you think I wouldn't have considered that factor? SH asked. Naruto paused. Naruto, if you think you can use the shadow clone to finish this training faster, then you are dead wrong, SH said. But why? Naruto asked. Naruto. Sensing laws is an entirely different thing, unlike natural energy which has an energy-based form. Laws are entirely different. I am not sure how to explain this properly, but let me put a comparison for you. Let's say, the jutsus are the grasslands and the laws are on top of the mountain ranges. Naruto, you are at the bottom of those mountains, SH explained. Okay, Naruto responded. Now, if you were to use your shadow clones, they would only appear around you. Am I correct? SH asked. Naruto nodded. In this case, you would only be able to explore the grasslands, that is the jutsus. But the laws are on top of the mountains. No matter how many clones you summon. All of them have to start from the bottom, get it? SH asked. I see, Naruto said slowly as he finally realized the problem ahead of him. Once you climb that mountain, you will reach the first level of laws. At that altitude, you can release as many shadow clones as you want to learn first level laws. But that's just the first level, or in this comparison, the lowest of the mountain ranges. You have to climb the other mountains to reach the other levels of laws and master them as well. Get it? SH asked. Naruto felt sweat appear at the side of his temples. I see. I never expected that there would be so many hurdles before this one, Naruto said. Don't worry, Naruto. Facing any members from my clan is far off in the future unless you plan to use one of the remaining 2 chances, SH said. I just hope things don't come to that. It's just that even if I meet Itachi, it doesn't mean that Sasuke will let him off. On the other hand, if Sasuke lets him off, then Itachi would be living with the guilt of having massacred his entire clan. That's not all, there is the matter of the 4th Ninja War and other things. We may be strong, but the future is uncertain now, considering how things have changed so far, Naruto thought. In this timeline, Haku and Zabuza are alive. His dad came back alive along with the first and the second as well. Orochimaru became good at least for now. Karen, Hinata, Sakura and Ino are training in medical ninjutsu. Especially Karen's appearance and her feelings. That's not all. Even Sasuke was prevented from getting a curse mark. The 4th Kazekage is now alive. A chance to save Yugura has appeared. Everything has completely changed in the past few months of his arrival. Moreover, this was just the beginning. There were more things that were to take place in the near future. Would having Boruto and Himawari change in an unexpected way? Naruto feared this thought. Sound of footsteps. Naruto turned to look at a figure approach him. Naruto, the figure called out. Sasuke, Naruto murmured as he stared at Sasuke standing in front of him. In the middle of a forest somewhere. Ebisu and Konohamaru stood opposite to each other. Are you ready? Konohamaru asked. Ha, I was born ready, Ebisu laughed. Here we go, Konohamaru said, following which the two formed a tiger hand seal. Transform. Poof. A huge cloud of smoke evolved. A moment later. Reverse sexy jutsu. Sound of muscles squeezing. Konohamaru and Ebisu clenched their fists and had an upright body as they showed off their flexing muscles to each other. Konohamaru, in particular, turned into a handsome and a muscular man, while Ebisu-sensei's was a bald hyper-bodybuilder. Poof. The two undid their techniques. Honorable grandson. Splendid work, I must say, Ebisu-sensei gave a thumbs up. Thanks, sensei, Konohamaru bowed. I'm off, Konohamaru said as he turned back and ran. Where are you going? Ebisu asked. I am going to train with her, Konohamaru said. Ah, Ebisu-sensei froze. That jutsu. Don't tell me, Ebisu-sensei felt the whole world turning black as he suddenly felt a shiver down his spine. Haiga District, Branch Clan Training Field. Hanabi was out again with her caretaker by her side. Sh. This sensation. Natsu turned to look at a particular direction to see Konohamaru walk over. Humph, Hanabi let out a snort upon seeing Konohamaru walk over. You don't seem to be tired of getting beat downs, Hanabi mocked. Haha. My boss taught me to never back down from a challenge. Especially to never give up, Konohamaru smiled. Hanabi didn't argue, for she had seen Naruto herself, especially after hearing her dad mention that he was much stronger than her. She started to have a respect for her sister's man from the bottom of her heart. Doesn't matter, you are still gonna lose, Hanabi said as she entered into a fighting stance. Footstep. Konohamaru stood in front of Hanabi as he also assumed his stance. Ready? Hanabi asked. Are you ready to lose today? Konohamaru asked. Humph. In your dreams, Hanabi said. As expected of the girl I like, Konohamaru nodded. At this point, Hanabi no longer minded Konohamaru openly spouting his intention of liking her. Make your move, Hanabi gestured. I am a gentleman so, ladies first, Konohamaru said. Humph, don't regret this, Hanabi said as she ran towards Konohamaru. Hee, Konohamaru snickered. Ha. Hanabi sent a palm. Whoosh. Konohamaru dodged to the side following which Hanabi sent a flurry of palms towards Konohamaru. SH. 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 Konohamaru kept dodging continuously. After sparring against Hanabi for the past few days and his complete observation of her, he instinctively understood her body language and fighting styles completely. At this point, it wouldn't be an overstatement to call him a veteran at facing Hanabi. Ha! Hanabi sent a palm towards Konohamaru which sent him flying back. Now's my chance. Konohamaru grinned as he landed on the ground. Ha! Hanabi ran towards Konohamaru. Transform. Poof! A cloud of smoke appeared. Ha! Hanabi paused. Whoosh! The cloud slowly unraveled a figure underneath. Reverse sexy jutsu. Konohamaru grunted as he squeezed out his muscles to increase his appeal. Hanabi froze. I suppose you have to fall for me now. Konohamaru said with a smug face as he stood upright with his right arm showing a double biceps by flexing it while left stretched out to add to his overall hero pose which screamed out follow my direction as he pointed out with his left. Aho! 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 A crow cawed as it flew over their heads. Konohamaru shifted his gaze to Hanabi. You damned pervert. Hanabi screamed as she flew over and landed a kick squarely on Konohamaru's face which sent him soaring a few meters away. What? Konohamaru stared in shock. She executed the surprise attack before me? Konohamaru thought as he flew away. Bang! Konohamaru landed on the ground. Ha! 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 Hanabi breathed in and out heavily. Arg! Konohamaru stood up once again. No, it must have been the jutsu itself. I didn't tell boss that it was a young girl of 7 or 8, Konohamaru thought. You dare to stand up? Hanabi asked in anger. Damn! I must quickly find something else to transform into, Konohamaru thought. Ha! Hanabi charged at Konohamaru once again. What is the only thing that she cannot harm, Konohamaru thought as he stared at Hanabi running towards him. Hee, Konohamaru snickered as he brought his hands together again. You have a death wish, Hanabi commented as she closed in. Transform. Poof. A cloud evolved around Konohamaru. Chapter 140. Ha. Hanabi charged at Konohamaru once again. What is the only thing that she cannot harm, Konohamaru thought as he stared at Hanabi running towards him. Hee, Konohamaru snickered as he brought his hands together again. You have a death wish, Hanabi commented as she closed in. Transform. Poof. A cloud evolved around Konohamaru. Whoosh. Ebisu arrived at the battlefield. Oh no, Ebisu stared at the smoke. Even Natsu, Hanabi's caretaker was curious to see Konohamaru's next transformation. Ha. Hanabi stared at the clouds which slowly unraveled the figure underneath. Sh. The cloud split away to reveal a small child of 2 years or so standing on its own staring at Hanabi with large innocent eyes. At this moment Hanabi froze. Woo! The small child made a cute sound as it lifted its arms up indicating that it wanted to be carried. The innocent child's appearance was too much for Hanabi to take in, especially after it lifted its arms which added to its innocent image that Hanabi could no longer resist. She ran towards the child with an excited expression. Hee, Konohamaru snickered internally. Boss, you said that men and women were weak to each other, hence the reverse. But, what if the sexiness itself was to be reversed? Then the answer to that would be innocent. What's cuter than an innocent baby? Konohamaru thought. Yay! Hanabi lifted Konohamaru in the air. Konohamaru was surprised. However, Natsu and Ebisu were even more surprised. He turned into a baby. Ebisu was completely confused. Hanabi, however, was spinning around with the baby in her hands in joy without a care for the battle earlier. Konohamaru was also caught up in the mood of enjoying Hanabi carrying him around thus forgetting entirely about the battle. I wish this could go on forever, Konohamaru smiled at Hanabi who was laughing out in excitement. Hanabi-sama, Natsu called out. Natsu. Do you want to play as well? Hanabi asked in a cute voice as she lifted the child in her hands towards Natsu. Hanabi-sama. That's Konohamaru-sama in your hands, Natsu gently reminded her. Hanabi and Konohamaru froze. Aho. 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 A crow cawed as it flew over their heads. Hanabi then looked at the innocent child in her hand, following which an image of Konohamaru's face replaced its face. Ugh. Hanabi instantly regretted. What is she gonna do? Konohamaru thought. No. Ha. Maru, Hanabi uttered his name one by one. Watashi-chan. Konohamaru asked in his childlike voice. Oani-chan. Hanabi was pissed. Hanabi then lifted Konohamaru in her left hand. She brought back her right hand, with an open palm position by her waist. No. She wouldn't, Konohamaru froze. Gentle fist. Hanabi sent a palm at Konohamaru's ass in point-blank range. Bang! Ahh! Konohamaru was sent flying away as his transformation undid itself. Honorable grandson. Ebisu chased after the flying Konohamaru. Ha! 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 Hanabi breathed in and out as she thought back to Konohamaru's cute appearance which caused her to blush a bit. Konohamaru, you idiot, Hanabi murmured. Hidden leaf training field. Sound of footsteps. Naruto turned to look at a figure approach him. Naruto, the figure called out. Sasuke, Naruto murmured as he stared at Sasuke standing in front of him. What are you doing here? Sasuke asked. I was training, Naruto said. Training? After having all those powers, how much more does he want to improve? Sasuke thought. What are you doing, Sasuke? Naruto asked. I was going to train on my own, Sasuke said. I see, Naruto murmured. Naruto, Sasuke called out. Naruto looked at Sasuke. I want to have a battle with you. Sasuke said after thinking back to the time that their match had been interfered with by Orochimaru's appearance. That wasn't the only reason, even if they had to battle, they had to reserve their strength to fight against the invasion at that time. Sasuke remained quiet about the incident. When they had the dinner. Lee got drunk which started another match however, Sasuke was caught off guard, unable to do anything meanwhile, Naruto did his best to restrain Lee completely. That battle once again proved the difference that existed between the two. Sasuke. We can spar, but this is not the right time to battle, Naruto said. I don't need a spar, Sasuke said as he started to walk away. Huh? Naruto stared at Sasuke. Tell me Naruto, when is the right time to have a battle against you? Sasuke asked. Sasuke. From now on, I am probably gonna get busier. Maybe, we can have a battle tomorrow however, any battle after that is probably impossible, Naruto said. I see. Then, let's meet up here tomorrow first thing in the morning, Sasuke said as he continued to walk away. Yeah, Naruto agreed following which he walked out of the training field. Sound of footsteps. Naruto was walking through the streets of the village. Naruto, a voice called out. Naruto turned around. Shikamaru. Yo, Naruto saluted with 2 fingers. Don't yo me. You almost put me in big trouble yesterday. It was such a drag, Shikamaru complained. What happened? Naruto asked. That, Shikamaru explained his meeting with Kazekage and his family, especially the part where he had to find out that Temari was his future wife. Ha 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 ha. Naruto laughed loudly. Shikamaru. It's a good thing I didn't tell you before. After being my advisor for all those years. You think I wouldn't know that the first thing you would do is run from your marriage? Naruto asked as he tried to control his laughter. Shikamaru was about to curse, but words wouldn't come out. The only reason I told you that you were my advisor was that you are intelligent and you wouldn't dare run away when it came to protecting the village. Besides, our kids are good friends, why would I spoil that? Naruto asked. Oi. You have already spoiled it now, Shikamaru was scared upon thinking about the fact that he would be pressured to have his kid at the same time as Naruto to have them in the same year in the academy. Great, now I can't enjoy my bachelor life. First the war in a few years then marriage, this is more than just a drag, Shikamaru sighed. Well, I gotta go now. Let's meet up for ramen or something later, Naruto waved as he walked away. Shikamaru stared at Naruto who swaggered off like it was none of his business if Shikamaru's life was in crisis or not. However, Shikamaru smiled upon seeing Naruto being cheerful. The past week was a total burden on Naruto, especially with the rescue mission, the Chunin exam and the battle royale against the previous Hokages. Compared to all that, it could be said that Shikamaru had it too easy on him. Higa District. Naruto approached the branch family compound first. Outside were 2 guards guarding the place. Naruto walked towards them. "Good evening, guys. I would like to meet Niji." "Is he here?" Naruto asked. "Niji? Please wait for a moment," the guard said as he ran inside. A few moments later Niji turned up. "Naruto? What are you doing here?" Niji asked. "Just here to meet you and Hinata," Naruto said. "Hinata-sama is on a mission with her team today. She'll probably return back tomorrow morning," Niji said. "I see," Naruto murmured. "So what did you want to meet us two for?" Niji asked. "It's all right. I'll meet you guys tomorrow," Naruto said as he walked away. "Naruto!" Niji called out. Naruto turned back. "Thank you for saving Lee yesterday," Niji bowed towards Naruto. "It's all right," Naruto shook his head. "Lee wanted to know when you and Sasuke want to train along with him again," Niji asked. "Training with Lee, huh? Right, this is another problem. If I teach Hinata and Niji Sage Mode, what will Lee do? Will it be possible to teach Lee Sage Mode?" Naruto thought. After all, it was not entirely impossible since Lee couldn't use chakra for ninjutsu or genjutsu. He did have chakra, but that was focused entirely into taijutsu and as energy for revolving the 8-gate system. Naruto was confused. This opened up entirely new possibilities, but what turned out to be hope can be a devastating slap of reality if it was not possible for Lee. However, if Lee and Niji were to learn, then there was also the issue of Tenten as well. "Naruto," Niji called out. "Huh?" Naruto looked at Niji. "You didn't answer yet," Niji said. "I really don't know, to be honest. I have a match against Sasuke tomorrow in the morning," Naruto said. "Uchiha Sasuke," Niji murmured. "Naruto," Niji called out. Naruto looked at Niji. "Can you get me a battle against him?" Niji asked. Whoa, now that I think about it, these two never battled against each other, Naruto thought. "How about it?" Niji asked. "I'll see. How about you come with me tomorrow, early in the morning?" Naruto asked. "Sounds good. What time?" Niji asked. "I'll come here at 6, Naruto said. "I am waiting." Niji was eager to have a battle against Sasuke since the Chunin exam had started more than a month ago. Now that it had ended, Niji no longer had hopes until he realized that Naruto was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Later, Naruto waved following which he left, while Niji stared at the moon in the night sky excited for a possible match tomorrow. Somewhere in the desert. The daimyo and his personage were proceeding towards the sand village. Inside the palanquin, the daimyo was drinking hot tea. Usually, this would be weird after all the palanquin was on top of the shoulders of 4 different people. However, they had been trained specially to handle this part of the journey where the daimyo wanted to drink his tea in peace without worrying about spillages. Whoosh! Yura appeared followed by 10 Junins in black outfits. The guards were alerted, however, they continued to proceed without fear. "Go!" Yura signaled. "Yes." The Junins in black outfits responded as they brought out their kunais. "Wind release, blade of wind. Yura, you dash, slash." The guard's throat was sliced before he could complain. Slash. 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 Dozens of guards were taken down by the Junins except for the palanquin bearers who had kunais across their throats ready to take away their life if they dared to utter a word. The daimyo, however, was unaware of the storm he was in since he was sitting in the eye of the storm without a single care. Yura looked at the curtains that were closed on the palanquin. He brought his index and middle finger together and aimed at the curtains, or in truth the person behind it. Wind release, blade of wind. Whoosh! A slice of wind emerged from his finger which silently ripped through the curtains and plundered the life of the daimyo away without a squeal as it disappeared into the winds of the desert itself. Yura sighed. I may have died a traitor back then. Yura thought back to the time-honored Lady Chiyo had discovered him at the entrance of the village. Yura looked at the moonlight shining over the corpses that laid in front of him. With this, the development of the sand will go unhindered, Yura sighed in relief. I am no longer a traitor, Yura smiled as he wrote a message onto a paper and handed it to a messenger bird he had summoned. Go! Yura said, following which the ninjas and bird left the area. Obviously, the two were heading towards the sand village, except the message will be much faster. I see, it's done, Chiyo sighed as she stared at the message in her hand. Boom! Chiyo banged open the door to the hidden sand council room. Bad news. The daimyo has been assassinated. Chiyo said. What? Everyone in the room stood up. Chapter 141. Sounds of birds chirping early in the morning. Trying. Naruto's alarm was ringing. Ugh. Naruto turned about in the bed, following which he reached out his alarm. Pat. The alarm stopped ringing. Hoa. Naruto sat upright and yawned lazily as he stared around at his dark room only to see the slit under his door lit up. Dad's already awake this early in the morning? It's only 5 though, Naruto thought. Door opens. Naruto slowly walks out of his room to see Minato doing a handstand. Naruto. Why are you up so early? Minato asked while seeing Naruto upside down from his perspective. Same thing I'd ask you, Dad, Naruto said as he stared at Minato. It's just my morning stretching routine, Minato smiled, following which he reverted to standing back upright. What would you like for breakfast? Minato asked upon placing his hands on Naruto's shoulders. Breakfast? Naruto thought for a bit. I'm going to train now, so I want something light. Around 10 or so, I will probably head over to Ichiraku's or something, Naruto said. How about I pack food for you in a box? Minato asked. That part used to belong to Hinata, you know. Though I gotta admit it is kinda weird to see my dad eager to do it, Naruto thought upon seeing Minato's expectant expression. Sure, Naruto nodded. Okay. Have a bath now. By the time you are out, everything will be ready, Minato smiled. Naruto was not really that comfortable, after all, unlike being busy like before, he was free now. Hey Dad, do you want me to help or something? Naruto asked. No, I'll handle it, Minato said as he wore his pink apron. Naruto's eyes twitched. Dad's really good at handling everything all right. Though I wonder, if he was a girl would he be the housewife of the year? Naruto thought. You are not training alone, are you? If there's another person, I'll pack lunch for 2, Minato said from inside. Naruto stared silently. Minato questioned. Nah. 1 box is enough, Naruto said, following which he headed towards the bathroom. Sound of water running. Naruto saw the bathtub being filled up with water. When did he? Naruto was shocked. Is the temperature okay? Minato asked from outside. Naruto could only stare in silence, seeing how everything was being automated around him. Yup, no doubt about it. He's the housewife of the year, Naruto thought. Turn it off when it's full, Minato said. Yeah, Naruto stared in a daze, subconsciously comparing himself as a dad. Did I ever do anything at all? Naruto questioned himself as he turned off the water. Naruto finished washing himself and then immersed his body in the bathtub. Naruto sighed in a relaxed manner as he stared at the ceiling, comparing himself to his dad. A few moments later Naruto sat upright in shock. Wait a minute. Dad died at the age of 24, and is reanimated at the age of 24. But Naruto felt the whole world turn around, following which he hung his head down in depression. Am I the dad, or is he? Naruto was depressed upon comparing his age. Kurama and SH shook their heads in confusion as well. Back in the desert. Sounds of footsteps. The Kazekage and his team ran across the desert with the sun rising up bit by bit. SH. A huge light ray extended across in the distance. Baki, Raza, Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari stared at the beam as they neared the village. Baki stared at the path ahead of the team, where a group of people slowly came into view. That's the investigation unit. Baki and Raza looked at each other and confirmed through their expressions. Kazekage-sama, one of the members, appeared and half-kneeled in front of Raza. What's going on? Raza asked. Daimyo-sama has been assassinated, the man reported. What? Raza and Baki played along as naturally as possible, which also matched up with the expressions from Temari and Kankuro as well. However, Gaara's naturally shocked reaction was entirely unexpected to any of the members over there. The man stared at Gaara, expecting his usual emotionless expression. Who's the culprit? Raza quickly asked. Only one has been found so far. He seems to be the mastermind behind it all, the man reported. Speak. Who is this person? Raza asked. It's none other than our recently appointed council member, Yura-san, the man said. Yura? Raza frowned. Has there been any other clue? Raza asked. No. Yura-san has kept his lips sealed on the collaborators. We have imprisoned him for now. Honored Lady Chiyo advised the council to wait for your judgment on the matter, the man said. Looks like he has handled it well, Raza thought internally. I see, Raza replied. Also, there's been news that the younger brother has taken over the position. He has asked for your presence before him as soon as possible as the new daimyo, the man said. That's quicker than I expected, Raza thought. I see, Raza nodded, following which he pointed out towards the beam in the sky. Are you aware of that? Raza asked. Yes. Apparently. It's a new monument that our village has gained control of. Honored Lady Chio suggested it be called the Time Light Dome, the man said, following which he pointed to the light ray in the sky. That light ray changes in accordance to the position of the sun. In fact, the burial for the daimyo is said to be held in front of the Time Light Dome today, the man replied. Time Light Dome? Raza and the others found it weird. Raza took a look towards the direction of the light, following which he was reminded of a particular scene. It couldn't be the seventh's work, could it? Raza thought back to Naruto's memories where he fought against Deidara and unleashed a rain of Raisengans that created a crater so polished it was like a mirror that reflected light. Kazekage-sama? The man stared at Raza. Let's go, Raza snapped out of his thinking and urged his team to proceed to the village. Yes. Baki and the others nodded as they went on. A ninja ran towards the village. Sarutobi residence. Hiruzen was busy tying his ninja armors to his body in his room. Dear, Hiruzen heard a voice. Hiruzen turned back to see his wife at the door. What is it, Biwoko? Hiruzen asked. Read, Biwoko handed over the scroll to Hiruzen. Huh? Hiruzen opened the scroll. This is, Hiruzen looked at Biwoko. I must head early. Send breakfast over, Hiruzen said as he quickly grabbed his Haori and his Hokage robe. Yes. Biwoko nodded and headed downstairs immediately. Naruto munched on the sandwich in his hand. I've kept your bento here, Minato said as he pointed to the box neatly packaged in a cloth at the other end of the table with chopsticks on top. Gulp. Naruto wasn't feeling that much comfortable. He smiled awkwardly at his dad, who was actually younger than him. Where are you going to train? Minato asked. The third training ground outside the village, Naruto said. I see, Minato thought back to the bell training where he had tied Obito to the log, which also happened to Naruto when he was under Kakashi. Later, Naruto waved as he quickly grabbed his bag and packed the bentos in and headed outside. Have a good day, Minato waved at Naruto as he left the house. Now then, Minato looked at the kitchen, following which he undid his apron and neatly folded it. He then donned the ANBU robe and a mask and headed towards the kitchen to collect his bento which he had packed for himself. Time to go to work, Minato thought. Whoosh! Minato used his Flying Thunder God technique to leave the house. Sound of footsteps. Naruto walked towards Niji's house only to see he was waiting by the footpath outside. Good morning. Niji greeted. Good morning, Naruto nodded back, following which he asked. Shall we go? Yes. Niji walked towards Naruto. Whoosh! They had vanished from their spot as they quickly headed over to the training field. Sound of wind. Naruto and Niji were quickly jumping across rooftops. Ha! A figure charged towards the two from behind. Niji and Naruto had instantly recognized this voice. Whoosh! The figure appeared between Naruto and Niji. Naruto-kun, Niji-kun. Good morning, the figure said. Bushy brows. Lee, Niji and Naruto called out at the same time. Are you guys going for training? Lee asked. Yeah, Naruto nodded. Ah. Sasuke is probably going to be pissed, Naruto sighed. Can I join? Lee asked. Naruto nodded, following which Lee had an even more fiery gaze as he stared at the two. Thanks for allowing me to join, Lee said. Naruto and Niji nodded. Sasuke was waiting at the training field while staring at the rising sun. Whoosh! The trio landed in front of him. Good morning. Uchiha Sasuke, Lee greeted. Yo! Naruto saluted with 2 fingers. Niji, on the other hand, was quiet. What are these two doing here? I thought the fight was between us, Sasuke said in a grumpy voice. Well, Naruto smiled awkwardly. Whoosh! An ANBU agent landed in front of them. Naruto, the man called out. However, Naruto and Sasuke instantly understood from seeing the yellow hair behind the mask that it was Minato. Naruto looked at his dad. The Hokage requires your presence in his room immediately, Minato said. What could have happened? Naruto thought. Whoosh! Minato teleported along with Naruto into the Hokage's office room. Naruto, Karen called out upon seeing Naruto arrive. Naruto turned around to see Karen, Kiba and Shino stand around with Asuma standing beside Hiruzen. What happened, old man? Naruto asked. Naruto. Hinata. Has been kidnapped, Hiruzen said. What? Naruto's eyes widened. Check it out. Chapter 142. The previous afternoon. At the gates of a small village near the border of the hidden grass and the land of fire. Kurenai and her team stood in front of an old man opposite to the gates of the village. Thank you for escorting me, the old man said with a smile. With this, our mission concludes here, Kurenai smiled. Take care of yourself, old man, Kiba said. Bark. Akamaru barked in a friendly tone towards the man from the top of Kiba's head. Following which, Hinata, Kiba, and Shino bowed. We'll be taking our leave, Kurenai said as she turned back along with her team to go back. Whoosh. 5 ninjas wholly covered in black clothes appeared. What? The entire team was surprised as they faced the ninjas in front of them. Whoosh. Sh. Another ninja appeared and swiftly grabbed Hinata, as he covered her mouth with a white cloth. What's going on? Shino and Kiba were shocked, especially Hinata, who was caught by surprise since she could not react immediately even after sensing his arrival within her range of vision. This was also due to the fact that she was yet to experience the difference between herself and experienced ninjas like the ones that had appeared. Kiba's and Akamaru's noses couldn't pick up their arrival, nor could Shino's bugs. Hinata. Kurenai called out. Hinata tried to scream, however, her eyes rolled up upon losing consciousness completely. Hinata collapsed in the arms of the ninja who was holding on to her. Leave Hinata alone, Kiba growled at the man as he reached into his pocket. Kiba, wait. Kurenai called out. Kiba looked at Kurenai only to see her was staring in the direction of the old man whom they had escorted. Hee, the old man grinned. Old man. You, Kiba was about to charge only to see Shino place his hand in front of Kiba. What are you doing? Kiba asked. Look at his hand, Shino said. Huh. Kiba looked at the old man's hand to see an olive green colored incense stick in his hand which was slowly letting out a tiny stream of smoke. I see. That's why we couldn't get a whiff out of them, Kiba understood. Kurenai looked at the old man. What's your purpose for doing this? Kurenai asked in anger as she brought out a kunai. I'm sorry, Yae-san. It's nothing personal really. I'm only doing this for a reward, the old man stated calmly. Reward? Kurenai asked. From the grass village, the man said. The grass? Kurenai had a question mark. Whoosh. The man with Hinata in tow landed next to the old man, following which the remaining 5 ninjas closed in a bit on the group. Yes. Apparently, your village has been inhabiting a girl from their village without permission. This girl also happens to be someone very important to them, the old man explained. Why take Hinata? Kurenai asked. The grass knows that the leaf is too strong a force to negotiate terms with. So they want to go for a hostage exchange, the old man explained. Kurenai frowned. I understand your intentions. However, as a Chunin of their team, it is my responsibility to bring her back safely, Kurenai said as her gaze became firm accompanied by a silently rising battle intent. Why make this hard? The old man asked. Kurenai looked at Kiba and Shino. Both of you. Go to the village and request for backup. I'll hold them off, Kurenai said as she held up a hand seal. Resistance is futile. The ninja who stood in front of the other 4 announced. Sensei. Kiba called out. Kiba. Don't question my orders. Kurenai argued. Go. The ninja in the front of the 4 ordered. Whoosh. The 4 ninjas behind him charged to the front. Kurenai brought her hands together. Tiger boar, tiger horse, ox. Genjutsu, flower petal escape. Kurenai's body dissolved into flower petals which rushed towards the 4. Let's go. Kiba gritted his teeth in anger. Bark. Akamaru nodded. Shino also nodded, following which the 3 made their way out. You're not getting. Stop. Just as the 5th ninja was about to chase after the duo, a voice stopped him. The ninja looked towards the old man in the back. It's just a couple of brats. We need them to deliver our message after all, the old man smiled. You'll pay for this. Kurenai growled. Whoosh. The ninja ran towards the other 4. No, Kurenai let out a whelp, but it was too late. Sh. The man injected some chakra into one of the 4 to wake him up. This bitch. The man shouted. Kurenai immediately escaped in the opposite direction. Chase after her. I'll wake the others, the ninja in the lead said. Got it, the other ninja nodded and chased in the direction of Kurenai. The old man and the ninja who was holding on to Hinata proceeded to the hidden grass village. That evening, the duo along with Hinata and arrived at a meeting spot within a building situated in the hidden grass village. Two people were in the room waiting patiently as they stared at the old man and the ninja appear with Hinata in his hands. Have you drugged the girl with that poison? One of the two asked. Motoyasu-san. We have done as per your request, the ninja reported as he placed Hinata onto the floor. Poison? The old man asked. Indeed. It's a poison that will keep her in this state for days till she dies, unless we provide the antidote of course, Motoyasu said. I see, the old man nodded. Motoyasu-sama, the man beside called. What is it? Mashiro, Motoyasu asked. Can you take a look at this? The man asked as he lifted Hinata's left arm to show her ring finger which had Naruto's flying thunder mark. This. Motoyasu woke up in alarm. What is it? The old man asked. Nothing, the man said as he looked towards Mashiro. Get council member Takeuchi here. Immediately. Motoyasu ordered. At once. Mashiro ran out of the room. Bang. What is it? Takeuchi opened the door. Takeuchi. This may be more troublesome than we thought, Motoyasu said as he showed Hinata's ring finger. Impossible, Takeuchi squealed. The old man stared silently. No way. The yellow flash died over 12 years ago, Takeuchi grabbed his hair in disbelief. True, Motoyasu murmured. The yellow flash? The old man asked. It's a taboo incident in our grass village, Takeuchi explained. During the Third Ninja War, out of the two bridges of our village, the Kanobi and the Tenchi Bridge, the Kanobi Bridge was used as a supply route for the Hidden Stone. A weak village like ours was also inevitably pulled into the war onto Hidden Stone's side, Takeuchi paused. At that time, many of our ninjas were stationed amongst the 1,000-strong armies of the Hidden Stone, only to be taken down single-handedly by the yellow flash of the leaf, Motoyasu explained. Yellow flash, as in a group? The old man asked since he was not well educated in ninja matters. As a group? It would be okay if that were the case. But the yellow flash was a 22-year-old at that time. He alone took down thousands, Takeuchi explained. The old man's eyes went wide. One man taking down 1,000. The old man was scared out of his wits. However, he's supposed to be dead, right? The old man asked. Or so we thought until this one, Takeuchi stared at Hinata's hand. Motoyasu looked at Takeuchi. What's the plan? Motoyasu asked. Tie her up to a chair and have 4 ninjas within 5 feet range around her. Also set up a wire trap to instantly kill her, Takeuchi said. Do you still plan to go with this? Is that other girl that important? Motoyasu asked. No, she is not that important compared to this. This is a chance for revenge. The seal might not disappear forever, but it is also not possible for the girl to be born before his death, Takeuchi said. So, in other words, there is a one possibility that he might be alive, or there might be nothing behind this mark at all. However, there is one more final possibility, Takeuchi paused. The son of the yellow flash you mean, Motoyasu filled in. Indeed, Takeuchi nodded. But, the yellow flash never had a kid, Motoyasu said. Takeuchi stepped out the door. It doesn't matter. Handle the preparations. We are going to change the terms of negotiation, Takeuchi said as he walked away. Takeuchi penned a letter, following which he handed it over to the feudal lord for a final review. The feudal lord nodded in approval after reading the contents. Takeuchi then handed it over to the messenger team who then sent the letter on a hawk. That night Kurenai used every trick possible to evade the ninjas only to be captured a few hours later. Present day, Hidden Leaf Village, Hokage office. Whoosh! Minato teleported along with Naruto into the Hokage's office room. Naruto, Karen called out upon seeing Naruto arrive. Naruto turned around to see Karen, Kiba and Shino stand around with Asuma standing beside Hiruzen. What happened, old man? Naruto asked. Naruto. Hinata. Has been kidnapped, Hiruzen said. What? Naruto's eyes widened. Old man. What happened? Naruto asked quickly. What the hell? Kiba growled in anger. Naruto stared at Kiba. Lord Third. Stop wasting our time, we have to save Sensei and Hinata. Why call Naruto? As a Chunin, is he capable of saving them? Kiba asked. Kiba, Shino put a hand over Kiba's shoulder. Calm down, Shino said. Kiba-kun. Naruto-kun here is the Chunin in charge of this mission, Hiruzen said. What? Kiba felt the world spin around him. Naruto looked at Hiruzen, then at Asuma and Karen, who were also in the room, and finally his father. Surely there is something more to this, Naruto thought as he looked at Hiruzen. Old man. What are you not telling? Naruto asked. Hiruzen beckoned Naruto to come over to his side. Naruto then appeared beside Asuma and Hiruzen. Hiruzen pointed to the letter that was on his desk. Naruto read across the letter with his frown deepening at every line. The nerve, Naruto clenched his fists upon reading the last line. Chapter 143. Old man. What are you not telling? Naruto asked. Hiruzen beckoned Naruto to come over to his side. Naruto then appeared beside Asuma and Hiruzen. Hiruzen pointed to the letter that was on his desk. Naruto read across the letter with his frown deepening at every line. The nerve, Naruto clenched his fists upon reading the last line, which read, "The yellow flash will be taken as a prisoner in exchange for letting Hinata out." Naruto was angry. The grass village had 2 hostages instead of 1, both Kurenai and Hinata. Kurenai would be used for the exchange with Karen, while Hinata would be a bait for the yellow flash to turn himself in. Naruto looked at Kiba, Shino, and Karen. "Excuse us for a moment," Naruto said. But Kiba was unwilling, especially since he could not get over the fact that Naruto was a Chunin in charge. Shino took Kiba away, followed by Karen from behind. She took a look at Naruto before closing the door. Naruto looked at Hiruzen. "Where's the photo they sent according to the letter?" Naruto asked. Hiruzen lifted the letter to reveal a photo where Hinata was tied to a chair being surrounded by 5 ninjas and wires, which indicated that they were rigged to go off the moment Hinata got up. Hinata, Naruto stared at Hinata in the picture, who was unconscious. Naruto was ready to go on a rampage. However, with the power he wielded right now, he was more than confident enough to subdue those enemies without any dramas. "It will be impossible for me to rescue her in that kind of situation," Minato sighed as he stared at the photo in Naruto's hand. Naruto gripped his fists tightly. If he was to teleport there now, he could rescue Hinata while potentially sustaining some injuries, which he could heal using Sage Mode and then go on a rampage to his heart's content. However, there was also a possibility that Kurenai's life would be used to threaten. Naruto did not want to take this risk since he had already seen Mirai growing without Asuma under Kurenai. Naruto wished to save Asuma this time so they could have a life together. But the Grass Village's plan got them good this time. Minato placed a hand over Naruto's shoulder. "Dad," Naruto stared at Minato. Hiruzen looked at Naruto. "Naruto. As your first official Chunin mission, Asuma will also accompany you," Hiruzen said. Naruto nodded towards Asuma. "So, what's your plan?" Hiruzen asked. "We have no choice but to go with the exchange," Naruto shook his head. "Is it that bad?" Hiruzen asked. "Yeah. If it were just Hinata, there would be no problem, but Kurenai-sensei is involved as well," Naruto said. Door opens. Naruto and the others turned their gazes towards the door to see Tsunade storm in. "Is it true that Hinata has been kidnapped?" Tsunade asked as her eyes scanned around the room only to land on the photo that Naruto held in his hand. "It's true," Tsunade was shocked, following which she grabbed the photo from Naruto's hand. Naruto glanced at the photo before it left his hand, following which his eye widened. "I might be able to rescue her," Naruto murmured. "Huh?" Tsunade looked at Naruto. "Granny, can you draw out blood from Hinata and examine the poison to make an antidote?" Naruto asked. "I can, but how do you plan to bring her out in the first place?" Tsunade asked. "I have an idea. I am not sure to what extent it can work though," Naruto said, following which he raised his right index finger up in the air. Naruto's index finger had chakra accumulated at the tip of it. Naruto brought his left hand out and started to inscribe his Flying Thunder seal onto his ring finger. "What are you doing?" Hiruzen asked. However, Minato was stunned. "Naruto." Minato was stunned as he understood Naruto's plan. Naruto looked towards Hiruzen. "Can you get the exact model of a chair depicted in the picture along with the ropes?" Naruto asked. "Leave it to me," Hiruzen said, following which, he looked at Minato. "Lord Fourth. Get the first and the same ropes from the armory," Hiruzen said. "Understood," Minato nodded and teleported out of the office. "What are you doing, Naruto?" Hiruzen asked. "This is a new jutsu Dad worked on. Now if I am correct in applying it, I might be able to switch places with Hinata," Naruto said. "Switch places?" Hiruzen, Asuma, and Tsunade were surprised. Whoosh! Minato and Hashirama appeared in their ANBU outfits. "Naruto," Hashirama called out. Lord first, Naruto responded, following which he looked towards Tsunade. Tsunade understood and showed the picture in her hand towards her grandfather. Can you make the same chair in the picture? Tsunade asked. Hashirama stared at the picture. Okay, Hashirama flexed his fingers following which he joined them together. Wood release. Bang. Wood emerged all of a sudden from the floor and morphed into a chair. Tsunade looked around the chair. There's some design on this part of the armrest, Tsunade pointed out in the picture. I see, Hashirama observed the picture following which he placed his hands on the side of both the armrests to inscribe the design. Done, Hashirama said as he lifted his hand. Tsunade bent down to observe the chair. It's good. Tsunade nodded in approval following which she looked towards Naruto. Naruto then brought his hands together. Transform. Naruto transformed into Hinata. Naruto sat on the chair and got tied up by Tsunade in the same manner that Hinata was tied up in the picture. Naruto then looked at the picture once again and adjusted his posture accordingly. Okay, the preparations are complete, Naruto said, following which he looked at Tsunade. Be ready to draw Hinata's blood, Naruto said. Leave that part to me, I will be done with that in 10 seconds, Tsunade said as she took out a tube with an attached needle to its cap from within her sleeves. Footsteps. Minato walked towards Naruto. Good luck. Naruto, Minato said. Naruto nodded following which, he closed his eyes. The clone switch works using the seal as a basis for switching between clones, as long as I apply the same principle. Flying Thunder God, substitution. SH. There seemed to be no reaction on the exterior at all. Did it fail? Minato stared at Naruto. Bang! The door opened. Hinata. Kiba called out, followed by Akamaru running towards Hinata who was tied up in the chair. Hinata. Tsunade was confused. This smell. There is no mistaking it. It's definitely Hinata, Kiba smiled. Shit. 3 seconds have already elapsed, Tsunade calculated as she immediately raised Hinata's sleeve and pierced her hand with a tube. Drip. Drip. The tube quickly started filling with blood. What are you doing? Kiba asked. Get away from her, Tsunade shouted as she raised her other free hand in the air with 2 fingers extended. SH. A green light lit up at the tip of her 2 fingers. About 7 seconds have elapsed, Tsunade calculated as she pulled out the tube filled with blood and placed her other hand with the 2 extended fingers onto the spot where she had pierced Hinata with the needle. SH. The pierced spot healed without letting any blood out. 10 seconds. Tsunade announced. SH. The transition happened quietly. Kiba was curious upon finding Hinata's scent disappear away. That's Naruto, Shino said. Huh? Kiba looked at Shino who stood at the door. That voice. Shino, Naruto who was transformed as Hinata called out. Naruto, Kiba was surprised to see Hinata speaking like Naruto. Poof. Naruto undid his transformation. Tsunade looked at Naruto. I'll have this analyzed as the top priority. I should be able to have an antidote ready in 2 hours if it is a poison I can deal with, Tsunade said as she headed out the door. Naruto nodded. Naruto. Were you able to find out anything? Hiruzen asked. Naruto shook his head dejectedly. I didn't open my eyes. However, I was able to sense that I was surrounded by 5 ninjas. As for Kurenai-sensei. I couldn't get a lock on her location, Naruto said. I see, Asuma said with a calm face. However, the people in the room knew that Asuma's thoughts were complicated on the inside. Naruto looked at Kiba and Shino. Sorry guys, could you stay outside for a bit? We still have to discuss things, Naruto said in a calm voice. Kiba, however, was almost feeling the world spin around him. First Naruto was made Chunin without explanation. Now Hinata appeared for 10 seconds and disappeared only to see Naruto undo his transformation. Kiba could not keep up at all, as such he could only nod helplessly and walk out of the room. Hiruzen looked at Naruto. Since the antidote is being prepared, I can only assume that we are not going to follow through with the negotiations, Hiruzen said. Yeah, Naruto discussed his plans with Hiruzen and Asuma along with Hashirama and Minato in sight. Soon the team left the village with the antidote prepared by Tsunade. In the evening, Naruto, Asuma, Kiba with Akamaru, Shino and Karen had appeared. The team faced the ninjas who stood on the other side of the Tenchi Bridge. Chapter 144. Why was Naruto called to the office? Sasuke, Niji, and Lee thought upon seeing Naruto leave with an ANBU member. Sasuke-kun. It's been a while since we have trained, right? Lee said. Yeah, Sasuke responded. I only started training yesterday. And I have yet to spar. How about you and I have a fiery battle? Lee asked as he got into a stance to take on Sasuke. Wait. Niji said. Niji? Lee looked at Niji, who interrupted. Lee, it's too soon for you both to battle. How about you warm up and let me have a go? I have been waiting to face Sasuke in a battle for a long time now, Niji said. Lee observed Niji's expression for a second. After all, it was not every day that Niji was enthusiastic to battle, since any training with Gai-sensei would only make Niji feel less enthusiastic. However, despite facing such a situation on a daily basis, Niji quietly persisted alongside Tenten and Lee doing hellish training. Lee smiled at Niji. I understand. Don't hesitate to go all out, Lee gave a thumbs up to Niji. He then looked at Sasuke. Please don't hold back, Lee bowed. Sasuke nodded. I'll be doing my warm-up exercises here while watching you both battle each other, Lee said as he backed away. Niji entered into a fighting stance against Sasuke. We will start with simple sparring for the first round. From the second round we will get a bit serious, Niji said. What if you get injured? Sasuke asked. Me? Getting injured? Niji wanted to laugh, however, he had also witnessed Sasuke's battle against Gaara, which was all the more a reason for him to believe Sasuke's words. If you are worried about injuries, then do you suggest we hold back or stop the match if one of us gets injured? Niji asked. Sasuke understood from Niji's words that he wanted to have a proper match to test their skills and see who would come out victorious. Why not be honest and say that you want to have an actual battle against me, Sasuke taunted. Indeed, Sasuke. I wish to have a battle with you, Niji said. Lee's eyes widened. As expected. They consider each other as rivals and want to have a proper battle. Lee was happy as he visualized Niji and Sasuke's passion for battle burning around them. The towering flames were so powerful that they threatened to burn anyone who would get in their way. Sasuke, use your Sharingan, Niji said. Why don't you force me? Sasuke asked as he entered into a fighting stance as well. Sasuke put his left hand behind him and brought his right hand forward, assuming Lee's exact stance which he had displayed almost a minute ago. Niji frowned. Does he intend to use Lee's moves against me? Niji thought. Make your move, Sasuke said as he taunted Niji using his left hand which was in the front. Niji was angered. Just as he was about to make a move, Sasuke stood upright, breaking away from his fighting stance. Niji stared at Sasuke. Sasuke shook his head. Forget it, I've lost my interest. Naruto is not here, and I have my training to do, Sasuke said as he walked away. Niji stared with wide eyes, which wouldn't expand his vision no matter what since he was already in possession of the Byakugan. Are you mocking me? Niji asked. Don't take it the wrong way. We will have our battle. Just not today. I still need to train for the battle between Naruto and me, Sasuke said as he walked away. Sasuke-kun, Lee stared at Sasuke who walked out of the field. Damn it. Niji struck the tree log in the middle of the training field in anger. Whoosh. Lee followed behind Sasuke. Sasuke-kun. Is there any problem? Lee asked as he stood by the gates of the training field. Sasuke stopped walking and shook his head in denial. I see. Sasuke-kun, if you ever want to spar then let me know, Lee smiled. Sasuke nodded, following which he started to walk again. Sasuke-kun. I promise, I will work 100 times harder to catch up to you and Naruto-kun, Lee thought as he continued to watch Sasuke slowly disappear into the woods as he headed over to another training field to train in the Raikiri. Back in the Hokage's office. Outside the office door. Kiba stared at Shino. Can you explain? Kiba asked. You mean Naruto? Lots of things happened during the Chunin exam. But you were knocked out for the whole time, Shino said. Hey. That's why I am asking you, Kiba said. Door opens. Naruto looked at Kiba and Shino including Karen who stood quietly in a corner. You guys can come in now. Naruto announced. Kiba, Shino, and Karen walked into the room. Hiruzen looked at Kiba, Shino, and Karen. You three. Especially you, Kiba-kun and Shino-kun, Hiruzen pointed out. Lord Third, Kiba and Shino looked at Hiruzen. You two are only accompanying because this is a rescue mission to bring back your sensei and your teammate. You are in no manner to interfere in the mission. The main mission is Naruto's and Asuma's responsibility, Hiruzen concluded, following which he looked at Naruto. Naruto looked at Kiba and Shino. I'll tell you guys what to do before we reach there, Naruto said. Kiba and Shino nodded. Hiruzen stared at Kiba and Shino. I would have told them to call Naruto with respect since he is a Chunin, however, it might also make Naruto more distant from his generation, Hiruzen thought. Bang! Tsunade rushed in through the doors. The antidote has been prepared, Tsunade said as she brought out 3 tubes and placed them on the table in front of Hiruzen and everyone else. Tsunade looked at Naruto and the team. Of these 3. One is for Hinata, second is for Kurenai just in case, and the third is the last resort if any of you guys are struck with the poison, Tsunade warned. Thanks, Granny, Naruto said as he collected the antidote. Shino. I'll leave these in your hands, Naruto said as he handed the antidotes over. Shino nodded and kept them in the bags. Naruto walked over towards Karen. Karen, Naruto looked at Karen who stared at Naruto with an in-depth look, unable to lift her eyes off of him. I promise to never hand you over to those people, Naruto said with a firm voice. Naruto, Karen murmured. Even if I am not here in the village, no one here will let them take you away, Naruto assured. Karen lowered her head after nodding towards Naruto. Karen was already head over heels for him. This additional gesture only made her feel that she was more indebted to him than before. Tears flowed down Karen's cheeks uncontrollably. Ever since her arrival in the village, she was treated as someone no different than the people born within the village. Naruto also ensured that she was taken care of while also starting to train as one of the village's finest medical ninjas. With the addition of Tsunade taking her as a personal disciple along with Sakura, she felt blessed more than ever. Thank you, Karen murmured as she cried even harder. Tsunade ran towards her and hugged. As your teacher, I should have been heading along with you guys to the negotiation. However, you are already in safe hands, Tsunade said as she comforted Karen by hugging her. Soon Karen cleared her tears away, following which the team Kiba and Akamaru, Shino, Karen, and Asuma looked at Naruto. All right. Since everything is prepared, we are going to head out at once, Naruto said. Yes. The team responded, following which they started to head out of the door one after another. Naruto, Hiruzen called out upon seeing Naruto being the last one who was about to head out. Yes, old man. Naruto looked at Hiruzen. No matter what happens, don't lose it. Hinata may have been your wife, and she will always be. But don't forget that the grass have seen their fair share as well, Hiruzen reminded. Don't worry old man, Naruto said slowly. Hiruzen frowned. I will end this without any casualties on either side, Naruto said as he walked out. Door closes. Hiruzen turned around in his chair to take a look at the village basked in the afternoon sunlight. Sigh. Hiruzen gazed lazily at the village. However, what he instead saw was Naruto's face before closing the door. The image replayed back in his mind several times over. Even after warning Naruto, he could still find hints of anger deep within Naruto's voice, but before he closed the door, Hiruzen was able to catch a glimpse of what happened to be a look full of hatred accompanied by helplessness. Soon it was evening, and the squad arrived near the bridge. Asuma looked at Naruto. We have another half an hour before the time of exchange as stated in the letter, Asuma said. Naruto nodded, following which he looked at the group. Kiba, Shino. Your job is to make sure that Hinata and Kurenai-sensei escape to safety. Karen, you will also follow them to safety, Naruto said. Naruto. What are we going to do? They said that they wouldn't let Hinata out until this yellow flash guy is imprisoned or something. Akamaru barked in support of the statement. Kiba. I told you, leave that part to me and Asuma-sensei, Naruto said. Kiba silently stared at Naruto, following which he looked towards Asuma-sensei. Asuma nodded, signifying that he should listen to Naruto's suggestions. I don't know what you are doing, but I guess I will follow your lead, Kiba said. Thanks for understanding, Naruto smiled, following which he looked at Karen. Karen. You must be prepared. We will be pretending to hand you over at the exchange. But don't worry. I will save you immediately, Naruto said. Karen nodded immediately to show her enthusiasm. Seeing that everyone was ready for the plan, Naruto stood upright. Good to hear. We'll go to the bridge in the next 20 minutes, Naruto said, following which he looked at Shino. Before we get on with the exchange, I want you to send your bugs over to scan the area for any problems that we might face, Naruto said. Shino nodded. Soon 20 minutes had passed. All right. Let's head to the bridge, Naruto said. Yes. The team nodded as they proceeded straight ahead for the bridge. Whoosh! Naruto, Asuma, Kiba with Akamaru, Shino and Karen had appeared. The team faced the ninjas who stood on the other side of the Tenchi Bridge. Their group consisted of a bunch of ninjas spread out in a type of a formation with Kurenai who was bound in ropes right in the middle of the formation. Ninjas from the hidden leaf have arrived, a man in front of the grass ninja group announced after verifying their headbands. I see, Takeuchi murmured as he stepped out. Asuma, Kiba, Shino, Kurenai murmured. Kiba sniffed about. Where's Hinata? Kiba shouted out. Kiba don't, Kurenai was about to shout only to have her hair pulled. Shut up bitch, the man holding her hostage spoke. Asuma was mad. Whoosh. Asuma took out his chakra blades. BZ. Asuma ran his wind release chakra through it. SH. Naruto put his hand in front of Asuma. Asuma snapped out of his anger, realizing that he had at the very least seen Kurenai now ever since she was taken hostage. However, Naruto being Hinata's husband didn't even see her yet. Calm down Asuma-sensei. Even Shikamaru will be able to see through that intentional provocation, Naruto said. Asuma stared at Naruto as he slowly put his blades down. Who's that brat in the orange tracksuit? Takeuchi thought as his eyes examined Naruto from the bottom up only for his gaze to land on Naruto's yellow hair. It couldn't be. The son of the yellow flash, Takeuchi was a bit worried about his next move. Who's the leader? Takeuchi asked slowly. I am, Naruto stepped out. Huh? Takeuchi and the others from the grass village stared at Naruto, including Kurenai. Naruto, the leader. Kurenai thought. Have you brought the girl? Takeuchi asked. Naruto silently turned his head towards Karen. You ready? Naruto asked. Karen nodded. Bring her over, Takeuchi gave the order to the man who was holding down Kurenai. Yes, sir. The man responded as he made Kurenai get up and brought her next to Takeuchi. Naruto looked at Shino. Anything so far? Naruto asked. No, Shino shook his head. Looks like sending those bugs didn't work out Naruto thought. Naruto could have used Sage Mode, but that will be the same thing as alerting the enemy. Where's Hinata? Naruto asked as he stared at Takeuchi. Haven't you read the terms? That girl has the Flying Thunder God seal. Unless the yellow flash turns himself in, we are not going to send her over, Takeuchi said. Naruto frowned. The yellow flash died over 12 years ago, Naruto said. Then how was this seal inscribed on a girl who's just 12 to 13 years old? How do you explain that? Takeuchi asked. Naruto remained silent. Don't waste my time. We'll make the exchange at the center of the bridge. Each side will let the girls walk towards the other side without anyone accompanying by the side, Takeuchi said. Naruto nodded slowly, following which he turned towards Karen. Karen, Naruto called out weakly. Karen saw the look of remorse on Naruto's face. The initial plan would have worked if Hinata was there. Unfortunately, she was not even seen yet ever since their arrival. So the only way out was the one-person exchange for now. See you later, Karen said in a weak voice as she stepped past Naruto. Go, Takeuchi said as he lightly pushed Kurenai, whose hands were bound, to walk towards the bridge. Ugh. Kurenai groaned uncomfortably as she started walking. Sound of wind accompanied by light footsteps. Karen and Kurenai walked towards each other. Kurenai and Karen glanced at one another as they brushed past, crossing to the other half of the bridge. Kurenai had a look of hatred. She couldn't save Hinata, now Karen had to pay as well. Kurenai, Asuma called out. Kurenai, however, was walking towards the team absent-mindedly while thinking of her position as a Chunin and was considering if walking towards the team was the correct thing to do. Asuma eagerly waited for Kurenai to show up. Soon the two had crossed the bridge to the other side. Karen in the grass village and Kurenai back with the team from the hidden leaf. Asuma looked at Naruto. There's no problem, Asuma confirmed as he untied Kurenai. Meanwhile the ninja on the other side confirmed as well after glancing at Karen. However, those three words were what Naruto wanted to hear the most. Naruto closed his eyes. Sage Mode. Naruto activated Sage Mode, instantly determining Hinata's location. She was stuck in the same room, sitting on the chair bound in ropes as she remained unconscious. Naruto brought his hands together. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Poof. A clone appeared. What's happening? Takeuchi murmured. Kiba, Shino. Are you two prepared? Asuma asked. The two nodded. The main Naruto took out a bunch of newly customized kunai that he had received, whereas the clone closed his eyes. Flying Thunder God, substitution. SH. Hinata instantly appeared in midair. Whoosh. Asuma caught her. Now, Asuma shouted. Ha! Naruto instantly launched about 20 kunais. Those kunais, Takeuchi instantly regretted after seeing those unusually shaped kunais. However, Naruto's eyes were calm to the point that he was giving an icy glare. Flying Thunder God, Rasen Flash Super Circle Dance Howl Stage 0. Whoosh! ZZ. Takeuchi had only seen an orange flash. However, the same could be said for everyone as well. Whoosh! Before anything could be comprehended, Naruto had already reappeared beside Asuma and Hinata with Karen in his arms. There was pin-drop silence followed by a gentle rustle of the wind. Takeuchi slowly turned back to see a sight that he would never forget for the rest of his life. In front of his eyes, all his comrades lay on the ground uninjured, or in this case unconscious. All of them without a single exception had been taken down within a span of say less than 40 milliseconds. He then thought back to the orange flash he had seen. Slowly his body became numb as his thought process failed to keep up with the reality around him. Just what was that? Takeuchi stared in horror at Naruto. The same could be said for everyone else as well. Asuma, Karen, Kurenai, Shino, and Kiba were utterly shocked. The initial plan was for Naruto and Asuma to collaborate together and hold down the grass ninjas as Kiba and Shino retreated back with Hinata and Kurenai. Later on, Naruto and Asuma would rejoin the team at a specified meeting place. However, that was all unnecessary right now. Naruto looked at Shino. "Give Hinata the antidote immediately," Naruto said in a low voice. "Why yes," Shino immediately pulled out the antidote tube and injected the contents through the needle, directly into her bloodstream. Kiba looked at Naruto as though he was a complete freak. Who are you?" Takeuchi stammered as he struggled to ask. Naruto stared at Takeuchi for a moment since his mind was slowly clearing up from all the pent emotions. He then thought back to Hiruzen's words and smiled. Why wait until the war to do it? Naruto thought as he looked at Takeuchi. I am Uzumaki Naruto. The Orange Bolt of the Hidden Leaf. Chapter 145. Hidden Sand. Raza stared at the Time Light Dome, a new monument that had been opened to the public. To pay homage to the previous feudal lord, he was buried in front of the newly established monument by the new feudal lord's order. Raza stared at the new feudal lord concluding his speech in front of the crowd. This light will support us through every passing day as we strive with hard work and excellence to surpass our previous selves. This light is not the signal of the end of an era, but a new one. As the new feudal lord, I promise you that our country will as rich as other countries with arable lands. This is my promise to you the people. The feudal lord concluded his speech. Yeah. The people cheered very loudly. The feudal lord descended the stairs of the temporary stage. Raza, he stopped upon seeing Raza in front of him. In the Kazekage's office. Raza stood beside the feudal lord who was sitting on the sofa. Raza. Yes, my lord. Raza responded. I'm well aware of the people behind the assassination, the feudal lord said. I'm unable to. No, the feudal lord interrupted Raza. You don't need to explain. This was supposed to happen sooner or later, considering my brother was driving the military force of our country into a corner, the feudal lord sighed. My lord, Raza murmured. Listen. Though, I am able to understand the problems that you all face, this still remains a personal problem of mine. A family member being killed. If I don't see this through, people will laugh at me, the feudal lord said. Raza nodded, while also fearing himself being at the receiving end of the problem. Here's the deal. Show me major improvements. Work till your bones to make this hidden village a prosperous one. Not only this one, but more importantly our entire country as well. If you show results in 2 or 3 years, the public and I will slowly forget as the time passes by. Of course in the event that this is not possible, you will be personally answerable, the feudal lord smiled. Raza felt cold sweat down his spine. I will not let down this chance you have provided, Raza said. Don't worry. I am already starting to see improvements. Especially the celebrations for the treaty. A sport festival is it? The feudal lord asked. Yes, Raza answered. Good. Seeing that the hidden leaf who was a superficial friend suddenly come up with this, especially after that supposed battle that you had participated in to imprison that ninja named Orochimaru. That's already a step in the right direction, the feudal lord said. Raza smiled. It wasn't much. The feudal lord got up. Don't say that. I give credit where credit is due. That's why I am letting your people get away with what they did, the feudal lord said. Cough. Raza coughed within his hand upon covering his mouth with it. Door opens. Start working on plans to have our ninjas trained. I want to see them on par with the other great nations. We already have quality. What we need is the quantity. I'm sure the Kazekage knows what's to be done, the feudal lord smiled. Yes, Raza responded immediately as he walked towards the feudal lord to see him off. Don't. I'll go by myself. As the Kazekage, you are a busy man, the feudal lord said. Hee. I am not busy right N. Raza. The feudal lord called out. Yes. Raza almost jumped up in fear. Don't tell me you are already taking the tasks I have given you lightly. The feudal lord stared at Raza. Raza instantly understood what the feudal lord was expecting. Ah. I'm extremely busy. Raza grabbed a bunch of papers by his desk and started turning pages randomly to show he was working. Humph, the feudal lord walked away from the office. Ha, Raza let out a huge sigh of relief. All this time I was being tortured in burning hell only to end up in the new demon lord's hands. Raza wiped his sweat as he stared at the windows of his office through which the evening sun shined. Looks like there will be a lot of developments to do. Thanks to Lord Seven's memories I know how to bring this village to the next level. Ha ha ha, Raza started laughing seeing that what lied in front of him was a path that already paved by none other than Naruto himself. Who are you? Takeuchi stammered as he struggled to ask. I am Uzumaki Naruto. The orange spark of the hidden leaf. Naruto announced the title that the others had decided for him. The orange spark, Takeuchi murmured absent-mindedly. Listen up. Today could have gone much worse. Despite the conditions your village had put forth, I have gone easy on you guys, Naruto said. Takeuchi was speechless. I know your village had sacrificed a lot during the Third Ninja War. However, you should do well to remember that the only reason the war was ended was because the third Hokage was willing to have our village swallow up our anger and put an end to that war. That Tsutsukage had no choice but to agree as well because many people would continue losing their life if the war had continued. I am sure you guys are aware of this fact very well, Naruto said. Takeuchi nodded slowly. Because of that, the third Hokage had to step down so that the villagers would not have a chance to complain. Even today before we left, the old man asked me again to spare you guys, Naruto said. Takeuchi's eyes widened once more. The third Hokage. He asked for our sake. Takeuchi asked slowly. Indeed, Naruto nodded. I see, Takeuchi said. I don't know who put you guys up to this task, but I am warning you now. Karen is a long-lost family of mine. I am sure you would have understood it from my name just now, Naruto said. Takeuchi nodded immediately. Yes. Yes. They both are Uzumaki, we were just digging our graves now, Takeuchi thought. Hinata, the little girl you guys had trapped in the room is the most important person in my life, Naruto said. Takeuchi was confused, but pretended to understand. Remember this, if anyone from my village is taken away again. Gulp. Takeuchi's eyes widened as he witnessed the change in Naruto's pupil from the regular Sage mode eyes to the Nine Tails mode. SH. Naruto unleashed a terrible amount of killing intent, almost drowning the man in despair. Will not hesitate to kill, Naruto said one by one, following which a light flashed behind him in the sky. Thunderclap. It started to rain. Drip. Drip. Drops of water fell on Hinata's face. Ugh, Hinata opened her eyes. Hinata woke up only for she and her team to see Naruto staring down at the man with a killing intent that almost overwhelmed their souls. Woo! Akamaru let out a whimper as he burrowed into Kiba's jacket out of fear. Kiba was also scared upon seeing this version of Naruto. What was that chakra just now? Karen was scared visually and psychologically as well. Not only had she seen Naruto erupt with killing intent, she was able to sense it as well. However, she understood that Naruto was doing it for their sake. You understood. Takeuchi squealed from the fear of having his soul crushed from the sheer pressure. Naruto retracted his killing intent completely. Sound of footsteps accompanied by water splashes. Hinata ran away from the scene. Hinata, Karen called out. Naruto turned to see Hinata running away. Hinata, Karen chased after Hinata. This matter is concluded. Whoosh! Naruto had teleported away. Takeuchi let out a sigh as he stared at the other side of the bridge through the rain only to see the team chase after Hinata. Just how in the world did he rescue her? Takeuchi thought. Whoosh! Naruto appeared next to Hinata. Hinata, Naruto called out. Naruto-kun, Hinata panicked upon seeing Naruto show up in front of her. Her heartbeats were so loud that they echoed in her ears. Hinata became a bit red. The rain made her jacket and clothes stick to her body, making harder for her to breathe. Calm down Hinata, Naruto said as he placed his hands on Hinata's shoulders. Hinata folded her hands and gripped either side of her arms tightly using her hand. Stay away, Hinata mumbled in fear. Ha! Naruto stared at her. Naruto, Karen arrived followed by the others from behind. Hinata. You are safe. I am here. No one will hurt you now, Naruto said. And no, Hinata shook her head. You've changed. Naruto-kun. Who are you? Hinata asked slowly. Naruto was shocked. What are you saying Hinata? I'm Uzumaki Naruto. I'm your Naruto, Naruto said. Why yours? Hinata was surprised but her emotions made it rather hard for her to accept. Hinata, Naruto hugged her tightly without reservation. No, Karen murmured in an almost inaudible voice. Asuma and Kurenai looked at the three in front of them. Shino, Kiba, and Karen. Let's give them some time, Asuma and Kurenai said. Kiba and Shino went along with Asuma. However Karen was unmoving. Whoosh! Kurenai appeared by Karen's side. Karen, Kurenai called out. Ha! Karen looked at Kurenai with tears from the side of her eyes. This girl, Kurenai despite the rain could observe Karen's tears. Come, Kurenai pulled Karen away from the scene. However, Karen's eyes were still on Naruto and Hinata as she moved away with Kurenai reluctantly. Heavy rain. Naruto stared at the rain that was coming down on them heavily. He looked around for a tree nearby. There's one, Naruto spotted a tree. Hinata, Naruto carried her in his arms. Whoosh! Before Hinata could respond they had teleported together. Whoosh! Naruto and Hinata appeared under a tree. Naruto-kun, Hinata called out. Hinata. Tell me did I do anything wrong? Naruto asked. And no. I was probably scared of seeing you like that over there, Hinata said slowly. I see, Naruto nodded. If that man could be scared then why not her? Naruto thought. And Naruto-kun. It is not only that. But my father called you the seventh Hokage, Hinata said. Ha! Naruto was shocked as he thought back to the time he had teleported to save Hinata. It was then he had realized that the one who had messed up was Hayashi himself. Damn it, do I really have to pay when it is not my fault? Naruto thought following which he called out SH. SH appeared. Heavy rain. Karen and Kurenai were trying to find where Asuma and the others went, but at this moment Karen had a bad feeling in her heart. Why does it hurt so much? Karen thought following which she turned back and started running towards where Naruto and Hinata were. Karen, Kurenai called out. However Karen did not listen. Sound of footsteps accompanied by water splashes. Karen ran in top speed with the rain pouring right over her head which made it difficult to see. But her senses kicked in to guide her in the correct direction. That tree, Karen's gaze landed on a particular tree. However, after running a few more steps she slowed down until she came to a stop, and then fell on her knees. Karen's eyes were wide as saucers. But the sight she saw was something she had never imagined would happen so soon. Hinata was holding Naruto's face and kissing him. Chapter 146. SH. Naruto called out. SH. A green blob of light emerged from Naruto's forehead and suspended itself in midair. The green light expanded into a human-like shape followed by the appearance of SH and Naruto-kun. This is, Hinata asked slowly. Naruto looked at SH. SH already understood, following which his two fingers on his left hand glowed. What's going on? Hinata was scared. Who is this? Hinata asked. Just let him touch you with that light, by then you will understand everything, Naruto said in a gentle voice. This isn't going to hurt, SH smiled at Hinata. Hinata stared silently. SH touched Hinata's forehead with it. SH. Hinata's eyes rolled up from the sudden inflow of information. Starting with the Chunin exam where everything started to differ. Naruto's battle against Kiba. The following events had her puzzled, where was Karen? His hard battle against Neji. At this scene Hinata was completely shocked seeing how Naruto struggled against Neji. The battle against Gaara. Third Hokage's death. Training to master Rasengan. His meeting with Tsunade, declaring he would become the Hokage. His willpower to show the Rasengan by defeating Kabuto. Tsunade becoming the fifth Hokage. Hinata was surprised, why was everything so different? There was no special building to train medical ninjas. The memories continue to flow scene by scene. Naruto's feelings for Sakura as he tried to save her in the mission to help Marino idate. Sasuke's sudden hatred against Naruto. Sasuke's battle against Naruto on the rooftop where they almost killed each other. Naruto, Kiba, Neji, Shikamaru, Chai and Lee's battle against Sound Ninja Squad to bring back Sasuke. His failure on the promise he couldn't keep to Sakura. However, more than that was the hatred for not being able to rescue Sasuke from Orochimaru's hands. Hinata was concerned about Naruto. The bitch search mission. Leaving on a journey with Pervy Sage. The training with Pervy Sage. How he went on a rampage by unintentionally entering his tailed beast form. His return, his meeting with her, where she fainted like usual. His mission to rescue Gaara from Akatsuki. Sai's entry into the team. Yamato. Tenchi Bridge, the place they were on right now, where Naruto fought against Orochimaru. Meeting Sasuke again only to be powerless to do anything. Learning the wind style. Intense training to master it. Mastering the wind style Rasen Shuriken. Asuma's death, which surprised Hinata. The worst part was Naruto's feelings, his emotions that hit her when she witnessed Jiraiya's death. Naruto's training for Sage Mode. Pain's destruction of the hidden leaf. Naruto's appearance, he then fought bravely to resist pain until the Yahiko pain stabbed Lord Fukasaku. He sent Ma flying away as well. Following which Yahiko pinned Naruto down. What she saw next surprised her. She stepped in to rescue Naruto. At this point Hinata had realized she barely ever interacted with Naruto throughout these memories, questioning herself why did Naruto like her now until she saw herself tell Naruto, I love you. Boom. Yahiko stabbed her with a rod into the ground. Thump. Hinata also felt herself being pierced upon seeing the scene. Naruto had snapped. The following scenes were full of hatred. Hinata saw Naruto take down Pain with a lot of struggle. Naruto's meeting with his dad. Naruto's talk with Nagato following which peace was brought back to Hidden Leaf with all the lost life being restored with Nagato's life taken as payment. The scenes continue to flow with the news of Sasuke joining Akatsuki. The appearance of 3 hidden cloud ninjas to get information on Sasuke only to see one of them beating the daylights out of Naruto as he tried to stand up for Sasuke. Naruto's plea to the Reikage. Tobi's appearance, his explanation on Itachi's past and Sasuke's intended path. Gaara's appearance followed by Sakura's fake confession which Naruto instantly rejected knowing that it was false. Sakura and Kakashi's fight against Sasuke which Naruto stopped. It was after this her eyes widened. Was Karen with Sasuke in the Akatsuki? What was going on? Hinata was confused. Soon memories continued to flow where Naruto was sent to the island to meet B. Before that was a stop where he would fight a Kunoichi only to find out that Naruto still had feelings for Sakura. Hinata grabbed her chest feeling suffocated, why does he like me now? The memories continue to flow in. Naruto trained his 9 tails mode, met his mom, which made Hinata tear up. However, those emotions went out of the window when she saw Naruto sense war happening around him. There was a war, to save Naruto and B, this was no joking matter. Memories flooded at this stage since this included the memories of the clones as well, Naruto's fight with other Jinchurikis, befriending the tailed beasts, fighting against Kage-level ninjas, saving her only to realize she was a Zetsu, then saw her real self appear again. The appearance of Madara. Finding out Tobi was Obito. The main part of the war, where Sasuke appeared declaring that he would become a Hokage, fighting side by side along with his team and the other Hokages. Then a scene happened which shook her. Neji Naisama, Hinata stared at Neji's life vanish away as she stood in front of Naruto to protect him only to see Neji step in to protect her life. Hinata's heart was in turmoil. She was 13 and couldn't take the scene of war. However her eyes widened when she heard the words of Obito. Hinata like Naruto felt Obito was right. At that moment she was in Naruto's shoes as she felt a hand on her shoulder as well. She saw herself explain to Naruto the meaning of the war, and what he should be fighting for. That's me. Hinata stared at herself encouraging Naruto. How much she had wanted to be like that figure, to be of help to Naruto when he needed it the most. Naruto stood up once again with her help to become the hero once again as he powered up the entire army with his 9 tails chakra. The memories flowed by. Naruto had Kurama taken away which brought him between life and death to meet Hagoromo, finding out he's the reincarnation of Ashura, while Sasuke was Indra. Naruto entered the battle once again to fight side by side with Sasuke against Madara. However, Zetsu's unexpected plot twist brought forth Kaguya herself. Hinata was afraid. She had never seen a human with combined Rin Sharingan and Byakugan. However, the war continued with Naruto and his team fighting side by side. Soon Naruto and his team sealed Kaguya away, also learning that Obito had also died. When she thought all was over, Naruto and Sasuke fought, and the result, the both of them lost a hand, in turn learning a valuable lesson. Soon 2 years passed by with Naruto's name widespread as the hero of the generation, as a person who had surpassed all existences. It was winter festival time, and Naruto was busy teaching a bunch of kids. Konohamaru approached him saying he had something he wanted to give to Naruto. She saw Konohamaru hand over a scarf to Naruto explaining Hiruzen had kept it safely in memories of Kushina. Memories flowed to the latter part of the day where Naruto was celebrating the scarf he got from Konohamaru by treating everyone to ramen. She saw herself stand in front of him. Hinata was confused just like Naruto. What was she here for with a bag in her hand? Her only possible thought was that she brought something for Naruto because Naruto didn't inform her yet about the celebration. Naruto and Sakura had invited her to have a ramen since he was already in the mood to celebrate. She also saw herself sit beside him, but the memories only showed what he was seeing, i.e. he was busy trying to settle down 3 girls, probably juniors of his at the table outside the shop. As soon as he sat in between Sakura and Hinata to eat his ramen, he tucked the scarf away safely. However, she saw herself get up. Hinata wondered why. Of course, she said that she was already full, but that did not explain why she sat down in the first place. Sakura asked Naruto to walk her home, but Naruto brushed it off saying Hinata was strong. At this point, Hinata was already developed enough to point out that Naruto was dumb for not walking her home, but she saw herself walk quietly away without noticing Naruto chased after her. She then saw herself practicing handing over a present to an empty space which she found too embarrassing. Naruto approached her casually which she found too lovable. She also noticed herself complimenting Naruto's scarf for which she gave herself a thumbs up. Naruto invited her again, but for some reason, she ran off. Hinata cursed herself for being too stupid but was happy to see Naruto chase her back. Soon she found ninjas, or rather puppets attacking her and Naruto. She saw herself get kidnapped, while Naruto ran in to save her. Naruto unleashed a Rasengan causing the puppet kidnapping her to drop her down. Ah! Hinata was shocked. She then saw herself hanging down a red scarf. Immediately she knew at that point that, it must have been the item she wanted to give Naruto. The scene zoomed past to Tonari who announces he will be back for her, but what exactly? Hinata was puzzled. Soon she found Hanabi kidnapped. A mission to bring her back with a race against time for the Earth's destruction by the falling moon. Hinata saw herself sitting behind Naruto as they went in search of Hanabi with the rest of the team. As they passed through the lake, Naruto's memories suddenly turned fuzzy as she saw a sudden replay of all things in a confused manner. Hinata realized her memories got connected. She saw all the scenes where she had interacted with him, but there was one scene in particular that stumped her heart, the scene where Irika had asked who would you spend your last day on Earth with if the world were to end. She saw herself write Naruto's name on the paper and smiled at it. Meanwhile Naruto was scolded for making an airplane out of the question paper. It was at this moment she had realized why that had happened back with her. She then saw herself walk along with Sakura. She understood that the reason why Sakura had stood up for her was that she knew that Hinata was about to give him the scarf as a present. At this point, she saw Sakura explain to her the meaning of love, which Naruto also finally understood. Naruto chased after Hinata. In this case, she was chasing after herself only to find the paper fall in front of her. She picked up the paper and stood up to see herself telling Naruto that she would gladly protect him till she dies. Hinata started to tear up. Outside, Naruto was waiting patiently in the heavy rain to see Hinata wake up from her stupor, but she seemed to be immersed in his memories more than the others had in the past and now she already started cry without waking up. Naruto looked at SH. Did you do something? Naruto asked. Hee. Before, I would remove certain parts of your memories so that people wouldn't see what you and Hinata did personally, SH smiled. Wait a minute, you are saying, Naruto paused. It couldn't be that you have transferred the memories of, Naruto paused again. Yep. I just did, SH smiled. Naruto was tensed. Back to the memories. Hinata enjoyed the quiet time she spent with Naruto and also the time she stared at herself knitting the scarf. The scene changes to Hinata seeing herself being taken away by Tonari after being confessed to by Naruto. Why? She wondered for Hinata herself was confused. Hinata and I shall be married. She saw herself in Tonari's arms of her own will as Tonari announced it to Naruto. What am I doing? Hinata felt her heart almost rip out as she heard herself in this case Naruto cry out. This is a lie, right? Boom. Tonari's attack pushed Naruto's Rasengan into his body. Hinata also felt her heart pierce at that time, following which she fell into a daze. Naruto was beside Sakura who was now resting as she was by his side and healed him for days. Hinata saw everything being explained to Sakura. Sakura compared Naruto's confession to Hinata and the one to herself back in the Genin days. Hinata understood that this was something that she had missed in the beginning since the events changed after the Chunin exams. However, that didn't stop her. She heard the entire conversation where Sakura said, "When a girl falls in love, her feelings don't change easily." At this point, she had synchronized entirely with Naruto's feelings wanting to save their relationship. The memories flowed past as she witnessed the great battle that took place, Tonari's Tenseigan. She as Naruto fighting by her side against Tonari. The mission was successful, and so was their relationship as they kissed each other in midair. The war was over, and things were slowly being solved over time as Naruto and Hinata were about to get married. She saw Iruka take the position of Naruto's father and was very happy for it. Marriage. Their first time. Pregnancy. Boruto's birth followed by Himawari. 2 wonderful kids. Years passed by as she watched herself falling in love and being at the other end of it. She enjoyed this dual perspective that she got. Soon Naruto became the 7th Hokage, and she got to see less of herself, Boruto and Himawari, followed by the emergence of more work, developments, officials, office, multiple information from multiple clones. Soon it was Boruto's Chunin exam, and she watched herself unveil the fact that Boruto had cheated. What had happened later was a battle against the Tsutsuki that was the signal of future troubles. Boruto went along with Naruto, Sasuke, and the other Kages to deal with the problem. However, it didn't stop there. Rogue ninjas. KMA Seal. Kara. Kashin KJI. Press conference. Judgment Day. Tsutsuki branch clan. Hinata witnessed all the events pass by until the part where Naruto was sent back to this world to start all over again. Boruto. Himawari, Hinata murmured. Hinata. Naruto had an eyebrow raise up, but Hinata didn't wake up yet. She continued to watch the last bits of memories flow by where Naruto had made the changes in the timeline. Training to take the top rank in academy, beating Itachi's and Minato's high scores. Taking the bells without much effort. Meeting Kushina, Minato learning the flying thunder god. The bridge where Zabuza and Haku died only to be saved again. Naruto taking Sakura for lunch to explain she had to train. Chunin exams. Preventing Sasuke from getting the curse mark. Telling Sasuke and Shikamaru the truth. Meeting Karen. So this is where she appeared. Hinata sighed now that she knew that it would be tough to face her considering that Naruto and Hinata were already husband and wife. Naruto getting an accidental first kiss from Sakura only to be pummeled by her. Hinata finally understood what Naruto had meant that day. Naruto's vow to her as he imprinted the flying thunder god seal on her finger. Hinata smiled as she already knew that this was the best engagement ring she could get, a mark that would never be erased, and the best life-saving option. Naruto facing Kiba again, an overwhelming win by a shadow clone. She then saw herself battling against Neji. She then thought back to Naruto's conversation with her in the bed. She saw Naruto instantly appear by her side. At that moment she was shaken to the core. He remembers these small talks after so many years. Hinata wanted to cry in happiness. She saw Naruto take down Neji to put his arrogance in check, but Hinata only laughed since she no longer saw this scene as anything important because she was already content with being saved by Naruto, whereas after seeing all these memories this was like a squabble between children. She saw memories flow by. A battle between Naruto and Gaara, her unexpected appearance that gave Naruto the perfect distraction to take down Gaara. Naruto seeing Pervy Sage once again, to which she cried as well. Naruto settling down Karen, and healing Karen's hands, which also touched Hinata as she felt sad once again. Naruto's visit to Shikamaru's house along with Sasuke. The plan to rescue the Kazekage. Naruto's visits to the hospital. At this point Hinata smiled as she already understood the contents. Naruto's training with Pervy Sage. His arrival. The rescue mission. The battle against Orochimaru, Deidara. Him showing Sasuke everything related to the upcoming war. Their return at the arena. The battle that took place between the Kages. SH and Hagoromo's meeting along with Hashirama as well. The meeting in the office. Minato's stay. Everyone's tears. Promotion ceremony. Soon she had caught up. Hinata's eyes opened. She cleared her tears away as she looked at Naruto. Hinata, Naruto murmured. At this point, Hinata's personality, her aura, her demeanor, everything had changed. She was the same Hinata that always waited for Naruto patiently after his day at the office. Naruto-kun, Hinata called out. Whoa, Naruto felt the change in Hinata's voice. This wasn't just any change. She wasn't shy at all. Hinata stared at Naruto's deep blue eyes. That letter. It was because of the lake, right? Hinata asked. Hinata. Sup. It's Naruto, you know. Hehe, I don't really write letters like this, but I just wanted to leave some words since I will be gone for the month. I am training hard for the Chunin exams, haha. Hope you heal up soon. Eat healthy, stay healthy you know. I'm coming back to kick Niji's ass for ya. So come watch me beat Niji. About that thing I said back when I gave the mark, I am serious. If the world were to end, the one I want to spend the last day with is you. I love you. Signed. Naruto. Number 1 Hokage candidate. Naruto nodded. Naruto-kun, Hinata called out. Naruto looked at Hinata. If the world were to end, the one I want to spend the last day with is you, Hinata said. Naruto stared at Hinata who smiled at him as she walked towards him. Hinata then put her hands on the sides of Naruto's face. I love you, Naruto-kun, Hinata pulled in Naruto's face and kissed him. Chapter 147. Back in the Hidden Leaf Village. The evening sun shone over the training grounds where Kakashi was standing in front of the Hidden Leaf Memorial Stone. Kakashi, a familiar voice sounded close behind Kakashi. Sensei, glancing behind, Kakashi saw Minato in his ANBU robe without his mask. The muffled sounds of footsteps on grass echoed as Minato approached Kakashi and stood beside him. Obito, Minato murmured as he thought back to the Fourth Ninja War. It's surprising how much he changed at that time, Minato suddenly said. Yeah, Kakashi replied as he thought back to the first moment Obito had awakened his Sharingan. War changes people, Kakashi said. Yeah, Minato agreed. The area became silent as the two quietly reminisced the past. I wonder what he is doing now, Kakashi thought out loud. To think he could play the role of Tobi with all that despair in his heart, Minato said. Tobi won't join Akatsuki until Sasori dies, Kakashi said. That's true, Minato nodded in agreement. The two stared once more in silence. Kakashi, Minato called out. To be honest, I thought you wouldn't be able to move on after everything that had happened, Minato said as he thought back to how he, Rin, and Obito had left Kakashi. This was also in addition to his father's death. All these deaths added together was almost suffocating for Kakashi to the point he locked himself in darkness as he continued to serve in ANBU. Hiruzen had relieved him then so that he could slowly face the light again as time passed. As Kakashi started his Jonin career, he began to receive teams of genins only to fail them one after another since none of them could think quickly like Obito whenever he threatened them. It's thanks to Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura that I was finally able to get over it, Kakashi smiled. Naruto, Minato smiled. The first time they fought against you, all three had failed miserably, laughing as he said that. Hehe, Naruto ended up being tied up just like Obito, Kakashi chuckled. Naruto is Obito and Sasuke is you, Minato compared. Yeah, Kakashi murmured. After some time, Minato and Kakashi decided to go back. Currently, they were walking through the forest on their way to the village. Kakashi looked at Minato. Sensei. Kakashi called out. What is it Kakashi? Minato asked. Obito was alone, but wasn't Madara alone as well until Obito came along? Kakashi asked. True, Madara has been lonely the entire time. He faced solitude more than anyone else, Minato said. But, Madara wasn't entirely wrong in the end. It was because of him, the entire ninja world united as one, Kakashi said. Maybe, Madara was a hero after all, Minato sighed. Itachi was the true unsung hero, Kakashi replied. True. If Obito became the Hokage, the Uchiha clan probably wouldn't have planned for a coup, and perhaps Itachi would have enjoyed life without worries, Minato ruefully sighed. Fate was cruel indeed, Kakashi sighed. Naruto and Obito are the same, he could have truly become a Hokage, had he not met that accident. Bang! An explosive sound emerged. That's coming from the training field over there, Minato was surprised as he looked towards the entrance of a different training field that was by the side of the pathway they were walking on. However, Kakashi knew that destruction sound all too well. It's Sasuke, Kakashi suddenly said. Sasuke? Minato was surprised. He is training in the Raikiri, Kakashi replied. I see, Minato trailed off before he said. Kakashi. Sensei. Kakashi looked at Minato. Why don't you go back to check on the mission Naruto went on? I'll go meet Sasuke-kun. Alright, Kakashi nodded. I'll leave Sasuke to you then, after which, Kakashi walked away. Minato remained on the same place as he continued to look towards the entrance to the training field. I hope this conversation goes well, Minato scratched his head with an awkward smile. Back at the hidden grass. The downpour of rain continued heavily. Currently, Karen and Kurenai were trying to find where Asuma and the others went, but at this moment Karen suddenly had a bad feeling in her heart. Why does it hurt so much? Karen thought, following which she turned back and resolutely started running towards where Naruto and Hinata were. Karen! Kurenai called out. However, Karen did not listen. Splash! 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 Karen ran with all her might while the rain poured right over her head, making it difficult to see clearly. However, despite that, her keen senses kicked in to guide her to the right direction. That tree, Karen's gaze soon landed on a particular tree. However, after she took a few steps closer, she slowed down until she came to a stop, shaking as she fell on her knees. Her crimson eyes widened into saucers as she saw a scene that broke her heart. It was the moment when Hinata kissed Naruto. "Why?" Karen murmured, tears streaming down her fair and immature face. "Karen!" Kurenai called out with almost half of her voice being muffled by the heavy downpour. "Huh?" Hinata pulled herself back a bit, only to see Karen nearby standing up slowly. "Karen!" Hinata looked at Karen, who was looking at the ground in front of her as she stood in the heavy rain. "Karen?" Naruto was surprised. However, he also understood that she'd seen what they did. "Karen!" Kurenai finally caught up. Hinata ran out from underneath the tree cover to Karen. "Karen!" Hinata called out. "Hinata, it's not fair," Karen murmured sadly. Kurenai instantly understood. Karen had seen Hinata and Naruto together. Kurenai was already aware of Naruto's past, a bit of it which was told to her by Asuma, as well as the scene she saw through Hiruzen's orb that showed Naruto try to flirt with Hinata only to see her supposed student faint. This boy, Kurenai couldn't help feeling a bit angry. "Karen, come with me," Hinata said as she pulled Karen away only to see that Karen did not budge from her spot. "Why?" Karen asked again as she looked straight at Hinata. Hinata sighed. "I'll tell you what happened, just follow me," Hinata said as she took Karen away. Karen followed her to a different tree that could provide them shelter from the rain, which was away from Naruto. Hinata, Karen, Naruto stared at the two walking away in the heavy rain, his emotions complicated. "Naruto!" Kurenai called out in a firm voice. "Yes." Naruto was stunned. "I need to speak with you," Kurenai said. "Shino, Kiba," Asum called. "Are you able to get a lock on the other's location?" "Sorry, sensei, it's hard to find any clues when the rain is washing away most of the scents in the region," Kiba said after he tried to sniff around a bit. "My bugs cannot fly in this rain," Shino gloomily said. "I see," Asuma sighed. "Asuma-sensei," Kiba called out. "What is it, Kiba?" Asuma asked. "What happened back on the bridge?" Kiba asked. "Naruto just vanished for an instant, and he suddenly took out everyone. Not only that, but there was also something strange, it was like he was a monster or something," Kiba complained. "Bark," Akamaru agreed. "What is going on, sensei?" Kiba asked, wanting to get to the bottom of this. "Kiba," Asuma hesitated. "Naruto is much more than what you have seen of him in the academy, at this point, he is also a mystery to me," Asuma sighed. "What am I saying? Naruto is a ninja just like you guys, but way stronger. It is because of that he is a jonin today, as long as you guys train, you can become jonins too," Asuma smiled. "Asuma-sensei, you are a jonin too, even longer than Naruto, are you stronger than him?" Kiba asked. "Hee," Asuma let out a light laugh. "What is it, sensei?" Kiba asked. "Ah, it's nothing," Asuma took out a cigarette and started smoking as if without a care for the world. Internally, however, he was thinking back to the scene earlier. "I have seen Lord Fourth battle before, but I think even he was not that fast," Asuma thought as he puffed out a small cloud of smoke. Kurenai looked at Naruto. "Naruto," Kurenai started. "This is not good." Naruto looked away in silence. "You may have been married to Hinata in the future," Kurenai continued. "And though I may not believe you 100%, Hinata and Karen are just kids at this point, you are not thinking like an adult, Naruto, you should know that this is not the age for it." Naruto wanted to deny her at first, but realized she was right. After all, Hinata was younger, he was right now. Much, much younger. Not to mention the fact that he was even older than Kakashi and his father in this timeline, he was also older than Kurenai and Asuma at this point. However, today, the incident was such that Kurenai couldn't help but step in. "I understand, Kurenai-sensei, but this is difficult for me too, you know," Naruto said. Kurenai sighed. "Naruto, first of all, I should have thanked you," Kurenai said as she bowed towards Naruto. "Thank you for saving mine and Hinata's lives," Kurenai said. "Kurenai-sensei, you shouldn't." Naruto lifted her and said, "Sensei, the problem is." Naruto explained everything regarding what had happened between him, Karen, and Hinata in the past 2 months. "I see, that is indeed a problem," Kurenai nodded slowly as she understood. Back in the Hidden Leaf Village, training field. Huff. 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 Sasuke was breathing up and down heavily after practicing Raikiri. The part of shape manipulation is indeed very tough, Sasuke thought. Sasuke-kun, suddenly, Minato called out. Sasuke turned around to see Minato standing a few meters away from him. Why is Naruto's dad here? Sasuke thought, confused. I'm not disturbing you right now, am I? Minato asked politely. No, Sasuke answered back, following which. What business does Lord Fourth have with me? Sasuke asked. Oh, I am here as Naruto's father, so you don't need to be so formal with me, Minato smiled. Huh? Sasuke stared, following which he remembered what Kakashi had mentioned. Flashback. Has there been anyone who has mastered both shape manipulation and nature manipulation? Sasuke asked. So far there has been none when it is both nature and shape manipulation. However, there was one who managed to achieve shape manipulation to the highest level, and he was the creator of the technique, Kakashi said. Who? Sasuke asked immediately. It was the fourth Hokage, Kakashi said. End of flashback. Now might be the perfect time to ask, Sasuke thought as he looked at Minato. Actually, I do have a request I'd like to ask the fourth Hokage, Sasuke said. Oh. Go on, Sasuke-kun. I want to learn the Rasengan, Sasuke said. Minato's eyes widened. Chapter 148. Back in the hidden grass. Naruto looked at Kurenai. Kurenai-sensei, I'm going to look for those two now since the rain is starting to clear up. Kurenai nodded. Whoosh. Naruto disappeared as he headed towards the direction where Hinata and Karen stayed in earlier. Meanwhile, Kurenai stared thoughtfully at Naruto, who ran through the slow drizzle. I hope this problem doesn't grow over time. Somewhere at the base of another tree. Karen wept as she hugged Hinata. Karen, Hinata sighed. I am sorry, Karen said as she wept. Hinata could only hug her tighter. After telling Karen all the relevant information like Naruto being from the future, her marriage, Naruto as the Hokage and all, Karen felt what she did instead was wrong. All her feelings from before had been overwritten. Of course, this was only temporary considering the fact that she felt so grateful to Naruto for changing her life. These feelings couldn't be erased easily at all. In fact, Karen was only displaying a false front. Hinata also understood this and hugged her even more tightly. The two in this timeline were very close, to the point of being called the best of friends. Slowly, they developed feelings of rivalry after Karen had declared a challenge to see which one of them would make Naruto fall for them. Although their rivalry couldn't compare in oppressiveness in comparison to Ino and Sakura, Hinata and Karen's rivalry had a different kind of intensity in them. Hinata looked at Karen. Karen, in our previous life, you were only close to Sasuke-kun when you were in Akatsuki and while working under Orochimaru-san, but in this timeline, Naruto-kun considers you as his closest family member, Hinata said. Karen sobbed softly as she tried to clear her tears away. Whoosh! Naruto appeared. Naruto-kun, Hinata called out. Naruto, Karen stared at Naruto. Karen, please forgive me, Naruto said. I have always considered you as a close family member of mine. A close family member, huh? Karen thought back to the time they had first met in the forest. Flashback. After the Edi village was destroyed, my mom came to Konoha. After that there was nothing about the Uzumaki clan that had significant importance, Naruto said. Oh, Karen reacted as she felt sorrow again. Cheer up. Naruto said. There are some relations that go beyond blood, you know. All you have to do is be patient as you search for it. Naruto smiled, causing Karen to become a bit infatuated. End of flashback. It's all right. Karen wiped away her remaining tears, below her eyes and cheeks. I couldn't understand the troubles you were facing alone, Karen said slowly. Karen, Naruto was feeling terrible. If I knew this would happen, Naruto was thinking of other possibilities. It's clear now, Hinata said as she stared at the sky. Naruto and Karen followed her gaze, looking towards the sky as well. The sky is beautiful, Naruto commented as he stared at the clouds that slowly cleared away to reveal the evening sun. Hinata walked towards Karen and held her hand. Hinata, Karen murmured. You are my family now, Hinata smiled. I see. Karen looked towards the setting sun along with Naruto and Hinata, as the trio stood under the tree cover peacefully admiring the scene in front of them. A few minutes later. Kurenai, Asuma, Kiba with Akamaru on his head, and Shino showed up. Naruto, Asuma called. We are leaving now. We are ready to go as well, Naruto nodded. Kurenai stared at Karen and Hinata. Looks like he has handled things for now, I guess, Kurenai thought. Naruto, Hinata, and Karen walked towards the team. The team then left in the direction of the Hidden Leaf Village. Back in the hidden grass. That's the last one, a man said as he hauled an unconscious man into the building. Naturally, the unconscious man was one of the ninjas Naruto had taken down. Time to report, Takeuchi looked at the distant building that was almost a kilometer away from him. Soon, he arrived at the building and entered the office. Creak. The door opened as Takeuchi walked inside. Takeuchi, seeing Takeuchi's expression, the feudal lord grew concerned over what had taken place at the bridge. What is it? The feudal lord said as he looked at Takeuchi closely. The thing is, Takeuchi carefully began to explain. What? The feudal lord got up, only to fall down with shaky legs as he stared at Takeuchi wide-eyed. Tell me, he said shakily. Everything you saw, is it true? The feudal lord asked with a heavy expression containing traces of displeasure and fear. It's true, my lord, Takeuchi sighed. I still remember the sight of it. What am I saying? There was no sight at all, nothing, not even a blink. I had my eyes open the entire time, yet, I couldn't even see him move. But before I knew it, they were already taken out, Takeuchi earnestly said. The feudal lord stared at him in silence. I have only heard the stories of the yellow flash, Takeuchi said, sighing. Unfortunately, I didn't participate in the war. However, even the stories never mentioned him taking this many out that quickly. Sure, he had the ability to teleport, but taking out more than 20 ninjas at once? No, he would take a few seconds as he teleports around the place to defeat that many. But this kid? Not even a few proper milliseconds, he was already done by the time I realized he disappeared. Takeuchi said. The son of the yellow flash, the feudal lord murmured. He had a title of his own which he announced before he left, Takeuchi said. What is it? The feudal lord asked through gritted teeth. The orange bolt of the hidden leaf, Uzumaki Naruto. Takeuchi exclaimed. I see, the feudal lord murmured. This is troublesome. Although the yellow flash has long died, a troublesome one emerged in its place. But this one is stronger, faster, younger, and moreover, he even improved over the yellow flash's technique to teleport and bring that girl out. The feudal lord analyzed. True, Takeuchi agreed. The feudal lord thought for a bit. What is it? Takeuchi asked. My lord? It's nothing, you can go, the feudal lord said as he waved his hand. Takeuchi nodded and left. The feudal lord took a deep breath as he stared at the space in front of him in silence. Time passed. A minute later, he looked towards the scrolls placed over his study table. SH. SH. Sounds of scribbling echoed around the silent room as the feudal lord swayed his brush over the scroll, writing down a message. About a minute later, the feudal lord rolled the scroll shut and tied it. Clap. Clap. Creak. Yes, my lord, a guard appeared from the open door. Here, get this done with utmost secrecy, the feudal lord said as he handed over the scrolls. Yes, the guard immediately collected it to send it over a specially trained bird in the comms room. The feudal lord walked over to his sofa and sat down. The loss may have been ours now, however, now that the identity of the yellow flash's son is known, will the hidden stone and hidden cloud stay quiet? The feudal lord thought aloud as the scrolls just now had been sent to those two villages in particular. Back in the hidden leaf training ground. Minato stared at Sasuke wide-eyed. Sasuke stared at Minato silently. Suddenly, Minato laughed lightly. Sasuke-kun, have you mastered the Raikiri yet? Minato smiled. Sasuke looked away slowly and shook his head in silence. I see, Minato said. Sasuke looked at Minato again. Will you teach me? Sasuke asked again. Since I am a Hokage, I cannot say no to a villager's request, now can I? Minato said. Besides, you are my son's friend, it's the least I could do for you, Minato said as he lifted his hand towards Sasuke. Ha! Sasuke stared in surprise as Minato held a single finger up against him. First, you must complete your Raikiri training, Minato said, following which Minato lifted a second finger against Sasuke. Second, you must come home for dinner every evening, Minato smiled. Ha, dinner? Sasuke stared in confusion. Minato nodded. It's okay, I can take care of dinner for myself, Sasuke said. Then I won't teach you, Sasuke-kun, Minato said. Ha. Sasuke looked at Minato who had his eyes closed and looked away from Sasuke. Is he for real? Sasuke thought. A minute passed in silence, turning the atmosphere slightly awkward. So, have you decided yet? Minato asked, breaking the silence. Sasuke-kun. The thing is, Sasuke trailed off. Minato looked back. The thing is, Sasuke continued. I have another person at home who eats with me. Ooh, Minato suddenly realized as he thought back to when Sasuke had appeared in the room with Chigo. Chigo-kun, eh? Minato smiled. No problem, you can bring him over. Sasuke looked at Minato in surprise. But we'll be coming every day, Sasuke said. I can handle that, Minato assured. Sasuke sighed, okay, I will bring him. Alright, Minato happily said as he turned back towards the entrance to head out. Lord Fourth. Sasuke called out. Minato turned to look at Sasuke. Aren't you gonna teach me yet? Sasuke asked. We'll talk about your training schedule after dinner, Sasuke, Minato said as he continued to walk away merrily. Meanwhile, Sasuke stared silently in confusion towards Minato who just left the field. Root HQ, Dan stared at a bunch of papers on his desk. The day after tomorrow might be the last day I can keep this place under my control, Dan's thought as he stared at the empty walls that surrounded his room. Whoosh! A root agent appeared. Dan's looked at the agent in front of him. They are all lined up, the agent said. Good, Dan's got up and headed out of his room. Meeting place of the Root HQ, Dan stood at the center of the hall as he stared the group in front of him. Tomorrow is the final test. The survivors will become the last batch this place has ever trained, no matter who it is, do not show mercy, do whatever it takes to come out victorious, Dan said. Yes. Dan-sama. Go to sleep, I want you all in top condition for the final test, Dan said as he turned around to walk away. You are all dismissed. Cough. Cough. Suddenly, a boy amongst the group fell down as he coughed out blood. Dan's turned back to see the boy. Shin, huh? Dan stared emotionlessly. Elder brother, another boy appeared next to him. Sai, I'm all right. Shin said as he got up. But brother, Sai murmured. I said I'm okay, Shin forced a smile. Chapter 149. Orange Spark has been changed to Orange Bolt after a lot of deliberation and argument with my editors. The change has been reflected in the previous chapters as well. The reason we have chosen Orange Bolt is that it is almost the same as Flash with a cooler name and a sign of respect to Naruto's son in future. Bolt Baruto in Japanese English Bolto. Hidden Sand Village. Raza was looking at the papers on his desk. These developments should keep everyone occupied for a while, Raza thought as he stared at the village development plans he had written down on the papers. He walked towards the window and looked at the village, his eyes then shifting over to the light pillar that shined at a distance. That's it. Raza shouted happily after he got an idea. He walked towards the door and opened it, get me Gaara. Yes, sir. A man who stood by the door responded as he set off at once. A few moments later. Knock. 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 Come in, Raza said. Gaara opened the door and let himself in. Gaara, I am glad you are here, Raza said. I have a job for you. A job? Gaara looked at his dad. Yup, if you do this, it will be a great opportunity for our village. An opportunity? Yes, now is the time for the village to grow, and what better opportunity than the sports festival itself? Raza smiled as he asked. Gaara remained silent, waiting for his father to continue. Raza then said, I want you to build a huge coliseum out of sand, it should be able to accommodate about tens of thousands of people. Gaara's eyes widened, that huge? Yeah, the feudal lord this time is quite the character, as long as we can please him, he promises to turn a blind eye to a few things in the village, Raza said. I see, Gaara said slowly as he tried to perceive the emotions and meaning behind the now spoken words. Raza continued, it's been about 3 days since the Chunin exam is over, and there are quite a few matters to handle here. As long as we can keep the event here, it might also be in a way beneficial to the Sand Village. It is an opportunity for people to explore the new monument and to increase the interaction between the people of the two villages as well. Not to mention, this might please the feudal lord and give him a home ground advantage of his position as he sits down for the event. So far as I see, it is a win-win situation here. Gaara nodded. Even though Gaara was a bit slow on the emotional uptake, he was quite well versed with how the world operated politically. Gaara, how long do you think it will take? Raza asked. If I were to take care of everything personally and also strengthen it, it should take me about 5 days, Gaara said after a moment of thought. 5 days, Raza murmured as he thought back to Chiyo's words. Flashback. I don't care what you intend to do in order to destroy the leaf. I will not even interfere with your plans because I am also counting on you to avenge both my son and daughter-in-law who were killed by the White Fang. However, Chiyo paused. However? Raza asked. You must take care of Gaara. You must make him understand the meaning of love once again, Chiyo insisted. End of flashback. Raza stared at Gaara who stood in front of him. This might be my chance to spend some father and son time, Raza thought. Gaara, Raza called out. Gaara looked calmly. I'll help you out in a building process, hopefully, we should be able to shorten it down to 3 days at most, Raza said warmly. Father working with me, Gaara stared thoughtfully at Raza. What do you say? Raza asked. Gaara nodded. It's settled then, I'll send a messenger hawk to the Leaf immediately and let them know, the location has been changed to the newly established Colosseum which will be located next to the Time Dome. Raza said, following which he sat down on his chair to write his message onto a scroll. Meanwhile, Gaara looked fixedly at his dad. Looking forward to working with him and rediscover the familial love that he had once lost. Hidden Leaf Village, Hokage Office. Kakashi was facing towards Hiruzen who held a report sent by Naruto. Looks like things have been handled without a hitch, Hiruzen said. As expected, Kakashi responded. Well, they will probably take their time in coming, after all, the grass village is pretty far away, the only reason they were able to make it within half a day was because of the seriousness of the situation itself, Hiruzen said. Hokage-sama, Kakashi murmured. What is it, Kakashi? Hiruzen asked. I'm having a bad feeling about this, Kakashi said in a foreboding manner. What? Hiruzen was completely surprised. This is just a hunch on my part, Kakashi said. This is bad, whenever Kakashi has that feeling, it is always spot on, Hiruzen stared at Kakashi for a moment silently. Well, Naruto is powerful enough to handle everything on his own, but we must keep a watch on the situation regardless, Hiruzen said. Kakashi nodded. I'll have a chat with Minato later and let him know about the situation, Hiruzen said. Got it, Kakashi nodded, following which he left the office. Soon, Minato also got news of what happened and was happy that Naruto had managed to solve things without any problems. CRK, CRK, CRK crickets chirped about as they produced a shrill noise by rubbing their legs together which matched perfectly with the bright moon that shined in the sky. Whoosh! Sasuke arrived in the courtyard of his home. Welcome back, elder brother, Chigo showed up to welcome Sasuke. Chigo, it's good that you are here, tonight, we don't have to cook for dinner, Sasuke said. We don't have to cook? Chigo asked. Yeah, we've been invited to a place to have dinner, Sasuke said. Chigo's eyes shined. Let's go, Sasuke said. Okay, Chigo nodded, following which the two left. Before leaving the training field earlier that evening, Minato gave the new address for his house which Naruto did not have enough time to explain to Sasuke previously. Sounds of footsteps echoed in the surroundings as Sasuke and Chigo walked along a street that led towards Naruto's house. Sasuke looked at the unfamiliar building that was in front of him. So this is the place, huh? Sasuke thought upon seeing the building. Ding dong. Sasuke rang the doorbell. Sounds of muffled footsteps echoed, and soon, the door opened to reveal Minato in his neat and pink apron. Sasuke-kun, Chigo-kun, Minato greeted. Sasuke's eyes twitched upon seeing Minato in a pink apron. What's going on, Sasuke thought. Minato looked at Sasuke. Lord Fourth, Sasuke greeted up waking up from his daze while Chigo remained in a daze. Sasuke-kun, from now on, you can call me Minato-sensei, Minato smiled. Sasuke nodded. Come in, you two, Minato led them inside the house. Excuse me, Sasuke murmured as he stepped into the house. He swept his gaze across the house observing how things had changed since Naruto's time alone in his apartment. Naruto and Minato lived in a studio apartment with 2 bedrooms naturally, just like a studio apartment, the kitchen and the living room was combined. Sasuke's eyes went wide upon seeing the different covered pots that were on the table. Sit down, you two, there's a lot to eat today, Minato said as he opened all the pots. Gulp. Sasuke and Chigo simultaneously gulped upon seeing and smelling the food. Soon, the trio sat at the table. Where's Naruto? Sasuke asked. Naruto will come tomorrow, Minato said. Today was his first mission as a Chunin and a critical one. What was the mission about? Sasuke asked curiously. The mission it was to rescue Hinata and Kurenai-sensei, who were taken hostage by the hidden grass to exchange for the girl named Karen, Minato said. Huh? Sasuke stared at Minato only to see that his gaze was serious. When did this happen? Sasuke asked. It happened yesterday, and we only came to know about it this morning. Naruto was immediately dispatched along with Asuma, Kiba-kun, and Shino-kun, Minato said. I see, Sasuke said slowly. But it's okay now, the mission went well and Naruto and the others will be back here tomorrow morning, Minato smiled. Sasuke nodded. What are you guys waiting for? The food is going to get cold. Sasuke and Chiko nodded and started to dig in. Suddenly, Sasuke's eyes widened. His cooking is too good, it's on par with how my mom used to do. Sasuke thought back to his mom's cooking, only to get depressed over Itachi again. How's the food? Minato asked. It's delicious, Sasuke said after a moment. Minato also noticed Sasuke sighing over the food and realized that he might have accidentally triggered Sasuke's memories. Minato then looked towards Chiko. Chiko-kun, you've been silent. Minato smiled at Chiko. I don't talk much, Chiko answered. Do you like this village? Minato asked. I'll go wherever elder brother goes, Chiko murmured. I see, Minato said slowly. Soon, they were finished with their food. Shoo. Sounds of running water could be heard as Minato was washing the pots and plates while Sasuke stood beside him cleaning the washed utensils with a dry cloth. Minato-sensei, Sasuke called out. Minato looked at Sasuke. You're a reanimation, aren't you? Sasuke asked slowly. Hee, I am. Minato laughed in a manner of self-mockery. Is your time here limited? Sasuke asked. Yeah, I'll probably be here only until the 4th Ninja War, Minato said as he handed over a plate to Sasuke. That's almost 4 years from now, Sasuke said. Yeah, Minato nodded. Will your body last till then? Sasuke asked as he placed the plate on a plate stand after cleaning it. Who knows? This body of mine can regenerate an almost unlimited number of times from any injury and has unlimited chakra. Even though ninjas would kill for this type of body, I don't feel like myself. I see, Sasuke said slowly. It didn't take long before the two finished up, following which Sasuke and Chiko decided to say their goodbyes and headed towards the door. Minato followed the two towards the entrance. Sasuke, I will come to the same training field in the evening to see your progress, Minato said. We can also spar if you want. Sasuke nodded, following which he walked beside Chiko. The two then bowed together. Thank you for taking care of us, Sasuke and Chiko said at the same time. Both of you should show up every day for dinner, K. Also, here are some leftovers which you can use for breakfast tomorrow. When did he? Sasuke was stunned beyond words. He's too good, Chiko thought. Moments later, the two left while Minato waved at them from the door. Hidden rain. Atop the balcony of the tallest tower, Pain was staring at the falling rain. Whoosh! A massive bird flapped its way over and landed. Damn this rain, Deidara ran towards Pain as he took cover under the roof of the balcony. Deidara, Pain called out. Hey, I am not heading out immediately until the rain stops, Deidara complained. In that case, you might have to stay here forever, Pain said emotionlessly. What? You picking a fight or something? He's right, Conan said as she approached from the back. Huh? Deidara had a question mark. The rain never stops in a hidden rain, thus the name, Conan said. What are you doing here? Deidara glared at her. Here, Conan handed over a crystal ball. Huh? Deidara stared at it. I need you to test that on your new friend, Pain said. What is this? Deidara was confused. It is something that happens to play a major part in Akatsuki's plans in the future, Pain said. Let's just say this is a harmless prototype. Okay, Deidara looked at Pain. Why should I test it on my friend? Deidara asked. Don't worry, it will not harm your friend, all you have to do is to report on what your friend sees, Pain said without emotion. Deidara then stared thoughtfully at the crystal ball in his hand. Chapter 150. Whoosh! A colossal bird took off from the tower in a whoosh as it flapped away in the heavy rain. Pain, who is in Yahiko's body, stared as Deidara ascended the clouds that loomed over the village. Nagato, Conan stared at Yahiko. What is it, Conan? Yahiko asked. What was that crystal ball? Conan asked. Yahiko remained silent for a moment as he reached out with his hand to catch a few raindrops. He then brought his hand towards himself and stared at the raindrops that flowed over the surface of his hand. Yahiko stared intently at the drop, his Rinnegan seemingly resembling the surface of the crystal ball that he handed over to Deidara. The ball is supposed to be a test run of Madara's plan, Yahiko said. At this point, even I am unaware of what he has on his mind. A plan? Conan asked. Yahiko thought back to his conversation through one of the 6 pains he had dispatched to the hidden mist. Madara, the pain of the human path, called out as he entered the cave. The occupied body was formerly a ninja from the hidden waterfall killed by Jiraiya long ago. Nagatohu. The masked man stared at human path Pain. Deidara and Sasori failed in the assassination of Orochimaru, Pain explained. I know, Zetsu told me, the masked man said in a firm voice. Check chapter 137. Pain remained silent. Well, Orochimaru wouldn't have been a member if he was that easy to kill, the masked man suddenly said. Pain stared emotionlessly. Nagato, I have something that I want to test out, the masked man said as he got up. Pain's eyes followed the masked man into the darkness. Kamui, the man uttered. Space opened up next to the masked man, following which he reached into it and pulled out a crystal ball. This is, Pain stared at the ball. This is a prototype of the final plan, the masked man said. A prototype of the final plan? Pain asked. Indeed, the masked man nodded as he handed over the ball. How am I supposed to execute this? Pain asked. No, this is for Deidara to use, I want him to make up for his failure, the masked man said, following which he gave the instructions to activate the ball. Pain nodded and collected the ball as he departed for the Hidden Rain village. The events slowly passed until the present where Yahiko handed it over to Deidara. Yahiko looked at Konan. The ball will immerse the person who is exposed to it to the person's closest possible ideal world, Yahiko explained as he walked into the room. Konan followed behind. So his final plan is to bring an ideal world for everyone using a huge glass ball? Konan asked. Who knows? It will be a long time until we are anywhere close to starting the initial stage of the plan. A pod opened up for Yahiko. Konan stared silently as Yahiko stepped into the pod. She knew that the pods were the only way to maintain their bodies in good condition for Nagato to control them. Another pod opened up as a person stepped out. It was Pain of the Naraka path. Nagato, you should rest for a while, Konan said. The Naraka path. Pain quietly nodded as he walked to the balcony and sat down on the floor with his eyes closed. However, only Nagato was aware if he was resting or not. Whoosh! Naruto and his team landed on an empty spot in the forest. We'll camp here for the night, Naruto said. The team nodded and started to set up their camps. Shino, Kiba, Naruto called. Let's go get something to eat. Shino and Kiba nodded, following which the trio went off in another direction to hunt and gather ingredients for dinner. Kurenai looked at Hinata. Hinata, let's go gather some firewood, Kurenai said. Hinata nodded silently and walked away with Kurenai, leaving Asuma and Karen behind to set up the rest of the camp. Later that night, Kurenai was in the tent with Karen and Hinata. Meanwhile, Asuma and the others were sleeping in their tent. However, Naruto was outside all alone as he stared at the fire that was lit up in front of him. Naruto grabbed the firewood beside him and tossed it into the flame. Whoosh! The flames rose up after ingesting a new raw material. It sure feels lonely, Naruto thought as he looked towards the tent where Hinata and the others were sleeping. Naruto thought of all the things he had done after coming back into this world. Naruto called out. I'm here, spoke from within. Is the other timeline still flowing? Naruto asked. I really can't answer that, said. Huh? Naruto was shocked. My time laws are not high either, this was a law formation that was sent into motion once I encountered a danger, said. You said you know laws and many other things, but in the end, you were still defeated by Sasuke, Naruto said. Remained silent. Don't you think you ought to explain yourself, Naruto asked. You are right, Naruto, I deliberately let myself get injured, said. I see, Naruto sighed. Naruto was not surprised. He had in fact suspected of doing this ever since the bridge incident happened. So, is there a motive behind this? Naruto asked. Naruto, I will be honest with you here, I do have plans for you, but now is not the right time, said. Naruto frowned. The events that happened so far were no joke, every bit was as real as it could be. Many things had changed ever since he had arrived. This was no longer a mere change of events, but an entirely different timeline. Naruto, called out. Yeah. Naruto said. How do you plan to have the entire world reunite? Asked. What do you mean? Naruto asked. In the previous timeline, the Akatsuki had taken away Jinchurikis and killed them in the process of extracting it. They also destroyed other villages in the process, which is why all the ninjas were united against them. But if you were to save all Jinchurikis, what will Akatsuki do? How will they react? If they were to start a war, how will the other villages willingly cooperate? Will they be as united as they were in the previous timeline? Asked. Naruto was silent. What said was right. There was a cause for the villages to unite, but if the very existence of the truth that held the unity didn't exist, will the villages ever join hands? Naruto thought deeply. This does not affect me much, but it affects your life, which is why I told you this. After all, what I care about is your existence, not the others, SH said. Unlike you, everyone is important to me, Naruto said. And that's why I find you interesting, SH smiled. A few moments passed in silence before Naruto threw in another firewood at the fire. Soon, sounds of footsteps echoed. Naruto turned back. Shino, huh? Naruto looked at Shino who approached from behind. Naruto, Shino called out, soon sitting beside Naruto by the fire. You should have slept a bit more, there's still a few minutes left before my watch is over, you know, Naruto said. Shino stared at Naruto silently as he thought back to everything he had witnessed about Naruto being involved in strange situations. Including how he had currently become a Chunin. Shino knew that Naruto was strong, but he also knew something was up. Naruto, Shino called out. I know what you are here for, Shino, unfortunately, I can't explain to anyone about it right now, Naruto said as he thought back to how Shino had approached him during Sasuke's battle against Gaara. I see, Shino sighed. A few more moments passed in silence. Naruto looked at Shino as he thought back to how he taught the students in the academy. To think this guy could be a great teacher like Iruka-sensei, Naruto thought. A few minutes later, Naruto got up. Shino, Naruto called out. What is it? Shino asked in a low voice. Naruto looked at Shino, although I cannot say anything about myself, I can tell you one thing. Shino stared silently. Train hard, train extremely hard, Naruto said. I see, Shino nodded. Among the current genins, other than Shikamaru, Neji and Shino were the next closest that could be relied upon. This was why Naruto knew that even if he could not explain, this short hint could push Shino to train seriously. Naruto walked with a smile on his face to the tent where Asuma and Kiba were sleeping. This smile was because he knew that there had been one more team that has been pushed into training. Gai-sensei's entire team was pushed around due to Naruto's team being developed. Shikamaru and Asuma would do their part in pushing their team now that they knew a bit of Naruto's past. Now that Hinata and Kurenai knew, they would also be pushing the team into training. However, with the addition of Shino, he would personally ensure that Kiba will train effectively to improve along with the others. Now, all that was left for Naruto was to find new ways for Lee, Neji, Hinata, and Tenten to improve since Sakura was being taken care of Tsunade. Meanwhile, Sasuke would naturally spend every free moment he had to improve himself. The next morning. Hidden Cloud Village. The Reikage stood up after reading the paper in his hands. This isn't good, Darui sighed upon seeing the expression on Ice's face. What is it, Reikage-sama? C asked. I smacked his fist onto the table which smashed it to smithereens. The son of the yellow flash has emerged, I said. Well, he should only be a 12 or 13-year-old kid, C said. Humph, if that were all, it would have been fine, I said as he threw the paper at C's face. C immediately grabbed it mid-air and started to read it. Huh? C stared at the paper in shock. That's impossible. C shouted in disbelief. How can a kid's speed surpass his? C couldn't believe this. Darui looked at I, only to see his face slowly change from that of terror to a smirk. Hee. Chapter 151. Hidden Stone Village. Grandpa. A woman banged the door open as she stepped into the Tsuchikage's office. What is it, Kuratsuchi? Anoki asked from his seat upon seeing his granddaughter enter in a cheerful attitude. This just came in from the hidden grass, Kuratsuchi said as she handed over a letter to Anoki. Anoki read through the lines one by one. What? Anoki's eyes widened. What is it, Grandpa? Is it about Daidara and I? No, Anoki said as he lowered the letter. It can't be, he has a son and he's even faster than him. Anoki thought. Then? Kuratsuchi asked. And nothing important, Anoki smiled. I see, that's good then, Kuratsuchi laughed, following which she skipped her way out of the office closing the door on her way out. Anoki sighed in relief upon seeing the door close. Well, I think I should see how things play out, Anoki said slowly as he thought back to Minato's exploits during the Third Ninja War. Hee, the Reikage smirked. What is it, Reikage-sama? C asked. Well, this may not be appropriate since he is a kid, but I now have a chance to see who's the fastest ninja alive again, I smiled as he held on to the paper in his hand firmly. Reikage-sama, Darui called out. I turned towards Darui who stood by the side lazily scratching his head. What is it, Darui? I asked. The thing is that kid is just 12 to 13 years old, wouldn't we be bullying the kid? Darui asked. Reikage-sama, C called out. Huh? I looked at C. Word has it that there is an event in place to celebrate the peace between the hidden sand and the hidden leaf, C said. Humph, that's just on the surface. Hasn't anyone learned that the wind hates other nations, especially the Fire Nation? Ever since their first Kazekage's request was shot down during the first 5 Kage summit after the end of the First War. They were unwilling. I said. True, C nodded subconsciously. During the Second Ninja War, the third Kazekage stepped up to the task of confronting them on this very issue. However, misfortune struck, and he disappeared without a trace. To the point that the others could not find a single clue that led to his death. I paused. This was hard to swallow for their village considering their strongest Kazekage had been defeated. The Third Ninja War, however, was something different. You all are already aware of how the Hidden Leaf stubbornly survived after taking on our village and the Hidden Stone, not to mention a few other smaller villages as well. But there was one thing that the Hidden Sand did that no one was aware of, I said. The Akatsuki, eh? Darui stared at I. What was it? C asked. The Akatsuki, Darui said. The Akatsuki? C stared at Darui. Yes, the Hidden Sand used Akatsuki, Darui said. But how? C asked. The fourth Kazekage was unaware. The members started to randomly plunder resources from villages during the war while the others were fighting on the front lines. One of the ninjas asked who had ordered the task, and a member of the Akatsuki said that it was a task delegated to them by the Eaters of the Hidden Sand. Darui explained. C was astonished. And what happened? C asked immediately. Humph, they got scammed, I said. What? C was completely shocked. The Sand has always had a never-give-up attitude no matter what the result. I can only commend their efforts on those events alone. That is why this event is just a farce. I wouldn't be surprised if they used this event as a raiding tactic. The Sand cannot be underestimated. I concluded, following which he looked towards the door. Mabui. I called out. Yes, Reikage-sama. Mabui immediately rushed in after opening the door. Get me B, immediately, I ordered. At once, Reikage-sama. Mabui saluted and ran out of the room quickly. Reikage-sama, what do you intend to do? Darui asked. Humph, we can't let the Sand steal all the goodies, of course we will go in, but there is a problem, I said. C and Darui immediately understood, especially after the Third Ninja War's events. There was one person that their village had to be aware of. The fence-sitter Anoki, the third Tsutsuki. That geezer from the Hidden Stone, obviously, the hidden grass will do well to inform him as well, I said. This is dull, Darui sighed as he scratched his head. That geezer, I wonder what his reaction will be. Obviously he will choose to sit back until the events play out, but will he show up to take all the spoils at the end of it? I wondered. Back in the Hidden Leaf village. Minato smiled as he finished tying up a bento for Naruto and himself. It should be about time he arrives, Minato thought as he turned to look at the clock that was hung against the wall next to the dining table. Minato then put his mask on and donned his Anbu robe. Time for work, Minato said. Following which he uttered, Flying Thunder God Stage 2. Whoosh! The next moment, Minato arrived at the office. Minato, Hiruzen called out without surprise. Good morning, Lord Third. Minato said. Good morning indeed. Hiruzen smiled. You seem to be happy, Minato said. Huh, take a look, Hiruzen said as he handed over the letter on his desk. Minato read through the contents. The sports festival will be held at the Sand Coliseum? Minato asked. Yeah, I am penning down a letter to agree to it, as you have already read it, the Kazekage needs our support to save him from his daime, Hiruzen smiled. Minato nodded. That isn't the only reason for your happiness, is it? Minato asked. Hee, Hiruzen laughed. Things have been going good for us lately, I never expected a day would come where I could to talk to another Kage informally, the credits goes to your son, of course, Hiruzen said. Knock. 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 Speak of the devil, I think he's here. Hiruzen laughed. Come in, Hiruzen said. The door opened as Naruto, Asuma, Kiba, Shino, Karen, Hinata, and Kurenai entered. Naruto, Asuma, you guys, Hiruzen looked at the people in front of him. Mission accomplished, old man. Naruto smiled. Huh, and just in the right time, we've got news from the Sand Village, they want to host the sports festival over there, Hiruzen said. That's great to hear. Naruto exclaimed. Bang! Karen. Hinata. Sakura-chan, before Karen and Hinata could say any more, Sakura ran towards them and hugged them both. I'm glad, you two are back, Sakura said emotionally. Sakura Ino stared from behind, following which her expression twisted. Hey, I'm here too. Ino said as she tried to let herself in between them. Naruto stood on the sidelines and smiled as he stared at the scene. Maybe she should have been with them since the beginning, Naruto thought as he looked at Karen who stood amongst them. Hinata turned back to look at him staring at their group. She smiled at Naruto, thankful in her heart for being a part of Naruto's existence. Sakura and Karen also noticed her gaze. Naruto, Sakura called out. Ha! Ino stared at Sakura. Thanks for saving them, Sakura said. Ino was silent as she slowly looked towards Naruto. What did Naruto do? Ino thought. Good to see all of you here, a voice interrupted. Tsunade-sama, Ino, Karen, Sakura and Hinata responded. Welcome back, Kurenai, Tsunade said. Tsunade-sama, Kurenai bowed lightly towards her. Granny, Naruto called out. Naruto, thanks for bringing my cute disciples back, Tsunade said. Ah, it's nothing, Naruto scratched his head. Naruto, you should go and take a rest, Hiruzen said. Old man, we already slept on our way here, Naruto said. I see, Hiruzen said. Are you guys ready for today's lesson, or do you want to take the day off? Tsunade asked as she faced the four girls next to her. We are ready. The four responded at the same time. Tsunade's gaze slowly moved over the girls. Looks like they get along very well with each other, Tsunade thought. All right, then follow me, Tsunade said as she headed out. Kiba looked at Naruto. Just you wait, Naruto, I will become a Chunin and surpass you. Kiba said as he pointed towards Naruto with his index finger. Woof. Woof. If you think people will wait for you, then you are dead wrong, Naruto said. Huh. Kiba stared at Naruto. Work hard till you can't work anymore, train till you drop, don't stop until you surpass your limits, and don't stop after that as well, as long as you do that, one day, you might surpass me, Naruto said with a thumbs up. Kiba, Shino, Kurenai, Asuma, Hiruzen, and Minato stared silently. Humph, let's go Shino, Kiba said as he started to walk away. Kiba, Kurenai stared as Kiba walked away. Upon reaching the door, Kiba turned back. Kurenai-sensei, I want to train, Kiba suddenly said with a serious expression. Yes, Kurenai smiled, following which she walked out of the room along with Shino and Kiba. Hiruzen and Minato also smiled. Looks like we didn't have to tell them the truth to get them to train, Hiruzen said. Indeed, Minato smiled. I guess, I'll head over to train as well, Naruto said. Ah, Naruto, Minato called out. What is it? Before Naruto could complete his words, he was shocked to see a box in his dad's hands. Really? Naruto questioned himself upon seeing a bento box in Minato's hands. Root training grounds. Dans looked at two people on the ground a few meters away from him. What did you just say, Dan-sama? Sai asked as he stared at the Shin who was in front of him with an expression of despair. I said that you two are to fight each other with your lives on the line, Dan said. Chapter 152. Hidden Leaf Village. A new construction site had been set up a few days ago covered in tents which hid two individuals within as they worked together. Wood release. Hashirama joined his hands together to grow a wooden base into being as it supported the sleepers that were being laid out for the new train service around the village. Hashirama sighed, I really admire the technological developments of the future. You're like this after laying just 2 compartments worth of tracks? Tobarama asked. Cut me some slack brother, I'm handling all the heavy duties here, Hashirama sighed. Humph, that's nowhere close to me using my water release to cut down metals for the rails, Tobarama argued. Hashirama thought. What is it? Tobarama asked. It's been a while since we've heard from Dans, Hashirama said as he folded his arms. Tobarama also thought for a bit. Indeed, it's been 2 days, but isn't it enough time as well, Tobarama thought. Let's take a break, Hashirama laughed as he walked off the track to grab a flask by the table. Huh. Tobarama looked at Hashirama who was eager to drink his tea. Here, Hashirama said as he handed over a cup to Tobarama. I don't need a break, brother. Tobarama waved off. Come on brother, they say this tea tastes good, Hashirama said as he remained persistent in handing over the cup. Tobarama felt helpless. Indeed things have improved in the world from the time they had departed. Especially the culinary skills. Ever since his resurrection, Hashirama had taken his time exploring the new variety of food in the past few days. Fine. Tobarama said as he grabbed the cup. Huh, Hashirama laughed as he poured some tea from the flask into the cup. Go ahead and drink. Hashirama said. Humph. Tobarama stared at the teacup in his hand. Crack. A part of the teacup had cracked. Huh. Tobarama stared at the cup. you don't have to be so tough on the cup, right? Hashirama asked since he was used to seeing Tobarama stay tough all the time. No, brother, I didn't do this, Tobarama said. However, he was thinking something else entirely. Could something bad have happened? Is it Dan's, perhaps? Root training grounds. Dan's looked at two people on the ground a few meters away from him. What did you just say, Dan-sama? Sai asked with an expression of despair as he stared at Shin who was in front of him. I said that you two are to fight each other with your lives on the line, Dan said emotionlessly. That can't be right, Sai said with disbelief. Clang. 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 A few kunais landed on the ground around Sai and Shin in a circular formation. Dan's looked on emotionlessly. This will be your final test and your destiny as a member of Root, however, if you're both alive at the end or if you both try to escape from this mountain, Danzo paused. Well, I don't think I have to say what will happen to you two, Dan said following which he vanished from his spot. Sai looked at Shin with beads of sweat seeping out the pores of his face. I can't do that, there's no way, Sai said as he turned to the side to avoid Shin's gaze. I can't fight against my brother, Sai said. Shin stared at Sai, following which he steeled his resolution as he held on to the kunai in his right hand firmly. Sai and Shin were both excellent friends whose relationship slowly developed into that of brotherly bonds. Shin was a very caring brother, and so was Sai. However, they didn't have a choice. Reluctantly, Shin glared at Sai while almost being unable to look at him directly in the eye. It was not easy for him to do this. With the added fact that their lives were on the line, he could only make sure that Sai was capable of protecting himself before Shin died from his own disease. For he knew that in this battle, he would undoubtedly be killed by his own illness before he could make Sai land a blow on him. It was that moment he became decisive. If that's how you feel, then I'll just kill you. Whoosh! Shin appeared with his kunai in front of him, following which Shin swung the kunai. Whoosh! Shin's kunai swiped past the air completely missing Sai who jumped out of the way in the nick of time. Brother! Sai called out from mid-air. On the ground, Shin looked at Sai with deadly eyes as he just landed, only to launch off the ground with a single kick and caught up to Sai who was in mid-air. Whoosh! Shin swiped at Sai only to swipe at nothing but air again. Clang! Shin sent a shuriken forth only to be blocked by Sai's kunai. Are you being serious? Sai asked in a desperate voice as he landed on the ground again only to jump off in another direction. Whoosh! Shin swiped again, only to miss Sai completely. Shin's eyesight followed Sai who escaped into the forest to escape from Shin. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sai jumped across trees while Shin continued following from behind. Thump! Shin felt something explode within his chest. He tried to force back his attention into chasing down Sai desperately however, his frail body could not keep up with his willpower. Ah! Shin let out a short muffled shout following which he fell without resistance to the ground. Bang! Sai heard a sound of something fall down. Rustle. Sai landed on a tree branch and turned towards the back to see Shin lying down on the floor. Brother! Sai was concerned. Whoosh! Sai landed beside Shin. Brother! Sai called out. However, the next moment he felt something cold on his neck. Sounds of footsteps echoed around the surroundings as Dan's, along with his few subordinates walked through the forest to go back to the Root HQ building. However. Whoosh! Tobarama appeared in front of Dan's. Lord Second Danza's eyes widened. Shing! Danza's subordinates took out their kunais in turn since Tobarama appeared in an ANBU robe and mask. However, Dan's wouldn't mistake his arrival for any other thing. He had precisely arrived in the worst possible time for Dan's. Leave us alone, Dan said. Yes, Dan-sama, his subordinates responded, following which they instantly dispersed into the surroundings. A moment passed by silently. Lord Second, Dan's broke the silence. Dan's, Tobarama called out. I didn't expect Lord Second to arrive so soon, Dan said with a slight smile. Tobarama was not feeling comfortable. There was something definitely going on, especially with how the atmosphere was. Not only that, but the crack on the cup from earlier made Tobarama suspect a few things. Dan's, do you have an answer yet? Tobarama asked with folded arms. Dan stared silently. The wind blew over the two, echoing around them with 2 or 3 leaves flowing past their visions. I may need more time, Dan said. What is he buying time for? Tobarama thought as he extended his perception across the forest. Ugh. Danza's expression twisted. You. Tobarama glared at Dan's through his mask, following which he lifted his index finger. Whoosh! A colossal pressure fell upon Danza's head, forcing him to the ground. As expected of the second, Dan's tried to stare at Tobirama with all his might. Beads of sweat appeared across Sai's face as his eyes lowered to look at the kunai that was being held against his throat by his beloved elder brother. Shin's face was against the ground, yet his determination painted a picture of him looking directly at Sai's face. "You're too damn soft-hearted to survive," Shin said as he turned his face slightly, with his eyeballs staring up at Sai with a firm resolution. "Brother," Sai continued to stare. "Even so, the one who will continue to live is you," Shin said in a firm voice as he lowered his kunai, following which. Cough. Cough. Blurg. Shin spat out a few mouthfuls of blood onto his hand that tried to hold back what he was coughing out desperately. "I'm sick," Shin said as he panted for breath. "We have to get you treated quickly." Sai panicked. "Don't bother, I've already researched my disease, there's no cure for it," Shin said. "That can't be," Sai was shocked. "Not even Dan-sama knows about this," Shin said. "Just tell Dan-sama you finished me off." "I can't," Sai said. "I already knew that the final test was to kill your comrade," Shin said as he looked at his blood-filled hands. "That's exactly why I kept my illness a secret so you could live on," Shin said as his flames of life was slowly fading. "I wanted to be defeated by you in battle, but it turns out, I don't even have enough strength for that. Pathetic, isn't it?" Shin asked. "Brother, even I knew that I had to fight you one day," Sai said. Shin was surprised, however, he didn't have enough energy to even react to those words of Sai. "But I still couldn't do it," Sai said. Shin finally regained a bit of his breath. "So you knew, huh?" Shin sighed. "I'm sorry, Sai," Shin prayed, following which his voice became firm once again. "Kill your emotions. Otherwise, the burden of your missions will overwhelm you. Go, and live for me as well," Shin said. "Brother," Sai looked at his brother, of which he thought would be his last moments. "I can at least finish myself off," Shin said. No, Sai wanted to retaliate, but his body said otherwise. Sai froze as he stared at his brother with tears emerging from his eyes. "Get going." Shin pushed Sai away. "Oh-huh," Sai shook his head trying to say no as more tears emerged uncontrollably across his face. "Don't cry. I told you that you will need to kill your emotions." "I understand," Sai said, following which he ran away from the spot into the forest, forcing himself to not look back on the decision he had taken. Back in the spot where Shin had fallen. Shin stared at the ground in a daze, slowly losing his remaining life force. "I wish I could have seen your picture book once it was done," Shin murmured. Whoosh! Sai jumped past the trees with a firm determination, fleeing away from the spot which he so badly wanted to return to. Bump! Sai then hit something and landed on the floor. Huh! Sai looked up to see a man in ANBU robes staring at him with two other agents holding Dans in the back. Sai froze. "Where's the boy you were supposed to fight against?" Tobirama asked. Sai slowly pointed towards the back, the direction where he came from. "Let's go," Tobirama gave out the order. Yes, the two agents nodded in return as they walked past Sai. However, just as they were passing by, Dans looked at Sai. "I'm disappointed in you," Dans said, following which the four of them flashed past into the distance. Sai turned to stare in the direction they went. Only that now, he no longer knew what he was supposed to feel, especially after hearing those words. Chapter 153. Hidden Cloud, Reikage's office. The door opened as B came in. "What is it, brother?" B asked. "B, we are going to the hidden sand," I said. "Hidden sand?" B asked. "Yes, we'll leave this evening," I said. "But brother, I've got it," B was about to continue until he saw I glaring down at him. "Huh? Did you say something?" B remained silent, following which he nodded. "Good," I said. B walked out of the room. "Ado," B called out. "What is it, B?" Yuki asked. "Do you think it is the right time to ask my brother?" B asked. Yuki thought for a bit. "I think it should be good to ask him when you two go together in the evening," Yuki said. "Roger," B said as he looked up only to see a blonde-haired woman walk past him. "Good morning, B-sama," the woman said. "Samui," B greeted with his eyes slowly lowering down. "Samui's jugs need some hugs," B thought. "I can hear you over here, B," Yuki sighed, following which he thought over what he should do. "I guess, I should probably talk to Kurama," Yuki thought. Hidden Leaf, Root Training Field. Whoosh! Tobirama and the others appeared next to Shin, who was lying on the ground. Tobirama walked over and placed his index and middle finger over the base of Shin's neck. Thump! 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 Tobarama analyzed the possibility of Shin's survival. Very low indeed, however, there's still a chance, Tobarama thought. He then looked over at the two who were holding on to Dan's. Bring him over to Lord Third, I'll take this child to the hospital, Tobarama said as he lifted Shin up his shoulder. Whoosh! Sai arrived at the scene. He saw Tobarama lifting Shin over his shoulder, but Sai was confused. He knew if it was before, he could have understood what to make of the situation and probably the appropriate reaction he should have given, but now all he could see was a person lifting up another person. In other words, his emotions had been erased in all his confusion. Tobarama looked at Sai. Damn it, Dan's did succeed after all, Tobarama thought. Following which he looked back at Dan's. Dan's, however, was silent with an emotionless expression. Tobarama looked at Sai. Follow me, kid, Tobarama said. Sai nodded curiously, following which he and Tobarama went out of the forest. Let's go, an ANBU agent said, following which the two left along with Dan's. In midair, Dan's thoughts were in the direction on where Sai was headed to. Looks like you didn't disappoint me after all, Dan's thought. Hidden Leaf General Hospital. Tsunade looked at her four students, Sakura, Karen, Hinata, and Ino respectively. Watch carefully, Tsunade said as she took out a scalpel. Now if you part it vertically right here, Tsunade said as she lowered her scalpel. Bang! Tsunade. Tobarama appeared at the door. What the? Tsunade looked at Tobarama only to see him holding onto a boy. Quick, help the boy, Tobarama said as he quickly rushed over and placed the boy on a free stretcher. Tsunade quickly approached Shin and took his pulse. He's passed out from pulmonary hemorrhage, Tsunade said, following which she looked at Sakura. Bring me a small test tube and a steel basin, quick, Karen, bring the blood clot pills and prepare to contact the blood bank department ASAP. Tsunade said, at the end of which Sakura brought the test tube and the basin as requested. Tsunade collected the test tube from Sakura. She then lifted the test tube in one hand and brought her other hand near the tube. Sh. Chakra glowed around Tsunade's hand. Sakura looked at Tobarama. Please, let me hold on to him, Sakura said. I leave him to you. Sakura supported his upper body by placing her left hand behind his back and holding on to him. Kacha. Tsunade severed the tube in half, with the broken part appearing like the piercing end of a straw. Tsunade placed the basin on Shin's lap, following which she brought her hand with the glowing chakra towards Shin. Sh. Tsunade pierced into his lower part of his lungs as blood flowed out. At the rate the blood is flowing, the boy has already passed into the critical stage, Tsunade thought. Hinata quickly took a drop of Shin's blood from the basin and analyzed it. Karen-chan, it's B-type, Hinata said. Got it, Karen quickly rushed to get the B-type blood bag. Here, Tsunade-sama, Sakura said as she handed over the blood clot pills that were given to her by Karen. Thanks, Tsunade said as she put it into Shin's mouth. She then operated his lower jaw to make sure that the pill went down after chewing a bit. She did all this while healing Shin continuously on the side to prevent any more blood from flowing out. Of course, this was all to prevent the blood from clogging up Shin's ability to breathe. Sai stood by the side watching everything happening silently. Excuse me, Ino approached Sai with a smile on her face. Sai turned to look at Ino who was smiling at him. Could you please step out of the room, visitors are not allowed here, Ino said. Brat, Tobarama called out. Ino looked at Tobarama. That kid needs to be here, Tobarama said. Ino looked at Sai. Who is this kid? He seems to be the same type as Sasuke, too bad, now's not the time to ask. Take this basin away, Tsunade said. Yes, Ino took the basin away. However, no one had noticed that Sai had silently slipped out of the room, just like Ino told him. Tsunade stared at Shin's chest intensely. This is, Tsunade murmured. I've brought it, Karen said as she appeared with a blood bag. Whoosh! Hinata and Sakura worked hand in hand and immediately set up the bag and connected the transfer tube to Shin's hand. Crimson red blood slowly snaked its way through the translucent tube into Shin's body. Tsunade slowly turned towards Hinata. What is it? Tobarama asked. Hinata, Tsunade called out. Yes, Tsunade-sama. Hinata looked at Tsunade. I want you to take a look at his lungs, Tsunade said. Understood, Hinata nodded, following which she walked over. Hinata brought both her hands together to form a hand sign. Byakugan. Outside the door. Sai stared in a daze. He didn't know what to do. He looked around the empty hallway, then to the window beside him. Nothing interested him at all. He then reached into his pocket and took out a book. It was precisely the picture book he had made. On one side was him and the other side was his brother, Shin. Sai knew about the picture book, but he didn't feel anything. It was like the colorful world that he had been in till today morning had suddenly turned monochrome. Sai then opened the book to flip the pages one by one. About a few pages later, he had arrived at the middle page. What was I about to draw here? Sai questioned himself as he looked at the door that was shut close, right in front of him. Inside the room. This is, Hinata stared at Shin's chest to see almost 40 of his lungs covered in dark green cells. What is happening? Tobarama quickly asked. It's cancer cells, Tsunade filled in. Cancer? Tobarama asked. Yeah, he is in a critical stage, which was also accompanied by hemoptysis, Tsunade said. Cough. Cough. Shin woke up by violently coughing out some blood, of which a bit fell onto Tsunade's clothes. Brat, Tobarama called out. Where am I? Shin asked as he tried to look around observing the stretchers and the medical equipment and then finally the blood bag connected to him. Calm down, kid, Tsunade said as she tried to make Shin lower himself to a resting position. It's useless, I know my disease is incurable, Shin said. Cough. Cough. Shin coughed out more blood. Damn it. The blood clot pill is useless. Hinata was scared. She had never seen such a severe case, almost fighting between life and death. This was more so when she was observing his lungs with her Byakugan, through which she could see that his lungs were failing him. Tsunade then looked at Hinata. Flashback. We may have our answer for detecting cancer cells after all, Tsunade said as she looked at Hinata. But how do we eradicate those cells? Shizun asked. Collaboration may be difficult, however, if she was to use her gentle fists with utmost precision it just might work, Tsunade murmured. That's the last of it, Hinata said as she deactivated her Byakugan. End of flashback. There's one thing we can try, Tsunade said. Hinata looked at Tsunade curiously. Hinata, I need you to use your gentle fist on Shin, Tsunade said. Huh? Hinata was shocked. Use the gentle fist. This boy will undoubtedly die. Tsunade-sama. Karen looked at Tsunade seriously. I know what I am saying, Tsunade said as she stood up and walked to the back of Hinata. Tsunade brought her face next to Hinata's ears. I will guide you, Tsunade said. Hinata felt chills down her spine. Ha. 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 Shin breathed in and out heavily. Focus, Tsunade said as she slowly brought Hinata's palm over Shin's chest. Do you see those cells? Tsunade asked. Hinata whimpered in fear. Don't be afraid, Tsunade said as she brought Hinata's palm over his chest to the point where it made contact. Control your chakra, make it weak and gentle, Tsunade guided softly. Ha. 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 Shin continued to breathe in and out heavily. Focus and expel that chakra onto those cells that are inhabiting over there, Tsunade said. I can't, Hinata whimpered in fear. Hinata, Karen, Sakura and Ino were tense. Only Hinata knew how much pressure she was under. Cough. Shin coughed out a mouthful of blood. Woo. Hinata cowered in fear. Hinata. Tsunade forced her back into position. You can do this, Tsunade said. I can't, Hinata cried. If you don't, he will die, Tsunade said. Hinata opened her eyes only to see Shin breathing hard. Please do it, Shin begged. Hinata pressed her eyelids tightly in hesitation. However, Shin's last plea couldn't be ignored. I'll do it. Hinata declared as she opened her eyes again. Good, Tsunade felt the hesitation in Hinata's hand weaken away. Now focus, Tsunade said as she placed Hinata's palm accurately on the previous position it had been on Shin's chest. Control your chakra, make it weak and gentle, Hinata thought as she reiterated Tsunade's earlier statements. Good, Tsunade whispered near Hinata's ears, which boosted her confidence quite a bit. You can do this, Hinata, Tsunade said. Do it, Shin begged again. Hinata's Byakugan pulsed with extra power at this moment. Thump. Ha. Hinata sent a weak, gentle fist. Blurg. Shin coughed a mouthful of blood onto Hinata's face. Bam. Shin's upper body fell back into its resting position again, however this time, it ended up falling back lifelessly. Hinata and everyone else in the room was shocked. Hinata slowly wiped the blood away from her face and stared at her hand. Blood, Hinata mumbled, following which she passed out. Chapter 154. Blurg. Shin coughed a mouthful of blood onto Hinata's face. Bam. Shin's upper body fell back into its resting position again. This time, however, it ended up falling back lifelessly. Hinata and everyone else in the room were shocked. Hinata slowly wiped the blood away from her face and stared at her hand. Blood, Hinata mumbled, following which she passed out. Hinata. Tsunade felt horrible over what she did. Tsunade immediately held Hinata before she could fall to the floor. However, there was someone who was more flustered than her, Karen. Hinata. Karen immediately wiped the blood off of Hinata's face. Meanwhile, Sakura and Ino could barely watch the scene, especially after Shin passed away right in front of their eyes. Sakura's knees gave up as she fell onto the floor. Meanwhile, Ino lowered herself beside Sakura and hugged her tightly. It can't be, Sakura mumbled as tears started to flow out of her eyes. This was the first time a person passed away in front of their eyes. Not to mention, the pressure that they felt was even more since they were supposed to preserve lives as a medical ninja and not take one. At this moment, Sakura looked at Hinata. What kind of pressure must she have gone through when she was the one forced into a dead end by Tsunade to treat Shin? However, that was not the only thing that took place. Even Shin had begged her to do it. Except that in his case, it seemed more like he was pleading for death. It's all my fault, Tsunade looked at Hinata. Hinata was not one who could take strong emotions on so smoothly. Despite having the experience from Naruto's memories, the fact remained that she had yet to experience these things personally in reality. It was like watching a movie, you know things from the perspective of a bystander, but she couldn't completely feel the pressure or the gravity of the events that took place in the past. All she did was see the memories as they played past her. Tsunade lifted Hinata. Tobarama, however, stared silently. Looks like the boy wasn't destined to be saved, Tobarama sighed, following which he looked at Hinata who was unconscious on Tsunade's shoulders. He only felt pity for Hinata who did her best to assist, even though she was inexperienced. Tobarama silently left the room. Karen, however, was furious. She wanted to release all the pent-up rage she had onto Tsunade, but at the same time, she knew that Tsunade wasn't entirely at fault. You three, take the day off, I'll look after Hinata here, Tsunade said. Tsunade-sama, Ino wanted to say something, but she lowered her voice in the end. What is it, Ino? Tsunade asked. It's nothing, Ino murmured. This happens all the time, though it might be the first time for you guys, don't let this pull yourselves down, the truth is, that boy did not die because of Hinata, Tsunade said. What? Karen, Sakura, and Ino stared wide-eyed at Tsunade. Indeed, the boy's body gave up at the same time she had unleashed it. I may not be able to prove it, but from my experience as a medical ninja I can tell that that's how the boy died, Tsunade said. Karen, Sakura, and Ino slightly nodded. However, no matter how Tsunade sugar-coated the news, the reality was bitter indeed. Shin had died despite their abilities. Cancer is incurable, at least that's what I thought until I saw this girl. Tsunade looked at Hinata whom she was holding on to with a gentle gaze. It looks like I asked too much of her today, Tsunade sighed. Ino, Sakura, and Karen looked at each other silently as they nodded. Maybe it was best to leave those two alone. Outside the room. Tobarama looked at Sai. My brother is dead? Sai asked. Yes, Tobarama confirmed, observing Sai's reactions. About 2 minutes passed by in silence. Don't you feel anything? Tobarama asked. To be honest, I don't know what I should feel now, Sai said emotionlessly. Tobarama sighed, Dans, you bastard, you finally got what you wanted, Tobarama thought as he continued to stare at Sai. A few moments later, Sakura, Ino, and Karen exited the room. Do you want to take a look at him? Tobarama asked as this was his last try to trigger Sai's last remaining emotions. Sai nodded as the two went into the room. Ino, Sakura, and Karen looked at Sai who silently entered the room. Those two are wearing the same uniform. Could they be related? Ino thought. What is it? Karen and Sakura asked. You guys go on ahead, I just remember there's something I have to do, Ino said. Sakura and Karen looked at Ino weirdly. The two barely had the stomach to continue doing what they did usually, and Ino was just going to walk away. However, they also thought of a possibility. She must be here for him, Sakura murmured. Karen silently agreed. Soon, the two walked out of the building together. Inside the room. Sai stared at Shin's body. He still remained clueless on how to react, but he somehow felt something heavy that was clawing at his throat, making it almost impossible to breathe. Sai brought his right hand over his throat trying to emulate the grasp of the pressure. What is this feeling, Sai thought internally as he looked at Shin. Tobarama observed Sai's reactions. Looks like he can still feel something, Tobarama thought. Tsunade however, covered Shin's body with a white cloth. Sai stared silently at Tsunade. You failed to treat him, Sai said emotionlessly. Huh. Tsunade was pissed. However, she didn't refute the comment. Let's go, Tobarama said. Wait, Tsunade called out. Huh. Tobarama looked at Tsunade. Send the kid out first, Tsunade said as she turned towards Sai, who was staring at Shin's body that laid lifelessly under the white blanket. Outside the room, Sai sat on a chair in the hallway as he did before during the operation with the picture book in his hand, staring at Shin's battle against other people. May I sit beside you? Sai heard a soft voice in front. He then looked up to see Ino standing in front of him. Do what you want, Sai said. Ino thought for a bit before she slowly sat down beside Sai without complaining. Ino looked at Sai's book. That boy in the book, he's the one who just, Ino sighed as she looked at the book, before looking up at Sai once again. Who is that person? Ino asked. He's my elder brother, Sai said emotionlessly. Ino was confused. He didn't cry at all, more like he's just bland. Ino stared at Sai. Sai lowered his book to put it back into the pocket. Can I see that book? Ino asked curiously. I can't let you see it, Sai said. Why? Ino asked. I don't know, Sai said. Huh? Ino stared at Sai. Sai also felt pretty weird about himself for a moment. Why am I being overprotective about this? Sai thought. How could you not know why? Ino asked. It is unfinished, it belongs to my elder brother, and I don't want to hand this over to people, Sai said. I see. Ino sighed as she stopped asking Sai to give the book. Ino then thought back to the pages in the book. They weren't printed, those pages in the book, Ino said. Sai looked at Ino. Did you draw them? Ino asked. Yes, I did, Sai replied monotonously. Why didn't you cry back there? Ino asked. Huh? Sai looked at Ino. I mean, doesn't your brother's death mean anything to you? Ino asked. Sai was silent for a moment before he replied. I didn't know what kind of look to make back there. What? Ino was completely shocked. It was one thing to face a patient's death today, but the patient's closest kin didn't even know what to feel for his brother's death. Could this world be any more insane? Ino got up and stood in front of Sai. She held onto his shoulders and looked at him in the eye. You didn't feel anything for your brother? Ino asked in a firm voice. What is with this girl? Sai stared at Ino. It's hard to say, I felt some pain right here, Sai said as he pointed to his Adam's apple area on his neck. I feel empty over here, Sai said as he pointed to his chest area. Then, cry. Ino said. Cry. Will it get rid of all the feeling of pain and emptiness? Maybe, maybe not, but it will do something alright. If you keep those feelings of yours bottled up it will. Ino paused. It will? Sai asked. I don't know, but you really need to let your feelings out, Ino explained. Feelings, Sai murmured as though he tried to remember something hard. What are they? Sai asked in a daze. Chapter 155. Tsunade brought Tobarama over to another room, leaving Hinata lying on a bed since she had passed out. Great uncle, Tsunade looked at Tobarama. Brat. Did you have to force that young girl into such a situation? Tobarama asked. You know why I did what I did back there. Especially after the events of Judgment Day, Tsunade said. The Judgment Day, Tobarama recalled from what he had seen of Naruto's memories. The Judgment Day was the most cruelest day in the history of the Allied nations. It was a bio-warfare, something that even most experienced medical ninjas had failed to counter. But it's too early for the girl, Tobarama said. Sometimes, you have to play the card you don't want to. This is the kind of risk medical ninjas take. Even when it comes to operating on people, every cut is life-threatening. If people were to give up upon failing once, then there wouldn't have been any progress in this field at all, Tsunade explained. How will you explain this to the seventh? Tobarama asked. Naruto has been a Hokage for a long time. He will definitely understand what we did today, Tsunade explained. You don't get it, do you? Tobarama asked. Tsunade looked at Tobarama with a curious expression. Don't tell me you didn't recognize the boy who is outside right now, Tobarama said as he pointed to the door. Tsunade stared at the door with a sense of foreboding that she had definitely missed out on something big. Hidden Leaf Training Field. Ha! 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 Sasuke panted heavily for breath as he stared at a tree that was charred from the trunk up. Kree-hack. Bang! The tree from the trunk up fell to the ground with more than half of it turning into black powder. Sasuke looked at the steam of chakra that rose from his left hand. The Raikiri should most probably be complete by today evening, Sasuke thought as he looked at the tree trunk that was destroyed. Not bad, a voice interfered. Sasuke turned around to look at the person who spoke. Shikamaru, what are you doing here? Sasuke asked with a smug look. Just wanted to see how well you are preparing, Shikamaru said as he got up from the tree. He was leaning on. The fourth ninja war is going to be on us young folks' shoulders in a few years, Shikamaru said. If you have the time to chat around you should go and train, Sasuke said with an arrogant look across his face. As troublesome as it is, I am already training at a good pace now. Unlike you power types, I can only do so much training in a day, Shikamaru said. Sasuke stared at Shikamaru silently. The wind blew between the two as the two contemplated the things that they had gone through and what waited in the future for the two. You wouldn't have walked this far unless you had something important to tell me, Sasuke said. Found out Shikamaru scratched his head. Sasuke, Shikamaru called out. Sasuke stared at Shikamaru. It couldn't be. Tsunade peeked at Ino chatting with Sai from the glass door of the room which she was in with Tobirama. It is him, Tobirama said from behind. Tsunade's expression twisted. You are saying that boy is Sai from his younger days? Tsunade asked. Indeed. The kid has lost his brother and his emotions as well, Tobirama sighed. Ch. Tsunade gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly. What have I done? Tsunade thought. The seventh considers his arrival in this time period precious. He wished to save everyone. Now that this has happened again, even I am not sure what his reaction would be, Tobirama said. Tsunade's feelings were mixed. Tobirama, on the other hand, felt partly responsible as well. If it wasn't for me pushing Dans into a corner, this test wouldn't have happened, Tobirama sighed. Tsunade looked at Tobirama. Weren't we supposed to wait until Naruto had a chat with Uchiha Itachi? Tsunade asked. That's only if Dans was pushed to the extreme. For now I have him under lock and key. As long as we don't wrest away his only hope, Dans wouldn't push himself to go on a rampage. Besides, I have other ANBU teams investigating into Dan's prior protocols in the cases where he ends in prison, Tobirama said. But, that would be impossible, right? After all, Dans used the curse mark to have no information spill out from his subordinates in case they were captured, Tsunade said. I've already factored that in the equation. Right now, the teams are on the lookout. They are observing the situation silently. As they say, actions speak louder than words. So any slip-up on the root's part is our gain, Tobirama said. I see, Tsunade nodded. Tobirama put on his ANBU mask and grabbed the door handle. I'll let the seventh know about what has happened here. Since we are both guilty in this, it should be much easier on you to face him, Tobirama said. Tsunade nodded. Outside, in the corridors, Ino and Sai were facing each other. What are they? Sai asked. Ino's eyes widened. I've never seen anyone be so clueless about what feelings are, Ino thought. Listen. Today might not be a good day. But I think you should go ahead and take some rest. Maybe after having a good nap you might become clear-headed. After doing that, think about what those feelings of yours are, Ino said. Sai stared silently. Brat, Tobirama called out as he placed a hand on Sai's shoulders. Sai looked over his shoulder to see Tobirama in ANBU outfit. Follow me, Tobirama said as he dragged Sai away. Ino's eyes followed Sai unconsciously, while Sai stared at Ino while being dragged away by Tobirama. Remember to take rest. Ino shouted as Sai continued to be dragged. Sai stared at Ino silently. However, before Tobirama and Sai left Ino's vision, Sai nodded back gently. Ino was surprised. Ino felt a hand over her shoulder. Tsunade-sama, Ino called out. You need to take a rest as well, Tsunade said. Ino slowly nodded after thinking back to what had happened in the operation room. Is Hinata going to be okay? Ino asked. Don't worry. Leave Hinata to me, Tsunade smiled. Hidden Leaf Training Field No. HYA. Lee charged around the field executing a huge variety of kicks and punches onto the person in front of him. Too slow, Niji murmured with difficulty, yet he kept avoiding Lee's every punch and kick. Then how about this, a voice interfered. Tenten, Niji's Byakugan extended to perceive Tenten's actions within its range. Twin raising dragons. 2 scrolls flew up into the air. Here, I come. Tenten announced, following which she jumped into the air, appearing between the 2 ascending scrolls that coiled its way up like a coiling dragon. Poof! Poof! A few weapons appeared around Tenten. Hiya! Tenten grunted as she sent 2 sickles flying towards Lee and Niji. Air palm. Leaf whirlwind. Niji and Lee dodged the strikes completely. However, Niji's eyes widened. Damn it! Niji shouted as he started to spin around. Huh? Lee was confused, but instantly understood Niji's actions. Kaiten. Niji spun a protective chakra barrier. First gate, release. Lee shouted, following which he instantly teleported out of the spot he was in. Boom! Tenten's sickles had carried on a unique explosion tag made by Tenet herself. Are you trying to kill me? Niji asked. You told me you wanted a real battle experience. Besides, I am only doing this for you too, Tenten complained. Niji stared silently. Whoosh! Lee appeared beside Niji. Look, Lee pointed towards the entrance of the training field. Ha! Niji turned back to see a person entering the field. Sounds of footsteps echoed in the quiet atmosphere as the trio stared at the person entering the field. Uchiha Sasuke. Niji stared at Sasuke. Niji, Sasuke called out. Sasu - Lee called out only to freeze at the next set of words. Let's have a real match, Sasuke said. Niji's eyes widened as he stared at Sasuke, who was very determined. Elsewhere on a grassland. Whoosh! 2 figures jumped past the meadows which transitioned into a forest path. How many goddamned hideouts are we going to go through? Jiraiya asked. Humph. The way I see it, I should be the one sulking, Orochimaru smirked. Heh. You're lucky that my student let you off, Jiraiya pointed with a proud expression. Orochimaru stared silently at the path in front of the duo. What is it, Orochimaru? Jiraiya asked. It's been a long time, a voice interfered. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were stunned. Impossible, Jiraiya stared at the man. Orochimaru-san, Jiraiya-sensei. Chapter 156. Whoosh! Naruto kicked at the space in front of him, generating tiny air vacuums. It's really difficult getting the hang of those weights once you take them off for a while, Naruto sighed as he stared at the leg weights bound over his ninja sandals which he wore once again after a long time. The last time he'd worn weights was before going off on the rescue mission. It had been about more than 2 weeks since then, and a whole lot of stuff had changed around him. Maybe I should go and have a look at what the other guys are doing now, thick brows, Niji, and probably Sasuke as well, Naruto thought. Gur. Naruto's face lowered. But I gotta fill up this one first, he stared at his protesting stomach which was running empty. He then turned towards his bag which was placed against the base of a tree that contained a bento box from his dad. Itadakimasu. Naruto announced as he started to dig in. It sure does taste good, he looked at the food neatly laid out in sections in the box. I wonder how mom's food tastes like, Naruto thought aloud as he stared at the sun from underneath the cool shade of the tree. Whoosh! A man in ANBU clothes appeared. Naruto, the man called out. Old man, Naruto immediately stood up. Has anything happened? The thing is. Niji stared at Sasuke. Let's have a real match, Sasuke said. Niji was shocked. Sasuke-kun, you want to have a battle with us? Lee asked enthusiastically. Sasuke nodded and pointed at Niji. Especially him. Flashback. As Naruto's advisor, I need to make things easier for Naruto, since he is not in the Hokage seat right now, the things that I can do are limited, Shikamaru said. Sasuke looked on silently for a moment. Is this about the war? Sasuke asked. Yes, we cannot tell anyone about the war, but we must make them train harder, Shikamaru said. Sasuke remained silent. Naruto is already getting more and more involved with the higher-ups now that they are onto his identity. I can only say that we have very little time until things get chaotic, Shikamaru said. Sasuke stared at Shikamaru. He knew for a fact that he had to consider Shikamaru's words since Naruto chose Shikamaru as his advisor. What do you want me to do? Sasuke asked. Train as you usually do, but we also need to spur others into training harder slowly, Shikamaru answered. Sasuke frowned. The only way to do this is to get the others to spar, Shikamaru said. Why must I waste my time? Clearly the Jonin's are already aware of the situation. Sasuke, you may have your points, but every effort counts here. I am not sure about the others, but I know there's definitely one person that you can help out, Shikamaru said. Sasuke stared at Shikamaru. It's Niji, Shikamaru revealed. Sasuke thought back to Niji's challenge to fight him the previous day. Niji died protecting Naruto on the battlefield, everyone else made it out, Shikamaru said. Except for him. Sasuke lowered his gaze. Should I help him? Sasuke thought. The two of you have much more in common than you think, the eyes, for starters, Shikamaru continued to say. Both of you don't have your parents. Both of you are from powerful clans. Both of you are at the top of your class if we were to exclude Naruto. The both of you are very similar, Shikamaru concluded. Sasuke thought for a bit. From what I heard from Naruto, you both trained with Lee as well, I think you must return the favor as well, Shikamaru reminded. Shikamaru's right, Sasuke thought as he nodded. Leave those two to me, as for the others, find someone else, Sasuke said as he turned around to leave the field. Sasuke, Shikamaru called out. What is it? Sasuke asked while he continued to walk. I hope you aren't still thinking about that revenge against your brother, are you? Shikamaru asked. Sasuke stopped walking as though he froze. Why? Sasuke asked. Unlike the previous timeline, neither Naruto nor I have the time to assemble an entire squad to chase after you or spend 3 years finding every opportunity to make you come back to the village, Shikamaru said. The two were silent as Shikamaru waited for a response from Sasuke. Humph, Shikamaru, even though I don't think much about the others, there is definitely something I respect about you, Sasuke said in a cold voice. Shikamaru was confused. I only wanted to tie up loose ends, not to cut my way out, Shikamaru regretted bringing up this question. The only reason he did so was because almost 2 months ago, Sasuke had a cold vibe around him which Shikamaru guessed was related to Sasuke's intention for revenge to the point that the feeling was in his aura itself. Now. The same feeling rushed over Shikamaru once again, leaving him with a regret, but he was also curious to why Sasuke found him interesting enough to respect him. Let me guess, this is not related to me being his advisor when he became the Hokage, right? Shikamaru asked. No, it was back in the forest when Naruto explained everything, Sasuke said. Huh? Shikamaru felt uneasy with this strange foreboding that was taking place. Sasuke turned to look at Shikamaru while his eyes slowly manifested into a Sharingan. What the? Shikamaru was shocked to the point he readied his hand seal to initiate a shadow possession if things got worse. I am not going to attack you, Sasuke said as he stared at Shikamaru. Huh? Shikamaru stared at Sasuke. Soon, the surroundings changed into an image from Sasuke's memory. It was the dreaded night of massacre that haunted Sasuke. Shikamaru looked at the little Sasuke who fell on the floor in front of him. His gaze shifted to what was ahead of young Sasuke, and what he saw was the bloodied corpses of Fugaku and Mikoto. Itachi suddenly appeared in front of Shikamaru and young Sasuke. However, Sasuke ran out in fright, denying everything that happened. The events played out slowly until the point where Itachi stared down at Shikamaru as though Shikamaru was young Sasuke himself. Shikamaru shuddered. The scene was too real, but he also knew that Sasuke didn't wish to hurt him. Not intentionally at least. Itachi continued. The reason I acted as the big brother you desired was because I wanted to measure your vessel. You have the potential to become my opponent in order for me to measure my vessel. You hated me. And you continued to have the desire to surpass me. That's exactly why I will allow you to live. For my own benefit. You are someone who would be able to use Manjikyu Sharingan just like me. However, on one condition. That you must kill your closest friend. One day, when you have the same eyes as I do. Come and stand before me. Itachi said, following which Itachi's eyes morphed into a Mangekyo Sharingan, closing the scene that happened in front of Shikamaru. Bang! Shikamaru fell to the ground, feeling weak in his knees. To think that you would fall down from a mere genjutsu, Sasuke mocked Shikamaru who was gasping for breath. I understand what you went through, Sasuke, but that is not the right way to end things between you two, Shikamaru said. Shikamaru, I said I respected you, do you know why? Sasuke asked. Shikamaru stared silently as sweat dropped from the side of his head. It's because you managed to avenge your sensei in just a few days, Sasuke said. Shikamaru thought back to the time Naruto had explained an event in concern for Shikamaru's future back in the forest. The way how Asuma died in the previous timeline. However, what Shikamaru didn't expect was Sasuke paying attention to the part where Shikamaru got his revenge. I respect your intelligence, Shikamaru, but at the end of everything, we are humans, we decide everything based on our emotions of what we feel is right or wrong. You don't want me to take revenge, but aren't you being hypocritical? Sasuke asked. Shikamaru gulped silently as he stared at Sasuke's eye returning back to normal. I'll go help Neji and Lee out, however, my revenge is mine alone, and I will defeat Naruto to learn the truth. If I can't defeat him, I'll just have my revenge, whichever comes first, Sasuke said as he started to walk away towards the entrance. Shikamaru thought back to the genjutsu where he saw Itachi for the very first time. If I were in Sasuke's shoes, would I do the same as well? Shikamaru thought deeply as he stared at Sasuke who exited the field. And what was that condition about killing your closest Shikamaru felt a chill down his spine. It couldn't be. Chapter 157. It's been a long time, a voice interfered. Jiraiya and Orochimaru were stunned. Impossible, Jiraiya stared at the man. Orochimaru, Jiraiya-sensei. The man said. Orochimaru and Jiraiya appeared shocked on the outside. However, 90% of their emotion was fake, especially Jiraiya who had already seen the man from Naruto's memories. However, the rest 10% did remain true since it really was unexpected for such a character to appear out of the blue. Pain, Orochimaru smirked. Yahiko. Is that you? Jiraiya asked slowly. Why do you have those eyes? Jiraiya asked, trying to act out the emotions he was supposed to have as the one who did not know the truth yet. I see that you can still recognize your students. As expected of sensei, however, he is dead. All that remains is pain, Yahiko said. Sensei. I see, Orochimaru said as he stepped out. Looks like you were one of those three from back in that war. Orochimaru smiled with his piercing gaze staring right at the legendary Rinnegan. Orochimaru, Yahiko said as he stepped forth. You betrayed Akatsuki, Pain said as he stared at Orochimaru. Hee, Orochimaru smirked. Answer me, Yahiko. What the hell happened to the other two? Jiraiya asked in a serious tone. Yahiko raised his hand. Damn. Jiraiya and Orochimaru cursed at the same time, following which they jumped back. Almighty push. A repulsive force field pushed out in all directions, forcefully expelling any mobile objects that stood in the way. Bang! The ground of grass under Yahiko rippled out spherically, turning into a barren land as the force extended towards the spot where Jiraiya and Orochimaru once stood in. Humph, Orochimaru smirked at the effort that Pain had just wasted. It was the first time he had ever seen Pain execute a move ever since he had joined and left Akatsuki. Orochimaru and Jiraiya looked at each other. Both of them understood how the attack worked. Yahiko Pain Deva Path Pain had the powers of attraction and repulsion. The attack affected all objects regardless of material or weight. However, the time limit varied per attack, with the minimum recharge period being 5 seconds. Yahiko looked at Jiraiya. Orochimaru is an S-class criminal according to the bingo book of the Hidden Leaf. He is on the bingo book of every village. Why would the two of you be on amicable terms? Pain asked as he stared at Jiraiya. Humph, I could ask you the same. You were supposed to bring peace to the Hidden Reign. Why would you start an organization which lists the help of S-class criminals? Jiraiya asked. Humph. I don't need to answer that question, Yahiko said as he pulled back. SH. A man with long orange hair emerged from the ground. That man, Jiraiya thought back to Naruto's memories. He wasn't amongst the 6 that came to the village, Jiraiya thought. Boar dog bird monkey ram. Summoning technique, 6 paths of pain summoning. Poof. 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 4 other figures with orange hair and Rinnegans appeared. This is bad, Jiraiya uttered as he subconsciously reached into his pocket. Should I have Naruto make an appearance? Jiraiya thought. Whoosh. Naruto teleported along with Tobirama into the room where Hinata was resting. Naruto, Tsunade and Shizun stood up with Tun-Tun in her hands. Granny. Naruto called out in anger. Tsunade frowned. Naruto. Shizun called out in anger. Shizun. Tsunade restrained her. Hinata, Naruto appeared by her side as soon as he caught a glimpse of her figure in the room. Tsunade-sama, Shizun felt wronged. Please leave us for a while, Tsunade said in a low voice. But Shizun looked at Tsunade for an explanation only to be greeted by silence. Brat, Tobirama called out as he looked at Shizun. Do as she says, Tobirama said. I understand, Shizun sighed in dejection. Oi, Taunton stared at Tsunade. Naruto rubbed Hinata's head gently as he stood by her bed. Naruto. Tsunade looked at Naruto with a guilty expression across her face. It's all right, Granny. If it is for the bio war then it can't be helped, Naruto said slowly as he continued to watch over Hinata with gentle eyes. Tsunade stared at Naruto with an expression of surprise. I am partly responsible for this, Tobirama explained. How so, Lord Second? Naruto asked. On their way over before teleporting, Tobirama only had enough time to explain the circumstances surrounding Shin's death, as such the entire matter regarding Dan's was skipped entirely. Before Shin died. What? Naruto was shocked. Lord Second, even though I never faced Old Man Dan's, from what I know it is extremely dangerous to confront him, Naruto said. I know. The only reason I tried to take action was that, even before Dan's died in the previous timeline, he was a nationalist. As such, I chose to believe that he wouldn't be rash against someone like me, Tobirama sighed as he explained. Nationalist or not, we have to be cautious. That is the reason why I want to meet Itachi. Only he knows how Dan's operates, Naruto explained. Naruto is right. We must avoid doing anything that might make him turn against us, Tsunade explained. The best option is to be by his side the whole time, Naruto said. You mean the time that you had taken Kawaki as your student? Tobirama asked. Naruto's gaze turned solemn. Tisk, Tsunade glared at Tobirama. Yes, Naruto replied. Got it, Tobirama confirmed, following which he left the room. I'll leave you two alone for a while then, Tsunade said. Naruto nodded. Tsunade walked towards the door. Upon holding the handle of the door, she looked at Naruto. When Hinata wakes up, let me know. If this is not handled properly by me, it might lead to a case of hemophobia, Tsunade said. Naruto nodded, following which he looked at Tsunade directly. Granny. If this succeeds, what is the possibility of the reduction in casualties? Naruto asked. Tsunade thought for a moment. Naruto waited for an answer that could probably change the fate of the ninja world for good in the upcoming biowar. I'd say it will definitely flip the tables as long as we contain it before the epidemic spreads beyond that region. It could also be more effective if we could have the Hyuga clan contribute to the medical corps, Tsunade said. The Hyuga clan Naruto thought back to the time he saved Hinata, only to be greeted by Hayashi as the 7th Hokage. I guess I need to talk with my dad after all, Naruto sighed as he took a look at Hinata again. Tsunade also silently stared at Hinata. Is Sai alright? Naruto asked. As far as I know, Lord Second has made some arrangements for him, Tsunade said. What has become of his emotions? Naruto asked. Tsunade averted her gaze, followed by a brief silence. I'll handle that. Hopefully they should have those books he used back in the library, Naruto said. Ino had a chat with him today, Tsunade said. Naruto became elated. I see. I guess everything is going to be fine, Naruto said. It must be fate, Tsunade said. Yeah, Naruto trailed off as he looked back at Hinata once again. Okay then, I'll be leaving. Remember to call me once she wakes up, Tsunade reminded once again, following which she closed the door and left. So, Tobirama looked at Tsunade. He's going to see if we can get the Hyuga clan involved, Tsunade said. I see, Tobirama nodded in approval. Whoosh! An ANBU agent landed by Tobirama. Lord Second, the man called out. Tobirama looked at his subordinate. There's movement from the route, the man reported. What? Tsunade and Tobirama were astonished. They've already started to slip up, Tobirama grinned under his mask. Lead the way, Tobirama said. Yes. The man responded. Wait, Tsunade called out. Tobirama looked at Tsunade. You must keep his suggestion in mind, Tsunade gently reminded. I won't make that mistake again, Tobirama said, following which the two vanished from Tsunade's sight. Tsunade gently sighed, following which she left the place. Hidden Leaf Orphanage. Kabuto-san. Seconds. A child from a nearby table shouted with chopsticks in hand. Yes. Kabuto called out from the kitchen. It's great to have her son back here, an old lady thought as she saw the children of the orphanage hungry for Kabuto's cooking. Bang! The entrance door crashed down. Ah! The old lady let out a yelp which was instantly halted by a cold feeling on her neck. Don't move, a voice from behind her said. No, the old woman turned around to see the man wearing an ANBU mask. The old woman knew that they were the route agents who usually came to the orphanage. It isn't time. Yet, the old woman murmured slowly. Whoosh! 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 About 10 agents slipped in quietly and occupied the dining room, practically holding all the children hostage. We'll be taking them away, the man next to the woman said. However, the man's face suddenly froze. Bang! 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 The agents fell down one by one with a needle at their nape. What? The man holding the old lady as hostage stared at Kabuto by the kitchen doors. You'd better think twice before you lay hands on those kids, Kabuto said with 3 needles in his right fist which were held up like vertical claws. What an accuracy! He can pinpoint target the spots near the vagus nerves that can knock a person out for hours, the agent analyzed. Wait a minute. Those glasses. The white hair, the man stared at the features one by one. Let the lady go, Kabuto said as he glared at the agent. The agent removed his mask slowly. Is that you, Kabuto? The agent asked. Oga? Kabuto stared at the boy who suggested Kabuto's name to Nono. Chapter 158. Oga? Kabuto stared at the agent. Oga could recognize Kabuto. Unlike Nono, he was already aware of the slow brainwashing process of the ANBU route. The brainwashing process was only showed to Nono, who was then sent to assassinate Kabuto under the guise of eliminating another nation's spy. Kabuto was devastated. It was then he was taken under Orochimaru's wings. Oga, on the other hand, lived in the same orphanage as Kabuto. The two knew each other due to their days in the orphanage together. The kids from the orphanage were usually taken in by the route depending on how well they had passed their orphanage test, while the other kids slowly studied their way to their preferred role in their society. Oga, though he remembered Kabuto, he had already gone through the brainwashing process of the ANBU, hence he no longer had any feelings for Kabuto. Also, the reason why he recognized this Kabuto as the Kabuto from the orphanage was that the root also had their ways of seeing the world. Dans preferred to keep his subordinates updated on pieces of information related to Orochimaru. Thus, he also recognized Kabuto as Orochimaru's right-hand man. Oga slowly removed the kunai he held against the old woman's neck. Whoosh! Oga retreated from the orphanage with haste. However, mid-air Oga suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. Where do you think you are going? Tobarama asked through the ANBU mask. Gulp. Oga gulped as he felt chills down his spine. He already knew that the root's operations at this point would all lead to a dead end. Kabuto stared at Oga, who was stuck in Tobarama's grasp. Kabuto clenched his fists tightly. Just when I was close to finding out who I was, Kabuto sighed. Poof. 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 4 other figures with orange hair and Rinnegan's appeared. This is bad, Jiraiya uttered as he subconsciously reached into his pocket. Should I have Naruto make an appearance? Jiraiya thought. However, as soon as the thought appeared, he shook his head. The old man wanted me to have let Naruto have an easy life for now. He has already done a lot over the past few months. Naruto had already risked appearing before Akatsuki just to save the Kazekage. If they become alert towards his existence now, the future might change to an unrecognizable one. The fact that the Nagato has already made an appearance now will probably take things in a completely different direction, Jiraiya thought. The 6 pains assembled horizontally in front of Orochimaru and Jiraiya. Quite the lineup you have there, Orochimaru admired while he also internally made a note for the long orange-haired man that was the predecessor of the woman who took his place to do the summonings when they had infiltrated the hidden leaf. We are pain. We are God. All the 6 announced at the same time. Humph. What lofty ideals, Orochimaru smirked. We can't get Naruto involved in this, Jiraiya said in a low voice. Orochimaru turned to look at Jiraiya staring at him. You know snakes don't get along with frogs, Orochimaru said. Humph. I'd say we should let the summonings do the talking, Jiraiya said, following which, Jiraiya and Orochimaru bit their fingers and drew the blood across their hands. Summoning Jutsu. Poof. Poof. 2 vast clouds of smoke appeared, which slowly revealed a colossal frog and snake within. Haha. Finally I can have frog soup tonight, Manda screamed in joy as he stared at Gamabunta, following which it bared its fangs against Gamabunta. To think that today I would be lucky enough to get a high-quality snakeskin wallet, Gamabunta grunted as he blocked Manda's fangs using his sword. Gamabunta. Manda, Orochimaru and Jiraiya called out at the same time, following which the 2 below looked at their summoners. You 2 are going to work together, Jiraiya said. Huh? Manda looked at Orochimaru. What the hell is that man blabbering on about? Manda asked. As he said, you 2 need to work together, Orochimaru said. Huh? I need a lot of human sacrifices. You can't get me to move without that, Manda argued. Humph. You'll move by yourself once you see why I summoned you, Orochimaru grinned as he bit his finger once again, following which he wiped his blood on his other arm. Summoning Jutsu. Poof. A triple-headed boa appeared right next to Manda. He summoned them too. Manda was confused. Buy me some time, Jiraiya said as he looked at Gamabunta. I can't guarantee it, but I will do my best, Gamabunta said as he stared at the 6 pain in front of him. What the? The Rinnegan? Gamabunta was shocked. Clap. Jiraiya brought his hand together in the meantime. Pain looked at Jiraiya. Are you so eager to die alongside Orochimaru, sensei? Pain asked. Humph. You think I am so weak as to let you kill me? Jiraiya asked. Summoning Jutsu. Poof. Poof! Lord Fukasaku and Granny Shima appeared on either side of the enormous scroll that hung by Jiraiya's hips. Jiraiya boy! Jiraiya-chan, Granny Shima and Lord Fukasaku called out at the same time. No time to explain. I need to sync with you two to enter Sage Mode, Jiraiya said. Those eyes. The Rinnegan, Lord Fukasaku was distracted for a moment. Pa! Shima called out. Sorry, Lord Fukasaku got back into trying to sync with Jiraiya. Ta think those eyes existed, Lord Fukasaku wondered. The sage's eyes, Ma was shocked for a second too. I need to get ready to summon the next set, Jiraiya thought. Yahiko and the others stared emotionlessly as the two summoned their contracted beings, but now it was their turn. Boar dog bird monkey ram. Summoning technique. Poof! A massive cloud of smoke appeared followed by the appearance of three huge animals within. They were respectively giant drill-beaked bird, giant multi-headed dog, giant snake-tailed chameleon. This is going to be quite the battle, Orochimaru smirked. Manda, on the other hand, was happy. This feast might be better than those human sacrifices, Manda thought. Boar dog bird monkey ram. Summoning jutsu. Jiraiya called out, following which two more frogs appeared. Gamaken. Gamma hero. Protect those three, Gamabunta said, following which, he jumped towards the giant snake-tailed chameleon. Sh. The chameleon instantly disappeared. Hiss. The three-headed boa headed towards the multi-headed dog which currently had 3 heads. I guess I'll play with this one then, Manda sneered as it took a glance at the drill-beak bird. Sage Mode. Jiraiya opened his eyes at the same time as Lord Fukasaku and Granny Shima. There is only one critical plan to this battle, Jiraiya thought as he looked towards the pain with long orange hair that flowed down his chest to the stomach. As long as we don't fall into the human path's hands, the future will be secure, Jiraiya thought. Hidden Leaf Training Field. Lee brought his hands out. Sasuke-kun. Place it here, Lee gestured. Sasuke walked towards Lee. He then took out his sword along its scabbard and placed it in Lee's hands. This feeling, Lee stared at the sword, thinking back to Tenten's introduction to weapons. It is a high-quality sword which is meant for speed, Lee then looked at Sasuke. Can I have the privilege of examining your sword, Lee asked Sasuke. Sasuke stared at Lee for a bit, following which he gave a slight nod. Thank you so much, Lee bowed towards Sasuke and then proceeded with unsheathing the sword. Niji, who was standing by the side, was also curious. Lee stared at the blade. It's a chakra blade, Lee gasped, almost drooling with envy. If Tenten saw this, Lee said slowly. Lee. Niji called out. Whoa, Lee almost dropped the sword from that sudden shout. He then quickly sheathed the sword. Ahem. Sasuke-kun. Niji. Please step forward, Lee said politely. Niji and Sasuke silently stepped forth. Sasuke looked at Niji. Flashback Chapter 20. Sasuke-kun, that day when I told you both me and Naruto were amongst the top, I withheld an information from you. Sasuke. The thing is, there is a man on my team, whom I cannot defeat, he also possesses an eye bloodline similar to yours. Sasuke thought back to Niji, who had left with Tenten the other day. His name is Hyuga Niji. Hyuga. Sasuke stood up. Flashback Chapter 34. Lee murmured, the strongest taijutsu style in the village hidden in the leaf. The gentle fists. Flashback Chapter 35. Naruto stood in front of Lee, who still had his mouth open. What is it, bushy brows? Naruto asked. You. Just. Defeated. Niji. Lee uttered the words one by one, unable to believe the fact that it had happened in a blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Sasuke's expression was grim. He was surprised but extremely grim. Naruto is already swift if he removes his weight, but that technique. He is still fast, even if he does not remove his weight. Just how strong is he? Sasuke thought as he looked towards Naruto again. Flashback Chapter 96. What should I do? Naruto thought as he deflected Niji's palm away once again. Humph. Niji smirked, following which he closed his palms, which smoothly transitioned into fists. What? Naruto stared in complete shock. Boom. Niji landed a straight right at Naruto which sent him flying. What? Hayashi stood up. What? Orochimaru felt completely humiliated. To think that Naruto fell for such an old trick, Orochimaru stared at Naruto with disdain. What was that just now? Naruto thought as he landed on the ground. Naruto got hit. Sasuke, Sakura, Gaara, Kankura and Shikamaru stared in horror at Naruto, who was down on the floor. Like I said, Niji has been practicing for the past 1 month. Now his training has paid off. Lee said. Naruto. Niji called out. You may have become genius through hard work. However, have you ever seen a genius who works hard? Niji asked. Flashback chapter 159. Sasuke, you may have your points, but every effort counts here. I am not sure about the others, but I know there's one person that you can help out, Shikamaru said. Sasuke stared at Shikamaru. It's Niji, Shikamaru revealed. Sasuke thought back to Niji's challenge to fight him the previous day. Niji died protecting Naruto on the battlefield, everyone else made it out, Shikamaru said. Except for him. Sasuke lowered his gaze. Should I help him? Sasuke thought. The two of you have much more in common than you think, the eyes, for starters, Shikamaru continued to say. Both of you don't have your parents. Both of you are from powerful clans. Both of you are at the top of your class if we were to exclude Naruto. The both of you are very similar, Shikamaru concluded. End of flashback. Niji stared at Sasuke. Ever since he had been born, he was at the mercy of the main branch. Niji envied the Uchiha clan not having the system of branches. Unlike the main family who trained exclusively within the clan, Niji was sent to the academy. This was a boon in disguise since he vowed to surpass the Hygas and the Uchihas. However, upon entering the academy, he was disappointed yet again not to find any Uchihas in his class. Not even one in the entire academy at that point. Why? Niji internally screamed. However, Niji did not give up. He trained vigorously. More so than his peers. He slowly discovered one or two techniques of the main clan as blood throbbed within him. Every time he trained, the death of his father for the main clan pushed him forth. Soon he graduated at the top of the class. The day he met Gai-sensei, he was disappointed once again. With Lee and Tenten by his side, he was more so. Lee could only use taijutsu, and Tenten could only use weapons. Every day was a disappointment. Lee would be beaten easily. Tenten wasn't a good opponent to train with. Gai-sensei similarly shared Lee's disadvantage. The only reason Niji didn't complain was that a lowly genin like him couldn't defeat Gai-sensei. Things got more unbearable with Gai-sensei's training regiment. I need to get out of this team as soon as possible, Niji thought. However, one day he saw Gai fight against Kakashi. Only to be met with disappointment once again. Gai had failed to defeat Kakashi in a rock-paper-scissors match. Niji followed Kakashi after he had defeated Gai. Sensei. Niji called out. Kakashi turned around to see Niji standing a few meters away. What's Gai's student doing here? Kakashi asked. I have a question, Niji said. Go ahead, Kakashi said emotionlessly. Why do you compete against a loser like him? Niji asked. Chapter 159. Why do you compete against a loser like him? Niji asked. Kakashi stared at Niji without a reflection of any thought on his face. Niji also stared silently for a moment, not budging at all, showing his determination to hear an answer from Kakashi at any cost. Kakashi stared down at Niji. Kakashi, on the other hand, drowned in his memories. This was the time before he became the leader of Team 7. It was also the time he was recovering from his dark days in the ANBU. Hiruzen had just suggested that he become a teacher in charge of genin squads. Kakashi also followed by testing many teams, only to be met with failure as none of them had a thought process like Obito did. His heart became colder and colder, losing the will to live. He would reject interacting with anyone. Even Gai's challenge requests were shot down. However, Gai's personality was such that he would never give up, which made Kakashi give in to today's challenge, only to meet Niji. Niji seemed to remind Kakashi's former existence of an aloof genius who considered everyone else to be a burden and a loser. Kakashi hated himself for that since it led to Obito and Rin's deaths, not to mention his senseis as well. Kakashi slowly recovered from his painful memories. He looked at Niji in the eyes. What is he thinking? Niji felt like going nuts from the awkward silence that persisted between the two. You're right, Kakashi suddenly said. He is a loser. Niji frowned, waiting for more answers. But, I am a bigger loser than him, Kakashi concluded, following which he walked away, seemingly not interested in continuing a conversation. Huh? Niji stared at Kakashi's departing back. What do you mean by that? Niji asked immediately in a rude tone. Kakashi stopped walking. I don't have the time to deal with arrogant punks like you, Kakashi said, following which he vanished. Niji was left baffled. He was unable to make sense of Kakashi's words. Later that evening Niji walked to the edges of the hidden village to wait for Gai-sensei. This was because the self-imposed punishment that Guy-sensei decided was to go 500 laps around the village by hand standing. In a few minutes of waiting, Guy showed up with sweat running down his nose as it pointed towards the ground while Guy concentrated on what lied ahead. Niji, Guy called out in a weak voice. To think he was still doing this from morning today. Niji stared at Guy. How many laps have you done? Niji asked. Guy placed his left hand forth to take a step. Hee. I am around 219 laps in, Guy smiled. 219. Niji was shocked. This is nothing, Guy groaned as he tried to pick up the pace. Should I try it too? Niji had a fleeting thought which he had dismissed outright due to his pride. Why do you keep challenging him? Niji asked. Oh. Are you asking about my eternal rival Kakashi? Guy asked, seemingly taking pride in the fact. Niji nodded lightly. Kakashi is a once-in-a-generation genius like you, Guy said as he stepped forth using his hand. Niji also walked along listening to Guy taking about 2 laps around the village in the process. Guy spoke very enthusiastically about Kakashi and his challenges with him. Though Guy's explanation tended to have himself as a winner by 1 challenge from his perspective. However, Niji got a much clearer picture on the entire ordeal, including a bit about Kakashi's past. I once used to think that he was a born genius. But the day I saw him climbing a hill using only 1 hand, I decided I must put in 100 times the effort, Guy explained after recounting the past of how he had decided to compete against Kakashi. I see, Niji murmured. Niji, Guy looked at Niji as he continued to walk on his hands. Lee might not be able to defeat you now. But don't underestimate him, Guy said. Niji listened silently. Not only Lee. One day when you meet a person stronger than you in your generation. Don't give up. Make that person your rival. Fight it till the end. You will find yourself growing at an incredible rate that will overwhelm you. But don't let that take you down. If you act with passion, compete with rivals, and lift each other up, you'll all become great ninjas, Guy said. Niji thought back to the time the team had been formed and were introducing each other. Guy said these same words to Lee. Fast forward to the new batch. Niji met Naruto and Sasuke. However, there had been a difference in this timeline. Naruto graduated at the top of the class, while Sasuke came in second place. His first target, an Uchiha member, came in second. Niji lost his interest. Flashback Chapter 20. Summon. Tenten called. Poof. 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 About 100 weapons of different sorts appeared. Dodge. Niji shouted. Both Niji and Lee jumped back a few steps as the weapons landed one by one onto the grounds, with some of them exploding. Ha! Tenten called her weapons back using strings while Niji and Lee assumed their fighting pose. Naruto-kun, it's been a long time, would you like to join us for training? Lee asked as he saw Naruto with his group. Hi, thick brows. It's been a long time. So that's Naruto, the #1 rookie. Niji looked towards Naruto and his group, especially Sasuke, who he thought would be the elite member of the Uchiha clan. Niji lost interest in both Naruto and Sasuke since he had heard from Lee that Naruto was as strong as Lee himself, while Sasuke was just catching up. However, if Naruto was as strong as Lee, then what was the use? Sasuke would be even more weaker. Let's go Tenten, Niji said as he left along with Tenten from the field. That guy seems to be strong too, Sasuke thought as he saw Niji leaving. Flashback Chapter 35. Niji smirked upon seeing Naruto take out his kunai. Are you really dumb? Niji asked Naruto in a mocking tone. Naruto did not pay any heed as he threw the kunai towards Niji. I don't even need to dodge or block your kunai, Niji said as he raised his palm towards the incoming kunai as he intended to slap it aside. Other than Kakashi, none of the Jounins thought anything of Naruto throwing a kunai, but Kakashi expected otherwise. The kunai had approached within 10 meters of Niji. Niji aimed as he set his palm on a collision course with the incoming kunai. As the kunai approached the final 2 meters. Flying Raijin, second step. Boom. Niji was smacked into the ground by Naruto, who had appeared out of thin air. If a failure like me defeats you, then what does that make you? Worse than failure. People can change Niji. Failure can become genius, through hard work, Naruto said as he left the stage. Niji stared in defeat. If Naruto could take me down, then how much has that Uchiha boy trained? Niji thought internally. Flashback Chapter 63. Please fight me at your full strength, Gai-sensei. Niji declared as he assumed his gentle fist stance. Looks like that little bout with Naruto-kun made you realize your level, huh? I see the flames of fighting spirit burning in your eyes. Guy said as he lowered his stance a bit to start a charge from the ground. This time, I will become stronger than Naruto, Niji thought. Flashback chapter 97 and 98. Naruto powered up another Rasengan in his hand as he looked towards Niji. Niji, you are indeed a hardworking genius, Naruto murmured. Come at me. Niji raised a palm against Naruto. Naruto nodded, following which he threw another Rasengan at Niji. I may be tired, but I have enough chakra to spare, Niji thought upon seeing the Rasengan approach him once again. 8 trigrams, air palm. Niji struck the Rasengan away. Boom. The Rasengan destroyed one of the walls of the stadium. Is that all? I can handle 100 of those. Niji shouted out of anger. 100? Naruto blurted. That's not a bad idea at all, Naruto thought as he brought his hands together once again. Shadow clone jutsu again. It must be your favorite jutsu. Niji said as he continued to breathe slowly. Hee, Naruto snickered as he executed the jutsu. Poof. A massive cloud of smoke occupied the entire stadium. You are right, Naruto said, following which the cloud slowly unveiled the scene. What the? Niji stared at the scene of 100 Naruto clones in front of him. It's our favorite jutsu. The clones shouted together, following which the clones raised up their right hands at the same time. Whoosh! A weak windstorm was summoned into being as 100 Rasengans lit up at the same time. Shit, Niji stared in horror. Can you handle 100 of these? The clones asked all together at the same time. Niji felt like he had swallowed the most bitter thing in the world. I give up. Niji managed to say, following which he panted heavily. Niji looked at Sasuke. If Naruto improved in this 1 month, how much has he? Niji thought as he continued to stare at Sasuke. However, he knew that Gaara was terrible news and he had to warn Sasuke, not to end up as Lee did. Niji also slowly walked towards the entrance of the staircase, only to see Sasuke and Gaara walk out. The guy who defeated Lee, Niji murmured as Gaara walked past him. Gaara had noticed Niji but did not respond as Niji was a stranger to him. Sasuke. Niji called out. What is it? Sasuke asked in a grumpy voice as he looked towards Niji. Be careful. I hope you remember what happened to Lee and stay within your limits, Niji warned as he walked towards the staircase. Niji watched the match between Gaara and Sasuke like everyone else, but internally he had complex thoughts, especially after seeing a lot of difference in Sasuke's fighting style and speed faster than that of Lee's average speed, especially with the speed boost gained from the lightning ability. Flashback chapter 102. Sasuke had activated his Sharingan, which completely changed the way Sasuke responded to attacks. It changed the fluidity in body movements and decreased reaction times completely. Niji continued to stare in awe of the Sharingan's abilities. Gaara placed both his palms on the floor. What is he doing? Sasuke thought. Sand tsunami. Gaara announced, following which a vast ocean of sand rose from the battlefield and flooded the entire stadium. Sasuke Kun. Sakura shouted at the top of her voice, afraid of Sasuke being buried alive in the ocean of sand. Bang! Sasuke flew out of the ground while he rode upon the head of a snake. He does summonings as well. Niji was shocked, however, that was not all. BZ. 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 Sasuke raised his head as he looked towards Gaara. Arfk. Sasuke brimmed with battle intent as he flew towards Gaara with one hand with the chakra in the lead. Chidori, 1000 birds. Sasuke announced the name of the just, while Niji stared in awe at the amount of chakra concentrated in the jutsu, seemingly more destructive than even one ball of Rasengan that Naruto had demonstrated. Flashback chapter 141. Naruto. Niji called out. Naruto turned back. Thank you for saving Lee yesterday, Niji bowed towards Naruto. It's all right, Naruto shook his head. Lee wanted to know when you and Sasuke want to train along with him again, Niji asked. Training with Lee, huh? I really don't know, to be honest. I have a match against Sasuke tomorrow in the morning, Naruto said. Uchiha Sasuke, Niji murmured. Naruto, Niji called out. Naruto looked at Niji. Can you get me a battle against him? Niji asked. End of flashbacks. Niji stared at Sasuke. Sasuke. We are both chasing after the one we cannot defeat. We are both similar, you and I. I am not sure if I can challenge you like Gai-sensei challenges Kakashi-sensei. But, you are more of a rival to me than anyone else can ever be. Niji thought back to the time Naruto stood against Sasuke in the Chunin exam stage, seemingly imagining himself in front of Sasuke instead of Naruto. This match should have taken place a long time ago, but it will happen today, Niji thought. Sasuke also stared at Niji. The air between the two pulsed with battle intent as the duo simultaneously released it, causing Lee also to be very interested in the matchup that was right in front of his eyes. Lee looked at Sasuke and Niji. The battle between Uchiha Sasuke of Team Kakashi and Hyuga Niji of Team Guy. Lee brought his hand down, which was in slow motion, to Sasuke and Niji's eyes, as the leaves rustled around them due to the raging battle intent. A sudden wind blew up to the sky as Lee's hand finally landed down. Begin. Chapter 160. A sudden wind blew up to the sky as Lee's hand finally landed down. Begin. Sasuke and Niji immediately ran towards each other upon the fall of the hand. Clang. The sound of kunais parrying each other resounded in the air as the two clashed. The two stared intently into the other's eyes as their kunais resisted each other. Lee, who watched the match, clenched his fists together in excitement and anticipation. The two seem evenly matched in their first confrontation, Lee observed. Sh. Sasuke raised a hand seal against Niji. What? Niji stared at Sasuke, who had a barely discernible smile. BZ. Sasuke cloaked the kunai in lightning nature chakra. Clang. Niji's kunai snapped. Whoosh. Niji retreated a few steps back. Humph. Sasuke brought his hands together. You think I'll let you execute a jutsu? Niji immediately thought, following which he sent a palm forth. Air palm. Niji announced. Whoosh. A small burst of shock wave traveled towards Sasuke. This is the attack he used to deflect Naruto's REINCARNATION, Sasuke thought, following which Sasuke concentrated on his chakra network. Whoosh. The air palm struck nothing but air. Ha. Niji turned back only to see Sasuke fully clad in lightning nature chakra cloak. Sasuke brought his hands together quickly. Snake Dragon Rabbit Tiger. Fire Release, Dragon Flame Jutsu. Sasuke spat out a glowing ball of flame from his mouth that quickly morphed into a dragon. Damn, Niji cursed, following which he quickly started to rotate. Boom. The dragon-faced flame blasted off from Sasuke's mouth, gaining tremendous momentum as it quickly approached where Niji stood. Kaden. Niji announced, followed by an immediate appearance of a defensive chakra sphere. Boom. The dragon flame's impact landed on the chakra sphere. Humph, Sasuke stared at the flame. However, a second later, he frowned. Why is it not going ahead? Sasuke thought. Whoosh. The fire revolved along with the Kaden that was spinning around Niji. Soon Niji dissipated the fire attack completely. You handled that well, Sasuke said. Niji stared at Sasuke. Should we have a real battle? Niji asked. Huh? Lee was puzzled. He then looked towards Sasuke only to see him standing clueless as well. Sasuke naturally knew what it meant, but hesitated a bit, for it was too soon for the battle between the eyes. Have you already run out of jutsus in your arsenal? Sasuke asked. As much as I don't want to admit it. My fighting style is based on my eye bloodline and close combat techniques, Niji said. Humph. If it's close combat you want, then it's close combat you get, Sasuke smirked as coated himself in lightning nature chakra again. Niji in turn silently raised his palms against Sasuke, signifying that he was ready to take him on. Whoosh. Sasuke rushed towards Niji in full speed. It's going to be a proper taijutsu battle, Lee thought. Back in the grasslands elsewhere. Jiraiya looked at pain with the Lord Fukasaku and Granny Shima by his side. Jiraiya boy. I still don't understand. How did you end up provoking such a character? Lord Fukasaku asked. Jiraiya turned towards Lord Fukasaku, who was on the left side of his giant scroll that rested on his back. They are part of the organization I've been spying on. And the boy over there, Jiraiya said as he pointed towards Yahiko. Was once a student of mine, Jiraiya said. Who? Lord Fukasaku and Granny Shima stared at Jiraiya. This is the first I am hearing of that one. Unless. He's the prophesied one. Lord Fukasaku was shocked, but so was Granny Shima. Jiraiya thought back to the time he heard the prophecy. In time, you will have a student of your own. The student will become a ninja that will bring change to the world of ninja. It will be either of great stability or of great destruction. The kind that world has never seen the likes of before. Jiraiya contemplated about the elder's prophecy and the future he had seen. Meanwhile, the fight continued between the summons as usual. What is he doing? Orochimaru was puzzled. However, Pain saw this as a chance. Shing! The bald-headed Azura Path Pain lifted his arm only to have it transform into a model of a rocket launcher. Whoosh! The rocket launched of the Pain's arm. Jiraiya boy! Jiraiya-chan! Lord Fukasaku and Granny Shima called out at the same time. Ha! Jiraiya woke up from his stupor. Clang! Gamaken used his Susumata to deflect the missile away. Forgive my clumsiness, Gamaken said with a guilty expression. Pain and Orochimaru stared at Jiraiya meanwhile, the summons continued to battle it out in the background. What is he spacing out for? Orochimaru was displeased. Jiraiya though snapped back into reality, but he still had his questions. Nagato was not exactly wrong in his way of doing things. Despite being used, he still had his own perception of peace, albeit it was based on the Second Ninja World War. The world seemed to always be at war. No matter how much stable the world remained during Naruto's time in the future, conflicts existed underneath the superficial peace that existed on the surface. Some battles almost lead to a fifth Ninja World War. What happened, Jiraiya boy? Lord Fukasaku asked with concern. Jiraiya shook his head. No matter what, violence and fear was not the only way to solve things. The Akatsuki clearly exploits this method despite being unaware of the puppet master in the shadows. Sorry for getting distracted, Jiraiya said as he got into his battle stance. Lord Fukasaku looked at Jiraiya. Better be serious, boy. This student of yours is leaning towards destruction, Lord Fukasaku said, referring to the prophecy of the elder sage. That second prophecy is troublesome as well, Jiraiya thought. This is taking longer than expected, Yahiko Pain who stood in the center of the battlefield murmured. Whoosh! The human path and the Preta Path Pain flew towards Jiraiya meanwhile, Yahiko looked towards Orochimaru. I'll deal with you myself, Yahiko said as he started to walk towards Orochimaru. Hee, Orochimaru smirked. Damn. It's the human path Pain, the one that reads memories and souls. The Preta Path is a troublesome one as well. Any ninjutsu is useless against it. However, Jiraiya displayed a hint of a confident smile. Bring up the toad oil, Granny Shima suddenly said. Nope. It wouldn't work on the one in the front, Jiraiya said. There's something definitely going on, Nagato, who was controlling all the Pain's thought. Sensei's words seem to suggest that he knows of my abilities, Nagato thought. What do we do, then? Lord Fukasaku asked. Genjutsu is the only long-range option, Jiraiya suggested. Impossible. I won't sing a duet with Pa, Granny Shima rejected outright. Ma. This battle is no joke, Lord Fukasaku explained immediately. It's now or never. All I need is a few seconds, Jiraiya interrupted, indicating that there was no time for marital arguments. Got it, Lord Fukasaku and Granny Shima said at the same time, following which they joined their hands. Hugh, Lord Fukasaku and Granny Shima sucked in a deep breath at the same time, quadrupling the size of their windpipes. Croak, 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 voices of different frogs emitted across the atmosphere engulfing the two incoming Pain completely. Whoosh! Jiraiya immediately appeared behind the human path Pain. Sage Art, Giant Rasengan. SH. A giant ball of chakra suddenly evolved in front of Jiraiya's palms, completely engulfing the visionary range human path Pain that stared in a daze. Ha! Jiraiya pushed the giant Rasengan towards the human path Pain. With this, one of our major troubles are over, Jiraiya thought as he relaxed his expressions a bit. However. Jiraiya stared at the Rasengan getting smaller and smaller little by little. What the hell? Jiraiya cursed only to see the Preta Path Pain staring back at him with an emotionless expression from behind the giant Rasengan. Fool, Orochimaru murmured upon seeing Jiraiya fail. Jiraiya's eyes widened upon seeing the animal path Pain summoning Pain standing at quite the distance away from the battle that Jiraiya was fighting. Jiraiya's shock however was from seeing the Rinnegan on that Pain. Damn it. How did I forget, their vision is shared, Jiraiya thought. SH. The Rasengan was completely absorbed at this point. Whoosh. Jiraiya leaped back onto Gamaken's back. Retreat, Jiraiya gave an order. The three Pains stared at Jiraiya and Lord Fukasaku and Granny Shima retreating on the back of Gamaken. Back in the training field. Ha! Sasuke and Neji blocked each other's palm and fist respectively. Your taijutsu is impressive, Neji commented. Humph, don't sell yourself short, Sasuke said. My team's main ability is taijutsu. If I lost to you here then there's no meaning in me being a ninja, not to mention having the title of the strongest taijutsu of the hidden leaf, Neji said. Sasuke looked at Neji. I think it's time for us to end this spar, Sasuke said, following which he closed his eyes. Finally, Niji concentrated on his optical nerves. Byakugan. Niji brought his palm up once again, which was aimed towards Sasuke. The moment of truth, Lee stared at Sasuke while gripping tightly onto the sword he had been given by Sasuke. Sasuke slowly opened his eyes. Sharingan. Chapter 161. Gamabunta looked around. Where is that snake-tailed bastard? Gamabunta thought as he searched for the giant snake-tailed chameleon. Whack! A tongue lashed out of nowhere onto Gamabunta's back. Damn it! Gamabunta cursed as he jumped away. Haha. Serves a jumped-up bastard like you to receive some lashing. Manda stared at Gamabunta being whipped. Screech. The drill-beaked giant bird zoomed in on Manda. Hiss. Manda waited patiently on the ground for the bird to come in. Whir. The drill-shaped beak on the giant bird started to spin. What the? Manda was irritated upon seeing the bird having special moves. Caw. The giant bird cried as it swooped down to attack Manda, only to see Manda evaded in the last minute. Who's the jumped-up bastard, you cowardly slithering snake? Gamabunta asked. Manda frowned. The two were not having a good time battling out the creatures. Manda looked towards the three-headed boa, only to see that it had a terrible disadvantage fighting the three-headed dog. The three-headed dog had likely been injured thrice, splitting up into three different three-headed dogs, thus each boa had to face three heads on its own. Caw. The giant bird cried as it swooped down to attack Manda, only this time, it had managed to shear off a portion of Manda's flesh on its body. Yee-oh-oh. Manda screamed out loud in pain. Hiss. CRK. Gamabunta turned around to see a small, almost transparent snake biting his hand. Damn it. Gamabunta cursed out aloud as he withdrew his arm and retreated by jumping back towards Manda. Manda looked towards Gamabunta. It hurts like shit, Gamabunta cursed as he looked at his lightly swollen hand. Manda, however, chose to remain silent as it looked at the giant drill-beaked bird looming over the duo's heads. I am going to make that bastard Orochimaru pay. Manda complained. Shut your trap, will ya? Gamabunta stared at Manda. This is not working out. Gamabunta looked around to search for the chameleon that had blended in with the surroundings. As he looked around, he spotted Jiraiya retreating on Gamaken's back while Gamahiro didn't really face anyone. Gamahiro. Gamabunta called out. Gamahiro turned around to see Gamabunta looking at him. Get rid of those dogs, Gamabunta said as he pointed towards the three-headed boa which was busy fighting the dogs. Understood. Gamahiro leaped into the air to go towards the three-headed boa. Manda was surprised. We snakes aren't weak to rely on our food, Manda sneered. I am doing this to get rid of the enemy. If I were asked to help your kind, I would rather die, Gamabunta defended. Humph. Manda snorted in disdain. Tell you what. Why don't we exchange opponents, Manda suggested suddenly. What? Gamabunta stared at Manda. On the other side of the battlefield. Yahiko looked at Orochimaru. How did you get accepted by the Leaf? Yahiko asked curiously. Does it matter? Orochimaru asked. I suppose it does not if you are a dead man, Yahiko said emotionlessly. Hee, Orochimaru smirked. Almighty pull. Sh. Orochimaru was pulled within Yahiko's grasp. Humph. Yahiko lifted up Orochimaru by his collar. Oh. What are you going to do? Orochimaru asked. Bang. Yahiko smashed Orochimaru into the ground. Clang. 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 Yahiko pinned Orochimaru into the ground using 4 different rods. Ugh. Orochimaru's expressions twisted. With my chakra coursing through those rods. You won't be able to move even, and Yahiko stopped speaking. He stared at Orochimaru's body, suddenly turning into brown mud. Earth release, shadow clone. Orochimaru suddenly emerged from the ground almost 2 meters away. However, this time, it was only his neck stretching out of the ground, while he held a sword in his mouth. Yahiko was shocked. Only 2 seconds had passed from when he had used his power to pull Orochimaru into his grasp. There was still 3 seconds remaining. Sword of Kusanagi. Orochimaru spat out the sword which headed like a missile towards Yahiko. Is he planning to force Nagato out here? Jiraiya thought aloud. There it is again, the Predapath Pain and the others were shocked upon reading Jiraiya's lips since his voice couldn't be heard from that distance. Whoosh! The sword closed in on Yahiko. Yahiko stared at the sword that approached him quickly. Godspeed, leader of the Akatsuki, Orochimaru said, followed by a sly smile. Back in the Hidden Leaf General Hospital. Hinata squinted her eyes as she tried to wake up. Hinata. Naruto immediately hugged her. The moment Hinata reacted, events before she had fainted played within a split second, reminding her that Shin was dead. The B-blood, Hinata tried to voice out her fear. It's alright, Hinata. I'm here. You're gonna be alright. Believe it. Naruto said as he hugged her tighter. Woo, Hinata cried silently in Naruto's embrace. Knock. 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 Naruto looked towards the door with a displeased expression across his face, but that immediately vanished since he had been used to those kinds of disturbances during his years as Hokage. Come in, Naruto said emotionlessly as he stared at the door. Creak. The door opened. Naruto. Shikamaru called out, following which he gasped for breath. Naruto frowned. Shikamaru stared at Naruto, holding on to Hinata. Sorry, but this is really important, Shikamaru insisted. Naruto looked at Hinata. His heart tightened upon seeing the expression of despair that Hinata wore across her face. Naruto brought his hands together. I guess this will have to do for now, Naruto murmured. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Poof. Another Naruto appeared. Let's go, Naruto said as he pulled Shikamaru along with him and exited the room. Outside the room. Naruto looked at Shikamaru. I know you have a good reason, Naruto said. Shikamaru looked at Naruto. When was the last you spoke with Sasuke? Shikamaru asked. Why? Naruto asked in turn. Answer me, Shikamaru said. Right before I left for the mission in the hidden grass, Naruto said. Has Sasuke been moody, or hostile in any manner towards you? Shikamaru asked. Stop beating around the bush, will ya? Naruto stared at Shikamaru in the eye. Sasuke wants to kill you. Naruto, Shikamaru replied. Huh? Naruto stared at Shikamaru. I don't get it, Naruto said. Shikamaru sighed in defeat. Will things end up like the previous timeline, Shikamaru thought. Back in the grasslands. Yahiko stared at the sword that approached him quickly. Godspeed, leader of the Akatsuki, Orochimaru said, followed by a sly smile. Whoosh! The sword zoomed past the air, causing Yahiko to freeze. Time seemed to slow down as Orochimaru's grin widened upon seeing the sword millimeters away from Yahiko's face. He's done. Orochimaru stared eagerly at the surefire shot that was bound to make contact. Poof! Impossible. Orochimaru's face twisted upon seeing Yahiko disappear from where he stood. Huh? Jiraiya was also shocked. Whoosh! The sword shoot through the space where Yahiko was supposed to be. Orochimaru's body emerged from the ground, following which his neck retracted back into his body. Orochimaru looked towards Jiraiya, only to see Jiraiya staring in a particular direction with a surprised expression. Orochimaru's eyesight slowly traced the direction to see Yahiko Pain standing next to the summoning pain. I see. It looks like the summoning works for short distance also, Orochimaru analyzed. Nagato, on the other hand, was perplexed. It's better to retreat, Nagato silently murmured from within a tall tree where he was controlling all the pains. Huh? Zetsu stared at Nagato. I'll let you two live for now, Yahiko Pain said, following which all the pains except the summoning pain disappeared with a poof. Wait! Jiraiya shouted at summoning pain. The summoning pain started to descend into the ground. Gamaken. Jiraiya called out. Yes. Gamaken responded by jumping towards the pain. We'll meet again, Sensei, the summoning pain said. The summoning pain slowly disappeared into the ground as though going through quicksand. Bam! Gamaken landed on the bare ground. Damn it! Jiraiya cursed. It's all right, Jiraiya boy, Lord Fukasaku consoled. Orochimaru silently observed the aftermath. Bang! Gamabunta landed on the barren grassland with his sword pierced straight into the ground. Just when I was having fun flying on top of a bird, some bastard undoes his summoning, Gamabunta complained. Humph, Jiraiya grunted as he undid his sage mode. Orochimaru. Manda called out. What is it? Orochimaru looked at Manda. I will let you off today for not giving me anything, but next time don't expect anything for free, Manda said in a displeased tone. Orochimaru looked at Manda, who was being at Sundra all of a sudden. Orochimaru felt a bit strange seeing this attitude from Manda. Of course, he had already taken sneak peeks at Manda's battle against the chameleon, where it taught the little snake on the tail and the chameleon itself a good deal of lesson. The chameleon had its advantage in its invisibility, but this was useless against a snake which could also sense heat of its prey, thus allowing Manda to have a good time dealing with it. Meanwhile, Gamabunta used his jumping power to get onto the back of the giant bird, thus going along for a fun ride while others were busy fighting. Next time, I'll give you something good, Orochimaru said. You'd better. Manda said in a cussed manner, following which it vanished. Good job you guys. Jiraiya looked at Gamahiro, Gamaken, Gamabunta, and the two elder frogs. Poof. The three giant frogs disappeared. We'll see you later, Jiraiya boy, Lord Fukasaku said. Same thing, Jiraiya-chan, Granny Shima said. Jiraiya nodded, following which the two frogs also disappeared. Meanwhile, inside the tree. Zetsu stared at Nagato, getting up from the device he was bound to. This may stop Akatsuki's plans for a while, Nagato murmured as he stared at Zetsu. It's that bad huh, the white part of Zetsu murmured. It's good you noticed those two, Nagato said as he thought back to the time, Zetsu had appeared in a hidden Rain's tower to inform Nagato of Orochimaru's whereabouts. Nagato couldn't travel to where Orochimaru and Jiraiya were, instead of which he then handed some iron rods over to Zetsu to make a clone version of himself and the summoning pain. Thus Nagato had appeared precisely where Orochimaru and Jiraiya were despite being days away from them. What do you plan to do? The black Zetsu asked. I need to discuss this with Madara before I hold a meeting, Nagato said, following which he descended into the ground. The white Zetsu stared into the ground where Nagato disappeared into. That battle, it looked like those two already knew about Nagato's abilities, the white Zetsu said. Obito already told me to record every battle that takes place, everything is up to him in the end, the black Zetsu replied. Hee. Those two think they are leading the Akatsuki, the white Zetsu laughed. But. The white Zetsu paused for a moment. The black Zetsu knew that the white was waiting for the follow-up. All things are meaningless before our final plan to bring back our mother, the black Zetsu said as he looked up at the ceiling of the inside of the tree, thinking about the project Tsuki no Mi. Back in the grasslands. Orochimaru walked towards Jiraiya. I didn't see that coming, Jiraiya said as he stared at the grass by his feet, thinking back to the battle that just took place. Orochimaru stared at Jiraiya, sulking by himself. Jiraiya looked up at Orochimaru after a quick reflection. Let's wrap this up fast. How many more hideouts to go? Jiraiya asked. I've changed my mind, Orochimaru said, following which he looked towards a different direction. There's a man we have to meet. Who? Jiraiya asked. Dar, hero. Jiraiya stared silently at Orochimaru as though he was looking at a monster. Chapter 162. There's a man we have to meet. Who? Jiraiya asked. Dar, hero. Jiraiya stared silently at Orochimaru as though he was looking at a monster. Dar, hero. You mean the mentor of that kid Katasuk? Jiraiya asked. Katasuk was a special Jnin of the Hidden Leaf Village who changed the world with his ninja tech. Before arriving in the Hidden Leaf Village and even before the time he helped in the cleanup of the aftermath of the Fourth Ninja World War. Was mentored by Dr. Hiro in the field of science and technology. Orochimaru silently smiled at Jiraiya, not denying his words at all. Why meet him now of all times? Jiraiya asked. Dar, Hiro is not the doctor as you remember from Naruto's memories. I have seen his face. He resembles a person from the small circle of people I communicate with, Orochimaru said. Resembles? Jiraiya was puzzled. Yes. Ever since I encountered Naruto-kun. I've been working on a small project. I've sent him the details on that project since he has an expertise in that area of the project. We were supposed to meet on a later date for an exchange, where I give him information in exchange for the blueprint he'll prepare for me, Orochimaru said. I see. And this project of yours, Jiraiya paused to observe Orochimaru's expression. Yes. It was for the destruction of the village, but now I have other plans for it, Orochimaru replied. I see, Jiraiya murmured. Back in the training field. Sasuke and Neji stared at each other after awakening their eyes. Lee, who was watching their spar by the side, was very excited to the point that he found it hard to control his emotions. Neji gestured with the back of his hand facing Sasuke. Come, Neji beckoned. Humph, Sasuke grunted. Whoosh. Sasuke ran towards Neji. Let's see that Byakugan of yours, Sasuke thought as he approached within 2 meters of Neji. Ha! Sasuke kicked at Neji using his right leg only to be blocked by an arm. Neji stared emotionlessly for he knew this was only the first move. Neji stood up to Sasuke-kun on the first move, Lee thought. Sasuke smiled, following which he increased the force in his kicking leg. HRM, Neji grunted as he looked at his left arm that bore the pressure of Sasuke's right leg. Ha! Neji sent a palm strike using his right palm towards Sasuke. Bam! Sasuke used his left hand to block Niji's incoming palm the same way Niji blocked Sasuke's kick. What? Niji was astounded. Whoosh! Sasuke and Niji parted away from each other. Niji looked up to see Sasuke in his fighting stance as well. Your turn, Sasuke taunted Niji to come over using his hand. Ugh, Niji felt ashamed. You're going to regret that, Niji said as he brought his palms out again. Lee stared silently at Niji. Niji's expression reminded him of the Chunin exam, where Niji struck Hinata down without mercy. Sasuke was also reminded of the scene from back then, which made him curious about his current situation. Here, I come, Niji announced, following which he ran towards Sasuke. Ha! Niji sent a palm towards Sasuke, only to be dodged narrowly. Let's see how many you can dodge, Niji thought as he sent out another palm. Ha! 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 Lee observed the spar closely. Ha! 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 Every single palm Niji sent was either narrowly dodged or blocked by Sasuke. Ha! 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 Niji executed palm after palm with textbook execution that had a good rhythm and a clean look to the fight. Sasuke, on the other hand, had no rhythm to him at all. Sasuke seemed to dodge without a care, leaving it all to his instincts, which led to him dodging in an unorthodox manner that made Niji madder and madder after every palm. Ha! Ha! Sasuke flipped backward out of Niji's reach, while Niji gasped for breath as he stared at Sasuke. How's this possible? He doesn't look tired at all, Niji thought. Sasuke, on the other hand, also stared at Niji. Although on the surface, he was absolutely calm, inside his thoughts were swimming in troubled waters. That was close. If it wasn't for me awakening that third Tomo, I might have been hit once or twice. Sasuke thought as he stared at Niji, only that at this moment, he frowned. Niji seemed to be smiling for some reason. What is it? Sasuke asked. Hee. You're within the area of my 8 trigrams, Niji explained. Huh? Sasuke stared at Niji crouching down and extending his hands out, the right hand behind him with the palm facing out and the left hand with its palm facing Sasuke. Lee became excited. Niji did not get to show this to anyone till today, Lee thought as he stared at the match, more excited than ever before. Whatever it is, I am ready. Sasuke was on guard against any unexpected attacks. Now, Niji took a few steps towards Sasuke. Sasuke's Sharingan saw the chakra concentrated on Niji's fingertips. Is this a special technique? Sasuke thought. 8 trigrams. Hidden Leaf General Hospital. Naruto looked at Shikamaru. Sasuke wants to kill me? Naruto asked. Yes, Shikamaru nodded. And how did you find out? Naruto asked. Shikamaru sighed, following which he explained how he had a conversation with Sasuke in the forest regarding Sasuke helping Niji train. So, you're telling me that Itachi said that the only way to obtain the Manjiki Sharingan is to kill his best friend, in other words, me, Naruto said as he pointed to himself. Shikamaru nodded silently. Looks like Shikamaru isn't kidding, Naruto thought. This conversation also led Naruto to think back to the conversation he had with Sasuke before they left together for the Kazekage rescue mission. Flashback. Naruto. I'll be honest, I want to know the truth about Itachi from you. I want to know what made him do this. But I realize that I am not powerful enough to defeat you right now, which drives me to search for power. Other than this, I also feel a strong urge to kill you, Sasuke said with a crazed look across his face. Naruto stared at Sasuke, reminding him of the old Sasuke he dreaded. But Sasuke's facial expression reverted to its usual. I decided against it. It feels like I am being forced to think of his words back from that day again and again. End of flashback. Naruto looked at Shikamaru. I did indeed talk about Shikamaru taking revenge, but this conversation came after that. Did Sasuke change back to his old self? Naruto thought back to the few days he had with Sasuke after that mission where he showed the thousands of Zetsu. Naruto called out. Yes. Appeared next to Naruto within his mind. I want you to show all of my memories to Shikamaru, Naruto said. Everything? Asked. Other than my private moments, everything, Naruto gave the command. Naruto knew that SH always adjusted the amount of memories everyone needed to look at the future, however, Shikamaru being Naruto's advisor and the #1 strategist needed any information he could get his hands on. I understand, SH said, following which he disappeared from within Naruto's mind. Naruto looked at Shikamaru, but he didn't see SH come out yet. What is he doing? Naruto thought. SH was staring at Naruto's memories. Naruto's memories were neatly laid in front of him as a big collage of videos of important moments. Despite the Naruto in front of Shikamaru being a clone, it did have the memories of the original as well. At this moment, SH looked at a particular part of the giant collage. The memories of his last 12 years before the final battle seems to be a bit corrupted. SH thought as he looked at the collage's picture, seemingly having less vibrancy and quality than the rest of the images. However, a few months before the final battle seemed perfectly fine. SH then looked at the last possible clear memory. It was a memory where Sasuke was looking down at Naruto. SH examined the memory further. The image enlarged, playing back what took place at that time. It was a room where Ino, Sasuke, Sakura, Hinata, and Shikamaru had gathered. Naruto was held within a large stone. Only his head was outside the stone that faced the others. The image appeared to be out of focus, but SH could understand that this was probably Naruto looking at them despite being unconscious. SH looked closely at everyone. Despite being out of focus, he could make out that the people in the room were grief-stricken. Sasuke, Hinata, and Sakura, in particular, had faces dried from crying all day. Shikamaru looked at Ino and Sasuke. "Are you two ready?" Shikamaru asked. Ino and Sasuke nodded. Ino, remember to follow Sasuke's every movement properly and place those genjutsu memory blocks from your side as well, Shikamaru reminded. Ino had a determined expression. "Then let's begin the process," Shikamaru said, following which the image closed and returned to the giant collage. SH was perplexed. Should I unlock this memory for Shikamaru or not, SH thought. SH. Naruto called out. Yes, SH returned back to the dimension where he could converse with Naruto's mind. Are you going to show the memories to Shikamaru or not? Naruto asked. I want to, but there is a certain part of your memory that is locked away, SH said. What? Naruto was confused. Why didn't you mention this before? Naruto asked quickly. It's because it never made sense as your other memories seemed to fit perfectly and provided more than enough information to everyone so far, SH explained. What's going on, Naruto? Shikamaru asked, seemingly running out of patience after staring at a silent Naruto for a while. Just a sec, Naruto said, following which he closed his eyes to communicate with SH in a more focused manner. It doesn't matter now. Since Shikamaru is here, he might as well make some sense out of it, Naruto explained. Okay, I'll go ahead and remove the restriction then, SH said, following which, he started to move his hands in a particular manner trying to interact with laws. Boom! An internal explosion took place within Naruto's mind. SH. The 12 years of blocked memories quickly flashed past Naruto's mind, playing back everything that happened. No, Naruto murmured, following which he fell onto the floor lifelessly. Naruto! Shikamaru called out as he tried to wake up the clone that descended into a state of shock. Pop! Shikamaru heard a sound. Shikamaru looked at Naruto, only to see an orange-red chakra spewing out slowly. Naruto, who was holding on to Hinata within the room, looked towards the closed door. Kurama, Naruto called out. It's an evil presence, Kurama nodded from within. Shikamaru and my clone are outside, Naruto thought, following which he placed his kunai by the bed. Flying Raijin Stage 2. SH. Naruto appeared with Hinata within his room. He then slowly placed Hinata on the bed. I'll be back later, Naruto thought as he looked at Hinata. Whoosh! Naruto had vanished. Meanwhile, outside the hospital room, Shikamaru stared at the dense orange-red chakra that was slowly spewing out of the clone Naruto. Naruto, Shikamaru tried calling out once again. SH. The original Naruto appeared next to Shikamaru. What happened? Naruto asked Shikamaru. The clone Naruto suddenly opened its eyes. The pupils of the eyes were the same ones Naruto used to have from being in the Nine Tails mode. What's going on? Naruto was confused. The clone Naruto looked at Naruto and Shikamaru for a second. Gur. The clone growled in anger, following which it stood on all fours. Shit. Naruto stared helplessly as the clone raised its hand into the air. Ah. The clone Naruto screamed as it placed its hand down. Bang. Chapter 163. Hawkase in Japanese literally means doctor. So it is changed to hero. In a cave within the hidden mist village. Zetsu appeared from below the ground. Zetsu, the masked man, called out as from behind Yugura. Another figure appeared from the ground. Nagato, The masked man frowned from behind his mask. It's a clone, Zetsu answered. Madara. We might need to change our plans, Nagato said. The masked man stared silently. A few minutes later. "I see," the masked man murmured as he stared at Nagato. Although he appeared calm on the surface, behind the mask, Obito was sweating bullets. He then observed Nagato's expression for a few seconds. Obito, as a former Hidden Leaf citizen, knew how much powerful the legendary Sanins were. However, there was also the Rinnegan which forced Hans the Salamander to run away back in the Third Ninja War when Obito tried to recruit Nagato. Even the Sanins together again in the Second Ninja War could only fight Hans to a draw, but this time Nagato had failed despite the absence of Tsunade. "Nagato," the masked man called out. "Yes," Nagato looked at the masked man. "As you said. Let's go into hiding for now. It's better to leave Orochimaru out until the final stage where we come out," the masked man said. "Noted. I'll hold the meeting now," Nagato said as he sat down on the floor. Somewhere along the borders of the Land of Fire, two figures sat in a restaurant covered in black robes with red cut patterns. Both wore straw hats while one of them had a huge thing wrapped in bandages on the back. The people around the duo casually chatted about the recent happenings. "So, the other day I was asking my boss for time off to go to the Hidden Leaf," a man said. "So, what did he say?" the man opposite to him asked. "He says he was taking some time off too, but he was going to the Hidden Sand," the first man continued. "Hidden Sand?" the second man asked. "I was confused too, but apparently the sports festival is said to have changed venues," the first man replied. "Oh, you mean the new Timelight Dome?" another man from a nearby table asked. "Yeah, the new monument," the first man said excitedly. "I'm heading there too," the man said as he got up from his table to join in on the conversation. "Looks like we are heading to the west now." "Itachi," Kisame said as he stared at Itachi who was drinking from his teacup. "So it seems," Itachi replied emotionlessly as he took a sip. Soon the duo left the shop and proceeded on their way once again. Sounds of footsteps echoed as they walked on a neat pathway in the middle of a grassland. Itachi and Kisame stopped walking. Itachi turned towards Kisame who nodded at him, the duo then proceeded towards the grass and settled down. Itachi and Kisame appeared virtually in front of all the members gathered in the room. "Finish this meeting fast. My bird can't autopilot, humph." Deidara complained since he was on his way over to the Hidden Leaf. "Calm down," Sasori who was virtually next to Deidara said. "Akatsuki has decided to withdraw from all missions effective immediately," Nagato announced. "What?" The other members stared with shocked expressions. "Are you joking?" Kakuzu and Deidara asked at the same time. "I didn't get my partner yet," Kakuzu complained. "I just joined you guys," Deidara complained as well. "Yours is a punishment," Nagato said as he looked at Deidara. Deidara remained silent. "The Akatsuki will no longer operate on the surface, but our group will exist in a state of hibernation," Nagato said. Itachi while remaining emotionless was frowning internally. The third said that there was a boy I had to meet no matter what. Will this mission be cancelled? Itachi thought. What about our mission? Kisame asked suddenly. Nagato mulled over for a few seconds which suddenly gave light to Itachi's flickering hope. Disguise yourselves and bring the money back, Nagato said. Itachi nodded. The same goes for all of you. Disguise yourselves. Our main objective for the next few months is to gather the minimum money that is required for the final phase, Nagato commanded. Got it, the others in the room nodded. What of Orochimaru? Deidara inquired since he was on his mission to fix his mistake, he was still interested in the failure of his first mission. Orochimaru is less of our concerns now. We will deal with him when we are in the final phase, Nagato said. I see, Sasori said slowly however, internally, he understood that Orochimaru was tough even for the most powerful ones in their group. Any other questions? Nagato asked as he stared at all the members one by one, only to see them standing silent. Meeting adjourned, Nagato concluded. Itachi opened his eyes, followed by Kisame. Kisame then looked at his sword, Samahata. How am I going to disguise you? Kisame stared at his sword, which reacted by slowly curling its hilt around Kisame's arm. Itachi looked at the horizon. An entire week before the sports festival begins, Itachi thought as he stared in the direction he and Kisame were supposed to proceed in. Whoosh! Orochimaru and Jiraiya landed on a patch of grass. Jiraiya's eyes traced the direction where Orochimaru was looking at. The duo stared at an abandoned building covered with plants all over. This Dr. Hero. Just who is he? Jiraiya asked. Does his current identity matter? Orochimaru asked as he looked at Jiraiya. Jiraiya stared silently at Orochimaru. Orochimaru shook his head. Follow me, Orochimaru said as he walked towards the building. Why don't you just tell me? Jiraiya complained as he followed behind. As Orochimaru continued to walk, he suddenly stopped. A trap? Jiraiya asked. No. It's a snake, Orochimaru replied nonchalantly as he stared at a small snake enter a hole in the ground. Humph, Jiraiya could only snort as he watched Orochimaru play the nice guy not wanting to hurt even a fly. Let's go, Orochimaru said as he proceeded forward. Jiraiya also followed behind Orochimaru without question. As the duo entered the building, Orochimaru looked at the floor. 3 to the left and 4 to the front, Orochimaru said as he walked around in the direction he mumbled in. After reaching, he knocked on the floor. TK. A handle popped out. There, Orochimaru moved to make way for Jiraiya. Jiraiya then pulled the handle up to reveal a small entrance enough to fit a person that led underground. Let's go, Orochimaru said as he proceeded forward. Jiraiya followed after Orochimaru leaving the trap door open. As the two descended the staircase, they came across a small lab. Looks like this place is active after all, Jiraiya murmured as he stared at all the colorful test tubes. As the two proceeded further in, Jiraiya understood that the Dr. Hero they were looking for was not only competent in using chemicals but also other masteries as well in weapons, tools, etc. Soon they arrived at a place where animals were in cages. Jiraiya silently stared at all the strange creatures that were trapped in the cages. As a ninja, Jiraiya had already come across things like this, thus, he was not that worried about the freedom of these trapped animals. Bang! Jiraiya's and Orochimaru's sight were drawn towards the source of the sound. At the end of the hall, a man in a white lab coat stared at a well-built monkey that was currently rampaging within its cage. The results show almost negligible difference compared to the boost before, the man said as he noted down on his notebook, following which he turned to see Orochimaru and Jiraiya heading towards him. Orochimaru. Jiraiya-sama, the man backed 2 steps as he raised an arm in defense. Dr. Hero, Orochimaru called out. You know my real name? The man asked. Yes, Orochimaru nodded as he slowly moved his eyes to stare at the rampaging monkey within the cage. This is my test subject. Dr. Shinu wanted to test the highest possible state that could be achieved with the gate system. And here I am using steroids, Dr. Hero said as he pointed to the syringes loaded in the inner pocket of his lab coat. Hee, Orochimaru smirked. Orochimaru, wrap this up fast, Jiraiya said. Patience, Orochimaru said as he took a step forward towards Dr. Hero. Here's the information you wanted, Orochimaru said as he pulled out a scroll. I'm afraid that won't do, Dr. Hero said as he shook his head. Orochimaru frowned, what do you mean by this? I'm helpless, really, Dr. Hero said. Speak, Jiraiya interrupted. The scroll was to bail out my hunter, Dr. Hero said. Hunter? Jiraiya stared at Dr. Hero. Yes, he always got me the things I needed for my research and inventions, unfortunately, a few days ago, he was taken, Dr. Hero paused. Taken? Where? Orochimaru asked. Hozuki Castle, Dr. Hero answered. Jiraiya and Orochimaru stared at the man. So, now we have to infiltrate this place to get him out, huh? Jiraiya asked. Jiraiya-sama, the Hozuki Castle is. Humph, leave that to us, Jiraiya said, following which he turned towards Orochimaru. What is that project of yours? Jiraiya asked. Orochimaru looked at Dr. Hero. Please wait, Dr. Hero said, following which he ran in. Soon Dr. Hero came out of his room with 2 neatly rolled up sheets. Flap. The sheets were unrolled and neatly placed on the table. As requested. Blueprints for Project 7, 610. Chapter 164. Project 7, 610. Jiraiya was astonished. If the numbers were spelled out, it worded into Naruto 7 na, 6 Rorokumu, and 10 2. As Jiraiya looked at the overview of the blueprints, he was angered. Weren't you supposed to come out with this project 2 years later? Jiraiya asked. I was pressurized by the very existence of your student. On the other hand, I needed a weapon against Akatsuki also, Orochimaru expressed his opinion on the matter. Scared of my student, eh? Orochimaru. Orochimaru silently stared at Jiraiya. Well, as long as you build this one to protect our village, I will close my eyes on that, Jiraiya said. Orochimaru smirked seeing that Jiraiya wasn't against his plan of building Mecha Naruto. Jiraiya-sama, Dr. Hero called out. Jiraiya looked at Dr. Hero. Please see if you'd require anything from here to help you out in your infiltration. There are also some food supplies I have set aside which may be of help in your travel to the hidden grass, Dr. Hero said. Jiraiya wondered. What is it? Orochimaru asked. The Hozuki Castle is the only place that the 5 nations have cooperated to build. If we were to slip up, then the Hidden Leaf's reputation will be damned, Jiraiya said. Exactly, Dr. Hiro also joined in. Though I cannot manage for long without my hunter, you don't need to sacrifice your village for that, Dr. Hiro begged. The Hozuki Castle, also known as Blood Prison, was built in collaboration by all 5 great nations to throw their most devious criminals into the place. The Hozuki Castle was said to be located somewhere near the hidden grass. When a nation threw their prisoner there, it was said that the nation had forsaken the said person's citizenship. At that point, even if the prisoner was to be released, he would have nowhere to go home to. Give us a minute, will ya? Jiraiya said, following which he approached Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Why go to this guy now of all times? Jiraiya asked. Think about it. My knowledge is limited to ninjutsu, kenjutsu, forbidden jutsus, and medical ninjutsu. As long as we recruit him now, the current technology with our ideas will jump leaps and bounds, Orochimaru said. You think I don't know that? Obviously I wanted to recruit him first, Jiraiya said. So we are on the same page then, Orochimaru interrupted. Jiraiya stared at Orochimaru silently. Damn, Naruto was right. It is definitely hard to imagine Orochimaru's crooked mind actually bending in our favor. I finally understand what you went through with this guy, Jiraiya pitied Naruto as he stared at Orochimaru. As long as we do this together, there won't be any problem then. Jiraiya turned away. Jiraiya, Orochimaru called out. Jiraiya turned back. We will be successful. As long as you don't slip, Orochimaru said. Damn, Jiraiya clenched his fists, being reminded of the time when he was a loser in Team Sarutobi. However, now, things would be different. Let's pack up for the hidden grass, Jiraiya said as he headed out of the room. Dr. Hiro immediately followed in after Jiraiya to help him. Meanwhile, Orochimaru turned back to look at the desk where the blueprints were. Back in the hidden sand. Whoosh! Gaara flew across a bare ground as he slowly infused his chakra into the sand on the ground. After a few minutes, he stopped flying around and headed to the center. Looks like I have infused enough chakra, Gaara thought. Gaara rose his hand up. Zzz. The ground vibrated beneath him. Gaara sweated bullets as he continued to maintain holding up his hand. Soon the ground started to raise up a circular wall around him slowly. Boom! The wall started to rise up higher and higher. If this were before, I wouldn't be capable of controlling chakra on this scale. Gaara thought back to the time Naruto had sealed Shikaku properly in his own body. Ever since that day, he had sound sleep in the night and better perception of human emotions and the reality around him. However, there was one thing that worried him the most, that was facing Shikaku once again. I hope one day, you will become like me, learning to let go of all that hatred within you and embrace humans, Gaara murmured. However, Shikaku, who was on the inside, begged to differ. However, at the same time, he wondered if what the sage Fo6 Path said before would become true. The day when a boy would appear in front of all the tailed beasts and call them by their real names. Boom! The ground vibrated once more as Gaara settled the rising walls at a certain height. Ha! 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 Gaara panted heavily as he looked up to see the 1.5 kilometers diameter of a Colosseum wall he had just raised up. Gaara, a voice called out. Kazekage-sama, Gaara responded upon seeing Raza walk towards himself. Now that we are alone, you can call me. Raza slowed down to the point where Gaara's eyes were fixed on Raza's mouth as they uttered the next word. Dad. Gaara's eyes widened upon hearing those words. Bang! A sudden explosion took place outside the Hidden Leaf village. What just, before Shikamaru could open his mouth, dust blew against his face forcing him to halt whatever he was saying. Cough. 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 Naruto and Shikamaru both coughed out loud. Soon the dust cleared a little, allowing Shikamaru to peek in on their current location. How did we come outside, Shikamaru thought. And then it suddenly hit him. When they were back in the hospital where Naruto's clone suddenly lost control. The original Naruto appeared right next to Shikamaru, and before the clone could strike the floor of the hospital with its anger, Naruto had teleported the clone and Shikamaru along with himself outside the village. Gur! The clone Naruto growled with its red nine-tailed cloak. The original Naruto instantly switched into his proper nine-tails mode and restrained the clone. What happened? Naruto asked once again. Shikamaru was confused. He didn't know what Naruto was unto in the first place since Naruto did not mention the fact that he could transfer memories to him, but the situation in front of the duo now took priority. The clone hasn't been dispelled, so most likely Naruto's reason for anger hasn't transferred to the original, Shikamaru thought, following which he looked at Naruto. Naruto, under any condition, do not dispel your clone. Don't destroy it. Just hold it at bay, Shikamaru said. Naruto didn't understand, but he knew that he could only rely on Shikamaru's brains. Got it, Naruto responded as he increased the power of his restraint even more on the clone. Naruto, is there any way you can find out what your clone wanted to do in the first place? Shikamaru asked. Let me see, Naruto said, following which he quickly closed his eyes. Naruto called out immediately. Sorry Naruto, I cannot tell you just yet. You might lose your rationality once you find out, said. I'll have you know that I have the psyche of a Hokage-class ninja, you know. The last thing that can cause me to lose my rationality is an alcoholic drink, Naruto shouted, following which he looked at the clone. You are going down. Adamantine ceiling chains. Clink. 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 The chains appeared from Naruto's shoulders and bound the angry clone down. Kurama, help me out, Naruto called out. Sorry Naruto, the chakra your clone has right now is actually the one you've pulled out of me. It isn't technically my chakra at this point, Kurama explained. Damn. Naruto cursed. Whoosh. Minato appeared next to Naruto. Dad, Naruto called out. Kurama informed what was going on. I'm here to help, Minato said. Whoosh. Tobirama also appeared. What's going on, Lord Seventh? Tobirama asked. I have no idea, Naruto complained. However, Naruto had an uneasy feeling in his chest at this moment, followed by sudden dizziness. Naruto suddenly had a feeling his clone was about to dispel itself. Poof. The clone dispelled. The three people around Naruto were shocked, especially Shikamaru, who had already predicted what would happen. Shikamaru slowly turned to look at Naruto. Gulp. Shikamaru was scared to see the original Naruto, not showing any response or movements at all. However, no matter how troublesome the situation was, he still had to try. Naruto, Shikamaru called out in a shaky voice. Naruto, who stood next to Minato, Tobirama, and Shikamaru, was utterly silent. As soon as the clone dispelled, everything from his conversation with regarding his locked memories and the 12 years of memories themselves flashed by in an instant. At this moment, in Naruto's mind, an image of a young blonde girl of 12 years was formed. She had 2 whiskers on each cheek, blue eyes that seemed to attract the entire world around her. Jishin, the young girl called out in a sweet and innocent voice. Naruto felt completely elated, as though he was free from all the worries in the world as he stared at the young girl. The young girl brought out her hands, indicating for Naruto to carry her. Naruto, in return, happily tried to reach out for the young girl. As his hands approached her, the image of what he saw shattered right in front of him. Azumi. Naruto howled in a desperate voice as he kneeled down on the ground. Chapter 165. Azumi. Naruto howled in a desperate voice as he kneeled down on the ground. Naruto. Minato immediately arrived by Naruto's side as his paternal instincts kicked in. Minato knew that the name Naruto had screamed out possibly had something to do with someone being close with him, but at the moment he could not guess who it was. All he knew that there was only one thing he could, that is to face the upcoming threat head-on. Lord Second, please bring the first here, Minato begged. Got it, Tobirama grabbed Shikamaru and instantly teleported out. Koen, Minato called out, but little did he know that was busy analyzing the memories. The first time was my mistake, but how was I foolish enough to make the same mistake once again? Felt like cursing himself, but at the same time, he knew that he had already taken permission from Naruto to do it, otherwise how would Shikamaru, Naruto's top strategist of this era, be of help to him? This was the motivation that pushed him to commit this second mistake, but what was the error in the first place? For that, we have to travel back to that time in the land of the waves. Deep in the forest. Ha! Sasuke screamed as he ran up the tree. Crack! The part of the tree bark on which Sasuke stepped on, broke, followed by Sasuke falling towards the ground once again. Meanwhile Naruto was working out just a few meters away. Sasuke watched Naruto as he trained, not wanting to be outdone. He interrupted Naruto. Can you give me some tips? Sasuke said as he pointed to the marks he made all over the tree bark. Sasuke, the best thing to do is to take a deep breath and clear your mind before attempting every run. You are probably thinking of something while doing this training, thus interfering with your concentration. Naruto said, after which he returned to his training. Sasuke inhaled a deep breath as he looked to the top of the tree and focused his chakra. Wham! Sasuke ran off like a jet stream, keeping his mind blank until he reached the absolute top. Meanwhile, as Naruto continued to do some squats, he took a moment to stare at Sasuke. Reminds me of the time when I taught Kawaki how to climb trees, Naruto thought, only to frown the next moment. It was at this point that SH woke up after being transported along with Naruto into this timeline. SH looked around the dark dimension within Naruto and then at himself in astral form. It worked, SH thought as he shifted into another dimension. In this dimension, SH saw a massive collage of memories. Looks like I attracted the right person, SH thought as he proceeded ahead to read the memories. As soon as SH touched the massive collage of memories, his eyes glowed, followed by him slowly closing his eyes as he went into a trance-like state to read through all the memories. Time on the outside passed as night became day and Naruto had finished with his morning shift in guarding Tsuzuna. In the evening, Naruto had broken the seal and met his dad, followed by his mom. Meanwhile, SH had just proceeded into learning Naruto's later part of his life in his teens when the war had begun. This was after almost 16 hours after he had connected with Naruto's memories. As time passed, SH continued to read ahead into Naruto's memories, proceeding into the last bits before the 12-year seal. As SH's reading technique proceeded towards this seal, there was a small rip as one of the genjutsu blocks laid down on those part of the memories got damaged. SH saw a small part of a memory that seemed to be drenched in overwhelming killing intent, which slowly leaked out. What is that? SH opened his eyes, waking up from his trance-like state, and flew towards that part of the memory. However, the leaking killing intent threatened to overwhelm him. On the outside, Naruto suddenly felt a headache appear. However, that didn't stop him from observing the battle. At this moment, Sasuke fell down after having drained his chakra by using chakra dash and his Sharingan simultaneously. The new two-tomo Sharingan had taken a toll on his body. Far more than what he could handle, and the accumulation from all the attacks from the needles that were stuck on his body already had him going through a tremendous amount of pain. Haku jumped out of a mirror as he stared at Sasuke's body. Looks like his body gave up, he commented as he turned towards Naruto. Naruto knew that this was Sasuke's limit and arrived beside Sasuke in between the crystal mirrors to retrieve his unconscious body. Wait! Haku said, trying to stop Naruto. I'll come back, Naruto replied, not intent on running away, as he instantly arrived beside Sakura and placed Sasuke gently on the ground. As Naruto flickered away from Sakura to arrive in front of Haku, the leaking killing intent made him feel gloomy, as though he had lost hope and all the good things in the world. Take care of him, Naruto said to Sakura in a low voice, then re-entered the crystal mirrors. Haku was surprised seeing Naruto eagerly return. Naruto, are you going to fight me too? Haku asked. I don't want to fight you either, however, if you are still bent on killing old man Tsuzuna, then I have no choice, Naruto said as he looked gloomily towards Haku. Why? Haku asked. The bridge is the hope for the people of the country, and by killing Tsuzuna, you are taking their hope away, Naruto explained in a low tone as the killing intent continued to influence him. On the inside, however, SH was panicking from having almost committed a major blunder. He tried his best to analyze the genjutsu blocks that Sasuke and Ino from the future had placed down, but didn't seem to understand how it worked. At this moment on the outside, Naruto was slowly being influenced by the killing intent. Please kill me, Naruto, Haku begged. For a moment there, Naruto was shocked as his mind seemed to suggest for him to kill Haku suddenly. I won't kill you, Naruto said as he walked forward. You took away the reason for my existence, Haku continued. That still won't change my decision, Naruto said as he continued to fight on two battlefronts. One against Haku, and one in an internal struggle against this intent. Then I can only continue, Haku said as he started running towards Naruto. Slash. Naruto had used his kunai to tear through the tendons on Haku's arms. With this, you won't be able to perform your jutsu again, Naruto said sadly as though he mocked himself, but internally he knew it was a close call of killing Haku against his own will. Haku was facing Naruto with crestfallen eyes until he suddenly felt Zabuza's life in danger. Haku knew at this point he couldn't do anything as his arms were no longer usable, but he still chose to run towards Zabuza, but unfortunately, he couldn't make it and watched Kakashi zap Zabuza with his Raikiri. No! Haku screamed as he ran towards Zabuza. Zabuza couldn't believe as he fell to the floor, looking towards the sky, while he was stepped on by an unexpected arrival. Gat! Haku shouted, feeling his anger rushing to his brains. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Naruto stood in a daze as he tried to make sense of what was going on, internally and externally as well. SH, on the other hand, was using all sorts of tricks to his knowledge to patch everything up, but none of his methods could close up the barely broken seal that was oozing with killing intent. Oh well, I might as well use my time laws, SH murmured to himself, following which he swung his arms in different ways to control the time laws to reverse the damage he had done. By the time Naruto could make sense of what was going on, all he could see was Haku turning towards Zabuza and saying his last words. Naruto then turned towards the sky while tears overflowed. They both died even though I could have saved them, Naruto thought as he looked towards the sky. At this moment, just as SH completed healing back the seal in place, the seal suddenly overpowered, causing Naruto to cry out feeling pain in his glabella. Guess this is my fault. SH looked at the seal he had just patched up. He then turned towards the dark space behind him. Now that this is fixed, I might have to clean up on the outside as well, SH thought as he exited the dimension. Naruto! Kakashi screamed as he ran towards Naruto. Naruto on his knees suddenly felt a stinging pain in his glabella, a part of the forehead in between the eyebrows, as though his brain was about to be split. Kurama also felt the danger to his state of existence that time as he tried to find out what had happened. SH. Green light burst forth from his glabella at this moment. Things surrounding Naruto at this moment slowed down. Kakashi ran slower, Gat's men were still, the flowing oceans calmed down to the point that it was frozen, and Kakashi also stopped at this moment completely. Naruto suddenly felt his pain washed away as he turned around, seeing everyone frozen as though he was stuck in time. Looks like you could not accept your own decision. Naruto heard a voice he had never heard before in his life. The voice had a strange accent with an ancient manner of speaking very similar to how Hagoromo spoke with him. Naruto searched for the entity that spoke but could not catch sight of it. Who are you? Where are you? What's happening? Why is everyone around me frozen? Naruto asked hurriedly. As he spoke, motes of light started gathering on to one spot, slowly forming a silhouette of a young boy. You, Naruto pointed towards the boy with his hands trembling. The name is Tsutsuki SH, SH as an attachment, obsession, or persistence, the boy replied as his facial features started to appear ultimately. Naruto was flabbergasted as he stared at the boys Sasuke had killed back in the final battle. SH quickly read through the 12 years of memories, immediately experiencing them as though he was Naruto himself. By the time he had finished reading, he had tears appear at the side of his eyes as he finally understood why Naruto had participated in that mission to eliminate Otsutsuki members. Although the reason itself was hidden from Naruto, that didn't prevent Sasuke from persuading Naruto to participate in this mission, as the victims were Naruto, Sasuke, and their family themselves. If it were to be put in correct words, the real victim was Naruto himself, since he had gotten too attached to the girl that was his granddaughter and the possessor of the Forbidden Eyes. Chapter 166. Whoosh! Tobirama appeared at the railway construction site with Shikamaru in tow. Hashirama turned back. Brother, the fourth needs your presence, Tobirama conveyed. The fourth? Hashirama frowned, following which he quickly used his sensing abilities. Looks like the seventh is out of control, Hashirama frowned after a quick observation. Tobirama waited for Hashirama's response on the matter. Though Minato had requested for help, he knew from the battle at the Chunin Stadium that unless SH overshadowed Naruto's soul, Hashirama couldn't come in contact with Naruto. Hashirama, at this moment, reached into his pocket. I had found this earlier, Hashirama said as he took out a rock. Brother. We don't have dash. Tobirama paused to observe the rock further. His eyes widened. Crystals? Tobirama asked. Indeed, Hashirama nodded. It's unfortunate that the seventh's own got crushed, Tobirama shook his head. Shikamaru, on the other hand, was anxious. What happened in the time Naruto was silent, Shikamaru thought. Brother, leave this to me and go help the fourth out, Hashirama said as he jumped away from his spot. Where are you going, brother? Tobirama asked. I am bringing someone who can help us out. Hashirama shouted back as he continued to travel in another direction. Tobirama turned back to see Shikamaru. Boy, is there anything you know about this? Tobirama asked. Unfortunately no, Lord Second, Shikamaru shook his head. Alright, for now just head over to the Hokage's office, Tobirama said as he teleported. Shikamaru could only watch silently as Tobirama left, leaving Shikamaru all alone in a place he did not know about. Back in the training field. Sasuke frowned upon seeing Neji smile at him. What is it? Sasuke asked. Hee. You're within the area of my 8 trigrams, Neji explained. Huh? Sasuke stared at Neji crouching down and extending his hands out, the right hand behind him with the palm facing out and the left hand with its palm facing Sasuke. Lee became excited. Neji did not get to show this to anyone till today, Lee thought as he stared at the match, more excited than ever before. Whatever it is, I am ready. Sasuke was on guard against any unexpected attacks. Now, Neji took a few steps towards Sasuke. SH. Sasuke's Sharingan saw the chakra concentrated on Neji's fingertips. Is this a special technique? Sasuke thought. 8 trigrams. Neji announced, following which he took a step towards Sasuke with 2 hands, each having 2 fingers upright approach with a high velocity. 2p. Neji stopped. What is it? Sasuke asked. Sasuke, you must know that if a Byakugan cannot see the chakra network of a human body, it is probably a genjutsu, Neji said as he turned around. Oh. Sasuke was surprised, but before he could say anything, he suddenly felt 2 places on his body struck. 2 palms, Neji smiled. What? Sasuke was shocked. Meanwhile, Lee, who stood by the side, shook his head. Looks like Sasuke-kun is going to lose. Lee thought back to the time Neji explained how the technique worked to him. The reason why no one had witnessed Neji perform this move was that in the previous timeline, Neji had demonstrated this move for the first time in the Chunin exam arena. In this current timeline, Naruto had already defeated Hiashi, who wielded the technique, thus this hidden card turned to be useless, but now was the correct time to demonstrate it firsthand to a person who had never seen it before. Sasuke, who bore the brunt of the first 2 palms, twisted his facial expression in irritation of not being able to revolve his chakra like before. However, time waited for no one as Neji continued to move in with his next set. 4 palms, Neji struck 4 more chakra points in addition to the 2 from before, effectively slowing down the revolution of chakra within Sasuke's chakra network. Damn it, Sasuke could only curse himself as he helplessly watched Neji take a step forward while pushing Sasuke's own body with his consecutive strikes. 8 palms. TK. 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 16 palms. TK. 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 32 palms. TK. 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 Sasuke's entire chakra network was completely sealed. Neji took a deep breath as he returned to his primary battle stance as he stood opposite to Sasuke. 8 trigrams, 64 palms. Neji announced slowly in his mind as he stared at Sasuke's chakra network, which seemed to be devoid of movement of any chakra. Ugh. Sasuke grunted as he tried to move his chakra once again, only to be met with failure. The match is over, Neji said as he exited his battle stance and turned to walk towards Lee. Lee was awakened from his stupor of seeing Neji execute his battle technique. Ahem. The winner is... Wait. Sasuke shouted before Lee could announce. Neji turned back only to see that there were minuscule amounts of purple color chakra that seemed to gather around Sasuke slowly. This was visible only to Neji due to his Byakugan. What is that? Neji murmured to himself. Hidden Leaf General Hospital. Bang! Tsunade-sama. Hinata is missing. Shizune exclaimed. What? Tsunade stood up in shock. What is Naruto doing? I told him to call me once she wakes up. Where's Naruto? Tsunade asked. Naruto is not in the room either. I've asked the staff to search the entire building if we need to, Shizune informed. Tsunade was puzzled. Even if she's his wife, there are proper procedure to things, Tsunade thought as she stepped away from her desk. Shizune-san, Ino, Karen and Sakura greeted. Out of my way. Tsunade shouted as she stomped her way out. Tsunade, an aged voice called out. Geezer, Tsunade lowered her head to see her teacher Hiruzen, who was half her size, standing right in front of her. Hinata is safe, Hiruzen said. Tsunade stared at Hiruzen in silence. The same could be said for the rest of the girls in the room also. What do you mean by that? Tsunade asked. I shall explain, Hiruzen said as he walked to the table. Tsunade shifted her gaze to Shizune. Shizune, who was used to Tsunade's gestures, instantly understood that the 3 girls had to be driven out. However, just as Shizune turned around, she witnessed Karen fall down on the floor. Karen-chan, Sakura, Ino, and Shizune appeared right beside her. Ahahahhh. Karen screamed desperately. What's happening to her? Tsunade was concerned as well, however, Hiruzen's calm expression told her otherwise. Looks like the girl can sense it, Hiruzen lowered his cap. On the floor, Karen's pupils trembled with fear as her senses were able to feel an incredibly dense killing intent outside the village. This aura, it's definitely a Naruto. But, this intent, is more dreadful than the one on the bridge. Karen thought back to the time where Naruto released a powerful killing intent at Takeuchi on the other side of the bridge. Even though the killing intent was dense and robust like that of a seasoned killer, the one that Naruto released now was on so many levels higher. Tsunade-sama, Shizun looked at Tsunade for instructions on Karen's dilemma. Tsunade pointed at Shizun, Sakura, and Ino. You three leave the room, Tsunade commanded. Yes, Tsunade-sama, the three immediately left the room. Tsunade then turned towards Hiruzen only to see that he put a crystal ball on her desk which showed an image of Naruto staring at Minato with eyes filled with endless bloodlust. Outside the village. Minato stared at Naruto, observing the eyes of endless bloodlust. He seemed to be waiting for a response of some sort as he stood there like a statue. Minato-san, SH called out as he right beside Minato. What did you find out? Minato asked. The reason why Naruto went berserk is that. That? Minato asked impatiently. His granddaughter Azumi was brutally murdered, SH replied. What? Minato was shocked speechless. Minato had the impression that he had seen all of Naruto's memories except for some private moments, but this new information was like a magician pulling a live rabbit out of a small hat. Boom! Naruto sent a sudden shockwave. Flying Thunder God, guiding thunder formation. Minato immediately summoned a teleportation barrier to direct the attack away into another location. Boom! Just as the attack passed through the barrier, a bit of it blasted Minato who was behind the barrier to smithereens. Meanwhile, back in the training field outside the village. Lee stared at Sasuke. Sasuke-kun. Don't you thin? Lee. I haven't lost yet. Sasuke shouted as he opened his eyes to reveal his Sage and Sharingan mode eyes. What are those eyes? Lee became curious upon seeing the yellow Sharingan eyes that had a narrow vertical slit-like pupil. Huh. Niji was surprised to see Sasuke standing up again, with his violet-type chakra following the internal layout of Sasuke's chakra network. What kind of chakra is that? Niji was confused. However, before they could comprehend anything, a portal opened up almost 150 meters away from them. Boom! A massive shockwave emerged out, to which the three of them stared wide-eyed. Chapter 167. Boom! A massive shockwave emerged out of nowhere. What in the world is that? Lee asked. No time to explain, Sasuke bit his finger. Poof! Aoda appeared beneath Sasuke. Jump! Sasuke shouted. Niji and Lee didn't waste their time and got on. Go! Aoda. Heis! Aoda slithered his way out immediately just milliseconds before the shockwave could hit them. Boom! The shockwave continued to give chase after the four. What do we do? Lee asked as he walked towards Sasuke to hand over his sword. Sasuke collected his sword and looked at Niji. You can see long distances, right? Sasuke asked. Niji understood what he had to do. Be a Kugen. Niji focused his eyes to search for distant targets. SH. His eyes scanned about. But, Sasuke-kun. That shockwave appeared out of nowhere, did it not? Lee asked. Sasuke chose to remain silent, for he knew that the shockwave from earlier was no mere coincidence. It was a shockwave transported through teleportation. If anything was related to teleportation, it had to be Naruto or the fourth Hokage. Boom, the shockwave finally seized signs of an explosion. Crash. Sasuke followed by Lee and Niji jumped off of Aoda's back. What is it? Sasuke asked. That's Naruto and Niji paused. And? Sasuke asked, but little did Niji understand that the pieces of dust that floated around with unlimited chakra were Minato's reanimation body. Where are they? Sasuke asked. About 7 kilometers up north, Niji explained. Sasuke looked at Lee. Lee. You and Niji stay right here. I'll go and check it out, Sasuke said, following which he quickly jumped onto Aoda's back. Wait. Niji shouted, however, Sasuke had already traveled a few meters away from the two. Don't worry. Sasuke-kun can handle himself, Lee assured. It's not that. His Tenketsu's chakra points are still blocked, Niji said. Lee was confused. Niji thought back to what Hayashi said during his training. The 8 trigrams 64 palms technique was useless against Naruto, did that mean that it was ineffective against Sasuke as well? Also, what was that yellow-colored Sharingan eyes? Niji, Lee called out. Niji looked at Lee. What was that about Naruto? Lee asked. I don't know. All I can say is, his chakra network is currently burdened by another dense chakra that's damaging his system, Niji explained. Then we have to go help Naruto, Lee answered immediately. Wait. Niji shouted upon seeing Lee prepare to jump. Niji. Naruto once saved my life during Chunin exams. He visited me in the hospital with a get-well basket and stopped me from going out of control in the restaurant, Lee explained, causing Niji to think back to all these incidents. I must help Naruto now, Lee said, following which he quickly traveled in the direction that Sasuke had proceeded in. Damn it, Niji cursed his luck and followed Lee. On the other side of the battlefield. Berserk Naruto stared at the field devoid of any living being. Since Naruto's eyes were blinded by bloodlust, he failed to notice SH floating right above the area where Minato was blasted into pieces. Slowly the pieces gathered to reform Minato once again. Gur. The Berserk Naruto growled. Minato, on the other hand, realized that this Naruto was more dangerous than he thought. This was because, usually when Minato performed his Flying Thunder God, guiding thunder formation, any attack he teleported always got teleported in whole, but somehow this attack seemed to home in on his location. SH-kun, Minato called out once again. Yes. SH asked. Can't you help us? Minato asked. I am. I just figured out why he is in this uncontrollable state, SH said. Whoosh. Naruto's chakra hand extended to grab Minato. Whoosh. Minato simply teleported away. Bang. The chakra hand smashed the place where Minato stood. Why is he like this? Minato asked. SH frowned for a second, during which Minato was forced to doge again. Bang. Another place was smashed. Whoosh. Minato appeared next to SH, it's a curse bestowed by a member of the main clan, SH explained. A curse? Minato asked as he teleported away. Bang. AH. The Berserk Naruto let out a growl seeing his attacks failed to hit Minato. Can you suppress the curse? Minato asked. That's what I am trying to do, SH replied. That's when Minato understood that the SH he spoke to was just an image, whereas the real one was inside Naruto. Will his memories be sealed again? Minato asked. That's one method of doing it, but I am trying to suppress it while having him remember those memories, SH replied. I see, Minato said as he teleported again to avoid another attack. Bang. Naruto's chakra hand struck nothing but loose soil. Arfk. Naruto growled in irritation however, at this moment, he suddenly turned towards his left. So that's Naruto huh? Sasuke stared at Naruto in berserk mode. Arg. Naruto unleashed a chakra hand that rapidly closed in on Sasuke who sat on Aoda's head. Whoosh. Minato immediately teleported away with Sasuke. Gush. Blood suddenly rained over a small area. Whoosh. Sasuke and Minato appeared a few meters away from their previous location, but what they saw made their hair stood on end. Aoada. Sasuke screamed upon almost losing his mind after seeing his summon being crushed to a bloody meat paste. Sasuke, you must leave this place immediately, Minato said as he teleported away with Sasuke in the direction Sasuke came from. Sasuke, however, stared silently at the spot where Aoda was crushed. AHH, the Berserk Naruto screamed, following which he immediately gave chase. Oh no, Minato felt a shiver down to his spine upon seeing the speed that Berserk Naruto traveled in, almost quickly closing in on their current position. Whoosh. Minato flashed to a few more meters away. Niji-kun. Lee-kun, Minato immediately picked those two up and teleported out of their current position. Bang. The Berserk Naruto smashed the place where Minato last stood only to see that it had failed again. Arfk. Arfk. The Berserk Naruto growled on and on. Whoosh. Minato appeared with Sasuke, Niji, and Lee in the Hokage office building. You three, stay here in the building, Minato said following which he teleported away immediately. But Naruto-kun is in danger, Lee stared at the space where Minato once stood in. What is happening? Who is that guy? Also, why was Naruto like that? Did something happen, Sasuke-kun? Lee asked. However, Sasuke remained utterly unfazed as he thought back to the image of Aoda being crushed. Just what is that thing? Sasuke asked himself as he thought back to the image of Berserk Naruto seeking to kill anything within its range of sight. Whoosh. Minato reappeared where Naruto was. SH-kun, Minato called out. The Berserk Naruto immediately reacted by sending its arm forward. I still need some time, SH said. Minato frowned, seeing that the situation was going to hold out for a while. Whoosh! Tobirama appeared next to Minato. What did I miss? Tobirama asked. Gah! Berserk Naruto shot out another shockwave from his mouth. Bang! Tobirama got blasted into bits. This is bad. If the first appears to help, then he wouldn't even have the chance to comprehend anything before he is destroyed. Minato was worried. Whoosh! Berserk Naruto appeared right behind Minato. Flying Raijin Stage 2 Minato threw out a kunai and teleported away. Bang! Berserk Naruto missed Minato and smashed the ground once again. Minato's facial expression became serious as he drew out a couple of his kunais. Whoosh! 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 TK. 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 The kunais were deployed in random locations across the field. Kurama, Minato called out from within. You need my help, don't you? The Kurama asked from within. Hehe, Minato gave a light chuckle. SH. A yellow-red cloak appeared around Minato. Gur. Berserk Naruto growled at Minato. Let's go. Minato said, following which he started to teleport at light speed, flashing between all the different kunais. The Berserk Naruto, on the other hand, was busy watching the light show in front of him as his eye followed Minato without missing a beat. At this moment, Tobirama recovered his body and was finally able to stand upright. That's the fourth for you. The yellow flash isn't just for display, Tobirama praised internally as he stared at Minato using the developed form of his original jutsu. SH, who was inside Naruto, felt his soul waver from exhaustion as he kept inscribing formulas with his fingers to bind the killing intent that was leaking out. Damn it. At this rate, I might disappear, SH sighed as he tried to maintain his consciousness. Hopefully I should be able to recover my power by the time those 2 time travel jumps that I had promised will be necessary, SH thought as he continued to write the formulas. Meanwhile, outside on the battlefield. Arfk. Berserk Naruto sent its chakra arm and finally grabbed hold of Minato. He then brought Minato closer to himself as he stared in anger. I'm here. A voice interrupted. Brother. Lord First, Tobirama and Minato called out at the same time. Bang! Before they could react, Hashirama was blown into bits by Naruto's sudden shockwave attack. Tobirama and Minato stared with poker faces. Minato. I think there's a way you might be able to solve this on your own, Kurama said from within. Please, tell me, Minato begged. You think you are strong enough? Kurama asked. Huh? Minato was confused. You'll have to use your chakra to pull out Naruto's chakra away from him, Kurama suggested. Chapter 168. Elsewhere. 2 figures wearing plain clothes strolled down a path. This town you speak of, where is it? Kisame asked. Upon asking, the man beside stopped walking. Kisame saw the man beside him point over to a particular direction. It's after that post, Itachi replied. Kisame's eyes traced the direction Itachi pointed towards, a post where 2 people sat down. They seemed to be guards that watched over the people who entered the town that Itachi had spoke about earlier. Kisame and Itachi were heading over to the hidden sand. After the recent Akatsuki meeting, the 2 followed through on the orders by wearing plain clothes that helped the 2 blend into the crowd, with Kisame also working on transforming his pale blue complexion to a normal-looking skin tone. Stop. Itachi's eyes shifted over to the direction the shout had emerged from. It was the voice of a woman. She seemed to be chasing after a masked man. The guards nearby readied themselves to face the man running towards their direction. Stop, or we'll use force, one of the guards ordered as he raised a bamboo stick against the man. Get out of my way. The masked man made use of his agile footwork and slipped past the 2 guards. At this moment, Kisame's attention was drawn by the sound of Itachi's footsteps. He's acting personally. Kisame was surprised to see Itachi walking towards the man. Huh? The masked man's attention was drawn as well. Whoever it is that gets in my way, they won't be able to stop me, the masked man reassured himself as he continued to run. However, the next moment the masked man froze as he suddenly saw Itachi appear in front of him. Wasn't he a few meters away from me? Even if he was fast, it is impossible to cross that distance in a second. Itachi looked at the masked man and then at the small package the man held in his hand. Hand it over, Itachi said in a calm voice. Humph, the masked man threw his fist at Itachi. Bang! Itachi caught the fist in his hand. Impossible, the masked man blurted as he stared at Itachi's emotionless face. HNGH. The man grunted as he tried to pull his hand back, only to see it was grasped in a rock-solid hold within Itachi's palm. Damn it! The masked man then reached into his pocket. Poof! A smoke ball was deployed. No! The woman nearby shouted as she suddenly realized that the only chance to grab that man had slipped away. However, Kisame on the other hand had a light smile. Soon the smoke cleared up with the masked man on the floor and Itachi with a small package in his hand. The woman's expressions changed from that of shock to happiness. She quickly ran over towards Itachi's position and lightly bowed to him. Thanks for taking down the thief. The two guards who were behind her also bowed down at the same time. Itachi looked at the sound woman. Take me to your shop, he said. You know my shop. The woman reacted. Ah, it's you boy, an old woman greeted Itachi at the back of her shop. Mom, you know him? The girl asked. Of course. He's a regular, the old woman replied as she drew out some white powder from a packet. The girl looked at Itachi with a discerning gaze. How come I don't know him if he's a regular? The girl asked. Of course you wouldn't know. His orders are custom-made. There ain't no prescriptions, the old woman said as she mixed and mashed a bunch of herbs in a small pot. Huh. Kisame's interests were piqued. Boy. It was good that you took care of that man on your way here, or we would have been missing this ingredient, the old woman said as she opened the small package and added some of the contents into a mixture that she was preparing. Go around the town for a while. By the time you're back, it'll be ready, the old woman said with a smile. Itachi lightly nodded at the old woman's suggestion. The old woman's daughter accompanied the two till the outside entrance of the shop. Bye, the daughter waved her hand as the two left. A while later Itachi looked at a restaurant at the end of the street. We are going to eat, Itachi suggested. Kisame followed Itachi's suggestions and the two grabbed their seats. The restaurant was filled with customers who wanted a good spread of food in the nice warm afternoon. As the two waited for their orders there were gossips regarding the Sand Coliseum. I heard the new venue was personally being constructed by the Sands No, 1 Chunangara, and the 4th Kazakage. It is almost 90 complete. A father and son team huh? Father? You mean? You must have been sleeping under a rock. Heated conversations continued as the two stared down at their tables. Itachi, Kisame called out. The medicine, you want to know about my illness, Itachi asked in a straightforward manner. Kisame knew Itachi was suffering from a chronic illness, but he never quite knew what it was. He then looked at Itachi. We are partners, don't you think I should know how much you can fight before you need a break? Kisame asked. Relationships between criminals were professional at best. If one got involved too much, it would sometimes lead to a dead end for either party. Itachi looked at Kisame for a second, following which he gave a light nod. Those medicines help me delay my death, Itachi paused. Kisame stared silently. As long as I don't use my Sharingan much I should have no problems facing others, Itachi said in a vague manner. Kisame had a tacit understanding. He doesn't want me to know his limits huh? He's a cautious type, Kisame analyzed. Soon their orders came in and the two finished their food without so much as a word. On the way back Itachi stopped by to collect his medicine. The old woman looked up at Itachi. Boy. You must take care of yourself. If it was any other pharmacists they would think the dosage of these drugs were meant for elephants or something. Are you sure you are even able to move after taking these drugs? The old woman asked with concern. Itachi however didn't answer and only silently took the small bottle of pills from her hands. Seeing this gesture the woman sighed silently, seemingly used to Itachi's response to her. Thank you, Itachi said, following which he took out some cash. Keep it with yourself boy, consider it a reward for taking out that thief earlier, the old woman said. Itachi silently nodded and kept the cash with himself while also storing his bottle of pills securely. Let's go, Itachi said as he walked out of the room from the back of the shop. Kisame stared silently at Itachi making it towards the door and followed him out of the shop. The old woman stood outside her shop as she stared at Itachi's back. This boy. His willpower is too crazy. I wonder what kind of burden he has to face every single day and yet pretends to have that I don't care look. The woman's daughter stared with drool at Itachi's back. What are you staring at, young lady? The woman asked. He's too handsome, the daughter responded without holding back. Stop daydreaming and get back to work. With that attitude of yours, no one will take you for a wife, the old woman complained. Her daughter frowned, seemingly broken from her daydreaming mood. She then looked out again to see if Itachi was still walking away. Unfortunately, Itachi already walked out of her visible range. Back to work then, I guess, the old woman's daughter headed back to take her place in the shop. Land of the Waves. Zabuza and Haku finally made their way over to the Naruto bridge after running on a few errands to get businesses to start branches in the land of the waves. As the two walked towards the bridge, Zabuza and Haku stopped at the same time. "You've noticed it too, Haku?" Zabuza asked. "Yeah," Haku stared at the bridge devoid of people. Whoosh! 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 4 people suddenly appeared at the entrance of the bridge. "If you want to cross the bridge, pay the taxes," a man announced. "Huh?" Zabuza stared at the man. "Sorry, your tough looks ain't gonna intimidate me," the man in the lead said as he stared at Zabuza. "Oh Juchin. Why don't you let us show you some good time, hee. A perverted man made his way over to Haku. "CRK. You bitch." The man screamed, seeing his hand which he was about to place on Haku was broken by him instead. "I'm a boy," Haku said with a somewhat angered tone. "What the F? CK do you think you are doing? Are you trying to anger my boss?" The man in the lead asked. "Your boss?" Zabuza asked. "Gozaburo the Iron Fist," the man said with a proud expression. "Gozaburo? Who the F? CK is that? I don't care if he's an iron fist or if he's going to fist himself," Zabuza said in a low voice. "You," the man's finger trembled in anger as he pointed towards Zabuza. However, the next second another hand put down the arm that stretched forward. "Boss." The 4 men beside bowed towards him. "Sorry about that. My underlings were a bit rude," the man apologized. Haku stepped forward. "Are you Gozaburo?" Haku asked. "Indeed I am," Gozaburo replied. "What do they mean by asking us to pay the taxes?" Haku asked. "Oh, it is meant for people who will use the bridge to cross to the land ahead," Gozaburo said with a light smile. Zabuza felt something snap, however, he soon felt Haku's gaze assuring that he will take care of what was in the front. "I am afraid I can't let you collect taxes here any longer," Haku said as he stepped forth. "Oh, I'm sorry but I already have the rights to this bridge," Gozaburo said as he held up some papers. "What?" Haku and Zabuza were shocked. "You monster, you threatened the people to do that, didn't you?" Haku asked. "Why don't I show a sample of how I threatened them, huh?" Gozaburo asked, following which he snapped his fingers. Whoosh! 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 5 figures with masks appeared. Haku froze while Zabuza's face twisted in anger. Trackers of the Hidden Mist. Chapter 169. Zabuza was sweating bullets. After living a life devoid of running, he chose to live amongst ordinary people. Each day he and Haku worked hard to make a living for themselves. But it was quite peaceful since they no longer needed to do dirty work. After assuming new identities, Zabuza and Haku felt the warmth of interacting with people while no longer fearing or having the need to put up a guard for any encounters. The peaceful time made the duo lower their guards and accept the people for who they were. Zabuza was also finally able to give up on his personal mission to recruit rebels to assassinate the daimyo since he was no longer concerned with his homeland. Another factor that contributed to the peace was that Gat's remaining forces were eliminated with the help of Naruto and his teammates in the 1 month that they spent guarding Tazuna and the others to complete the bridge. As such, Zabuza and Haku no longer instinctively felt a need to put up a guard against any forces that would try to lay hands on the bridge. Feeling grateful to Naruto and the time reversal incident, Zabuza and Haku wanted to see how the team would perform in the Chunin exams, especially after helping the team become stronger by having Sasuke spar against Haku and himself. Thanks to the Chunin exam stadium being attacked, Zabuza and Haku's dull senses were restored to their prime, allowing the duo to have steady minds even though they were staring at the face of what could be their possible deaths. "Zabuza, don't think of leaving alive today." One of the tracker Nins stepped forward. "Humph. I never expected mercy either way," Zabuza said, following which he turned around. "Let's go." Whoosh! Zabuza and Haku quickly fled the scene. "Capture them." The head tracking Nin commanded. Whoosh! The team of missing Nins immediately gave chase. Hee, Gozaburo smirked, seeing that the duo were doomed to a life of running once again. "Boss," one of Gozaburo's underlings approached him. "What?" Gozaburo stared at his underling only to see him lift up a broken arm. "That bitch broke my arm," the man said with a dejected tone. "How can you be blind to the point that you can't figure out his gender?" Gozaburo asked. Enough. The Hidden Mist is bound to pay us the bounty for ratting them out. "You can ask them for compensation then, now back to guarding duty," Gozaburo commanded. "Yes." The man and the other 3 subordinates fled the scene. Gozaburo stared at the direction the missing Nins went for a few seconds, following which he turned back to head towards his base of operations. However, what he didn't know was under the very same bridge that they guarded were a few figures on a boat. Never thought we would have to rely on this ratty old boat again. Me too, the boatman replied as he looked up to the figures next to him. There were 3 in total on the boat. Jichi, are you sure you want to join me? The last time this happened, you gave up, the man said. Tazuna, how could you say that? After all this town has been through in the past few months, how could I give up hope on the bridge we built? Jichi asked. Tazuna stared at Jichi, thinking back to what had happened on the bridge. Flashback. Got a minute, Tazuna? A man walked over to where Tazuna stood. What is it, Jichi? Tazuna asked. Regarding the building of this bridge, will you let me quit? Why so, suddenly? Not you too. If we continue working on this bridge, Gat will set his sights on us, too. And if you get killed, everything would be lost. Jichi then approached closer, and he asked. Why don't you just stop building the bridge? Not a chance, Tazuna replied stubbornly. This is our bridge, a bridge that everyone in this town has built, believing that it would generate distribution and transportation for this land that has few resources. But, if it goes so far as to take our lives, Jichi hesitated. It's already afternoon, let's call it a day. Tazuna said as he started to leave. Tazuna. Jichi called out, to which Tazuna turned back as he said. Jichi, you don't have to come back tomorrow. End of flashback. We have come a long way from that, Tazuna sighed, thinking back to Inari, showing up with everyone else on the bridge. Inari told me, us folks gotta fight together. Sure, we cannot defeat them one-on-one, but if we don't give up hope, we'll definitely find a way to turn this around. Jichi shined with enthusiasm. You're right. But you'd better be prepared, this trip to the Leaf will take a while, Tazuna said. I just hope Arata and Hajime can survive until we get help. That Hajime is a good kid, the children love him, Jichi said. Yeah, Tazuna sighed, thinking back to the time he told Jichi and a few important figures in the village about Zabuza's and Haku's identity. Their window to exit underneath the bridge was by making use of Gozaburo's group's focus on Zabuza and Haku. Soon they reached the land where they had to get off. Be careful on your way back, Tazuna warned the boatman. Will do, the boatman saluted and was on his way off. Let's go, Tazuna said, following which, Tazuna and Jichi were on their way to the Hidden Leaf. Back in the Hidden Leaf. Minato stared at Berserk Naruto, who was in front of him. You'll have to use your chakra to pull out Naruto's chakra away from him, Kurama said. Gur. Naruto growled at Minato. Sh. Minato sent a chakra appendage over to Naruto which stuck onto Naruto's chakra. Pull. Kurama gave the signal. HNGH. Minato grunted, trying to separate Kurama's chakra away from Naruto. GRH. Naruto stared at the chakra-based appendage that was stuck onto him. Minato was shocked. It doesn't budge a bit, Minato commented. Ga. Naruto sent a chakra arm towards Minato. Whoosh. Minato teleported away along with the chakra appendage that extended from him. Bang. Naruto's attack struck the ground, missing Minato entirely. At this moment a man in ANBU mask appeared. Tens, Hashirama called out as his body was still recovering its blasted pieces. Yes, Tens responded immediately by bringing his hands together. CRK. Wood emerged from the ground in the form of extremely thick tree root trunks and suddenly wrapped around Naruto. The Berserk Naruto growled in rebellion, which only served to increase its chakra output, which also increased the rate at which the wood grew around it since the wood reacted to Kurama's natural energy. Good job. Hashirama shouted out in approval as his body recovered finally to the point he was able to move. Brother, do not come any closer, Tobirama shouted out in concern. I know, Hashirama responded. Minato looked at Naruto, who was stuck in the wood. He felt sorry, but at the same time he knew he couldn't let this go on for any longer. Here I go, Minato extended a chakra appendage that stuck onto Naruto just like before. Gah! Berserk Naruto was angered further by this action, which Minato ignored and once again tugged at his chakra that was latched onto Naruto's. Let me help, Hashirama arrived behind Minato and extended a hand towards Minato's back. Heave-ho, Hashirama pulled back Minato, who was pulling Naruto's chakra. Minato's gaze shifted towards Naruto on the other end only to see that some of his chakra was peeling away. It's working, Minato conveyed. Brother, Tobirama called out. Hashirama looked towards Tobirama only to see him extend a hand. Hashirama extended out a wooden root towards Tobirama to help him pull Minato. Tobirama also pulled Minato along with Hashirama. Arg! Berserk Naruto growled in anger, following which he spat out a shockwave. Bang! The wood around Minato was obliterated, leaving the chakra cloak to fend off the remaining energy. Meanwhile, the shockwave made Tobirama and Hashirama to lose their balance. Once again. Hashirama shouted, following which he created some wood to hold on to Minato and a handle for Tobirama to pull Minato. Lord Hokages. Shikaku and Inoichi appeared on the scene. "We are here to support," Inoichi announced. "Inoichi-san," Minato called out. Inoichi saw what was going on and instantly understood. "Hold on," Inoichi said as he formed a hand seal and aimed towards Naruto. Shikaku, on the other hand, readied a hand seal as well. "Een release, shadow possession. Shadow shriek." Shikaku's shadow connected with Naruto's. "Now." Shikaku gave the command. "Wait." Minato ordered Inoichi to stop. "What is it?" Shikaku asked. "What Naruto is suffering from, is a curse from the main clan. There is a high chance that the curse would corrupt Inoichi-san's mind," Minato informed. "A curse from the main clan?" Inoichi and Shikaku asked at the same time. "Indeed," Tobirama nodded. "What do we do?" Inoichi turned toward Shikaku. The other Hokages were also expectant of a good solution from the master strategist of the Hidden Leaf. "It's such a drag." Chapter 170. "Keep pulling Lord forth." Hashirama reminded from the back. Minato nodded, following which the three pulled back at the same time once again. "Gur." Berserk Naruto growled once more and stood its ground, preventing the team from pulling the chakra any further. Shikaku turned towards Minato. "Lord Fourth, I have a suggestion." "Speak," Minato commanded. "Is it possible for you to switch with the Nine Tails?" Shikaku asked. "Switch?" Minato had his doubts. "Minato," Kurama called out from within. "Kurama, what he said, is it possible?" Minato asked. "It is, but it is a risky maneuver. If I switch with you, my chakra is exposed. Meaning, if I lose in the tug of war, Naruto will become overpowered to the point that no one will be able to stop him," Kurama explained. "I see," Minato understood and then conveyed the message to Shikaku. Shikaku immediately came up with a countermeasure. "How about this, Lord Fourth will switch with Kurama for about a few seconds. Surely Kurama is much more powerful when he takes control. We'll use that time to set up the four-corner Crimson Ray formation and then continue this tug of war inside. The barrier will keep Naruto at bay here till we can figure out how to handle the problem," Shikaku suggested. "Got it," Minato responded. However, at this moment SH showed up next to Minato. "SH-kun," Minato was concerned seeing the almost fading image of SH. "I am almost done sealing the curse, but I might have to sleep for a while. Tell Naruto not to do anything reckless over the next few days, otherwise I won't be able to turn time like back then." "Got it," Minato responded. "Once the seal is done, I'm afraid Naruto might not recover immediately," SH said. "It will be undone only when the chakra is pulled out?" Shikaku asked. "Indeed," SH nodded. "Leave this to us," the Hokages nodded at the same time. SH's clone disappeared, knowing that the situation will be handled once he sleeps. Minato looked at Kurama within his psyche. "Switch." Tobirama and the others noticed the sudden change of atmosphere around Minato. "Is that you, Kurama?" Hashirama asked. "Stop wasting time and pull," Kurama said, following which he tugged hard. SH. Almost half of Naruto's cloak was sheared away. Arfk. Naruto, on the other end of the team, howled. "It's working!" Inoichi exclaimed. "Looks like we don't need to use the barrier then," Shikaku smiled. "Tens!" Hashirama called out. Tens immediately understood that he had to increase the force of the restraints on Naruto. CRK. 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 The wooden trunks twisted and curled around Naruto, restraining him further in. Arfk. Naruto, or in other words the killing intent, burned with fury seeing that any moves it made were futile. Kurama looked at Naruto from within. "Seeing you from this angle, it reminds me of my old self." Kurama thought back to the time the seal in Naruto's body restrained him. "So much as I hated this cursed world, being with you was not bad." Kurama thought back to the times he fought alongside Naruto from within his body. Sometimes in the form of a cloak, sometimes as another mind in a plan of attack, sometimes as a bodyguard when sleeping, sometimes as a guardian beast of the Hidden Leaf. The Fourth Ninja World War, the battle at the Final Valley, the fight against Tonari, also writing in terrible handwriting the words "mission accomplished" on the moon. There were many battles, hardships that the duo went through together. Watching Boruto, Himawari, Kawaki, and others grow old. Kurama also knew about Azumi, but after the hidden leaves and the other Kage's request, Kurama knew that it was a secret to be taken to the grave. The time in the land of waves, the battle on the bridge, Kurama knew there was something wrong when killing intent started to leak into his dimension. Why is this curse back again? Kurama stared with a devastated expression, reminded of how Azumi was brutally murdered. Later on, he met SH the same day. Tsutsuki SH. Kurama stared in anger. The legendary Kurama, huh? Please to. Cut the crap. Kurama interrupted in anger, following which Kurama bent down and brought his giant face next to SH. You kid, you don't know what you are playing at. Stop messing around and leave this body, Kurama said in anger. Sorry, I cannot do that just yet, SH said politely. Huh? What do you mean, just yet? For my soul to leave this body, there are certain conditions that have to be met, SH said. I don't care what your conditions are, but if you dare go near that seal again. Kurama released a terrible amount of killing intent that was almost on par with the curse. You'll wish you weren't born, Kurama said, following which he blended back with the darkness. However, SH stared at the spot where Kurama was and chuckled to himself. As a member of the time branch, I can never be killed. Fast forward to what had happened earlier in the hospital, Kurama looked at SH in anger. You want to undo the seal? Shikamaru is here. There's a chance to reverse whatever happened that you are afraid of as long as Shikamaru can figure out a solution, SH replied. Kurama stared silently. The secret that was meant to be taken to the grave, can it be fixed? Zabuza and Haku were alive. The third Hokage was saved. The Edo Tensei worked in their favor, meaning that the village had more than enough firepower to face any threat head-on. Other than some exceptional few, the village was doing almost 10 times better than what it did in the previous timeline. Especially the part where the third Hokage was saved without SH having to use any of his time reversal techniques. Could this mean that Kurama no longer had to keep the secret and for Naruto to no longer live a life of regret? Kurama looked at SH. If Naruto wants to save Azumi, then this might be our only option. Your idea is good, but I have to warn you, warehouse. Bang! You! Kurama growled. Sorry, I anticipated you would agree, so I sent my clone here when I started working on the seal. You idiot! Kurama scolded. But it was too late, and all the events that had transpired to this point were out of Kurama's control. SH, who had been occupied with sealing the killing intent this entire time, had finally finished and was exhausted to the point his soul would have almost vanished into nothingness. SH took one final look at the seal and then left the inner mind dimension. Kurama! SH called out. What is it? Kurama asked in a dejected tone. I'm sorry for everything until now, SH said, following which his figure transformed into a ball of light which then suddenly dimmed. Tell Naruto I won't be able to wake up for a while, SH uttered before finally falling asleep. Kurama closed his eyes. Humph, not bad kid, Kurama smiled as he entered into the darkness once again. Outside on the battlefield. Kurama looked at Naruto. It's time to end this. Kurama exerted more force in pulling the chakra away once again. Rip. Half of Naruto's cloak was peeled away, revealing Naruto's burnt skin. Gua. Berserk Naruto was unwilling. Everyone put your backs into it. Hashirama shouted. Ha! Kurama, Tobirama, and Hashirama grunted at the same time. Arfk. The killing intent finally faded away with the last of the chakra cloak being ripped off, leaving Naruto to shout in pain. SH. Naruto. Minato immediately appeared by Naruto's side. Azumi, Naruto uttered before finally falling unconscious. The battle is finally over, huh? Hashirama sighed in relief as he looked at Minato, holding on to Naruto's unconscious body. Chapter 171. Dr. Hiro's Hideout. Orochimaru and Jiraiya spent about an hour or two finding the supplies they needed to break in, from food pills to ropes and whatnot. Everything had to be planned in detail. For if their target of rescue was stuck within the Hozuki castle as one of its prisoners, then one of them probably had to turn into a prisoner to get closer. Turning into a prisoner meant that either Jiraiya or Orochimaru would be sealed up with the warden's unique fire imprisonment technique that would flare up every time they had to activate their chakra. This also meant in turn that Orochimaru would have to wreck his brains to come up with a solution to undoing the nearly impossible seal. Orochimaru looked at Dr. Hiro. What do you think of my proposition? Orochimaru asked. Dr. Hiro was silent. Orochimaru was one of the most dangerous and untrustworthy scientists in the small circle of scientists he was in contact with. However, seeing that Jiraiya was also helping out Orochimaru in the mission to bring back his material hunter made him feel indebted towards the duo. Orochimaru-san, the deal seems to limit my base to the hidden leaf itself, Dr. Hiro mentioned. Indeed, But it is better than living in some wasteland scavenging for materials and doing petty experiments, is it not? Orochimaru asked. "Dar, hero," Jiraiya called out as he approached the duo. Dr. Hero's ears perked up. "What do you want in return for your service?" Jiraiya asked. What do I want?" Dr. Hero turned back to look at his underground lab full of cages and tables with tubes and whatnot. He then thought back to everything that had happened before settling down in this underground facility, finally turning towards Jiraiya. "All I want is to investigate every factor behind the causes and effects of everything in nature. I want to create technology that far surpasses our times. I want money, resources, freedom to do anything I want," Dr. Hero said slowly. "If that were possible, the world would be full of chaos right now with people doing whatever they want." Jiraiya shook his head. "Then what can you give me?" Dr. Hero asked. "All we can give is some resources and some freedom," Jiraiya said. Dr. Hero's eyes brightened. "You and Orochimaru here can spend all the time cooped up in those labs of yours discovering and creating things together as long as they don't harm the interests of the village and don't cross some moral lines. As long as you do that, the village will try their best to fund your researches and provide you with resources," Jiraiya informed. Dr. Hero was silent for a few moments. Jiraiya looked at Orochimaru. "This is the most I can do to help," Jiraiya thought internally. Dr. Hero then turned towards Orochimaru to see if he could ascertain anything from Orochimaru's expression, but what he saw was the usual sly smile that made it hard to read Orochimaru. "Fair enough, I guess," Dr. Hero said with a slight doubt in his decision. "Trust me, you won't regret it," Jiraiya said as he turned away. Orochimaru followed behind Jiraiya, leaving Dr. Hero with a troubled expression, thinking again and again if his decision was right. Outside the hideout, Orochimaru walked out of the entrance to see Jiraiya's back against him as he stared at the evening sun. "Orochimaru, how many hideouts do we still have to clean up after this?" Jiraiya asked. "Just a few more, but that will be a talk for later." Orochimaru walked towards Jiraiya as he said this. "We have plenty of time, don't we? After all, it will take 2 days to reach Hozuki Castle." Jiraiya turned towards his left to see Orochimaru. "I suppose," Orochimaru grinned at the thought of infiltrating the heavily guarded prison. Jiraiya was reminded of his days back in Team Sarutobi where he and Orochimaru looked at each other as they discussed plans for missions. "Let's go," Jiraiya said, following which he raced across the field with Orochimaru by his side. Hidden Sand Village. Raza and Gaara stared at the almost complete sand coliseum. Almost complete meaning the coliseum was just barebones at the moment, made entirely out of sand that was solidified by Gaara's jutsu. Raza also helped out in reinforcing the structures and making some changes here and there. The sand coliseum now stood about 100 m tall with 1.5 km diameter, with 300 m of that being sacrificed for the seating within, while leaving about 1.2 km diameter of barren ground at the center for the field where the event would take place. Raza stared at Gaara by his side, who stared in awe at the structure the duo had just completed. Seeing Gaara reminded him of the time his wife hugged Gaara on her deathbed. Seeing the memories before would have brought only hatred to Raza, but with everything being slowly resolved one by one between the father and his son, the memories no longer seemed that painful. On the contrary, Raza only felt sad that he had to force his wife into premature labor to seal the wind spirit that went on a rampage in his village. Later on, as years passed by, his heart became colder and colder each day. Seeing Gaara, as he saw the same monster for which he had to sacrifice his wife. Raza couldn't force himself to love his son, the way Karura did at the time she gave birth. But now that Gaara had become stable, Raza no longer saw him as a weapon monster, but as a pitiful child he hadn't paid any attention to since birth. "Gaara," Raza called out. "Keikaz," Gaara stuttered, thinking back to the time Raza told him to call him dad. "It's all right, I never did expect you to forgive me after all I have done," Raza said in a manner of self-mockery. "Dad," Gaara forced the words out of his mouth. "Huh?" Raza's eyes widened with shock as he heard the words that he had never expected to hear. A teardrop ran out from the side of one of his eyes as he stared dumbstruck. Gaara was equally stunned, having a feeling he had never felt before. Gaara had been slowly discovering human emotions one by one, yet this one was almost otherworldly. Raza immediately hugged Gaara and cried silently. "I was a fool." Raza scolded himself. The duo hugged silently, not noticing there were 2 figures at the entrance of the Colosseum. "Kankuro," Temari called out. Yeah, Kankuro also had tears of happiness as he finally saw his younger brother entirely being accepted back into the family. This left the 2 of them elated. "How many years?" Kankuro asked. The same question played in Gaara's mind. "How many years have I yearned for this?" Gaara asked himself. His hatred at the world made him take his siblings' love for granted, thus unconsciously he only sought the approval of his dad. Now that this had been realized, Gaara also felt the sudden urge to hug Kankuro and Temari. Huh. Gaara suddenly sensed his two siblings at the entrance. Kankuro, Temari, Gaara uttered their names. Huh. Raza lifted his head to see his two other offsprings by the entrance of the Colosseum. Kankuro, Temari, come here. Raza shouted. Without a word, the two ran towards them and hugged it out. Gaara finally felt he was at peace. He didn't try to judge if what his dad did was right or wrong, or the fact that the wrong seemed to outweigh the right by countless times. All he knew that these years of yearning will overlook what his dad did, for what was more important to him now was family. At this moment, another figure silently stared at the family union from the top of the Colosseum. It was Baki, Gaara's team leader. Gaara deserves to be happy, Baki smiled, seeing that Gaara finally got what he yearned for with all his heart. Whoosh! A sand ninja appeared beside Baki. Baki looked at the man, who walked up to him and uttered a few words. Baki frowned. I'd hate to be a bother, but the man is the Kazekage after all, Baki thought, following which he quickly jumped his way over. Ahem. Baki coughed lightly. Raza turned around to look at Baki. Kazekage-sama. Gaara left with Temari and Kankuro, leaving Baki and Raza behind. I thought he went back to the capital, Raza spoke out in a displeased tone. I did too, Kazekage-sama, however, from what I have heard, he turned back immediately once he heard that you were building this place, Baki replied. Damn, Raza stared at the entrance silently. A few minutes later, rows of people entered the Colosseum followed by palanquin bearers. They made their way to the center where Raza stood and finally stopped in front of him. The palanquin door opened to reveal none other than the newly stated daime of the Wind Nation. Good evening, Raza and Baki bowed towards the daime. Well, if it isn't the Kazekage himself. I didn't expect you to get down and put your back into working personally. This is really interesting, the daime said as he took a look at the unfinished Colosseum. It's a work in progress, Raza replied. It's a work in progress. This is a masterpiece. The time light dome and this together. I'm more than satisfied, the daime patted on Raza's back. Daime-sama, this couldn't be completed without the help of my son, Raza replied. I see. I shall reward you and your son then, the man smiled at Raza. Thanks, my lord, Raza bowed. As I said, I give credits where credit is due, the daime spoke, causing sweet drops to form on Raza's head. The Colosseum will be complete in another 2 days with some final touches from me and installation of a few facilities, Raza reported. Good to hear. Now then, on to the next matter of business, I'd like to add some young ones from different parts of the nation for training. As a matter of fact, I'd like them to participate in this tournament since it is just a sports festival after all, the daime said. Some young ones from different parts of the nation? Raza asked. Indeed. You'll meet them later. There are also some arrangements we have to discuss about the accommodations and tours for the Land of Fire's daime. Raza now knew that it was now going to be another sleepless night at the daime's office. Hidden Clouds Village. Let's go. I gave the command as he got off his seat. Yes. His peerage responded. Ice Eyes wandered around looking out for a voice he missed. B. I called out. Yes, brother. I was angered. Get off those kimonos, you fool. Bang. I smashed the table beside him. At once, brother. B rushed off to get his clothes. Reikage-sama. A voice called out. What is it, my boy? I asked. New intel, it seems that the event is going to be held at the Hidden Sand. Mabui reported. What? I was stunned. Chapter 172. Belated birthday wishes to Uchiha Sasuke. The actual date in the storyline right now is probably the 11th of July, so his birthday in the story is a couple of chapters later. For now, enjoy. It seems that the event is going to be held at the Hidden Sand, Mabui reported. What? I was shocked. This went against what he thought. Why would the Sand Village hold the event? Does it want to lure the lion out of its den and finish the job? What now, Reikage-sama? See, asked I. It doesn't change our plan, we will head towards the Hidden Sand. I stated his view on the matter. Brother, B called out from the entrance of the room. B, we are going to the Hidden Sand, I said as he walked out of the room along with the others. Hidden Sand? B asked. The event has shifted venues, I explained as he continued to walk. B silently followed the group out without questioning anything. Hidden Stone Village, Tsutsukage room. Lord Tsutsukage, an agent appeared at the end of the room. Anoki looked at the man. There's new intel on that event. Go on, Anoki encouraged. The event has shifted venues from the hidden leaf to the hidden sand, the man reported. Oh, Anoki was surprised. What are your orders? The man asked. Continue monitoring the event, let me know if anything interesting happens, Anoki ordered. Yes, the man responded before leaving the room. Anoki stared at the spot the agent had left, thinking hard on what the changes meant. I don't know what the hidden sand is doing, I can only watch from the sidelines as this show plays on, Anoki sighed. Richie Cave. Sasuke stood in front of the White Snake Sage. AODA is safe right now, the White Snake Sage informed. Sasuke felt relieved. The summoning system is complex. However, the best part is that as a safety feature, when there's a life-threatening attack before any critical damage occurs, the contract breaks and the creature is summoned back here, the White Snake Sage explained. I see, Sasuke responded. You're lucky that AODA doesn't hate you for it. You can recontract with him, but there is a cool-off period, the White Snake Sage explained. I understand. So, during this penalty period, you won't be able to summon any snakes, other than that you are good to go, the White Snake Sage said. Sasuke turned around. After walking a few steps however, he turned back once again. How many months do I need to wait? Sasuke asked. Another 4 months at the minimum, after that, you need a rigorous training for at least 2 years, the White Sage Snake informed. 4 months huh? I'll be back then, Sasuke informed. Are you going to go through with this? Tgthegood, who stood beside the White Snake Sage, asked. Us snakes are no longer powerful enough for it. The boy already possesses a stunning bloodline, with the ability of humans' blood to adapt, I wonder how far he will go, the White Snake Sage said. Tgthegood was jealous. A human would get an opportunity that all snakes had vied for their entire life, where was the fairness in that? However, as long as the White Snake Sage lived, she could only watch silently from the sidelines. Sasuke quickly made his way over to the hidden leaf and entered his home. At the front yard, Chigo sat by the small pond of water with a few birds that perched on his shoulders. Brother, Chigo noticed Sasuke entering. Let's go, Sasuke said. Chigo understood and quickly got ready, following which the two left. It was about 7 in the evening, after what seemed a long day, few people gathered at Naruto's house. Tsunade looked at Minato. He'll be waking up soon, Tsunade informed. Minato looked towards the bed where Naruto slept. His hands were held by Karen, who sat by his side looking over him. Minato sighed, thinking back to what had happened earlier. When Naruto was brought into the house, Tsunade, Karen, and Hiruzen quickly made their way over to the house. Karen felt painful seeing at Naruto's condition through the crystal ball. But now that he was in front of her, she felt it even more painful. Hinata was also shocked to the point that she forgot what happened earlier in the day and quickly appeared by Naruto's side. Tsunade, Hinata. And Karen quickly worked on healing Naruto. About 2 hours later, when Naruto was healed, Hayashi had appeared. Hinata knew that she couldn't be there any longer. Minato didn't say a word since they were in a complicated situation. Thus, Hayashi and Hinata silently left with Karen staying behind to watch over Naruto. Thanks, Minato bowed toward Tsunade. It is all right. I just hope that he recovers from this, Tsunade said as she walked out. Back in the room where Naruto slept, beside Karen, there were a few others. Neji, Lee, Shikamaru, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Hiruzen. Minato couldn't refuse a visit from Neji and Rock Lee since Rock Lee was insistent on being there for Naruto. Neji, on the other hand, felt his world spin after seeing all the prominent figures, especially after finding out Naruto's dad was alive, albeit it was a reincarnation. Shikamaru looked at Neji. Since Naruto isn't going to wake up for a while, how about we come back tomorrow? Shikamaru asked. Neji answered slowly. You two go, I'll tell Naruto-kun you guys were here for him, Lee said with a smile. Thanks, Shikamaru said, following which he brought Neji out of the house. Neji-kun, Shikamaru-kun, Minato called out. We'll be back tomorrow to visit Naruto, Shikamaru replied. Alright, Minato smiled at the duo. Whoosh! A man appeared beside Shikamaru and Neji. Minato-sensei, Kakashi called out. Kakashi, Minato responded. Sorry, I was out of the village on a mission for a while, Kakashi apologized. It's all right, Minato responded. Is he okay? Kakashi asked. Yeah, he'll be sleeping for a while, Minato replied. I see, Kakashi responded. Kakashi-sensei, Shikamaru called out. Kakashi looked at Shikamaru. Does Sakura know? Shikamaru asked. She doesn't, Kakashi responded. I see. Shikamaru and Niji then left after bidding the two goodbyes. It's finally done, Hashirama said as he raised his hand in the air. Tobirama stared at the hand to see a perfectly sculpted crystal. It was a crystal that Hashirama found when he mined to bring out a few materials for the railways they were constructing. The crystal was the same one Hashirama had once made for Nawaki. Hashirama had been busy sculpting the crystal after they had rescued Naruto. The crystal was important for Hashirama and tends to control Naruto should he ever go berserk in the future again. Tobirama then handed over a small thread to Hashirama. It was perfectly sized to be worn around the neck. Hashirama then passed the thread through a small hole he made on the crystal, with the crystal as a pendant. He then tied it around Naruto's neck. What's this? Karen asked. It's a crystal that will protect him in the future, Hashirama said with a smile. I see, Karen observed the shiny crystal. Hiruzen then looked at Tobirama and Hashirama. It's time to go, Hiruzen said. Yeah, Hashirama responded. On the way out, the three looked at Minato. Inform us once the seventh wakes up, Tobirama said. Got it, Minato nodded in return, following which he saw the three Kages off. As Minato was about to close the door. Whoosh! Two figures landed in front of his house. I was expecting you too, Minato smiled at Sasuke and Chigo who were at his door. The trio entered the house and into the bedroom where Naruto slept. Inside the room, Lee and Karen sat beside Naruto waiting for him to get up, while Kakashi stood by the window. Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, Kakashi and Lee called out at the same time. Kakashi, Lee, Sasuke looked at the two. Who is this? Lee asked as he pointed towards Chigo. His name is Chigo, Sasuke said as he approached Naruto who slept on the bed. Sasuke thought back to the time Minato had rescued him from Naruto when he was on a rampage, almost crushing Aoda to death. So that's a tailed beast's power huh, Sasuke thought as he stared at Naruto. Lee approached Chigo. Hi, I am Rock Lee, Hidden Leaf's blue beast. Rock Lee introduced himself. Chigo stared at Lee for a moment before he finally opened his mouth. I am Chigo. Lee put out a hand. Pleased to meet you, Lee said in expectation of a handshake. Chigo looked towards Sasuke only to see him nod. Chigo shook Lee's hand. Minato wore his apron and turned towards the people in the room. I am making dinner for everyone, Minato said. Karen's eyes were drawn towards Minato's pose with his apron. She couldn't help but almost drool in what she imagined would be a future Naruto in a pink apron. Do you like sweet things? Minato asked. The room was silent as they stared in awe of Minato's appearance. Spicy it is. Minato declared, following which he swaggered off from the room, leaving behind people with dumbfounded expressions. Chapter 173. Do you like sweet things? Minato asked the people in the room. Lee, Karen, Sasuke, Chigo, and Kakashi remained silent as they stared in awe of Minato's appearance. Seeing no response, spicy it is. Minato declared, following which he swaggered off, leaving people with dumbfounded expressions. Sasuke, being uninterested in waiting, followed after Minato into the kitchen. Do you need help? Sasuke asked upon seeing Minato bring out a few ingredients from different shelves in the kitchen. It's okay, you can leave it to me. Kakashi, Minato was surprised to see Kakashi appearing after Sasuke. What are you doing, sensei? Kakashi asked. Since we are going to eat something spicy, it's definitely going to be Kushina's recipe, Minato said as he reached out for some meat in the fridge. Kushina? Sasuke asked. My wife, Minato said as he looked towards a photo hung up on the wall. Sasuke turned to look at the photo. Seeing Naruto's mom and dad in the photo, he was reminded of his own parents, and suddenly Itachi's shadow flashed in his mind. This photo, Kakashi pointed. I just found it today morning, so I hung it here, Minato said. Oh, Sasuke finally understood why he hadn't seen it the previous day when he came for dinner. So what are we making? Sasuke asked. You want to help as well? Minato asked, seeing that Kakashi already wanted to help. Sasuke nodded. Let's see, Minato thought for a moment. I'd call it Kushina-style curry rice extra spicy habanero meatball madness rush, Minato said with a proud expression. Isn't that name too long? For curry rice no less, Kakashi and Sasuke thought simultaneously. Well then. Kakashi, I want you to start slicing vegetables, but before that, I'd need you to skin the pineapple, Minato said as he handed a couple of vegetables and a pineapple. Sasuke, crush the skinned pineapple to make it a juice and have this meat simmer in it for a while and give it to me. I'll take care of everything else, Minato said as turned away. Kakashi looked at the vegetables and pineapple in his hand. They were already washed and cleaned. Sasuke also noticed this too. He's quick even for chores. By the time Sasuke turned back, Minato already prepared the mixture for the curry. The two remained speechless at the speed the man operated in. Is it ready? Minato asked. Kakashi and Sasuke could only shake their heads and start their work. Back in the room, Karen continued to observe Naruto. But what she didn't know was that Naruto was already awake, but in a different state though. Deep in his psyche, Naruto stared at Kurama. Sorry Naruto, they asked me to keep my lips sealed about it, Kurama said. Naruto, on the other hand, was still unconvinced. Kurama, I asked you because I already knew things were strange when all the people I knew asked me to participate in the mission to kill the Tsutsukis. Kurama remained silent. It was strange because none of my friends ever killed a person. Sasuke never killed Dans, nor his elder brother. Shikamaru technically never killed Haiden. Technically none of my friends ever killed anyone, but suddenly they told me to go on a mission to kill the Tsutsukis. I asked you that day because I knew people were hiding something from me, but why did you too? Naruto asked once again. Naruto, Why? Naruto shouted. The man who killed Azumi is still alive. Sasuke thought that we went to their base, but he was wrong. We killed the wrong people. Bang! Naruto punched the floor in anger. Naruto, Kurama was worried. Azumi was just a kid. She had barely begun to live her life yet. Even if she had those eyes, and was extremely powerful for her age, she was wise and decided not to become a ninja. Yet, that bastard tortured her to death in front of me for a mere prophecy. Naruto felt helpless. Kurama also knew how Azumi was. A girl who was like a fire of life that danced and glowed. She was a friendly girl and gentle at heart. Her eyes made her feel like an alien, thus, most children her age avoided her. Yet she would never give up hope at making friends and living a healthy life. If her geniusness were to be described, she would be a girl version of Itachi, but her eyes caused her to stand out to the point she was avoided. Even more so by the children, just like how Jinchurikis were avoided by adults who knew. Boruto was right. I am the worst parent in the whole world. Naruto stared at his reflection on the water at his feet. Not true Naruto. You were a great parent. You even stepped down from being a Hokage to be there for Azumi. But she died, in the end, didn't she, right in front of my eyes? Naruto shouted. True, but you were powerless back then. Even if any other parent. Even if it was Sasuke, her other grandfather. I doubt he would have stood up as well as you did, Kurama said. Naruto stared silently. Another reason why he participated in the final battle was so that, Sasuke would never have to go searching for the Tsutsukis again. It was the battle that would have finally made Sasuke finish atoning for his sins according to him and come back to live with his family. Cheer up Naruto. In this timeline, we can save everybody, including her, Kurama said. How can you be so sure? Naruto shouted. Kurama frowned seeing Naruto was triggered but didn't know why. I am not even sure Boruto and Himawari will be born at this rate, not to mention Sarada. This timeline has already changed beyond recognition in the past few months. And even if they are born, will Boruto and Sarada marry like the previous timeline? Will Azumi be born? Will we be able to prevent this from happening? Naruto asked. You already have the answer, don't you? Kurama asked. Huh? You have saved the third Hokage and the fourth Kazekage. Your father is alive for now and so are the other Hokages. You prevented Sasuke from going to Orochimaru. Zabuza and Haku are alive. Haven't you already saved them all? Kurama asked. Naruto was stunned. I know you can save her Naruto, in this timeline you can save everyone. I have seen you do it again and again. You did the impossible in the previous, and over here as well, Kurama said. Naruto thought back to everything that had happened since he had arrived in this world. Believe in yourself Naruto. The old you never gave up after all, Kurama smiled. Naruto thought back to the differences he had in the previous timeline and the current timeline. Even if he was a ninja with fewer abilities, he had the guts and willpower to carry himself. The old him never gave up until he achieved what he wanted to do. Even if the current him was more mature and wise. He was able to become childlike or serious when the situation demanded for it, but he had somewhat lacked his original essence of what made him a ninja in the first place. A ninja should work hard and persevere, but most importantly, he should have the willpower never to give up. Naruto recalled the words of his previous self and Jiraiya. Hee, Kurama snickered seeing that old smile on Naruto's face once again. Thanks, Kurama, Naruto was genuinely thankful. I'm always here, Kurama smiled. By the way, where's SH? I tried contacting him earlier, but he doesn't respond, Naruto said. SH will be asleep for a while. I don't know how long, but it seems like he's tired from suppressing that curse of yours, Kurama said as he pointed to a dim orb that floated nearby him. Oh, Naruto stared the orb. A moment later he looked up at Kurama. Take care of SH. Sure thing, Kurama replied. SH. Naruto opened his eyes. Naruto. Karen exclaimed upon seeing Naruto wake up. Karen, Naruto was surprised to see Karen beside him. Naruto-kun. You're awake, Lee said. Yup, I'm back, Naruto smiled at Lee. Chigo stared silently from the door. Lee, Karen, when did you guys come? Naruto asked. We waited for a few hours for you to wake up. Shikamaru, Niji, Tsunade-sama and the other Kages left a while ago, Lee informed. I see, Naruto's eyes wandered around the room. Despite spotting Chigo, he seemed to look for a particular figure. Where's Hinata? Naruto asked. Lee looked at Karen. She left before you came. Oh, Lee understood. I see, Naruto's expectations went down a notch. Sasuke-kun and Kakashi-sensei are in the kitchen, along with your dad, Lee said. Sasuke is here. Ah, so that's why. Soon everyone sat in the living room, waiting for dinner. Meanwhile, Naruto was in the kitchen with his dad, Kakashi, and Sasuke. Naruto stood in front of Sasuke. I'm sorry for what happened today. It's all right, Sasuke said slowly. Okay, you two, settle down at the table. Kakashi and I will be serving you all, Minato said. Sasuke and Naruto nodded, following which they left the kitchen. Minato and Kakashi knew that what had happened earlier would be a chat for another time since there were guests in their house. I'll grab the plates, Kakashi said as he walked over to a shelf. Ding dong. Minato looked towards the door. I'll get it, Naruto said as he got up from his chair. Door opens. Hi, Naruto my man, a voice greeted. Naruto froze. What's he doing here? Naruto was shocked by this unexpected guest. Aren't you going to invite me in? Deidara asked. Of course you can come in, Aniki, Naruto raised a hand. Yeah, Deidara gave a high five and entered the house. What? Kakashi, Sasuke, and Minato were stunned to see Deidara in plain clothes entering the house. Hey guys, I want you to meet my Aniki, Deidara, Naruto introduced. Sup, everyone, Deidara raised a peace sign as he stared at everyone seated around the table. Minato walked in to set up an extra plate. Hi, I'm Minato, Naruto's dad, Minato introduced himself. Pleased to meet ya, Deidara smiled, following which his eyes landed on the empty plate that was just set on the table. Would you like to have dinner with us, Minato asked. Oh, what do you guys have for dinner, Deidara asked. Hee, Minato snickered. It's finally time for that short name I came up with, Minato thought as he looked at Deidara. It's explosive meatball curry rice. Deidara's eyes gleamed. Chapter 174. Flap. 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 Under the dimly lit sky, a massive bird with a blonde-haired man on its back landed on a clear path. After almost a day of flying, I'm finally here, Deidara stared at the village which was a couple of kilometers away. He then looked down at his body, which was not covered by the Akatsuki robe. Those guys wouldn't be wary of people wearing ordinary clothes, would they? Deidara thought as he used a small gadget on his left eyes to zoom in on the guards that were stationed at the village gates. Oi, Izumo. Don't slack off. A man warned by gently waking Izumo up, who was sleeping over his folded arms on the desk. Cut me some slack, Kotetsu. It's not like the Hokage ordered us to be on the lookout for anyone, Izumo said lazily as he stretched out his hands. Ha. Don't joke, Izumo. It hasn't been 5 days since we were almost attacked by the hidden sand and the hidden sound together. But they stopped. No. I mean, our Hokage is the best, after all, getting the Kazekage to turn on the sound, As old as he is, he still works hard, Izumo said. And he works as hard too. I swear, I can't even lift my arms properly after carrying those piles of documents around. Why do you think I'm sleepy? It is 'cause I've worked hard carrying those all day, Izumo said. Even after all those hard work, we now have to spend our time watching over this place. If only we had become Chinins. Wouldn't that mean extra work? Izumo asked. Of course it's extra work, but there's the extra pay as well. Kotetsu argued. I hear ya, Izumo said as he yawned once again, only to pause upon seeing a figure pass by in front of them. Hey, Kotetsu called out. Deidara turned around. What are you doing entering the village at this hour? Kotetsu asked. What's that? Izumo asked as he pointed towards an object that was covered in a cloth in Deidara's hand. I'm here to see a friend. I wanted to give this gift to him. Sadly, I don't know where his house is, Deidara said. Oh. Is Husha a civilian? Ninja? Merchant or an official? A ninja. Blonde-haired boy, about ye tall and 3 whiskers on each cheek, Deidara explained using a few hand signs to explain Naruto's appearance. 3 whiskers. Blonde-haired. Oh, and he likes explosions, Deidara added. Likes explosions? Kotetsu asked with a dubious look. What's his name? Izumo asked. Mitsuzumaki Naruto, Deidara said. That kid? Oh, that kid. I think he recently shifted places, no? Kotetsu asked. Yeah, I heard he was given Lord Fourth's old house, Izumo said. Yup, Kotetsu nodded. Deidara looked at the two. The duo then gave directions to Deidara to Naruto's house. Thanks, my man, Deidara waved at the two. Anytime, the duo waved back. As soon as Deidara walked out of their view, Izumo turned towards Kotetsu. See, he was just a regular guy, not a terrorist or something. Slap. Heh. Izumo and Kotetsu stare at a few meters away, on top of a building. Oi Izumo, did you hear something? Kotetsu asked. Maybe, you. Izumo asked. Probably must have been a cat or something. Probably. Whoosh. Tobirama shook his head as he jumped past buildings. With those two at the gates, the village will definitely be safe, Tobirama thought back to the time he slapped his head as he watched the two welcome Deidara into the village. I just hope nothing happens, Tobirama thought as he secretly tailed Deidara. So this is the house, huh? Deidara thought as he stared at the building. Ding dong. Door opens. Hi, Naruto my man, Deidara greeted. Naruto froze. What's he doing here? Naruto was shocked by this unexpected guest. Aren't you going to invite me in? Deidara asked. Of course you can come in, Aniki, Naruto raised a hand. Yeah, Deidara gave a high five and entered the house. What? Kakashi, Sasuke, and Minato were stunned to see Deidara in plain clothes entering the house. Hey guys, I want you to meet my Aniki, Deidara, Naruto introduced. Sup, everyone, Deidara raised a peace sign as he stared at everyone seated around the table. Minato walked in to set up an extra plate. Hi, I'm Minato, Naruto's dad, Minato introduced himself. Pleased to meet ya, Deidara smiled following which his eyes landed on the empty plate that was just set on the table. Would you like to have dinner with us, Minato asked. Oh, what do you guys have for dinner, Deidara asked. Hee, Minato snickered. It's finally time for that short name I came up with, Minato thought as he looked at Deidara. It's explosive meatball curry rice. Deidara's eyes gleamed. Soon Minato and Kakashi served the rice and curry to everyone, one by one. Kakashi looked at Deidara. It's been a while Kakashi, my man, Deidara said. How have you been? Kakashi asked. Other than my boss being disappointed that we didn't hunt Orochimaru, I guess I'm pretty good, Deidara said. I see, Kakashi nodded as he served the curry onto Deidara's plate. Is that enough? Kakashi asked. Yeah, Deidara said as he took his chopsticks. Let's see how explosive they are, Deidara thought to himself as he immediately went after the meatball. Naruto, Kakashi, and Minato, on the other hand, were staring without daring to blink waiting to see the crazed explosive artist's reaction to Kushina's explosive recipe. It's time to eat, Deidara said as he placed the piping hot meatball on his tongue. Chomp. Deidara's teeth sank into the meatball, causing some of the spicy juices to overflow onto his tongue. Oof. This spiciness, Deidara stood up with his eyes staring at the ceiling with what seemed to be a teardrop threatening to fall from the side of his eyes. It explodes. Deidara cried internally as he chomped down on the meatball. Do you like it? Minato asked. Like it? Deidara's gaze slowly shifted towards the confident-looking Minato. Wait a minute. Deidara thought back to Izumo's and Kotetsu's conversation. I think he recently shifted places, no? Kotetsu asked. Yeah, I heard he was given Lord Fourth's old house, Izumo said. Yup, Kotetsu nodded. Deidara froze. The fourth? Deidara thought as his eyes scanned Minato's appearance. The fourth Hokage? Deidara's eyes gleamed once again. Minato's name was a bomb in his village. The hidden stone which Deidara hated a lot, he actually admired Minato for being a person feared by everyone in his village. But to the explosion-loving Deidara. Not only was the recipe explosive. Even this new discovery he made contributed to such an explosion, that Deidara could only wish he could physically see this artwork of an explosion. This explosion would definitely surpass Naruto's ability to create a mirror finish crater by almost 100 times. Like it? I freaking love it. Deidara shouted. Naruto, Kakashi, and the others silently watched Deidara exclaim with happiness as his happiness reached the pinnacle. I must say, you really surprised me, Deidara said as he looked at Minato. I'm glad, Minato said with a smile. Not that, but you. The fourth Hokage, Deidara said, following which almost everyone in the room froze. Shit. Naruto was on his wits' end. It's an honor to meet someone who is feared by my village, Deidara said as he stared at Minato. Oh, Minato was surprised. Naruto stared silently. Deidara turned towards Naruto. Naruto, my man, you didn't tell me your dad was the legendary Yellow Flash. But damn, I thought he was supposed to have kicked the bucket or something, Deidara said as he turned back to see Minato. But to think you are alive, Deidara stared at Minato. What are you going to do? Kakashi asked suddenly in a low tone. Ha. Deidara stared at Kakashi. Nothing really, I'm just happy to see this guy. I have respect for people who can make nations fear them, partly because I am one of those kinds of people, Deidara said. Karen, Sasuke, Lee, and Jogo's gazes shifted towards Minato who stared at Deidara. I see, Minato nodded emotionlessly. Aside from that, the food is great, Deidara said as he took his seat and began to eat again. That's good to know, Minato said with a smile. So how about you guys introduce yourself? Deidara said as he looked at everyone else. Let's start with you, Deidara said as he pointed towards Jogo. I am Jogo. That's it? Deidara asked upon seeing Jogo sit back down. Jogo silently nodded. Tisk, Deidara turned towards Sasuke. What about you? Deidara asked. Sasuke looked towards Naruto, only to see him nod silently to speak. I am Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha? Deidara was stunned. Sasuke stared at Deidara. Oh, the only guy that bastard Itachi left behind, huh? Deidara asked. Itachi, Sasuke spoke in a low tone. Huh? Deidara stared at Sasuke. SH. The temperature of the room dropped by several degrees while also forcing Karen to the ground with a shocked expression. Sasuke stared at Deidara with an eye full of killing intent. I'll kill him, Sasuke stated. Minato, Kakashi, and Naruto stared at Sasuke emotionlessly, as the only ones in the room who were aware of the Uchiha clan's incident. Uchiha Itachi. So Sasuke wants to kill this man Uchiha Itachi, but why? Lee stared at Sasuke with vigilance. Brother, Jogo placed his hand over Sasuke's left arm. SH. Sasuke withdrew his killing intent, reverting the room back to normal. Interesting, Deidara murmured as he stared at Sasuke, who shared similar thoughts as him towards Uchiha Itachi. Chapter 175. Interesting, Deidara murmured as he stared at Sasuke, who shared similar thoughts as him towards Uchiha Itachi. Naruto, Kakashi, and Minato didn't like Sasuke being pumped about killing Itachi again, but they could only watch the scene silently as it unfolded. After all, Deidara had yet to state his reason for coming to their place, and it would only be unveiled after the dinner was over. Deidara then turned towards Lee. And who are you, Bullcut? Lee's action of getting up sent the chair flying away to the point it startled everyone who sat around him. I am Rock Lee, Leaf Village's blue beast. I aim to become the No.1 ninja without using ninjutsu or genjutsu. Lee declared. Oh, an enthusiastic fella, Deidara smirked. What is it? Lee asked, seeing Deidara's smirk. Do you like art? Deidara asked. Art? Lee thought back to one of Guy's lessons. Flashback. Guy-sensei. Guy looked at Lee. Why do plank exercises exist? Lee asked. I mean, all we do is just stay in one pose, so how does it help? Lee asked. Listen up, Lee. The plank exercise is one of the most godliest of all exercises that exists. Huh? Lee was surprised. You see, for these exercises, we can do them anywhere, anytime with no equipments. They are intended to strengthen your muscles rather than build them up. And the best part is they strengthen not only the muscles but also the bones as well. Guy said with a smile. I see, Lee nodded. Listen up, Lee. Human body is a work of art. And exercises help sculpt this art into true beauty. I see, Lee nodded once again as he noted down in his notebook attentively. Building and strengthening, building and strengthening. Do those two types of exercises accordingly to sculpt the perfect body. To sculpt the perfect body, Lee continued to jot down. Youthful body needs to explode with energy, Guy concluded. I see, art needs to explode with energy, Lee murmured. That's right, Lee. Art is an explosion. Guy declared with a loud voice. End of flashback. Lee looked at Deidara. I like art. As my sensei once said. Art is an explosion. Lee said with a fiery gaze. Naruto was stunned. He. Damn right you are my man. Art is explosion. Deidara was mad with laughter, leaving others on the table stunned. Deidara then suddenly turned towards Naruto. Aniki looks like we have found a Kohai to join us, Deidara said. Kohai. Lee was confused. Ah, Lee was it. You see Naruto, and I here have walked the path of explosions for a long time. Though, my skills are a bit better than him, Deidara murmured. Naruto-kun, is that true? Lee asked. Naruto hadn't recovered yet from the shock. Of course Lee, and now that we have discovered you. Kukukukuku. We are going to have a lot of fun, Deidara was having the time of his life. After all, there were two other people who shared the same views as him on art. How about that Sasori my man, hehe. These two share the same view on art as me. After all, art is but a simple fleeting moment of beauty that turns into an explosion. Deidara thought internally. What the hell is going on here? Naruto thought as he stared at Lee and Deidara. And you are? Deidara looked at Karen. I am Uzumaki Karen, Karen answered. Uzumaki? Are you his sister? Deidara asked. A distant relative, Naruto suddenly spoke. Ah, I see, Deidara nodded, following which he looked at Lee. Hey, Kohai. You, me, and Naruto. We are going to have a discussion on art later, Deidara said. I don't understand, but okay, Lee answered. Don't tell me he came here just to discuss art. Naruto panicked however, he was also curious about the object that Deidara held onto which was wrapped in a cloth. Minato suddenly felt a presence by the window. What is it, sensei? Kakashi who stood beside Minato asked. I need to check on something, Minato said, following which he excused himself from the room. Naruto then looked towards Deidara. Aniki, how come you dropped by today? Naruto asked. Ah, right. I'll need to talk about that after dinner, Deidara said as took another bite. Outside the house. Two figures stood opposite to each other. Lord Second. Minato called out. Lord Fourth, is everything all right inside? Tobarama asked with concern. Yeah. It's as you've guessed, the boy from Akatsuki. He's here, Minato informed. So, I was right then. What is the boy here for? Tobarama asked. We haven't got to that yet. For now, they are just having a good dinner inside, Minato said. I suppose the food must be really delicious then, Tobarama commented. Ah, it's my wife's recipe. It is bound to be delicious after all, Minato said with a proud expression. It must be if you say so, Lord Fourth, Tobarama praised. There's one problem though. Tobarama's ears perked up. The boy knows that I am the fourth Hokage, Minato said. What? Tobarama was stunned. And? What did he do? Tobarama asked. He says he had admired my existence in the past, Minato sighed. He did desert the hidden stone after all, Tobarama nodded. Minato also agreed. Anyways, just know that I'll be watching from here. If anything happens, I'll be the first to rush in, Tobarama informed. Thanks, Lord Second, but I think we can handle this, Minato refused Tobarama's help. All right then, after all, Lord Seventh did handle the boy very well during the rescue mission after all, Tobarama praised. Minato nodded in agreement. Just as Tobarama turned around. Lord Second, Minato called out. What is it? Tobarama asked. I just wanted to know what happened to that boy, Sai. Minato asked. Oh, him. I've asked the third about taking him into the ANBU, but the third says that since we are not at war, he wants the boy to grow up like a normal ninja, Tobarama said. I see, Minato murmured. He plans to have those two other brats, Karen and that boy Sasuke brought in to become a team along with Sai, Tobarama said. I think that's a great idea, Minato nodded in agreement. All right then, I think you should head back now Lord Fourth, Tobarama suggested. With that, their meeting came to an end. Minato and Kakashi finally sat down to eat after everyone had their fill, leaving the young ones to talk with each other. Chigo and Sasuke were at the table with Kakashi and Minato. Karen stood in one corner watching the interaction between the other three: Naruto, Lee, and Deidara. So. Kohai, I would like to hear your views on art, Deidara requested. On art Oi, are we really having this discussion? Naruto stared at the two with a poker face. See, my sensei said that the human body is a work of art, Lee started. Oh. Deidara was interested in seeing a different variation for explosion art. Go on, Deidara encouraged. Ahem. My sensei said that it is our bones and muscles that give shape to the body. With the body as the sculpture and the exercises, we do as a tool. We can sculpt our body by exercising the right amount, by controlling the growth of our muscles and controlling the strength of our muscles, Lee explained. I see, Deidara nodded. It's these muscles that contain the energy of our body, they are art that are waiting to explode, Lee explained. Wonderful, to think explosion can be explained in such ways. Truly, your master is a genius, Deidara praised. Your words are too kind, Lee responded with modesty. Yes, but even if he is right, I still believe art is but a fleeting moment of beauty, Deidara explained. I see, Lee nodded. What about you, Naruto? Deidara looked at Naruto. Huh? What drives you and that Rasengan of yours? Deidara asked. Oh, that? For me, Rasengan is the ultimate form of art that goes kaboom. Naruto explained. Nice, Deidara and Lee nodded in approval. A few moments later, Minato and Kakashi suggested that everyone should leave for the night since it was already late. Naruto looked at Sasuke. Sasuke, I entrust Karen to you, Naruto said, indicating that Sasuke had to walk her home safely. Sasuke nodded. Karen stared at Naruto for a second or two, following which she finally left along with the others. Before leaving, Lee looked at Naruto. Thanks for the meal, Naruto-kun. Next time dinner is on me, Lee said. All right, bushy brows, Naruto nodded. See you next time, Kohai, we'll try a few explosions on our next meeting, Deidara said. Yes, Deidara-senpai. Lee saluted. Ah, he's taken it seriously, Naruto stared with a poker face. Bye, Naruto waved at the others. Kakashi looked at Minato. I'll see you tomorrow, sensei, Kakashi said. Minato nodded. Bye, Kakashi my man. Bye Kakashi-sensei, Naruto and Deidara said at the same time. Kakashi left silently, leaving Minato, Naruto, and Deidara behind. The trio then closed the door, and they entered the house. Naruto looked at Deidara. What is it you wanted to talk to me about? Naruto asked. Oh, just give me a sec, Deidara said as he started to unwrap the cloth. Minato also stared with interest at the object in Deidara's hand. Soon the object came into view was a crystal ball. Naruto was confused from having long forgotten on his short adventure with Sakura in the park. It is a crystal ball, or so called by my boss, Deidara explained. Your boss? Naruto asked. Indeed. He was angry at me letting Orochimaru escape, so he decided to give me an extra task of testing this ball, Deidara said. So why bring it here? Naruto asked. Oh, it's because he wants some data or something. He told me that since I became friends with you instead of doing the mission, he suggested that you help me out, Deidara said. Naruto backed away. It's safe, I promise you. There will be no harm, it is only for gathering some data for some plan of his, Deidara said. Plan? That's definitely related to the infinite Tsukimi. Naruto thought, following which there was a sudden flash of memories from the time he and Sakura entered the Genjutsu world by accident after a late evening in the park due to Sakura escaping from her parents. So, what do you say, Naruto? Can you help me out? Deidara asked. Naruto stared at the crystal ball in front of him. Chapter 176. So, what do you say, Naruto? Can you help me out? Deidara asked. Naruto stared at the crystal ball in front of him. Inside Naruto's inner psyche, Kurama stared at Naruto's back. Oi, Naruto, Kurama called out. Naruto turned around to face Kurama. SH said that you'd better avoid doing anything reckless when he's not there, Kurama conveyed SH's message. Naruto continued to stare at the crystal ball on the outside. What will you do, Naruto? Minato thought silently as he watched the scene take place. Naruto, my man. There's nothing dangerous. At least, that's what my boss promised when he gave me this, Deidara explained. Naruto continued to stare once again. What will you do, Naruto? Kurama asked. The last time Sakura-chan and I ended in that world, I enjoyed being with my parents there. Naruto thought back to the time he and his dad laughed hard at Kushina blowing away the cake. We both returned safely too. Naruto continued to think about the various other events that took place in that world. This Deidara guy seems to be an unexpected friend this time around, Kurama commented as he stared at Deidara from within Naruto. Naruto nodded in agreement. I suppose you've made your decision then? Kurama asked. Yup, Naruto nodded. Humph, Kurama smirked, following which he turned to look at the crystal ball with excitement. Alright, Naruto suddenly responded. Thanks, my man. Deidara was relieved to see Naruto agree to his request. Minato continued to watch without interrupting since he was already aware from Naruto's memories that the crystal ball was just a jutsu that contained a fraction of the power the infinite Tsukimi possessed. Follow me outside, Deidara said, following which he walked towards the door. Where are we going? Naruto asked. Just outside where the moon shines, Deidara explained. Oh, Naruto understood that Deidara probably needed the moonlight to shine through the ball to activate the jutsu. The duo stepped out of the house, with Minato following after and stood by the door to watch over. Stand here, my man, Deidara said as he positioned Naruto by placing his two hands over Naruto's shoulders. Naruto nodded upon standing upright on a spot that Deidara had set him. Are you ready? Deidara asked as he lifted the crystal ball in his hand. Yeah. Naruto confirmed. Here it goes. Deidara left the ball to float at a particular height. The crystal ball slowly changed to a red tint following which it rose higher. Naruto's eyes followed the crystal ball as it continued to lift higher before finally settling at a decent altitude. 6 rings of Sharingan Tomos suddenly appeared on the ball. Limited Tsukimi. A blinding white light expanded across Naruto's range of vision, making him almost completely blind. Naruto waited patiently to see what kind of world awaited him in this new alternate dimension. The infinite Tsukimi usually reflected a reality that the individual wanted from the bottom of their hearts, but since this one was more of a beta test, Naruto was also prepared for the worst possibility. The blinding white light finally receded into what seemed like the moon of this new reality that Naruto had been transported into. WRMI, Naruto observed the new reality that was laid for him to see. His eyes surveyed his surroundings. From what Naruto observed, he stood in a street where many people were out enjoying their warm evening. The clothes they wore to the technology and everything else that appeared, Naruto had concluded that he had arrived at what seemed to be the future of his reality. Naruto then looked down to observe his body. Wow, Naruto exclaimed upon seeing that he had an adult body like he used to have. The best part, it seemed closer to the end of his prime, around his early 30s if Naruto had estimated correctly. Dad, a voice called out. However, Naruto was too distracted by his new environment to notice. Dad, the voice called out once again. This time Naruto frowned. Why does this voice sound so familiar? That was the first thought on Naruto's mind. After all, Naruto could distinctly remember Himawari's cute voice that always sought his attention. This voice that called out to him, on the other hand, was strange yet familiar. It was a voice that Naruto had heard before, but an unfamiliar phrase. In other words, a phrase that Naruto had never heard from this familiar voice. Naruto turned back only to be stunned by what he saw. Azumi. Naruto was shocked to see a short pink-haired girl in front of him who resembled his granddaughter in the past. Dad. Azumi ran towards Naruto and hugged him tightly. Naruto was elated, yet shocked. Why does she call me dad? Why does she not call me grandpa? Naruto thought. Naruto was prepared to face a shock like Azumi since that was a part of his favorable scenario for what he imagined as an ideal world, but his role seemed to be different. Dad, when did you come back? Azumi asked with an excited expression. Naruto was confused. It doesn't matter. I'm glad you are back. Azumi said with a bright smile as she looked up at Naruto being almost a little more than half his height. Naruto patted Azumi's head silently wondering what other shocks that awaited him. The two went around town exploring the things that Azumi needed. Azumi was enjoying her time checking out the shops, whereas Naruto spent his time analyzing whatever information he could find from observing. Dad. Azumi called out, running towards Naruto from a nearby shop. Dad, that old man gave me an extra squid, Azumi said while holding on to 3 sticks with squids on top. Come again later, the old man shouted with a smile. Naruto looked down again only to see Azumi giving him a stick. Oh, Naruto nodded slowly, grabbing one of the sticks Azumi handed out. Let's go home, Azumi said, following which she walked ahead. Naruto followed silently from behind. She doesn't have the eyes, huh? Kurama asked from within. Yeah, I noticed, Naruto responded slowly as he continued to walk behind the merrily walking, sweet-looking Azumi. Back in the original timeline, Naruto lost this grandchild of his to the Tsutsukis, since they deemed that Azumi being in possession of the heavenly eyes was a threat to their kind. Which was why she was killed in the first place, but this time Naruto was happy seeing Azumi was living a normal life, with those regular blue eyelids instead of the legendary blue eyes that isolated her from a normal life. Azumi in this timeline was almost visually identical to the Azumi from the original timeline. The two were 12-year-olds with 2 whiskers on each cheek. The only significant difference was that the previous Azumi being daughter of Sarada and Boruto resulted in a particularly strong bloodline after the combination of the Rinnegan and Jugen, with a light hint of pure Byakugan bloodline, resulting in what was called the heavenly eyes, whereas the current Azumi had just a pair of regular blue eyes that Naruto had along with pink-colored hair which Naruto couldn't quite put his finger on who it came from. Kurama, Naruto called out. The hair, right? Maybe it's a combination of yellow and red, your mom and dad's color being passed down, Kurama suggested. Could be, Naruto thought. Dad, are you coming? Azumi asked upon seeing Naruto quite a few steps behind her. Yeah, Naruto recovered to his usual calm expression and picked up his pace. Azumi walked alongside Naruto while enthusiastically chewing on the squid. Soon, Naruto and Azumi reached home. Or what could be considered his home in this world, seeing that it was a different building than he was used to living. Brother, I'm home, Azumi announced as she stepped in. Welcome back, AZ-. A yellow-haired boy approached the duo from within, only to stare blankly at Naruto with green eyes. Naruto also calmly observed the boy. Who is this kid now? Naruto was confused. Naruto knew that the boy could only be his son, but he had a way different aura vibe than that of Boruto. He was calm. Observing type, somewhat similar to his dad, Minato. The green eyes caught Naruto's attention since he had never remembered seeing anyone in his family having those type of eyes. Yo, Naruto waved gently at the boy. You're back, the boy said slowly. Yeah, Naruto bent down to take off his sandals. Naruto was confused. Am I the Hokage in this timeline as well? If that's the case, I might need to head back as soon as possible, Naruto thought. How long will you be staying this time, the boy asked. Yeah, Dad. How long? Azumi asked with enthusiasm. Naruto could only sigh internally as he looked at the kids who had high expectations. I just stopped by for dinner, Naruto said with the intent of heading out to get more information on this world he had arrived in. Oh, Azumi's expressions went down a great deal. The boy, on the other hand, didn't have any change in his expressions, as though he had already expected his dad to say this. Mom will be coming very late today, so I guess it's just the 3 of us, the boy said. I see, Naruto nodded politely. Freshen up, Dad. I'll set the table, the boy said. Oh, I'll leave it to you then, Naruto said, following which he headed towards the stairs to go to his bedroom. The boy silently stared at Naruto's back as he ascended the staircase. I'm happy today, Azumi said as she handed a squid stick to the boy who she had saved up for. Thanks, the boy nodded. Upstairs in one of the bedrooms. Naruto switched on the light. This looks like my room, Naruto thought upon seeing the familiar layout of what he had back in his room with Hinata. Naruto's eyes scanned around until it finally landed on a picture frame by the bed. Naruto's eyes widened. Oh. Kurama was surprised as well. Naruto now finally knew that nagging feeling he had from the second he saw Azumi's pink hair and the boy's green eyes. Sakura-chan. Naruto was shocked seeing his family picture, which had the image of his marriage with Sakura and the 2 kids, Azumi, and the boy. However, there was one more thing that scared him. The picture frame next to the one he held had Sakura wearing the familiar red haori. Seeing this, Naruto immediately ran towards the window. All he could see was 5 stone faces on the mountain. Naruto slowly observed each face. However, he could only recognize 4 of 5 faces. First Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Second Hokage, Uchiha Madara. Third was one he couldn't recognize. Fourth Hokage, Uchiha Obito. And the 5th one was his wife in the current timeline, Haruno Sakura. Chapter 177. Sakura-chan. Naruto was shocked seeing his family picture, which had the image of his marriage with Sakura and the 2 kids, Azumi, and the boy. However, there was one more thing that scared him. The picture frame next to the one he held had Sakura wearing the familiar red haori. Seeing this, Naruto immediately ran towards the window. All he could see was 5 stone faces on the mountain. Naruto slowly observed each face. However, he could only recognize 4 of 5 faces. First Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Second Hokage, Uchiha Madara. Third was one he couldn't recognize. Fourth Hokage, Uchiha Obito. And the 5th one was his wife in the current timeline, Haruno Sakura. That isn't the only problem, Naruto, Kurama suddenly spoke. What? Naruto was confused. I can sense another me, Kurama said. Another you? Naruto asked. Yeah, he seems too grumpy, probably sealed up, Kurama explained. Did you find out who he is sealed within? Naruto asked. Yeah, looks like your mom's a Jinchuriki, Kurama explained. I see. Naruto was extremely happy at the thought of meeting his mother again. He wasn't surprised since Kushina was the Jinchuriki before Naruto was born. Seeing that Obito became the fourth Hokage, looks like his dad succeeded in sealing Kurama back within Kushina during Naruto's birth in this timeline. Speaking of the Hokages, I wonder who the third one was. I wasn't able to recognize him at all, Naruto thought to himself, following which he turned around to see if there was anything that would give him more clues to his current situation he was in. Soon his eyes landed on another family picture. It seemed to be recently taken with 4 people in the picture being his mom, dad, and his son and daughter together. Naruto was shocked to see his 50-plus-year-old dad. Minato's hair was a bit shorter. His face was more mature. The overall look was completely different to what Naruto expected. This was because Naruto was always used to seeing the 24-year-old version of his dad. Be it the photo in his house, or the current reanimation Minato. The fun fact being that he was mentally and physically older than Minato, yet he was his son at the same time. On the other hand, Kushina didn't seem like she had aged much compared to how she looked in her late 20s. This was due to her abundant life force due to the Uzumaki bloodline. Naruto smiled, seeing that his children got well along with his parents. The same went for the next picture, which had the two with Sakura's parents as well. Naruto then turned towards the wardrobe in the room. Let's see what else I can discover, Naruto murmured, following which he opened the wardrobe. Inside were his clothes, off which two, in particular, caught his eyes. An Akatsuki robe? Naruto was confused. He then looked at the robe next to it. He then spotted a symbol with a few words on the left chest of the robe. Lightning delivery. Naruto read the letters which had Minato's custom kunai as the background. Delivery? Could it be that I work as a delivery guy? Naruto asked himself. Wait, there's the Akatsuki robe also, right? Naruto looked at the Akatsuki robe he had on the other hand. Dad. Naruto looked at the door to see Azumi entering the room. Dad, brother has set the table, Azumi informed. I see. Naruto put back the clothes into the wardrobe, following which he descended the stairs. At the dining, Naruto saw a wide spread of food. Wow, Naruto blurted upon seeing the neatly laid out food. I know, right, brother is cool. He cooked everything by himself, Azumi said. What? Naruto was shocked. Let's eat while it's hot, Dad, the boy calmly stated before sitting down. Naruto stared at the two before slowly sitting down at the table and grabbing his chopsticks. The three ate together in the silent room. So what did you guys do today? Naruto asked. I aced shuriken practice, Azumi said. Wow, Naruto patted her gently. What about you? Naruto asked the boy. Nothing exciting, just D-rank mission again, the boy said calmly. That's not true, Azumi interrupted. Huh? Naruto turned towards Azumi. Brother went to Sister Ayam and asked if he could make deliveries as your stand-in, Azumi explained. Naruto was shocked. The delivery thing turned out to be true. Naruto screamed internally. It's nothing much. I just wanted to help Grandpa out, the boy said as he proceeded to eat casually. Wait, help Grandpa? My dad's in on this too. Naruto was confused. Dad? Azumi called out. Naruto looked at Azumi. There's this girl in my class. She doesn't befriend anyone, Azumi said slowly. Naruto listened silently. Dad. What should I do? Azumi asked. Naruto thought for a moment. That's Uncle Sasuke's daughter, Naruto's son gently reminded. I think everyone avoids her because she looks scary. Or at least that's what everyone says, Azumi pouted. Wait a minute. Didn't this happen to Azumi in the past because of her eyes as well? Naruto was surprised. Looks like Sasuke's daughter is in trouble this time, Naruto thought. Hey, Dad. What should I do? Azumi asked. What you should do? Naruto asked. Azumi nodded. Are you scared of her? Naruto asked. Azumi is not scared of anyone, Azumi said with a proud expression. I see. Well then, you just become friends with her, Naruto said. Just become friends? Azumi asked. Yeah, Naruto said with a smile. But Dad, she always turns away from me, Azumi complained. Hee. She's probably shy on the inside and doesn't want to show it, Naruto said, thinking back to the problems Azumi faced in the past. So don't give up. Just keep asking her to be your friend until she gives in, Naruto said with a smile. I will ask her, Azumi said with a cheered-up voice. There you go, Naruto took another bite of his food. He then looked at the boy. Where do you two go when your mom and I are out? Naruto asked. The boy looked at Naruto. Do you drop by my dad's place? Naruto asked. Yeah, the boy responded. We are going there tonight since mom's not coming until late, Azumi explained. I see. At this moment, the boy had finished eating. Leave the dishes to me, Dad, the boy said. Nope, you leave it to me, Naruto got up from his seat. The boy stared at Naruto. We'll go to my parents' house once I am done, Naruto said in a firm tone as he headed towards the kitchen. Wow, Dad, you made up with Grandpa and Grandma? Azumi asked. Naruto was surprised. What does she mean by made up? Did we have a fight or something? Naruto was confused. By the time he was having these thoughts, Naruto's son already started to wash the dishes. Wait for me, Naruto also ran in to help. Azumi, on the other hand, sat on the kitchen platform, watching the two do the dishes at a rapid pace. The boy looked at Naruto with a light smile. Naruto, on the other hand, was so engrossed in washing the plates that he had hardly noticed the smile. But to the boy, the moment he spent with his dad was precious, seeing that he rarely met him at home. Soon the two were done washing dishes, whereas Azumi sat by the entrance. Dad, brother, are you two done yet? Azumi asked. Yup. We are here, the boy and Naruto answered at the same time. Yeah, let's go. I can't wait for Dad to meet them, Azumi said, reminding Naruto once again that there were problems that his original character of this world had to face. But what was this problem exactly? There was only one way to find out. Naruto and the other two were on their way. Naruto and the boy strolled while Azumi was in front of them skipping all the way in happiness. It's really hard to not know his name, damn it. Naruto cursed this awkward situation he was in, but he would soon have to find out. Soon, the trio arrived in front of Minato's and Kushina's house. Naruto was surprised, it was the house he and his dad was living in the current timeline, but it seemed to be at a different location for some reason. Ding dong. Azumi pressed the doorbell. Soon, the door opened, and a red-haired woman came into view. Azumi. Hanato. The woman called out the duo's names. Hanato, finally I got his name. Naruto thought, but at the same time, he was busy staring at his mom's change from the last he had met her from a few months ago at the time he broke the seal once again. Although, he had seen Kushina in a photo, it was completely another thing for him to see her in reality. Kushina's skin seemed to almost form wrinkles, but to a significant extent, she still maintained her youthful looks. To be honest, one wouldn't be able to notice much difference from her late 20s to her current age. This was mainly due to the Uzumaki bloodline's abundant life force. Kushina hugged her two grandchildren tightly however, a moment later, her gaze shifted towards Naruto who stood far out in the back. Kids, go inside. Granny needs to work out a bit, Kushina said in a low voice. Naruto shuddered almost feeling like being in the middle of an ice storm seeing his mom's change in expression. Naruto had almost forgotten this feeling since the last he had experienced this kind of anger from his mom was when he refused to eat with his parents calling them fake in the limited tsukimi. Let's go, Hanato said as he gently pulled Azumi's hand. Brother, is Dad going to be okay? Azumi asked. Who knows? Hanato asked sarcastically. Azumi silently stared at Naruto as she followed Hanato into the house. Hanato, don't leave me here, Naruto whimpered in a low voice, helplessly staring his son going into the house with his daughter. Hanato gave a sly smile as he closed the door. Good luck Dad. Door closes. Damn. Naruto exclaimed internally. Good luck Naruto, Kurama smiled from within. Damn you Kurama, Naruto shouted, seeing Kurama vanish into the darkness in his inner psyche. CRK. Naruto felt goosebumps, hearing something like bones crack. He then looked towards Kushina who was slowly walking like a zombie towards him with a powerful intent that glowed in red. Menma, Kushina spelled out Naruto's alternate reality's name one by one. Yes, Naruto's voice quivered in fear as he shrunk back like a prey meeting its predator. You really have the guts to face me, after all, you have done don't you? Kushina asked. What the hell did Menma, fucking do? Naruto asked himself. Wait, I can expla. Bang! Kushina smashed Naruto into the ground. Explain what exactly? Kushina asked. Naruto was stuck since he didn't have any clue about the situation in the first place. Suddenly, Kushina hugged Naruto tightly. You idiot. You should have come home sooner, Kushina said suddenly as she increased her force in hugging Naruto while also silently crying. Naruto suddenly felt a teardrop onto his shoulder. I'm home, Naruto said as he hugged her back. Chapter 178. Kushina finally let go of Naruto, and the two entered the house together. Yeah, Dad made up with Granny, Azumi jumped excitedly. You're so cute. Kushina pulled Azumi's cheeks. Oh ouch, Azumi yelped upon being pulled. Hanato stood quietly at a corner of the living room, staring at the three with a light smile. He's very different from the Boruto I knew. Calm, intelligent, probably like how Dad was when he was young. Naruto thought back to how Kushina described Minato in his young age when Kushina met him for the first time. However, the only thing he probably liked about this boy's character was that even though Naruto Menma in this timeline rarely came back home, the boy didn't seem to take his anger out. Hanato seemed to be more understanding and silent than Boruto was. Azumi, on the other hand, was almost similar to Himawari except with Azumi's face. As Naruto internally compared his children, a person walked into the living room from inside. Dad, Naruto was surprised. Seeing his dad in person, he seemed to be a wee bit shorter than Naruto, who stood at 180 centimeters, whereas Minato was almost 177 to 178 centimeters, losing almost a centimeter from aging. Grandpa. Azumi ran towards Minato. Minato gently lifted Azumi up in the air with a smile before putting her down. Hi Grandpa, Hanato said with a smile. Hanato, thanks for lending a hand earlier today. Glad I could help Grandpa. Hanato sat down on a sofa opposite to the television. Is he avoiding me? Naruto stared at Minato as he sat down on the sofa next to Hanato and switched on the television. We are going to sleep, Kushina said as she held on to Azumi's hand. Minato and Hanato nodded at the same time as though in sync. They are totally ignoring me, Naruto thought. Dad, will you be here tomorrow? Azumi ran towards Naruto and asked. At this moment, Hanato and Minato looked at Naruto from the side of their eyes. Of course, I will, Naruto patted her head and said. Hee. Good night, Dad, Azumi said, following which she went towards Kushina and held her hand. Naruto looked at Kushina. Take care of her, Naruto said. I will, Kushina nodded. Sound of News theme playing on TV. Late night news from Channel 9, with Fuji. Latest news from the Hokage. The 5 Kages have decided that the Chunin exam will take place in the Hidden Leaf this year within a week. Naruto looked at Hanato. Are you entering the exam? Naruto asked. Yeah, Hanato answered calmly. Naruto looked at Minato, only to understand that he seemed to be ignoring his existence no matter what. Mom forgave me, but why not Dad? Naruto asked himself. He then looked at Minato. Dad, can we talk? Naruto asked with a determined expression. At this moment, Minato finally looked towards Naruto face to face. Hanato understood that the duo needed their space. I'm going to sleep. Good night, Grandpa, Hanato waved to Minato as he walked away. As Hanato walked past Naruto. Good night, Dad, Hanato said, following which he proceeded into the room. Minato continued to stare at Naruto silently, waiting for Naruto to speak. Dad. Please tell me, what did I do wrong? Naruto asked. So, you still didn't realize it, huh? Minato got up from his seat. If I knew the problem, I wouldn't be asking, Naruto thought internally. On the other hand, Naruto was confused as well. Since his wish was to live together with his parents in the same house along with his family were they alive, but what confused him was that Minato and Kushina lived alone over here. Menma. At this point, I even question myself if you are the one at fault or not, Minato said. Would you get to the point? I mean, why does everyone beat around the bush? Naruto thought internally. Minato looked at Naruto. Menma, you've lost sight of yourself, while trying to prove yourself to Sakura, Minato explained. What? Naruto was confused. The information was given, but it was so vague that Naruto didn't have anything to go on. Sorry, this is all that I can help you with. It's best if you figure this out yourself, Minato said, following which he headed into his room after switching off the television. Naruto silently stared at the room devoid of people. Outside the house. Naruto looked at the sky. Damn it, the previous world wasn't so confusing. Naruto felt like pulling his hair out. At this point, there's only one thing he could do. Find a way to go back. The last time, I had to defeat Obito who took over my body. Wait, Obito is a good guy in this timeline, isn't he? But the only other alternative I can think is probably saving Sasuke's daughter. That might be my way back, Naruto concluded but then shook his head. Will solving my problem with Sakura send me back? Naruto had to consider this solution as well. Naruto then looked towards the stone faces on the mountains. I'll go meet Sakura-chan, Naruto decided, following which he took off in the direction of the Hokage's office. At this moment, Naruto's departure was seen by Minato from his bedroom window. I hope he understands what he needs to do, Minato thought to himself. Whoosh! Naruto quickly jumped past the buildings and reached the Hokage's office building. Naruto entered the building but was stopped outside the Hokage's room. I am sorry, but Lady Hokage's in a meeting with the chief of police, the guard informed. When will she be done? Naruto asked. It'll take a while, she hasn't given a specific timeframe, sir, the guard explained. Naruto frowned seeing that he had met another dead end today. Menma? A voice called out. Naruto turned around to see Obito standing behind him. Lord Fourth, the guard greeted. Obito nodded. Menma, follow me, Obito said after scanning Naruto from head to toe. Naruto followed Obito, leaving out the building. Follow me to this place, Menma. I am meeting Lord Third today, Obito said. Alright, Naruto nodded, following Obito without question to see where this encounter would take him. Soon the two reached a bar. Lord Fourth, the waiter at the bar, greeted. You got that table reserved, right? Obito asked. Yes, please follow me, the man said as he led the duo to the back of the bar. Here, the man pointed to a table with a plaque that read, reserved, which the man removed, allowing Obito and Naruto to sit down. Obito asked the man to bring sake and some complimentary snacks. Naruto simply nodded for the same things as Obito to stop wasting more time. After the waiter left, Obito carefully observed the surroundings before his eyes finally settled on Naruto. You're not from this time-space, aren't you? Obito suddenly asked. What? Naruto was shocked to see that Obito had figured out his existence. Naruto thought for a second. In the previous timeline, since he was a teenager, he didn't have many responsibilities other than being a good son for Minato and Kushina. But in this timeline, he was a parent of 2 kids. Whether they were fakes or not, they were real in this world, and Naruto knew that he couldn't afford to spend the time to play around. He needed to take his responsibilities seriously and cover up until he could find Menma in this reality. How did you know? Naruto asked. Relax. I'm the one that sent Menma of this time-space away, Obito explained. Sent him away? Naruto was shocked. Was Obito the villain after all? Naruto asked himself. Obito immediately understood that his words probably ruined his explanation. I sent him on a mission for me, Obito explained. Oh, Naruto became relaxed after hearing that Menma, his original in this world, was safe. What's your name? Don't tell me it's Menma. Obito asked. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto gave his name. Uzumaki Naruto I'm the 4th Hokage, Uchiha Obito, Obito introduced himself. I know, Naruto said. Oh, looks like I exist in your timeline then. Honestly, ever since I could use space-time powers through my Sharingan, I always thought of alternate dimensions and multiple timelines. Now that I have seen you, I'm thrilled, Obito said. I see, Naruto nodded. So. I am curious about the 3rd Hokage you've mentioned. I haven't seen him in my timeline, Naruto said. Hi, Obito, a voice interrupted. Big brother, Nawaki. Have a seat, Obito gestured for Nawaki to sit down beside him. Oh, I see you've invited Menma as well, Nawaki said as he sat down. Wait a minute. Where have I heard of his name before, Naruto wondered. Allow me to introduce, the grandson of the 1st Hokage. Senju Nawaki, Obito introduced. Granny Tsunade's younger brother? Naruto was totally surprised this time, meeting a person who he had never seen in his timeline, a Hokage at that. Chapter 179. Allow me to introduce, the grandson of the 1st Hokage. Senju Nawaki, Obito introduced. Granny Tsunade's younger brother? Naruto was totally surprised this time, meeting a person who he had never seen in his timeline, a Hokage at that. What's going on? Nawaki was surprised. Obito then brought him up to speed on Naruto's situation. I see, Nawaki nodded before finally turning towards Naruto. You are the spitting image of Menma, Nawaki complimented. Thanks, Naruto replied, taking another look at the 3rd Hokage of this timeline. Obito looked at Naruto. Listen, Naruto. It's good that you have arrived. Now, I can finally help Menma back, Obito smiled. Help Menma. It'll be great if you guys could explain what's going on in here because I need some information before I can help out with anything, Naruto complained seeing that there was no end to Menma's problem. Don't worry, Naruto. We are here for you, Obito reassured. So where do you want to start? Nawaki asked. Basic world history, followed by village history, the current situation of the village, any information about who I am and what I do, Naruto listed out one by one. Oh boy, this is gonna take a while, Obito sighed. For now, how about we drink, Nawaki suggested as he took the tray off of the waiter's hands which had their orders. As the trio began to enjoy their order, Nawaki and Obito took turns explaining what happened in the world one by one, with Naruto stopping them in between to explain what had happened back in his timeline as well. Of course. Naruto avoided telling the fact that the world they lived in was actually a made-up world and not a real world, but he already knew that from the way they lived. The last time this happened, no one had figured out he came from another world. Soon, Naruto came to understand how this world was shaped. The world had gone through 3 great ninja wars. Currently, the Hidden Leaf was in more or less peaceful relationship with all the nations since settlements and trade expanded throughout the lands, forcing hidden villages to acknowledge one another. The only advantage it had was it didn't diminish the requirement of ninjas as compared to his previous timeline. Naruto also specifically asked about Hashirama and Madara's situation, seeing that it had caused a massive problem in that world. After Naruto had explained what happened back in his world, Nawaki and Obito sat with dumbfounded expressions, especially after Obito heard the part where he was enslaved by Madara's ideals which were, in fact, Zetsu's plans. Obito was left speechless. Nawaki then looked at Naruto. In our world, the battle between the 2 clans was settled off peacefully. The Uchiha and the Senju clan built the village together. Hashirama took over as the Hokage for a few years with a promise that the Uchiha clan would be the next in line. Seeing that the public wasn't really comfortable with the Uchihas just yet, while Hashirama already won the hearts of the people by stopping the battle. Nawaki explained. Once, Lord First's term was over, my ancestor, Madara took the position as the second Hokage. By then it was already decided that the Senju will be in line once again, followed by another Uchiha, Obito explained. Naruto finally understood why the village remained peaceful. This solution was a better approach, which also prevented Zetsu from executing his plan. So your clans took care of the village together, eh? Naruto asked. Pretty much yeah. If a Senju was the Hokage, the Uchihas were in charge of the police. And vice versa, Nawaki explained. I see. But, how did Sakura-chan become a Hokage? Naruto asked. Oh, that? It's a long story, Obito said as he downed a sip of sake. Well, since you are not from this world, I guess I'll explain what happened to people from your batch and that of Might Guy's students. First, do you know about the legendary kunoichis? Nawaki asked. Legendary kunoichis. I only remember the legendary Sanins, Naruto explained. Not my sister's team. But these 4. Haruno Sakura, Hyuga Hinata, Yamanaka Ino and Tenten, Nawaki said. They are legendary? Naruto was surprised. Yeah. I guess, the 2 most troublesome ones were those 2 in particular, Obito sighed. Yup, those 2 are quite different, Nawaki nodded in agreement. Which ones? Naruto asked. Hinata and Ino, Nawaki said. Hinata? Naruto asked Hinata's name in particular. Oh, she was your wife in the previous timeline, right? I guess, we'd better start with her, Obito said. Yeah. You see, Naruto. Hinata is the current police chief of the Hidden Leaf. Police chief? Naruto asked. Yeah, she's the one who started the woman empowerment movement. Obito laid back on his seat and looked at the ceiling. I think Obito can explain better, after all, I was busy back then as the Hokage, Nawaki said. Right, I saw it all. She wouldn't stop going on about joining the police force to become the first woman chief. Back then I used to work with Uchiha Fugaku, the previous police chief at that time, Obito said. Oh, Sasuke's old man, So, what happened? Naruto asked. The girl, she would always scurry around the village looking for bad guys. Just like I used to look around for people to help, Obito said. She would always end up catching people before the police caught up, Nawaki explained. And Naruto was interested in this version of Hinata. Well, it would always be awkward for us the police. So we brought in one of our own who could give her a run for her money, Obito explained. Who was that? Naruto asked. It's your teammate. Uchiha Sasuke, Nawaki said. Sasuke? Yeah. But even he was no match for her, Obito said. Whoa, Naruto was in awe. Her sense of justice was powerful. You could say she was more hungry than the rest of the guys at the department, Obito explained. Even your teammate, Sasuke fell for her as they competed, Nawaki said. Sasuke and Hinata? Naruto asked. Sad for you, but yes, in this world they are a pair, Obito patted Naruto. Naruto was shocked. Cheer up, she's still yours in your world of course, Nawaki joked. But you gotta admit, their story riled up support from the public to the point that both the Hyuga clan and the Uchiha clan gave in, Obito said. She became the chief of the police force and also married Sasuke, Nawaki concluded. Damn, she's awesome, Naruto was jealous. So jealous, he felt heartburn. Cheer up, Naruto. Even Menma and Sakura had a story of theirs, Obito explained. Naruto's attention was grabbed. Well, in the beginning, it was like a normal story where you'd end up with a girl you like. You see, Sakura became the Hokage after Hinata and Ino persuaded her to, Obito explained. Naruto looked at Nawaki. It was her dream to become one, but there was already a Senju in line for the next Hokage, Nawaki said. Hinata then took matters into her hand, pointing her struggles to become a leader in this male-dominated society. Naruto was surprised once again. She said how it was the time for a change, and she thought Sakura was the best candidate to become the next Hokage, Obito explained. And Naruto was also hooked onto Sakura's story, seeing that she was walking towards his dream. There was an overwhelming amount of support from all the women in the Leaf, including a few men as well whom Menma did his best to gather to support her goal, Nawaki said. So, in the end, the Daime appointed her as the first Lady Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, Obito concluded the tale. Wow, Sakura-chan is awesome as well, Naruto murmured. Menma didn't want to be outdone by his wife, of course, so he became the leader of the Akatsuki, Obito said. Leader of the Akatsuki? Naruto asked. Indeed. It's a non-profit organization that enlists the help of S-class ninjas to help all nations, Obito explained. Oh, Naruto thought back to the time he had the final battle against Menma in the limited Tsukuyomi, where the Akatsuki lent their hand to help rescue a few people. See, Naruto. Your story was not that bad at all, Nawaki said. Oh. So, what was that thing about Ino? Naruto asked. Oh, Ino. Well, she's a powerful woman in her own right too, Nawaki nodded. Obito was silent, on the other hand. So, what does she do? Naruto asked Obito. Well. The last thing you want is to be on her bad side, Obito said. Naruto looked at Nawaki. You see, Naruto. Ino is an S and an M. Naruto stared at Nawaki in complete silence. The most feared kunoichi of all time. She made Chai become his clan's leader out of fear. Shikamaru went through months of garbage to find the old letter that the Daime gave him and accepted his position as a guardian ninja just to run away from her, Nawaki chuckled. They say she's so powerful that Hinata just needs to mention her name to the prisoners she captures and they will spill the beans, Obito said with his eyes closed. Gulp. Naruto felt it hard to swallow his own spit from what he heard. Marino Ibiki's assistant and torture and interrogation force's most feared officer. Yamanaka Ino, the ultimate sadist. Chapter 180. Ino is a sadist? Naruto murmured. Yup. She goes beyond just torturing people physically. She can use mind destruction ability to tease her victim's mind to her heart's content, Obito explained. Whoa, Naruto was overwhelmed by the things he heard. Other than those two, your wife Sakura is pretty normal I'd say, Obito continued. And a great Hokage as well, Nawaki added. Naruto looked at Obito. Please tell me everything I need to be aware of, so that she doesn't find out that I'm not Menma, Naruto pleaded. Alright, Obito nodded, following which he started to explain about Sakura's life from what he had heard. Naruto came to understand that Sakura, Ino, and Hinata hung out a lot as kunoichis of the same batch over the years. Tenten also entered the group after the end of the Chunin exam. Sakura was the shy type while Hinata was outspoken and the kind who stood for justice. Ino, on the other hand, enjoyed having control over things. Which made it hard for Shikamaru and Chai on the team. Nevertheless, the trio did stay as teams until they became Chunins and went off on their own. Of course, when the situation called for it, the Ino Shikacho trio would assemble once again. Tenten was a weapon master and also ran a dojo alongside Lee. Tenten was a dojo master and even a weapons shop owner at the same time. Let's talk about the guys in your group, Obito suggested. Sasuke is married to Hinata as you know. He's unofficial police, more like a law enforcement officer outside the law, Obito said. Naruto smiled, seeing that it was Sasuke's role always to protect the village from the outside in this timeline as well. Any criminals, who find loopholes in the justice system to escape, Hinata sends Sasuke after them, Nawaki said. Wow, that's a great idea, Naruto nodded. Next up, Menma. You are Akatsuki's leader and have helped all villages be in a peaceful relationship with each other. Your partner in the Akatsuki was Deidara. Currently, apart from you, Uchiha Itachi is also in the organization, Obito explained. Wow, Aniki is here too, huh? Naruto murmured. Wait, you're in the Akatsuki. Obito was confused seeing that Naruto mentioned that Akatsuki was a criminal organization in his world. No, no. I'm on good terms with Deidara in my current timeline, Naruto explained. Oh, Obito nodded. Anyways. Since you don't make any money in Akatsuki, you started running the lightning delivery service to compensate, Obito explained. Oh, speaking of lightning delivery, Nawaki reminded. Oh, that one, Obito too was reminded of a certain something. What? Naruto asked. I've gotta say. There's this story you've got to remember no matter what since that's what made your lightning delivery the service it is today, Obito said. Okay, Naruto was all ears. Here's the thing. When Menma started lightning delivery service all those years ago. He did it exclusively to earn some money and help out old man Tucci, Obito explained. Oh, and then? Naruto asked. Yeah, back then Menma decided it was easier to use his father, Minato the lightning flashes techniques to make the deliveries lightning quick. Back then there was a sudden demand for home-delivered ramens which made Ichiraku ramen popular. So another company saw a chance in the delivery business and invested in it, Obito explained. You mean, my lightning delivery? Naruto asked. No. You restricted your business to Ichiraku, so they tried to expand their reach in other areas, Obito explained. Ah, I see, Naruto nodded. So yeah. Then came the war, Nawaki continued. A war? Naruto asked. Yeah. They came up with the strategy of a money-back guarantee. Saying that if they didn't deliver within 30 minutes, the order was free, Obito said. What? Naruto was shocked. Ho, but that's not all, Nawaki said. Yeah. Then there was this Wiz Kid, Obito mentioned. Wiz Kid? Naruto asked. That's his username on Shinobi Tube, Obito said. Oh, Naruto nodded. Yeah. But this kid was trouble, Nawaki chuckled. Trouble, in what way? Naruto asked. He would do anything to get a lot of views. So he started to prank the delivery service, Obito said. Yeah, and this kid's pranks went viral, Nawaki said with excitement. Yeah, Wiz Kid wanted to see if he could get his things delivered without paying a single thing. But in order to do so, he had to set up things on his side. Naruto nodded to indicate he was listening. So, he started to position his friend strategically on the delivery route to slow down the delivery. Naruto chuckled. What? Nawaki asked. I used to be a great prankster too once upon a time, Naruto nodded thinking back to his times in the academy, spraying graffiti over the mountain faces. Did you ever earn money with your pranks? Obito asked. Nope, Naruto shook his head. Well, this Wiz Kid gets paid if his videos are popular, Nawaki explained. What? Naruto stood up in shock. Yup. The boy became an overnight idol, becoming popular on the news as well. All while earning money and getting things for free, whereas the delivery company, on the other hand, were fuming with rage, since there weren't any laws that could help them recover the situation they were in, Obito explained. Whoa, Naruto couldn't help but think that even his pranks were nothing but jokes in front of this kid. The delivery company suffered huge losses from the boy's prank, to the point that they had to turn towards ninja postmen, Nawaki continued. Ninja postmen? Naruto was shocked. There was once a time, Naruto and Jiraiya tried to stop them with all their might but the ninja postmen they were after, never gave up and delivered the message that the two struggled to prevent from reaching. Yeah. They paid the ninja postmen to deliver the items on their behalf, Obito explained. When the ninja postmen were employed this time around, Wiz Kid couldn't prevent them like he had planned and ended up paying a lot, Nawaki said. But that didn't stop the kid, both the kid and the people who watched him, wanted to bring the game to a new level, Obito said. So. What happened? Naruto asked. Well, Wiz Kid and his large number of friends started to order small stuff with the same strategy of slowing down again, Nawaki said. The company knew about this operation, but they couldn't afford to have all the orders to be delivered by ninja postmen, Obito said. In the end, they withdrew their guarantee, Nawaki explained. I see. But what does this have to do with me? Naruto asked. We are getting to that part. But before that, you need to know that, since Menma was not involved in all this competition, his delivery was done with a 10-minute guarantee, Obito said. Of course, that's still a lot of time, since he just needs to teleport over to that place, Nawaki explained. So back then, Wiz Kid who thought was undefeated saw a top comment in his video that told him that he hadn't tried to challenge your delivery service yet, Obito continued. Naruto could pretty much guess what happened next. He challenged Menma, huh? Naruto asked. Damn right he did. But he knew from his competition with the delivery company, he couldn't mess with a top-class ninja like you, Obito said. Yeah. He ended up hiring ninjas to try and slow down the delivery of the ramen. But he didn't know about how the Flying Thunder God technique worked, so he ended up being blown away by Menma's sudden appearance within his compound walls, Nawaki explained. From that day on, the lightning delivery service was flooded with requests from different vendors to become their official delivery service. However, Menma turned them all down, saying that the delivery service would instead do only special deliveries since he intended to work in the Akatsuki. Nowadays, Minato takes care of in-village delivery service, while you cover delivery to other nations, Obito explained. I see. I am the leader of Akatsuki, and I do delivery service outside of the villages? Naruto asked. Indeed, the duo nodded. Naruto was now in a dilemma. Obito. You told me you sent Menma somewhere else, didn't you? Naruto asked. Yeah. This was the request of all the nations combined. It's regarding the traces of the Tsutsuki clans, Obito said. Tsutsuki. But the fourth ninja war didn't take place, right? So how do you guys know about them? Naruto asked. Ever since Sasuke's children were born, we have looked into records across the continent regarding the eyes they possessed. One of the children, the boy, possesses the Rinnegan, Obito said. From what Naruto had heard, this seemed to be the first time the world had ever seen the appearance of the Rinnegan. This was because Sasuke hadn't unlocked the Rinne Sharingan, since there wasn't a need for the fourth ninja war or for the Uchiha clan to be massacred. Nagato getting the Rinnegan in the first place was also impossible since Madara didn't fall out with Hashirama. Or had his cells planted in, which pretty much erased almost all possibilities of the Rinnegan ever appearing throughout history until this. We also discovered some legends regarding the Sage of Six Paths and his other family members, so we are aware to a certain extent about the Tsutsukis, Obito explained. We found out the mother of the Sage of Six Paths came from another planet, Nawaki explained. I see. So you've sent Menma off on a mission to another planet, Naruto reiterated. Yes, that's where you come in, Naruto. Menma was always busy helping and saving the world. He barely had the chance to be with his family. And whenever he did, they seemed to misunderstand him, Obito said. I want you to help Menma. What do you say, Naruto? Obito asked. Chapter 181. So you've sent Menma off on a mission to another planet, Naruto reiterated. Yes, and that's where you come in, Naruto. Menma was always busy helping and saving the world. He barely had the chance to be with his family. And whenever he did, they seemed to misunderstand him, Obito said. I want you to help Menma. What do you say, Naruto? Obito asked. Naruto was silent. He thought back to Azumi and Hinato's reactions of him coming back. Though they were different from Boruto and Himawari, they were like his children in this world. Even if he were not their real dad. He didn't want to leave them by themselves as he did with Boruto and Himawari. Now that he was not the Hokage, what reason did he have to keep himself away from those innocent kids? In the previous timeline, Hinata was at least there for the kids, but in this timeline, even Sakura herself was busy. Did he still have a reason to refuse? Naruto then began to think of another problem. If there is one problem that I am going to face, it would probably be that I am short on information, and I cannot be a perfect replacement for Menma, which means I need to try and avoid any conversation that will bring up the past. But there was another problem. It was the issue of dealing with adults like Minato, Kushina, and Sakura. Naruto looked at Obito. I would like to help. But I don't know if I can handle dealing with my dad, mom, Sakura-chan and her parents. I am short on information here, and I don't think I can pull it off, Naruto explained. Sigh. Obito and Nawaki were helpless. Naruto was right after all. There were only some things he could pull off. The problem was that even Obito and Nawaki were short on personal information like what went on in the family. I know we are asking a lot, Nawaki said. Naruto. Please, I will do anything, Obito suddenly said. Huh? Naruto was shocked to see Obito suddenly bowing his head towards him. Menma has worked really hard all this time. At this rate, the family he has strived hard for will fall apart. I know this is asking a lot, but it is only for a short while. If they find out, I will personally take responsibility, Obito pleaded. Naruto found it hard to refuse their request at this point, but at the same time, he found it hard to accept it as well. In the previous limited Tsukuyomi, his wish was to see his parents alive. Being their only son, Naruto didn't find it hard to accept his alternate reality's parents, since he had yearned it for all his life. But this reality was different. Naruto may have had a small wish of seeing Azumi once again, but some things went against his moral. For example, he could never see himself agreeing to sleep with Sakura in this timeline, should the situation ever arise, since she was Menma's wife and he was married to Hinata from his previous timeline. He could play as the father of the kids for a while, but he couldn't replace Menma. Naruto looked at Obito and Nawaki. I need to tell Sakura-chan or at least my dad here at the very least. I can't go ahead and fool them. I might end up making things worse for Menma. Naruto explained his view on the matter. Nawaki and Obito were silent. Naruto's words were correct, but that would mean that Menma's problem wouldn't be solved once some of the people in the house were aware of the truth. Nawaki and Obito sighed at the same time. Menma had done so many things for the village. The two wished Menma would stay with the family once he had taken some days off from Akatsuki, but instead Menma went on a mission to find traces of the Tsutsukis. Looks like we were asking for the impossible. Obito consumed a cup of sake. Naruto also felt disappointed being unable to take any actions, but the situation was sensitive. Naruto looked at Obito. Is Sakura-chan going to be busy to the point she won't come home? Naruto asked. There might be an instance or two when she'll be back, but she'll have to be in the office again, early morning, Obito said. Naruto began to think. If Sakura-chan does not come back, there is less risk of being exposed. I might be able to fool Azumi, but Hanato might also be a landmine. Naruto thought back to how Boruto was very protective of Himawari. Hanato might not be outspoken, but he gave the vibe of a person who would very much give everything to protect his family. But there was also a part that made Naruto believe that even if Hanato found out, he wouldn't spoil Azumi's happiness. Obito. I'll try taking his place for a few days, Naruto said suddenly. You mean it? Obito was shocked seeing Naruto agree to his request. Yeah. As long as Sakura-chan doesn't come back much and his kid doesn't figure out, then I might be able to pull this off, Naruto said. Thanks, Naruto. Obito grabbed Naruto's hands. Sure, Naruto scratched his head with a wry smile. Nawaki also seemed to be happy that Naruto accepted to take over. Here, drink. Obito poured some sake into Naruto's cup. Naruto downed the content in one go, following which he looked at Obito again. Please tell me the rest, Naruto said. Oh, right. Where were we? Obito paused. You were explaining about the boys in Naruto's generation, Nawaki said. Right, so next one is Team Asuma. From what you have heard before, Shikamaru is married to Temari, the sister of the Lord Gaara the Kazekage, Obito said. Yeah, same in my timeline as well. He's an advisor of mine, Naruto said. Well, Shikamaru here became a guardian ninja under the Land of Fire's daimyo once he became a Chunin. Oh yeah. Who's Sakura's advisor then? Naruto asked. It's Shikamaru's father, Nara Shikaku, Obito said. Oh, looks like old man Shikaku is alive in this timeline, Naruto thought. Akimichi Chai is the current head of the Akimichi clan and is married to the one lady chef in the Land of Fire. WHOH, he scored a home run. Naruto stood up in shock. Well, she is busy managing the #1 restaurant in the city, so even Chai has to go to her restaurant I am afraid. But other than that, he's lucky when she cooks personally, Nawaki explained. Naruto nodded. Next up Asuma's wife, Team Kurenai. Kiba became the #1 dog breeder and the current head of the Inuzuka clan. Aburame Shino is also the current head of the Aburame clan and leads special tracking teams, Obito explained. Wait, isn't he supposed to be an academy teacher now? Naruto asked. Nope, Obito and Nawaki shook their heads. Next up, we have Team Guy. Niji is married to Hanabi Hyuga and became a part of the main family, Obito said. Oh. Naruto already expected Niji to be alive after hearing about Shikaku. The Hyuga family tended to have marriages within their clan to keep the pure bloodline running. Hinata would have usually been forbidden from marrying Naruto however since she was not the heir to the clan anymore and Niji had died during the war. This led to the conditions being cleared for her to marry Naruto later on when they realized their feelings. Next up, Lee runs a dojo along with Tenten and managed to find a kid who looked like him with the same disability, Obito said. That about sums up the boys. Oh wait, there's Ino's husband who can also be considered to be within your generation, Nawaki suddenly said. It couldn't be Sai, would it? Naruto thought back to when Obito had revealed Ino's nature in this reality. This guy is quite interesting, to be honest, Obito said slowly. To think that girl could get a husband in the first place, Nawaki also nodded. Is this guy's name Sai? Naruto asked. Obito and Nawaki didn't react much since in some way or the other there seemed to some similarities in both worlds. Yeah. In fact, he is the guy who discovered Ino's side, Obito said. I guess, he is good at irritating people, Naruto thought back to the first time he interacted with Sai. Sai would always end up making Naruto cry for help, seeing that Sai could never understand a situation. But wait a minute. If Sai discovered Ino's doesn't that make him an S? Naruto almost sweated at the thought of a sadistic Sai. Chapter 182. Naruto almost sweated at the thought of a sadistic Sai. Yup, that's all on the people in your generation, Obito nodded. What about Kakashi-sensei? Pervy Sage, Granny Tsunade, and the others? Naruto asked. Alright Naruto, you need to ready a list of people you want to know about, and I'm going to tell you, Obito said without batting an eye. After all this help wouldn't even compare to how much he would owe Naruto after he helps. Naruto then gave a list of people he wanted to know about, which made Obito gulp. After all, he could only provide the necessary information of what he knew at the moment. As Naruto listened, he came to know about the circumstances surrounding the others. Kakashi was married to Rin. Naruto realized that Obito had feelings for her, but it looked like she was as stubborn as Sakura was about Sasuke. Kakashi, who was a ninja that followed the rules, slowly changed to the type of man who would rescue friends. First, Tsunade had married Dan and had a kid together with him, while also successfully developing strong medical ninjas in the Hidden Leaf along with Dan. Her most prized medical ninja was, of course, Sakura in the end. Tsunade's daughter was like an elder sister to Sakura and also helped in the hospital, unfortunately. Her body couldn't handle the Byakugan seal, but on the other hand she was a genius who developed modern healing techniques and had the best chakra control, which surpassed Sakura's and Tsunade's own to a certain extent. Jiraiya turned out to be an AV director. PN director made loads of money. Orochimaru and Hiruzen spent their time traveling around the world to research jutsus. Dan's turned out to be a nagging advisor alongside Koharu and Hamura, who made it difficult to make decisions during Obito's and Nawaki's time as a Hokage. They could only imagine Sakura's position right now. Might Guy ran Lee's dojo when Lee was out busy on missions. He was also an expert on nutritional advice. Konohamaru was the same as Naruto's original timeline, where he was friends with Hanato from the beginning, just like he was with Boruto. He's also their team leader this time around. However, one thing that worried Naruto was that Konohamaru fought it out with Sakura as a Hokage candidate. The two had a battle for the title of the Hokage. This was because the village didn't approve the two clans running the village any longer and needed fresh blood to take over the mantle. Konohamaru was the preferred candidate who was next in line, however, with the momentum behind the women empowerment movement. Sakura and Konohamaru both had equal opportunities to take over as the next Hokage. As such, the two decided that the winner would get the seat. The battle was a close call, but Sakura proved herself through a battle of attrition with the help of her medical skills. Meanwhile, Konohamaru, who was riddled with wounds, finally passed out, paving the way for Sakura to become the first Lady Hokage of the Hidden Leaf. Naruto was shocked to learn the story. After all, in the original timeline, Konohamaru, who was firmly intent on becoming the Hokage, never seriously competed with Naruto. Sarada, on the other hand, followed through in Naruto's footsteps to take over as the Eight, which made Naruto wonder if Konohamaru ever had the intention in the first place. The Akatsuki in this timeline is a non-profit organization that helps all nations with its S-class ninjas, Obito explained. Naruto nodded. It was first formed by Yahiko, Nagato, and Konan during the Third Ninja War to protect the Hidden Rain in partnership with Hans. Later on it evolved into an organization that was meant to help the towns and villages affected by war. And finally it went on an international scale capable of helping anyone in need, Obito concluded. Though it is non-profit, there are many companies that help sustain its existence, Nawaki said. I see, Naruto nodded. It is a huge organization with 3 divisions and a leader. The first division led by Nagato and Yahiko. The second division led by Uchiha Itachi and Shisui. The third division led by Menma and Deidara. Other than that, there's the reserve, which is headed by Konan. Obito explained the structure of Akatsuki. Naruto nodded, digesting all the information that came his way. The previous leader was Yahiko, who stepped down a few days ago, making Menma the current leader of the Akatsuki, Obito concluded. I see, Naruto now seemed to have a better understanding of the overall structure of the alternative reality. This is all I can tell for now, Naruto, Obito said. Obito, we forgot to discuss what we came here for, Nawaki reminded, taking out a bag he had brought in earlier when he entered the room. Oh yeah, Obito quickly collected the gift. It's great you are here, Naruto, Obito said with a smile. Naruto stared at Obito with a question mark. The thing is, I don't know when Menma will be done with the investigation yet. So for now, I want you to have this, Obito said, following which he took out a gift-wrapped package that was almost the size of Naruto's body. What's this? Naruto asked as he took the package from Obito's hand. Naruto stared at the package. It's very light for this size, Naruto thought. It's a present he asked me to search for Azumi. Her birthday is a week from now, Obito said. I see. Naruto stared at the gift, reminded of the time he failed as a parent by sending his clone over to his house as a stand-in on Himawari's birthday. Even though Naruto always remained by Azumi's side since birth. Seeing Azumi and Hanato reminded him of Boruto and Himawari when they were young. Azumi was both Azumi and Himawari to him at the same time. I'll make this her best birthday ever. Naruto declared. Great to hear, Naruto, Obito smiled as he placed a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Almost an hour later. Nawaki and Obito ended up walking drunk Naruto home. Thanks, Naruto said in a drunk voice before passing out completely. Obito chuckled while Nawaki smiled upon seeing Naruto pass out. Naruto is weak at drinking just like Menma, Nawaki said. Yeah, Obito nodded while also feeling a sense of gratitude towards Naruto who would patch up things in Menma's place. Good night, Obito said before slowly closing the entrance door. Zzz. Naruto snored loudly passing out cold on his bed. Trying. What? Naruto slowly woke up to the unpleasant alarm tone. From his bed, he slowly took a look at everything in the room before finally resting his eyes on the picture next to him. And Naruto heard a weak voice next to him. He then slowly turned around, only to be shocked. Sakura-chan. Naruto saw Sakura sleeping next to him. Chapter 183. Naruto was shocked to see Sakura sharing the bed with him. After all, Naruto slept thinking that Sakura wouldn't come back from the Hokage office since she was busy preparing things for Chunin exams and for the 5 Kage meeting. Why did you do this? Sakura asked with a tear-soaked face with a blanket covering till her throat where she held it. She looked at Naruto with anguish. Why? Naruto observed Sakura's face which seemed to be roughed up. And Naruto heard another voice at the moment. But this one shook him to his core. Naruto then turned around like a robot struggling to turn its head. Hi Hinata. Naruto was shocked once again, seeing Hinata with a shocked expression at the entrance of the bedroom. How could you? Hinata asked, breathing heavily from the shock. Hinata, I can explain. Naruto quickly got up from the bed and ran towards Hinata. Bang! Naruto was smacked down to the floor by an unexpected arrival. Ouch! Naruto grunted in pain. He then looked up to be shocked once again. It was none other than a different version of himself. Menma, Naruto called out instinctively remembering he was in the limited Tsukuyomi. I risk my life on a mission, and here I see someone with my wife on the bed. Menma asked. Naruto turned back to see Sakura who was curled up within the blanket, silently sobbing. What the hell is going on? Why? Naruto was screaming internally. Trying. The alarm rang. Whoa. Naruto sprang up from his bed with wide eyes, panting heavily from the experience he had. Naruto looked around the room and then towards the empty space by his side. Oh, it was all a dream, Naruto sighed with relief, following which he then tried recollecting what had happened earlier. He then got up to look at himself in the mirror, thinking back to what had happened in the dream. He couldn't help but sweat at the thought of seeing it happen, but Naruto knew that he would always be loyal no matter what. Naruto's eyes spotted something shiny on the table below the mirror. A ring? Naruto picked it up and observed from every angle. It's an Akatsuki ring, Naruto identified upon seeing a character inscribed on the gem of the ring. SH. A mechanism activated on the ring. Menma, the voice called out. Yeah. Naruto asked trying to find out the identity behind the voice. It's good that you have picked this ring. I have been trying to contact you for the past 2 days, the voice spoke. Naruto hinted that he was listening to the other party. Listen up, there's word from the Intel division that they've made a few discoveries on that case you sent them on, the voice said. Go on, Naruto said. You were right, Menma. There's some traces of the Tsutsuki's heritage in that village. Unfortunately there's nothing concrete, only some legends about them, probably made up over time, the voice said. I see. We are still trying to decipher what we have on hand. I'll get back to you once we get some results, the voice concluded. Thanks, Naruto said, following which the gem on the ring deactivated. Who was that, I wonder, Naruto thought, following which he turned towards the window and stared at the stone faces far off in the distance. Soon, Naruto changed into his casuals and left the house. First up, I need to explore the village and see if there is anything else different. After I've done that, I'll try doing the deliveries today and see if there is anything else I can uncover, Naruto thought. A few minutes into exploring and Naruto felt a familiar presence. Shikamaru. Naruto called out upon seeing Shikamaru in his familiar beige coat. Menma. Shikamaru turned around with a surprised expression. It's been a long time, Shikamaru said. Yeah, Naruto nodded. So how long are you staying here? Shikamaru asked. A week at most, Naruto said while imagining that would be the time by which he would find a way out of this dimension. A week huh, that's the same as me, Shikamaru chuckled. What do you mean? Naruto asked. There are 12 guardian ninjas for the feudal lords as you know. 6 of them active at all times while the other 6 are reserve forces. I asked them time off for the Chunin exam, and they granted it, Shikamaru said. Oh, Naruto nodded. Well, that's only after I make some arrangements for the Lord's arrival for the exam, Shikamaru said. Oh, so you are going to the Hokage office then? Naruto asked. Yeah, Shikamaru nodded. Menma, Shikamaru called out. How about we have a boys' night out like the old times? Shikamaru asked suddenly. Naruto stared in silence. It's been months since we all last hung out, Shikamaru said. Sure, Naruto answered slowly. Naruto didn't want to risk sticking out like a sore thumb, but this was what he promised Obito the previous night, that he would cover up for Menma. We'll call them after we come back from the Hokage office, Shikamaru suggested. We? Naruto asked. Yeah, we, Shikamaru said. Then it suddenly clicked. Naruto looked at Shikamaru. Why do you want me to go with you to the Hokage office? Naruto asked. Menma, don't you want to see your wife? Shikamaru asked with a sly smile. I can go see her later, right? Naruto asked. Menma, please, I want you to come with me right now, Shikamaru begged. Hehe, it's Ino, isn't it? Naruto asked. Of course you already knew it. Why would you ask? Shikamaru asked as though he had been wronged. Naruto, on the other hand, was a bit hesitant after what he had seen in the morning. He questioned himself if it was good to visit Sakura or not. Please, Menma, help me, Shikamaru begged. Naruto stared at Shikamaru for a moment before finally agreeing. Thanks, man, you're a lifesaver, Shikamaru said. Hehe, Shikamaru grinned. It always works. Shikamaru thought to himself. Naruto noticed Shikamaru's grin which sent goosebumps down his spine. What did I get myself into now, Naruto thought. Let's go, Shikamaru stepped out with vigor. Wait. Naruto stopped Shikamaru. What? Shikamaru stared at Naruto. I need to get something from my house, Naruto said. Oh, Shikamaru nodded. Shikamaru and Naruto walked side by side down the street. Isn't your house the other way? Shikamaru asked, seeing Naruto turn into a different direction. We are going to my parents' house, Naruto said. Naruto continued to walk a few meters before finally turning back. What? Naruto asked. Phew, Shikamaru whistled. Are you going to tell me or not? Naruto asked. Have you forgotten Menma? There's no way I'm meeting your monster of a mom, Shikamaru said at the thought of a flaming Kushina. What did she do now? Naruto asked. It's been this way since the beginning, Shikamaru complained. He's too much of a coward, Naruto thought. However, only Shikamaru was aware of what had happened to him since his days with Menma from the beginning. Naruto looked at Shikamaru. You either follow me home or go meet my wife in the office along with Ino, Naruto said. Shikamaru raised a white flag. I give up, Shikamaru said. Just how much scary is this Ino? Naruto asked himself as he mentally compared an angry Kushina against his imagination of Ino's sadist version. Soon the two reached Menma's house where Minato and Kushina lived. I'm home. Naruto announced as he opened the door. Menma? Kushina stepped out from within only to stop in one place and stare with fiendish eyes towards the spot next to Naruto. Sure, come are you? Kushina called out his name. Hello, Shikamaru greeted like a scaredy cat. You have guts, Kushina raised a fist. What happened, Mom? Naruto asked. A long story, Shikamaru said in a timid voice. Long cleanup for me, Kushina growled in a low voice. Naruto stared with a poker face, not knowing what had happened between these two in the past. Shikamaru had a plump swelling on top of his head, which was a result of Kushina's fist. So what brings my son here today? Kushina asked in a sweet voice. Mom, I wanted to bring some food for Sakura, Naruto said slowly. Say no more. I'll take care of it, Kushina said as she headed into the kitchen. Sorry, Naruto said to Shikamaru. Ah, it's nothing, Shikamaru shook his head. How's Shikadai doing? Kushina asked from inside the kitchen. He's doing good, in fact, the entire village is hyped about those two, Shikamaru said. Huh? Naruto was confused. Hanato and Shikadai, Shikamaru said. Those two are strategy types. Even though my son excels by just one more point in IQ, your son more than makes for it in terms of firepower, Shikamaru praised. Whoa, Naruto was surprised. In fact, the feudal lord is really hyped about those two, that he is setting aside huge funds to bet on who would be the winner between the two, Shikamaru said. Hanato is that popular? Naruto asked. You don't know how popular he is, Shikamaru said as he stared at the ceiling, imagining the rivalry that existed between the two. Soon, Kushina was done packing the boxes. Here, Menma, one for Sakura-chan and the other for Irina-chan, Kushina said. Wait a minute. Who the hell is Irina now? Naruto panicked. Chapter 184. Who is Irina-chan now? Naruto panicked internally as he took the two boxes from Kushina. Alright, let's go then, Shikamaru turned to head out of the room. Oh thanks, Mom, Naruto smiled. Go and set things right between you two, Kushina said. What the? Menma and Sakura also have a problem in between them. Now what am I going to do? Naruto panicked. Coming or not, Menma? Shikamaru asked. At this moment, Naruto had other thoughts, should he run away or not? Naruto regretted promising to Obito he would take care of Menma's troubles. He only wanted to look out for a fellow like him who faced almost the same problems. Menma? Kushina looked at Naruto. I will be back later, Naruto smiled. Sure, Kushina smiled at Naruto as well. Soon Naruto and Shikamaru left towards the Hokage office. On the way, Naruto and Shikamaru chatted about a few things from which Naruto learned more information surrounding his comrades. As Shikamaru continued to speak, Naruto asked. Shikamaru, did you go home yet? Naruto asked. I was planning to, but there's this arrangement I have to discuss. Shikamaru referred to the arrangements he had to make with Sakura about the Lad of Fire's Daimi's visit. Wouldn't Temari get angry at you? Naruto asked. Temari? You know how it is, Shikamaru smiled wryly. Troublesome? Naruto asked. I can't admit that now, can I? Shikamaru asked. Aren't you admitting to it right now? Naruto asked. Shikamaru didn't answer. Hidden Leaf, Ninja Academy. Alright, everyone, gather on the field, a teacher announced. Azumi then thought back to what Naruto had said the previous night. Dad told me to not give up. Azumi will become friends with her today, the girl thought to herself. Soon the class was outside, and Azumi noticed the girl stood apart from the rest. The girl was alone underneath a tree staring at the rest of the class practicing their routine exercises. Azumi's gaze was drawn to the girl's eyes. Her eyes, though otherworldly, seemed human as it reflected her longing to be with the class. As Azumi hesitated to approach the girl, at this moment, she noticed a man approaching the girl. It was her class's instructor. Uchiha Hazuki, the man in the green Konoha vest, respectfully called her. Hazuki looked up at the man who was twice as tall as her. Yes, sensei. Hazuki responded. Do you plan to fail this time as well? The man asked. Hazuki answered with silence. Azumi frowned at the conversation that took place. She didn't want to eavesdrop on them, but the discussion concerned the girl's future and what might be Azumi's last chance to befriend her. However, it wasn't that Azumi wasn't aware of the girl's failure. Azumi knew that the girl didn't want to be a ninja in the first place. Even though Hazuki surpassed her peers in all ninja abilities and tests, she hesitated to take the final exams. Rather than hesitation, she wanted to quit being a ninja. She was very similar to how Azumi was back in the original timeline. The man looked at Hazuki. Please don't hold the others back, Hazuki. There are those who want to become ninjas with all their hearts, the man explained. Hazuki was naive and indecisive, but she was also kind and didn't want to hurt others. I will take the exam, Hazuki said. You always say that, but you don't put the effort. If you try even 1%, you can surpass others completely. That's how talented you are, Hazuki, the man said with a smile. Hazuki remained silent. Please, Hazuki, for your parents' sake. For the sake of the village, please pass and become a ninja, the man begged. The man seemed to be forced into making the girl say yes. But it could be understood that it wasn't the man's fault. With such a talented being appearing all of a sudden with eyes that seemed to be more legendary than their history was aware of, which village wouldn't want to cultivate such young talent? I will pass this time, Hazuki said with hesitance. The man stared at Hazuki for a moment before sighing. Please do so. I can't hold back the others for long, the man said, following which he turned around and walked away. Hazuki then looked at the sky, almost feeling like she couldn't take the burden anymore. Hi, a voice interrupted Hazuki's thoughts. Hazuki turned around only to see a young pink-haired girl approaching her with a smile. Hi, Hazuki greeted back with a weak voice. Hazuki had been with Azumi in the same class for a long time. Azumi had approached Hazuki before, but Hazuki would never have a good conversation since she would try to avoid many that approached her. Hazuki looked at Azumi. Are you angry? Hazuki asked. Why? Azumi asked back. I held everyone back, Hazuki said slowly. Nope, Azumi said with a playful laugh. Huh? Hazuki was surprised. What does Hazuki want to become? Azumi asked. What do I want? Hazuki asked with doubt. Yeah. Azumi asked. I want to become a teacher, Hazuki said. A teacher? Azumi asked. Yeah, Hazuki answered. A teacher who will teach, not to fight, Hazuki answered. That's great. Hazuki should become a teacher, Azumi cheered. But, I can't, Hazuki said in a low voice. Everyone wants me to become a ninja, Hazuki said. Then become a ninja teacher, Azumi said. Huh? Hazuki was confused. Teach in the ninja academy. Teach them, not to fight, Azumi said. Boo. Boo ha 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 ha, Hazuki blurted out laughing. Ha ha ha, Azumi also laughed at the same time. You are funny, Hazuki said. Hee hee, Azumi smirked. Hazuki, Azumi called out. Huh? Will you be Azumi's friend? Azumi asked. Okay, Hazuki nodded, following which Azumi extended her right hand. Hazuki stared at Azumi's hand. She then lifted her head to see Azumi with a smile. Hazuki then shook her hand with a smile as well. Yay, Azumi is now friends with Hazuki, Azumi announced. Chapter 185. Hokage's office. A group of chinins had gathered in front of a desk. Behind the desk was a pink-haired woman stacking few papers into a bundle and then placed them to the side of the table. Haruno Sakura, the fifth Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, was in a meeting with the chinins in the room. Behind her stood two people. They were Hitaki Kakashi and Nara Shikaku, respectively. Sakura took a look at her laptop and then shifted her gaze towards the chinins. Thank you all for gathering here on such short notice, Sakura said in a humble voice. The chinins stared in complete silence. Amongst the chinins were a few familiar figures, Konohamaru, Moegi, Udon, Hanabi, and Sai. Now then, in conjunction with the chinin exams, let's first have those in charge of rookie genin step forward, Sakura said, upon which 6 figures stepped out, including the 5 familiar ones from before. Sakura looked at the 6 people in front of her. It goes without saying. If it's a genin who has carried out 8 or more formal missions, you can recommend them for exams if you wish. However, as a general rule, having carried more than twice the amount of missions is appropriate, Sakura informed. The chinins in the room silently agreed with the explanation. Sakura then looked at a particular figure. Then you first, Konohamaru. Sakura glanced at Konohamaru. Konohamaru stepped out. Team 7 led by Sarutobi Konohamaru, Uzumaki Hanato, Uchiha Reiju, and Mitsuki. I, Sarutobi Konohamaru, recommend these 3 for chinin exam, following which the person next to Konohamaru stepped out. Team 10 led by Kazumitsuri Moegi, Yamanaka Inajin, Nara Shikadai, and Akimichi Mayumi. I, Kazumitsuri Moegi, recommend these 3 for chinin exam, following which the person next to Moegi stepped out. Team 5 led by Ise Udon, Kaminaraman Denki, Lee Metal, and Ueno Iwabe. I, Ise Udon, recommend these 3 for chinin exam, following which the person next to Udon stepped out. Team 25 led by Yamanaka Sai, Kokub Renga, Kurwa Hako, and Taketorai Ki. I, Yamanaka Sai, recommend these 3 for chinin exam, following which the person next to Sai stepped out. Team 15 led by Haiga Hanabi, Izuno Wasabi, Keikiai Samayer, and Suzumi no Namaida. I, Haiga Hanabi, recommend these 3 for chinin exam, following which the 6th person, the one next to Hanabi, stepped out. Team 40, led by Yamazaki Kentaro, Gotsudshu, Itoi Tsuru, and Onokuma Enko. I, Yamazaki Kentaro, recommend these 3 for chinin exam, Kentaro said. I see. Sakura observed the 6 for a moment. She then got up from her seat and stepped away from the desk. After a discussion with my advisor, I've decided to hold a preliminary exam for the rookie genins, Sakura said. A rookie exam? The chinins in the room wondered. Sakura then looked towards Kakashi, who stood behind. Kakashi understood it was his turn to explain. Once the genins have accepted to participate as a team, Hitaki Kakashi will be the examiner for this preliminaries, Kakashi said as he walked to the center of the room to stand in front of the others. Kakashi-sensei, I see. Konohamaru smiled, knowing that the examiner was his hero's teacher. I'll leave them to you, the 6 acknowledged Kakashi's role. The six along with Kakashi shifted to a corner of the room and discussed Kakashi's methods for examination. Of course, the discussion was done with the precondition that the examination method will not be spilled out to the genins. With that, the genin rookies' arrangements were handled for the chunin exams, following which Sakura then began to discuss about the previously failed genins and other ninjas who applied for the chunin exam. Hidden Leaf Training Field. 3 figures with their backs against perfectly cut cylindrical tree trunks stared at the entrance of the field. "It's been over 30 minutes, and he still isn't here," a boy wearing navy blue shirt complained. "He should be here soon," Mitsuki said. "Oi, Hanato. You hang out with Konohamaru-sensei, right? Do you know anything?" the boy asked. "Calm down, Reiju, he should be here in a moment," Hanato said. "Humph," Reiju snorted, following which he sat down on the grass. Uchiha Reiju was the son of Hinata and Sasuke in this timeline. He was almost an exact replica of Obito, except for the late arriving part and the willingness to help older people. Reiju wouldn't go around to search and help older people but wouldn't shirk away when they needed his help. Mitsuki from this timeline was also an offspring of Orochimaru. This time, however, his light would be Reiju instead of Boruto. Whoosh. "Sorry, you guys. I was in a meeting just now, hope you're not angry, eh?" Konohamaru asked. "You're late." Reiju yelled. Sorry, Konohamaru tried to calm Reiju down. "Sensei, what's that?" Mitsuki asked. "Oh, this," Konohamaru raised up the 3 papers he brought. "This is for you guys," Konohamaru handed the 3 papers. "This is forms to attend chunin exams," Konohamaru explained. "Oh yeah. Bring it on, I will defeat everyone, including you, Hanato," Reiju shouted, his intention with the exam form raised high in the air. Hanato smiled. "Oi, Hanato, think you can defeat me?" Reiju asked. "I've got nothing to say to an Uchiha who hasn't awakened his eyes," Hanato said. "Damn you." Reiju couldn't talk back at Hanato. Mitsuki stood in the background, observing Reiju with a smile. Uchiha Reiju's eyes were a bit special, at least to the others surrounding him. However, only the higher-ups in the village were aware that Reiju possessed the Rinnegan. Reiju's inability to use the Rinnegan even on the most basic level caused others to think his eyes were a failed mutation. However, Hanato and Mitsuki thought otherwise. Even if Hanato made fun of Reiju on the surface, in his heart he knew that one day or the other Reiju might awaken a power far more what has been comprehensible to mankind so far. "Once you have decided to sign up for the exam, meet me on the 1st floor of the academy tomorrow." "That's all for today," Konohamaru said. "That's all? Don't we have missions?" Reiju asked. "Nope," Konohamaru shook his head. "Sensei. You promised. You promised we'll do a B-rank mission." "Heck, I was even thinking A-rank mission," Reiju complained. Bang! Konohamaru gave a right chop to Reiju's head. "You are not strong enough. Once you become a chunin, the Hokage will consider it," Konohamaru said. Reiju stared at Konohamaru with an intent of not giving up. "You want to fight people and prove yourself, then do it in the chunin exam," Konohamaru answered. "Fine." Reiju turned away from Konohamaru. "I'll prove it. I'm the strongest genin of the Hidden Leaf. And one day, I'm gonna be Hokage," Reiju declared. Konohamaru thought back to his past, when he had an attitude like Reiju. The battle against Sakura that made him give up on his dream. The scene when Sakura talked to him when he barely had enough energy to get up one more time. "I'm sorry, Konohamaru. But the women and other people are depending on me. I cannot back out. But I will promise to you. I'll become the best female Hokage." "No, the best Hokage for generations to come," Sakura said as her Byakugan seal receded back into its passive state. Konohamaru stared at Reiju, who had his back against him. "Beating everyone doesn't mean you are the strongest," Konohamaru said. "Dad told me, if I am strong enough to protect people closest to me, I am the strongest," Reiju answered. Konohamaru was silent. "I'll become the Hokage and protect the Leaf Village," Reiju's eyes shined with a determined look. Even though Reiju hadn't awakened his eyes, seeing the ripple-like Rinnegan staring back at him, Konohamaru felt his gaze pierce into the depth of his soul. It felt like it was digging out the old him that would have wanted to become the Hokage no matter what. "I believe you," Konohamaru said as he walked away. Hanato and Mitsuki smiled. "Let's go," Reiju said, following which the 3 left the field. Whoosh! 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 3 figures jumped onto the top of a train. Hanato. Reiju. Mitsuki. Yo, Hanato took a seat next to Shikadai and Reiju next to Inogen. "What's up, you guys?" Inogen asked. Hehe, Reiju showed a form to Inogen which he had signed. What do you think? Reiju asked. Not bad, Inajin said as he raised his form as well. Looks like you guys came here after meeting up with Moegi-sensei, Mitsuki said. Yeah, Shikadai answered. Where you guys going? Hanato asked. Burgero, Shikadai answered. Not Kaminari Burger? Hanato asked. They are giving free food for their first day grand opening, Shikadai said. I see, Hanato nodded. How about a game of shiki later? Shikadai asked. Sure. I might get close to your score this time, Hanato said. 90 to 82, I'd say 8 straight wins is impossible, Shikadai mocked. Who knows, I might become lucky, Hanato answered. So today evening? Shikadai asked. Sure. Hokage office. Knock. 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 Come in, Sakura said. The door opened to reveal 2 figures. Menma, Sakura was stunned. Chapter 186. Menma, Sakura was stunned seeing Naruto alongside Shikamaru. Naruto stared in silence, observing Sakura in the seat he once sat. This office brought back a lot of memories from the time he was the 7th Hokage, sitting in front of a laptop surrounded by huge bundles of papers and exhausted from his disease and clones running around the town. Author's note. For those of you who keep up with official Naruto novels understand what I am talking about, but for those who are not, just check some of the latest anime reviewing channels where they talk about the most recent novels. Naruto's disease is covered over there. Mom made some food for you and Irina-chan, Naruto said casually by bringing out the 2 boxes in Sakura's view. Oh, Sakura nodded absent-mindedly while staring at Naruto's face. Naruto then made his way over to the desk and placed the 2 lunchboxes on it. Damn it, I still haven't figured out who this Irina-chan is, Naruto cursed internally. Sakura. Shikamaru, Sakura interrupted Naruto's call. Great to see you, when did you come back? Sakura asked. Shikamaru suddenly felt awkward seeing Naruto was ignored, but she was the Hokage after all, which meant that she had to prioritize Shikamaru's arrival. Lord Hokage, Shikamaru addressed Sakura formally. I just arrived in the village, Shikamaru smiled wryly following which he pulled out a letter from his coat. The arrangement for the Daimy's visit? Sakura asked. Yeah, Shikamaru handed over the letter to Sakura. Sakura's eyes quickly scanned past the content. I see, Sakura murmured. She then looked at Shikamaru. I'll send him a response in a few minutes, Sakura replied. Got it, Shikamaru nodded. Anything else? Sakura asked. That's all Lord Hokage, Shikamaru answered. Bang! At this moment, the door was bust open. Huh? Naruto turned towards the door immediately the moment it opened only to see a mature blonde-haired figure. MENMA, the blonde-haired woman spelled out his name alphabet by alphabet. Granny Tsunade. Naruto was shocked. Wait a minute. Naruto took a look at the figure once again. But before he could observe anything, all Naruto knew was that his neck was held tightly within the woman's left arm, forcing him to bow in an uncomfortable position. Naruto was confused, having faced similar situations with Tsunade before, but this body was totally different. From the back of his head which was held against the woman's chest, Naruto found out that the woman's breast seemed to be less bountiful than the legendary sucker. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Naruto tapped the woman's left arm continuously to let her know that he was suffocating under her hold. Menma. How dare you treat my little sister like that? The woman asked. Irina-chan, Sakura called out the woman's name with a hint of concern for her husband. Sakura-chan, you shouldn't forgive him, Irina said following which she looked down at Naruto who was held by his neck within her left arm. Speak your last words, Irina growled. Tea time out, Naruto kept tapping. Please, Irina-chan, Sakura asked politely once again. Humph, you're too soft Sakura-chan, the woman said following which she released Naruto. Cough. Cough. Naruto coughed twice gasping for breath. I swear, I'm regretting this. Naruto sighed internally, but he also made an internal note of how the relationship appeared between Irina and Sakura on the surface. From Irina's appearance and what Obito had told him the previous night, Naruto understood that Irina was Tsunade's daughter and Sakura's elder sister-like figure. As he thought of this, Naruto was simultaneously observing Irina who seemed to be glaring daggers at him. Man, Menma has it tough, Shikamaru thought as he observed the situation silently from the sidelines. Naruto then slowly pointed towards the boxes by the side of the table. Mom made food for you and Sakura, Naruto said slowly. Oh. Irina's gaze was drawn towards the table. Guess, I'll let you off now, Irina closed an eye. Naruto didn't know how to respond to that. He then looked toward Sakura, who got back to operating the laptop on the desk. Will Lord Hokage be free later this evening? Naruto asked formally, since he preferred to respect his earlier work ethics from his days as the Hokage. The part where even a family member of a Hokage had to officially address the person in the seat of the Hokage as Lord Hokage. Although Boruto didn't respect these rules at first, he slowly followed the rules later on. Sakura and Naruto stared at each other. Naruto didn't have expectations of a positive answer from Sakura, since he already knew how Kages of his era were. Also, considering the fact that she didn't use shadow clones like him to simplify all her work, he could only imagine how much Sakura was stretching herself to run things smoothly. I am sorry, Menma, Sakura said slowly. Naruto remained silent. I won't be free until tomorrow, Sakura added. I see, Naruto sighed. Let's go, Shikamaru, Naruto called Shikamaru as he turned away to exit the room. Wait for me, Irina followed behind the duo. Later, Irina waved at Sakura, following which she closed the door. Sakura's face didn't reflect her current feelings. Sakura slowly raised her left hand and took a look at her finger where she wore a ring. She then looked at the picture beside her laptop, which had the picture of her, Mima, Hanato, and Azumi. What she thought was unable to be discerned, for she was the only one who was aware of what was going on in her mind. Menma. Irina called out. Naruto and Shikamaru stopped walking and turned around to see Irina catch up to them. Let's go buy stuff for the party together, Irina said. Party? Naruto was confused for a second. Yeah, the birthday party, Irina said. Oh, Naruto became calm once again from the fact that Obito had already handed over a present that Menma was supposed to give Azumi. Oh, you mean for Hanato? Shikamaru asked. Yes, Irina answered. Naruto was left speechless once again. Chapter 187. Hanato's birthday is that close? But when? Was the first thought that ran across Naruto's mind. I heard Jin got his hands on something that's definitely going Hanato's favorite, Irina said. Jin? Who's this guy now? Naruto was confused. Well, it'll be terrible to have a kid one up on us, Shikamaru laughed. You know he's not just a kid anymore, Irina said. Yeah. The Hidden Leaf's Silver Fang. He's walked in his family's footsteps, Shikamaru said. Silver Fang, Naruto murmured. His grandfather, the White Fang. His dad, a successor to the White Fang, and the son who outshined the two. The Silver Fang of the Hidden Leaf, Irina's eyes gleamed with excitement. So that's Kakashi-sensei's kid, huh? Naruto thought. What did you get your son? Irina asked. I just came back. I was planning to get one for him today, Naruto answered with an awkward voice. You'd better get your priorities straight, Menma, Irina glared at Naruto. Naruto could only endure in silence as tried to focus on what would Hanato like. This is because unlike Boruto, Hanato was on an entirely different page. From what Naruto had observed, Hanato was the type to observe and understand, which was completely different from Boruto, who would directly confront Naruto with his faults. Another thing was that Hanato was a strategist type, meaning their tastes could be entirely different even when it was choosing between presents that kids their age would generally like. Looks like I will have to tag along with these two to find out more about Menma's son, Naruto thought to himself. Behind this surface thought, he was also worried about not having a conversation with Sakura yet. He would totally avoid the conversation if he could prevent Sakura from finding out who he was. However, he had already promised Obito and Nawaki to cover up for Menma when he was out. Let's go, Irina said, taking the lead with Naruto and Shikamaru following closely behind her on a hunt to find a good present. Hanato and the others finally arrived at the street where Burgero was. Burgero, a newly started burger joint that was in direct competition to Kaminari Burger. Hanato's peers often ate at Kaminari Burger, however, the free food offer on the grand pre-opening was too much to resist. Look at those lines, Reiju and Inogen were stunned seeing hundreds lined up before their group. Oh, one of the girls in the line turned back to see the group standing a few meters away. Shikadai, Inogen, guys. You all here for the pre-opening, right? Huh. The fat man next to the girl turned back as well. Uncle Chai, Mayumi, Shikadai and Inogen responded. Akimichi Mayumi, daughter of Chai and a teammate of the new generation Ino Shikacho. Unlike Chocho from the other timeline, Mayumi had fair skin with a rosy complexion. However, what set her apart from her clan was that she had an hourglass figure that most women girls could only dream of. This was due to her high metabolism and athletic abilities. Oh, you've brought along Hanato, Reiju and Mitsuki as well, I see, Chai said with a smile. Hello, Uncle Chai, Hanato and Reiju greeted. Mitsuki also lightly nodded from behind. Chai nodded, following which he looked at Hanato. Did your dad tell you when he'll be coming back? Chai asked. He's in the village, Uncle Chai, Hanato replied. Chai was surprised. When did he come back? He asked immediately. He came back yesterday evening, Hanato replied. I see, Chai murmured. PSS. Hanato's attention was caught by a somewhat muted sound. Pust. Hanato, a boy with glasses called out. Denki. Hanato stared at the young man. Shoo. Don't call out my name. Denki cautioned Hanato with a quick hush. Hanato observed Denki for a moment. I guess you are here to research on their burger joint, huh? Hanato asked. Hee. That's Hanato for you. You've guessed correctly, Denki corrected the position of his spectacles. Kaminaraman Denki, as the name, suggests he's related to the famous Kaminaraman group within the Hidden Leaf. Denki's dad is the president of the Kaminaraman group and a former Hidden Leaf ninja as well. I guess, Metal and Iwabe are here as well? Hanato asked. Yup. They are placed strategically in the crowd to not raise any suspicions. I see, Hanato nodded, turning around to try and spot the mentioned two in the crowd. Soon he spotted the two. Metal Lee seemed to have trouble dealing with the crowd with sweat appearing all over his face out of nervousness. Ueno Iwabe, on the other hand, was whistling a tune standing calmly in the line waiting for his turn to taste the food. Hey Hanato, Denki prompted. Hanato looked at Denki whose head was precisely at the height of Hanato's shoulders. Do you have the new guide out yet? Denki asked. I am still working on that, Hanato said as he pulled out his portable gaming device. However, I can send you the guide for the minimap area that I recently worked on, Hanato said, following which he pressed a set of buttons. Notification sound. Oh. Denki's eyes immediately scanned across the new data that he had received. Wow. You've set the record for the fastest dungeon clearing time as a solo player, Denki shouted excitedly. SH. Hanato immediately covered Denki's mouth. Oh right, you don't want anyone finding out you're the Keymaster 12, Denki spoke through Hanato's hand in a muffled voice. Hanato stared silently. Here, Denki handed out an envelope to Hanato. That's for the sales from the recent volume. They are asking for a reprint, Denki reported. Glad to hear, Hanato nodded. Hey, Hanato. Reiju called out in a loud voice. Hanato turned towards Reiju to see him standing next to Inogen and Shikadai with all the three having their portable gaming devices in their hands. Log in the game and accept the invitation, Inogen said. Hanato nodded with a light smile. Hey, Hanato, Denki called out. Wouldn't they find out who you are through the name of your account? Denki asked. Hanato stared at the game screen on which he had his saved games next to his profile. Clicking sounds. Notification tone. What? Denki was surprised to see a maxed account change to an account with average character stats. I enjoy this game a lot, Hanato said suddenly, following which a message popped up on the screen with an invitation for a team game. But it's more fun when I play alongside them, Hanato said as he clicked on the accept button. Everyone, let's get those drops. Reiju shouted with excitement. Yeah. The group nodded with excitement. I see, Denki nodded with excitement. In a particular shopping mall. 3 figures walked across the floor, shops after shops in search of something. Let's enter here, Irina said as she pointed towards a cloth store. Shikamaru stared a bit at Irina. What is it? Irina asked. And nothing, Shikamaru gestured for Irina to enter the store. Irina entered the store silently followed by the two. This is bad, Shikamaru mumbled. What is it? Naruto asked. Irina has a bad fashion sense when it comes to choosing clothes for boys, Shikamaru said. Oh, Naruto was surprised to hear smile details like this as well. Shikamaru. What is it, Menma? Shikamaru asked. Do you know what games kids are into these days? Naruto asked. Shikamaru thought for a bit. It's gotta be one of those dungeon hunting games for sure, Shikamaru said. Shinobi Dungeon Hunters, Irina suddenly answered. Oh yeah. Shikadai wanted that game the last time I came to the village. Doesn't Hanato have that game as well? I've heard that Shikadai, Hanato, and their friends play that game a lot. He does. Speaking of which, Shikadai asked me to get the data book. He said he wanted to prepare their teams better to raid the dungeon. Something about getting a guidebook by Keymaster 12. I see. I guess Hanato and Shikadai's taste might be similar, you know. Strategy-wise, Naruto said. You might be onto something there, Shikamaru paused for a bit. How's this? Irina asked as she pointed towards a set of clothes she had picked. I sent that. Shikamaru closed off Naruto's mouth. What is it? Irina asked again, seemingly pissed off a bit. And nothing, Shikamaru answered with an awkward voice as he stared at the shirt and pant that Irina picked, which was totally incompatible with each other. Elsewhere, in an unknown dimension. Whoosh! A rift was opened up, followed by a man in white robes stepping into the stable space. Mamashiki, the man called out. Another man who was seated in a dark corner stared at the figure. I see that the messengers of the high priest have given me the chance of being in service. To what do I owe this pleasure? The man asked as he stepped out of the dark corner of the dimension. Tsutsuki Mamashiki. The high priest has divined a formidable existence in the lower realms, the man said. Oh. Mamashiki's interest was piqued. Please elaborate, Mamashiki asked respectfully. Chapter 188. Soon Naruto, Irina, and Shikamaru exited the shopping mall with a few bags in their hands. Irina turned towards the duo. Menma, Shikamaru. I'm going to part with you guys here. There's someone who wants to see me in the hospital this afternoon, Irina said. I see, Naruto and Shikamaru nodded. Take care, you too. And Menma. Please turn up for the party. Otherwise, I will make your life hell, Irina glared at Naruto. Gulp. Got it, Naruto nodded quickly. Later, Irina said in a cute voice following which she took off in a different direction. Phew. Naruto and Shikamaru sighed in relief at the same time. All right Menma. We need to get the presents and ask the other guys quickly before Temari finds out, Shikamaru said. Okay, Naruto nodded to Shikamaru's earlier suggestion of having a boys' night out. You know the shop from where we can get that book, right? Naruto asked. The game store is just down the street. Follow me, Shikamaru walked ahead, leading the way for Naruto who quickly followed from behind. Soon the duo reached the store. Welcome, the woman who stood by the entrance greeted. Hi. Excuse me, Mississippi. Do you know where I can find the guidebook for Shinobi Dungeon Hunters? Shikamaru asked. I'm sorry sir, we just sold out recently. We've asked for another bundle of those books, the woman replied. What? How long will it take for the new stocks to arrive? Naruto asked immediately. Usually, within 2 working days sir, the woman answered. 2 days. Shikamaru looked at Naruto with a shocked expression. After all, the book could be bought at a later time for Shikadai, but Hinato's birthday was in 2 days. Naruto quickly caught Shikamaru's expression. Looks like Hinato's birthday is within 2 days, Naruto thought internally. What do you plan to do Naruto? He may not be Boruto, but he's still your son in this world, Kurama said. I know, Naruto answered. But, I'm not giving up, Naruto answered. Humph, Kurama smirked from Naruto's response. You always were like this, Kurama said to himself, thinking back to Naruto from the beginning. Naruto then looked at the woman. Which company is in charge of producing this guidebook? Naruto asked. Sir. This book is printed in one of the publishing houses owned by the Kaminariman Group, the woman informed after flipping through a few pages of product index she had on a clipboard. Kaminariman Group. I know the president who runs it, Shikamaru said. Looks like it's mostly the same guy from the previous timeline as well, Naruto thought. Let's go Shikamaru. Yeah. Naruto and Shikamaru quickly left the shop in the direction of the Kaminariman Group building. Hokage office. Sakura stared at the paperwork in front of her. Knock. 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 Come in, Sakura said. The door opened to reveal a middle-aged man wearing the Uchiha robe. Lord Fourth, Sakura got up to show her respect. Sorry for not informing before my visit. Hope I'm not holding you back from anything important, Obito asked. Not at all Lord Fourth. I was just about to send out a message, Sakura said as she presented an envelope. So this for the feudal lord's visit during this time's Chunin exams I take it? Obito asked. Indeed. It also has the itinerary for the other feudal lords to follow for safe entry into the village, Sakura explained. I see, Obito murmured going over the details. So, when's the 5 Kages summit taking place? Obito asked. On the 6th day, Sakura replied. Great to hear. I hope their predecessors show up as well. It will be great to have a discussion on the current affairs as part of the previous generation of Kages, Obito said. Sakura nodded. Did Menma talk to you yet? Obito asked, trying to probe Naruto's situation. I haven't had the chance to speak to him yet, recently, Sakura replied in a low voice. I see, Obito nodded. How did you know he's back, Lord Fourth? Sakura asked suddenly. Oh. I just happened to run into him yesterday after he left your office. Hee, Obito laughed a bit, trying to avoid the topic. I thought you had a meeting with Lord Third yesterday evening, Sakura said suddenly. Well, Lord Third, I and Menma had a good discussion about the Akatsuki yesterday evening, Obito answered. I see. Did he say anything about the Akatsuki attending the Chunin exams? Sakura asked. The Akatsuki attending the exams? Obito asked. As a guest of course, Sakura suggested. The Akatsuki in this timeline was a reputable organization that was highly fawned upon by many others for their good deeds. They were supported by major powers and showed up for major events as well. Well. I might have forgotten to ask him about that, Obito replied with an awkward voice. Lord. Huh? Obito was confused to Sakura call out to him, only to stop midway. It's nothing, Sakura sighed, following which she got back to her desk. Obito silently stared at the room he once stayed in. He took sight of the entire village through the window. It's changed a lot over the past few years, Obito sighed. Sakura stared at her family photo, especially at Naruto or in this case, Menma. She then rotated counterclockwise on her seat to stare at the view of the village. Indeed, Sakura answered, seeing the village from Obito's perspective. Her gaze shifted towards the Hokage Mountains, thinking back to that mountain that once did not have her face on it. It was the time where she had her battle against Konohamaru on the top of the mountains. Flashback. I'm sorry Konohamaru. The women of the village and the other people are depending upon me. I cannot back out. But, I will promise you. I will become the female Hokage. No, the best Hokage for generations to come. End of flashback. Lord Fifth, Obito called out. Yes. Sakura answered. End your shift early today. Brief Shikaku on the paperwork that needs to be done. I'll take over, Obito offered Sakura. Lord Fourth. I can't let you do this, Sakura immediately retorted. You need to spend some time with your family. After all, it's not always when both you and Menma are around at home. In fact, I'll have Lord Third come over and help so that you can have the evenings off until Menma leaves on his mission again, Obito said. No, Lord Third. I can't allow you to do that. I will handle my responsibilities myself, Sakura said once again. Listen, Sakura. Menma is at home for a few days, the kids need you as well. Not to mention their birthday is. Gulp. What happened? Sakura asked, seeing Obito stare wide eyes. No way, Obito mumbled helplessly. Hidden Leaf Ninja Academy. In a class full of students, the sensei of the class stood behind the desk staring at a page in his hand. The page seemed to contain the names of all the students in the class. Uchiha Hazuki, the sensei murmured to himself as he stared at the name, following which he lifted his head to look at all the students one by one with his eyes finally landing on Hazuki who was talking with Azumi. If she ends up doing what she did the last time, then I will have to fail her, the man murmured to himself. Hazuki. Hazuki looked at her new friend, Azumi. You should go and tell sensei that you want to take part in the exam this time, Azumi said. Hazuki was silent. She then looked at Azumi one more time, following which she asked. Do you think I can become a great teacher? Hazuki asked. Of course. Azumi thinks Hazuki can become a great teacher, Azumi answered in a cheerful voice. Really? Hazuki asked once again. Really? Azumi answered back in a confident voice which in turn reassured Hazuki. All right then, Hazuki got up from her bench and walked towards the desk where the sensei stood. Go for it. Azumi cheered from where she stood. The children in the class were confused. What's going on? Were some of the questions being asked? The man put down the page to see the Hazuki in front of him. Hazuki hesitated for a second. What is it, Hazuki? The man asked. Don't be afraid. Azumi cheered once again. The man was confused once again. I'm going to take the number 1 spot. Hazuki declared. Chapter 189. I'm going to take the number 1 spot. Hazuki declared all of a sudden. The entire class got confused. Hazuki. You wouldn't be referring to the final exam perchance, would you? The sensei asked with a doubtful voice. Aye. Hazuki calmed herself down, following which she opened her otherworldly eyes with clarity once again. I will take first place in the final exam, Hazuki answered with a confident voice. The man was stunned, along with the rest of the class. You're just going to run away again. Hazuki turned around to see a boy standing up from his place. Ryuta, one of the classmates, called out the boy's name in shock. Take it back, another voice was heard. Hazuki, however, recognized this voice. It was the voice that encouraged her to do what she was doing right now. Azumi, Hazuki stared at the pink-haired girl standing up for her. Are you speaking against me? The boy asked Azumi. Azumi believes Hazuki will take the exam this time. Just watch. Hazuki will become the best teacher the academy has ever seen, Azumi said. Teacher. The students and the sensei were confused. However, all thoughts dispersed with a burst of laughter from Ryuta's mouth. Ha ha ha. Are you kidding me? We would have already been done with the final exam if it wasn't for this girl. If she wanted to quit and become a teacher, she should have already done so. Why is she wasting our time? The boy asked. However, the moment he asked the question, his senses started to quiver internally. Ryuta put up a brave front, not showing anything on his face, however, on the inside, he was a bit fearful. What is this feeling, Ryuta asked himself. Out of instinct, Ryuta turned around, only to see Hazuki staring at him with her otherworldly blue eyes staring head-on at him. Ryuta fumbled, almost mindlessly staring at Hazuki, whose gaze seemed to have momentary control of his entire body. I am sorry. Ryuta shouted all of a sudden. Huh. The entire class was confused again, however, the sensei felt otherwise. The man was observing Hazuki's reactions from the moment she approached him regarding participating in the final test again. What's going on here? The man was intrigued yet fearful at the same time from what he had observed of the situation. His eyes scanned Hazuki's otherworldly eyes, trying to reason with what had just taken place. Yet he was unable to do so. The man took a deep breath, following which he looked at the class. All right everyone, line up. We are going to have a mock exam here. I'll announce the jutsu for the final exam at the end of the day, the man announced. Yay! Azumi was super excited seeing Hazuki back for the test once again, however, only results would tell if she was going through with it or not. In another dimension. That being is your target, the messenger said, pointing towards a small projection of Hazuki in the class. Momoshiki frowned seeing the projection. What is it? The messenger asked. Isn't that brat just a mortal? Momoshiki asked. The messenger frowned, after all even he wasn't fully informed for what reason that girl became a target of assassination. Do as you are told. You'll be rewarded as seen fit, the messenger spoke once again. Huh? Does the high priest think that we are his lackeys or something? Just because we are lesser gods, you all think you can command us as you see fit? Momoshiki asked. Humph. Know your place. The high priest's authority cannot be understood by mere likes of you, the messenger warned. Hee, Momoshiki smirked. There will be a day when I will take those arrogant bastards down. At that time, I'll be the one to command over you all, Momoshiki thought to himself. Activate this seal once you have completed your mission. The priest will reward you accordingly, the messenger relayed once again. Tisk, Momoshiki frowned, following which he collected the talisman that the messenger had held out. When will you be leaving? The messenger asked. As soon as the other two are back, Momoshiki answered. Good to hear, the messenger said, following which he raised his hand and opened a rift in the space. Farewell, the messenger said, closing the rift and leaving the dimension to Momoshiki. Momoshiki stared silently into space ahead of him. That Tonari better have the information on the brat. Momoshiki thought back to the time Urashiki and Kinshiki left the planet they were staying on, to gather information about Kagaya who stayed back on Earth. Hidden Leaf Village Burger O. Victory! The team shouted together after clearing the battlefield in the game. Let's get something good to celebrate, Reiju suggested. Shikadai, Inajin, and Hanato nodded to the idea. Another 10 more people to go, Shikadai said, looking at the number of people lined up ahead of their group. Damn, Reiju was a bit disappointed. A few minutes later, the group was awed at the new offers which had the usual price written next to them, after all the fast foods pre-opening relied on their free food to draw their customers in. This was to give them a taste of what would come at the price on the board once the place opened up. They have a good variety of burgers here, Reiju said as he stared at the board. There are slushies and drinks counter as well, Inajin said. Gotta say, it looks better than Kaminari Burger's offerings, Shikadai commented. Hey, a voice greeted the group. Big brother Jin, Hanato recognized the young man. It's been a while, Jin smiled. Hataki Jin. The son of Kakashi and Rin. Jin was a member of the ANBU for a year and finally became a full-time Chunin. His title was voiced from his achievements back in the Chunin exams gave him recognition across the 5 villages as the Silver Fang of the Hidden Leaf. He wielded a short chakra blade that was sheathed on his back just like Kakashi and his dad the first white fawn. Hold my place for a while, Hanato said, following which he stepped out of the group. What should I order for you? Shikadai asked. A cheeseburger, Hanato replied. Drinks? Shikadai asked. Later, Hanato answered back almost out of the group's sight. At a corner of the building. Hanato and Jin stood opposite to a window. What brings you here, big brother? Hanato asked. I got you something good for the party, Jin smiled. Trust me. I know you earn enough to buy things you want, which makes presents worthless for you, but this one's special, Jin said. That's not what you are here for, Hanato said. Right. Listen up. The Hokage suspects something shady going on in the upcoming Chunin exams. Shady? Hanato asked. Yes. You know about Katasuke, don't you? Jin asked. Him. Yes, Hanato replied. The man came into the office recently asking for scientific ninja tools to be tested, Jin said. Hanato's eyes widened by a minuscule, which caused Jin to lock onto the change. Looks like you already knew, huh? Jin asked. I know about the tools, Hanato said. Right. He wanted to have the participants of the exam test the tool out. But your mom said no, Jin said. Hanato was silent. She said she had a feeling that he might get things done in his own way, so she wanted you to be on the lookout, Jin said. Hanato nodded. So, how are things on your side? Jin asked. It's peaceful, Hanato said. I heard your old man's back in town, Jin said. He is, Hanato answered. I hope he stays for a few days, for your sister's sake at least, Jin said, sympathizing with Hanato's situation. When do we train? Hanato asked. Do you want to? Jin asked. Hanato remained silent. If it were the days when the war was going on, you would have already become Chunin, Jin said. Hanato didn't argue. He was a genius for his age, but he chose to maintain a low-key and peaceful life. We'll talk again during the birthday party. I have to go now, there's a mission report I forgot to fill in, Jin said, following which he vanished from his spot. Hanato stared at the empty spot for a few moments deep in thought before turning back to return to the place where the others were. This is bad, Denki commented in stress as he continued to perform calculations on his laptop. If their food and offers are that great, then this is bad news for Dad. Notification tone. What does it say? Metal asked. It's terrible. According to my calculations, it will take only a month or two if they were to expand from their revenues. And this calculation does not even include their investment amount. If they have some more capital with them, then their rate of expansion will be higher, Denki said. Aren't you over-exaggerating? Iwabe asked as he chomped on the burger he got. I am not. Denki shouted back, causing a few heads to turn over. Gulp Metal felt a shiver all over his body seeing that most customers had their attention on the trio. Denki, a voice called out, causing Denki to shift his attention. Hanato, Denki looked at the blonde-haired boy in front of him. What happened? Hanato asked. Chapter 190. In the dimension where Momoshiki waited, Kinshiki and Urashiki had just returned from their recon mission. Kinshiki, Urashiki, Momoshiki called out the duo's name. Hear this, Momoshiki. Kaguya failed to let the fruit ripen. She consumed it. Later on, one of her sons split the chakra into 9 parts and Urashiki explained everything that he understood from Tonari. I see. It's a shame that happened, Momoshiki smirked with disdain towards Kaguya's actions. What should we do? Kinshiki asked. Urashiki. You like hunting, don't you? Momoshiki asked. Hee, Urashiki laughed slyly. We are going to gather all the 9 parts, Momoshiki said. When do we go? Kinshiki asked. We have to leave at once. Also, did you happen to hear of any mortal in particular? Momoshiki asked. There was this mortal named Sasuke who fought over Tonari to claim a pure-blooded Byakugan princess, Urashiki said. Pure-blooded Byakugan princess you say? How much pure-blooded can she be? Momoshiki asked. Doesn't matter, after all, we all have Byakugan, Urashiki said. Momoshiki remained silent. Something bothering you? Kinshiki asked. The high priest sent a messenger over earlier, Momoshiki mentioned. A messenger? What happened? Urashiki asked with interest. There's a mortal we have to get rid of. It should be our top priority. However, after hearing everything from you, it doesn't seem like the backwater planet has any threat. So we'll take some time with our hunt and let that mortal enjoy a few more days, Momoshiki explained. So when do we go? Urashiki asked, licking his lips. Let's get started right now, shall we? Momoshiki said, following which he opened a rift. Urashiki and Kinshiki followed in after Momoshiki. Hidden Leaf Village. In the Hokage's office, Obito stood dumbfounded in front of Sakura. Is there anything bothering you, Lord Fourth? Sakura asked. I couldn't believe I forgot to mention to Naruto that Hinato's birthday was in 2 days. I gave Azumi's present, but I forgot to warn him that I didn't have time to look over what Hanato wanted, Obito thought. Lord Fourth. Sakura called out once again. Ah, it's nothing, Obito shook his head, following which he looked at Sakura. As I mentioned before, Lord Fifth. Please consider the offer. After all, both you and Menma never spend the time together with your family. Not to mention, your kids' birthdays are this week as well, Obito said. All right. Thank you so much, Lord Fourth, Sakura bowed to Obito. It's nothing much at all, Obito smiled. All right then, I will be leaving now. I don't want to hold you back from your work, Obito said, following which he headed towards the door. Sakura looked at Obito leaving the door, while simultaneously thinking of the conversation Menma, Obito and Nawaki had during their meeting. She then sighed, seeing that she had other things to worry about. She then walked over to the desk and tapped at the bell. Ding! Almost immediately, the door revealed a young woman with the standard hidden leaf vest. Yes? The woman asked. Sakura raised the hand which had an envelope. Have this sent over to the feudal lord immediately. Yes. The woman collected the envelope and left the office. There's so much more work to do, Sakura sighed, staring at the bundles of paper, all over the room. It's best to finish as much as I can before Lord Fourth takes over, or else he will end up thinking that I am slacking off, Sakura thought to herself, following which she hustled over and started to sort out the bundles according to priority. Knock. 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 Come in. The door opened to reveal a young woman with tied-up blonde hair that covered half her face. It was Yamanaka Ino. Ino's appearance in this timeline complemented her nature. She wore a black overcoat that stretched till below her knees, a skimpy tube top that covered only her chest, black shorts with fishnet stocking and black high heels. Sakura. I just saw the envelope, Ino said. Yeah. That's for the feudal lord, Sakura said. Not that. Who delivered? Ino asked. Sakura was silent for a moment. A woman's intuition was hard to beat, in this case, Ino's taste for sadism. Shikamaru, Sakura answered helplessly. I knew it. Ino smirked with a desire to devour that reflected across her face. So. Where is that shrimp? Ino asked. I don't know. He has the week off, so he could be anywhere, Sakura replied. Damn. If I had come here earlier, I would have given him a taste of that 16-hit combo of mine, Ino said. Sakura didn't pause to have a conversation since she was already busy in her own right. I will head over to his place. Temari must be giving him an earful now, Ino said. Achoo. Naruto looked at Shikamaru. I have a feeling that I'm going to face something troublesome, Shikamaru said with a nervous look across his face. Naruto was kinda happy knowing that Shikamaru was still the same despite being a bit cowardly. Let's speed up, Naruto said, following which the duo picked up their pace. Naruto and Shikamaru were on their way to the Kaminaraman group building. As the duo kept running, Naruto took the opportunity to see if he could find any more differences in this world compared to the previous one. Trying. A bell started to ring in a particular building a few meters ahead of them. What's that? Naruto asked. It's an alarm. It's not the one for a fire, so I guess it's probably the bank, Shikamaru said. That must mean. There's a robbery, Naruto and Shikamaru concluded at the same time. A few meters away, in front of the Hidden Leaf Bank, the police force had gathered. Half of the police force wore navy blue vest with both the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan symbols on either side of their shoulders. At the lead for 3 figures. A woman and 2 other police force members. Chief. They have escaped the perimeter, a member of the force reported. If they think they can get away, then they are dead wrong. Ha. The woman held up a jutsu sign and activated. Byakugan. SH. Her eyes scanned the building from top to bottom. This is. There's a hidden tunnel next to the underground vault. Teams 1 and 2. The woman called out. Yes. 2 groups stepped forward immediately. Head into the tunnel. Teams 3 and 4 follow me. The woman said, following which she left the street. At this moment, Naruto and Shikamaru appeared. Naruto before the woman left the area caught sight of her silhouette. Hinata, Naruto felt his heart rate speed up. Don't tell me we're going to help them out, Shikamaru asked. Let's go, Naruto said, dashing off in the direction Hinata left in. Such a drag, Shikamaru helplessly followed behind Naruto. Chapter 191. Somewhere inside a dark underground path. Multiple sounds of footsteps echoed around the empty path as few fully clothed silhouettes made their way through. Move your lazy asses, a figure leading in the front spoke. A couple of meters away, two groups emerged. Quickly. They are getting away, one of the men in the groups shouted. The figure at the front of the group of bandits turned back. Tisk. Jinro. The leading male shouted. Hiya. The man named Jinro threw two flying objects that were directed towards the two groups. What is that? One of the men in the two groups asked. That is. Everyone, dodge. The man shouted at the top of his voice. Whoosh. The two objects landed in front of both groups. Boom. Two hand grenades exploded, causing some debris to fall in the tunnel. You're not getting away. The leader of both groups shouted, immediately trying to clear up the debris. Tisk, the man named Jinro clicked his tongue. The Leaf police force is no joke, another person amongst the bandits commented. However, at that moment. Whoosh. Something flashed past the group. Huh. The man leading the bandits frowned, unable to make sense of what just happened. Disperse. The leader immediately shouted his order upon seeing a silhouette flash by, however, it was too late. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Few shurikens flew out in all directions. It's shurikens, one of the bandits was surprised, however, that wasn't enough to scare him. As if I'd be scared by a mere shurikens. Even ninjas are unable to stall us, the phantom thieves, the man thought to himself. However, all that thought process stopped the moment a shine caught his eyes. Just now. What was that? The man asked himself as he tried to observe the shuriken once again. Despite the shuriken's high velocity and spin, the man was used to having quick reflexes and thus took the milliseconds he had on hand to observe the shuriken. And that's when it dawned upon him. Those aren't regular shurikens, the man thought as he observed the elliptical path the shuriken took. The shuriken appeared to him as though someone was controlling it. However, in the next moment, the shuriken traveled in such a way that all the little light the underground path had suddenly shined on a thin thread-like material that was attached to it. It was at this point that the thief remembered something a while back he had heard from his captain while discussing their plan for the heist. Manipulating windmill, quintuple blades. Whoosh, whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All 5 shurikens neatly circled around their targets and pinned them in their place. BZ BZ. Electricity trickled around the wires. Gah. The 5 bandits shouted in pain at the same time before passing out. The 2 groups chasing from behind were slack-jawed. Whoosh. A man in dark robes appeared out of thin air beside the 5 bandits who were unconscious on the floor. As expected of the chief's husband, the leader of one of the 2 groups commented as he stared at the man in dark robes. The man in dark robes walked towards the 2 groups, slowly revealing his face in what little light the underground tunnel contained. The man was obviously Uchiha Sasuke, who belonged to the world of the limited Tsukimi. Uchiha Sasuke, the leader of one of the groups, responded. Hand these 4 to the torture and interrogation department, Sasuke said, following which he left the scene. Yes, sir, the man saluted. He left, a woman amongst the squad commented with a dreamy look. You do realize he's married, right? Another one asked with concern for the woman. Whoosh. A silhouette whizzed past the silent dark tunnel. The figure in question was the leader of the bandits from before. Uchiha Sasuke, the man thought back to the silhouette of Sasuke that flashed past him, capturing all his men in one full swoop. I swear, I'll have my revenge, the man said, following which the gaze of his eyes shifted towards his body that was in constant motion, entirely focused on making a getaway. The tunnel ends here, the woman commented as she stared at a patch of grass at the foot of a hill at the edge of the town. Hinata, a voice called out towards the woman. How rude, one of the members of the 2 teams that stood behind Hinata commented upon hearing the voice. Hinata frowned a bit as her gaze turned towards the source of the sound. Menma. Wait. Shikamaru called out from behind with a lack of breath from trying hard to match Naruto's pace. He's coming. Hinata warned her team. Team 1, prepare. The leader of Team 1 ordered. Yes, the members of Team 1 shouted in return, activating their Byakugans and getting into a stance with one palm out. The members of Team 2 sighed, seeing that the enemy was already overwhelmingly outnumbered since the beginning. Inside the tunnel, the bandit leader saw the exit of the tunnel up ahead. Time to disappear, the man said, following which he upped his speed. Ha! The man shouted with confidence as he burst off the door. Air palm. Team 1 shouted together and slammed the bandit leader. Bang! The air palms landed on the leader of the phantom thieves, rendering senseless without another wasted move. That many air palms at once? Naruto gulped hard, imagining the pain of the person who was at the receiving end of it. We'll be taking him with us, Chief, a member from Team 2 walked over and informed Hinata. I'll leave it to you, Hinata said. The person nodded, following which he turned towards his group. Let's go. Following which both teams left, leaving Naruto, Shikamaru, and Hinata behind. Looks like you didn't need a hand, Naruto chuckled, seeing Hinata standing alone while also being reminded of his wife, the older version of Hinata, who had belonged to him back in the previous timeline. Hinata looked at Naruto. Menma. Even if we know each other, you are to address me as Chief when I'm on duty, Hinata commented in a monotonous tone. Oh Hia. Naruto was reminded of the cold reality of this world once again. But he already knew that he couldn't blame anyone after all. This was just a fake world he entered of his own violation. That aside, he forgot the rule applied to the Hokage was the same with anyone with a similar authority. Such people were indeed called by their title at the post. I see that you are back in the village. Just a few days ago, I heard you became the new leader of the Akatsuki. Congrats, Hinata said while investigating the tunnel from which her team captured the bandit leader. Yeah. Just got a few days off, so I'm here in the village, Naruto said. I see. Is there anything you need help with? Hinata asked, turning towards Naruto after having confirmed that the tunnel was empty from her side. Anything? None at all, Naruto spoke slowly as he stared at her. I see. Please excuse me. I must head back to Police HQ, Hinata said, following which she walked away from Naruto. Naruto silently stared at Hinata, walking away. Though she paused, it was only to acknowledge Shikamaru's presence. Shikamaru looked at Hinata. Chief, Shikamaru called. Yes. Hinata looked at Shikamaru. I was wondering if you could tell me where I can find Sasuke, Shikamaru asked. Uchiha Sasuke is handling a matter for me right now. Is there a message I can pass to him? Hinata asked. Shikamaru then passed the details of how he was arranging for a boys' night out, to which Hinata agreed to give the message. A moment later, Hinata left, leaving Naruto and Shikamaru alone. Is anything wrong, Menma? Shikamaru asked. Naruto silently stared at the void where Hinata stood previously, thinking about the past between the two. Menma? Shikamaru called out. Ah. It's nothing. Let's go, Naruto said, following which the two left once again in the direction of the Kaminariman group building. Back at Burgero. Hanato was busy typing on Denki's laptop. What's he doing? Metal asked, trying to figure out what was going on through the laptop's display. Shoo. You'll disturb him, Denki warned Metal. Metal stared quietly. It's done, Hanato stared at his work on Denki's laptop. Let me see, Denki started reading over the data Hanato had provided. This could help stabilize our position for a while. Gee thanks, Hanato, Denki smiled. Anytime, Hanato smiled. So when is it? Denki asked. What? Hanato asked. You know. The party, Denki said. I haven't decided, Hanato said. I see, Denki nodded dejectedly. Oi Hanato, a voice called out. Hanato looked up to see Reiju making his way over. You've got to try this slushy. It's so good, Reiju said, following which he handed over a cup. What flavor is it? Hanato asked. It's called Citrus Blast, Reiju smiled. Hanato stared at the yellow-colored drink in the cup. Trust me, Reiju said with a confident smile. Here goes nothing, Hanato drank a sip. It's sour. Hanato commented in a low voice. Buechahahaha, Reiju laughed at the top of his voice, staring at Hanato's face that was alternating between red and blue from the aftertaste. That's our target. A few meters away from the place where Hanato and the rest gathered, two men stared at the group. That boy will be the one to test the tool. Chapter 192. Hidden Leaf Village. Minato and Deidara stood beside Naruto, who was sleeping on the bed. Minato was a bit worried about what Naruto was going through as almost an hour had passed since Naruto was in the limited Tsukimi world. Deidara, on the other hand, though, was calmly staring at the moon by the window. Outside the house, on the rooftop, stood a figure in the shadows. It sure is cold, Tobirama sighed, folding his arms inwards as he also silently stared at the moon from the rooftop. Earlier when Naruto and the others, including Deidara, We're in the house. Tobarama and Minato met outside discussing how they would plan to deal with Deidara should the situation occur. It was decided that Tobarama would be outside in the shadows silently watching over the house. Should he be called, he would swoop in and land a blow that could take out Deidara in a single shot. I wonder how the seventh is doing, Tobarama murmured as his gaze shifted over to the side of the house where the window of Naruto's bedroom was located. Deidara turned towards Naruto. Naruto, my man, you're lucky that my man Sasori isn't here. The last thing I would hate to hear is him complaining about how he hates waiting, Deidara thought. CRK. At this moment, a cracking sound echoed in the silent room. Deidara's and Minato's attention was immediately drawn towards the source of the sound. Deidara's only visible right eyebrow perked up. The crystal. However, before he could speak, more cracks appeared across the surface of the crystal. Looks like he is going to wake up, Minato thought internally. Was it supposed to break? Deidara, on the other hand, was confused since Pain did not explain how the crystal ball will carry out the jutsu and how Deidara was supposed to collect the data. Naruto's eyes opened, following which two clear streams of teardrops ran down to his ears from both corners of his eyes. Naruto stared at the ceiling for a moment, following which he sat upright. Are you alright, Naruto? Minato asked with concern. Naruto was silent for a bit, following which he smiled. I'm alright, Dad, Naruto said. Deidara stared at Naruto for a bit. You were right, Aniki. This jutsu didn't hurt at all, Naruto said. I did say it wouldn't hurt you. So, what did you see? Deidara asked after a small pause. Naruto turned towards Deidara. I had a good dream. The one in which I became a Hokage, Naruto said without overthinking. I see. I guess, I will just report that the crystal ball broke an hour after the jutsu was set in motion and that Naruto saw his dream while he was asleep for an hour, Deidara thought. Aniki. This crystal ball is awesome, Naruto praised. Thanks. It's a prototype from the organization I work in, Deidara said. Do they plan to sell this stuff? Naruto asked innocently. They haven't told me anything yet. But tell you what, my man. I can try and get some reserved for you if they plan to make it, Deidara said. Thanks a lot, Naruto said. Deidara nodded. In the living room. Minato, Naruto, and Deidara were gathered. Thanks for dinner, Lord Fourth, Deidara said. Please call me Minato, Minato said. All right then, Minato. Naruto, my man, I'll be off then, Deidara said, following which he headed towards the door. Minato then looked at Deidara. Why don't you leave tomorrow when the sun's up? Minato asked. Deidara was surprised. You can stay for the night, Aniki, Naruto suggested suddenly. Usually, Naruto and Minato wouldn't have done this being aware of the past, but somehow Naruto and the others got along well with Deidara in this timeline. With such being the case, it naturally wouldn't hurt to get along more. You want me to stay over? Deidara asked. Sure, Naruto said. Deidara was surprised. All right. I need to head out for a few minutes. Just need to submit a report, Deidara said, following which he headed out. Outside, on the rooftop. Tobarama saw Deidara come out of the house. Lord Second, Tobarama turned to see a hand placed over his shoulder. Flying Raijin. Minato and Tobarama quickly teleported away to the rooftop next to the roof of Minato's house. Almost immediately, Deidara jumped onto the rooftop of Minato's house. A black high-contrast version of Conan appeared in front of Deidara. How did the mission go? Conan asked with no emotions reflected across her face. Deidara looked at Conan and reported everything in detail. I see, Conan replied, followed by a few seconds of silence. Deidara. You'll head to the hidden sand. Assist Itachi and Kisame in making money for Akatsuki, Conan said. Got it. What about my man Sasori? Deidara asked. He'll be heading there as well, Conan replied. I see. Okay then, Deidara said, following which Conan disappeared from his view. Deidara then shifted his gaze towards the horizon where Hidden Sand's general direction was. On the other rooftop. Tobarama turned towards Minato. Looks like the Akatsuki plans to make some money at the sports festival, Tobarama said. Minato nodded. All right, Lord Fourth. I'll brief the others. Head back, Tobarama said, following which he disappeared from his spot. Minato also followed through and headed back into his house. The moment he appeared in the living room, Deidara stepped into the house. He then saw the duo. Are you guys going to the Hidden Sand Sports Festival? Deidara asked. Of course, Minato and Naruto nodded. I'm heading there as well, Deidara replied, which had Naruto surprised. You're coming? Naruto asked, while also being in concern about Akatsuki's plan since Minato did not have the time to relay Deidara's conversation. Yeah. If you'd like, I can give you and your friends a ride on the bird, Deidara said. That's cool, Naruto was elated, seeing Deidara eager to provide a luxury ride. Soon, Minato set up a bed for Deidara on the floor next to Naruto's bed. Good night, you too, Minato said as he headed out. Good night, Deidara and Naruto replied at the same time. Naruto, my man, Deidara called out. Yeah, Aniki, Naruto asked. Do you guys have dinner like this every night? Deidara asked. Nah, just once in a while, Naruto said. You can also drop by for dinner, you know, Naruto suggested. Deidara was reminded of the explosive meatball curry he had a few hours ago, and Rock Lee having a passion for explosion, not to mention Minato himself being an explosion. The cooking was good, wasn't it? Naruto asked. Yeah, Deidara answered. That bowl-cut kid is good too. What do you think? Deidara asked. Yeah, Naruto answered. He'll make a good Kohai, Deidara said. So, you would like to come here for dinner again in the future? Naruto asked. I think I will, Deidara said slowly. In Minato's room. Minato stared at Naruto's clone. So that's what Konan said, huh, Naruto murmured. I guess, Akatsuki does not plan to make any moves yet. And even if they do, they'll have to start with Gaara, Naruto said. Indeed, Minato nodded. As long as I am there, I won't let anything happen to Gaara, Naruto answered firmly. Naruto, Minato called out. Naruto looked at Minato. What do you think about Deidara? Minato asked. Chapter 193. In Minato's room. Minato stared at Naruto's clone. So that's what Konan said, huh, Naruto murmured. I guess, Akatsuki does not plan to make any moves yet. And even if they do, they'll have to start with Gaara, Naruto said. Indeed, Minato nodded. As long as I am there, I won't let anything happen to Gaara, Naruto answered firmly. Naruto, Minato called out. Naruto looked at Minato. What do you think about Deidara? Minato asked. Naruto thought back to all the experiences he had in this world ever since he had met Deidara. The battle between both which had been avoided by turning it into a fun competition of explosion. The way Deidara introduced him to Sasori. How Deidara considered him as a friend despite being in the Akatsuki. When it comes to explosion and art, it is great to get along with him, Naruto said. Minato, on the other hand, knew the conclusion to the sentence. Deidara was in the Akatsuki, a criminal organization. This also meant that Deidara had a troublesome past from his previous experiences. Naruto knew that Deidara bombed many to their deaths, which included hundreds and thousands of innocents, which brought him the fame that garnered Akatsuki's attention. He has yet to do any harm from being in the Akatsuki. As for his reputation, they were accomplished when he was in the Hidden Stones bomb squad. The only time he had ever caused casualties were when he stole that jutsu from the Hidden Stone, Minato explained. True. Even Zabuza-san managed to change, and with Deidara Aniki, I believe it is more possible, Naruto said. Deidara Aniki, Minato mentioned with a smile. He told me to call him that, Naruto immediately defended. It's all right. After all, you had already planned to do this once it had worked out back in that battle, didn't you? Minato asked. Looks like you already knew, Naruto scratched his head. After all, at the end of the exam Naruto had transferred his memories to people who were in the Hokage's office at that time. All right then, get some good sleep, Minato said. Good night, Dad, Naruto said, following which he dispelled himself. Back in Naruto's room. The clone's disappearance transferred the recent conversation to the main body. Naruto, who was sleeping on the bed, turned to face Deidara, who was sleeping on the floor. I'm gonna have to try my best with this one, Naruto thought. Naruto then turned to face the ceiling once again. A few moments passed in silence before Naruto reminisced about his experiences in the limited Tsukuyomi. His children in that world Hanato and Izumi. Seeing that vision also made him think back about his family he had left behind. Boruto and Himawari. At this point, all four were the same to him, even if he was with Boruto and Himawari for an almost incomparably longer time. Silently he longed to go back to the previous world, but at the same time, he was already aware of what he had to do next. Naruto closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to calm himself down. For now, I must live to my best in this world, is the last thing Naruto thought before he passed out for the night. Sarutobi's residence. 4 figures were gathered in the living room. They were four most respected leaders of the village, the first though the fourth all had gathered in a single place. Not bad, Hiruzen laughed. Great to see the seventh thinks like me, Hashirama praised from the side. Tobirama stared silently at the pair laughing. Minato smiled silently, seeing the two laugh upon hearing Naruto's plan to befriend Deidara. Anything else? Tobirama asked suddenly. He's planned to give Naruto and his friends rides to the sports festival, Minato said. Tobirama was shocked. Haha. That's the spirit, Hashirama cheered. Hiruzen, on the other hand, remained silent this time. Minato and Tobirama observed Hiruzen's actions thus, he knew there was a question coming up. What is it? Lord Third. Do you think the boy will leave the Akatsuki? Hiruzen asked. Minato chose to remain silent on the matter, from which Hiruzen understood that the result was unknown at this point in time. How's Dan-sama doing? Minato asked. Dan's, Hiruzen murmured. He's a tough nut to crack. That boy, Ibiki gave up, the roots are all the same case. They have their seal, while Dan's, who leads the root, also has capabilities to keep his lips sealed, Tobirama said. I see, Minato murmured. Then, Orochimaru-san, before Minato could speak, Hiruzen held up a scroll. That's? Minato asked. A report from Jiraiya. Looks like their plans have changed. And so has the Akatsuki's, Hiruzen said, following which he handed over the scroll to Minato. Minato quickly read through and understood the gist of it. So they won't be coming back anytime soon, Minato murmured. Yeah, Hiruzen said. However, on the other hand, there was one thing running in the four people's minds. It was the sudden appearance of Nagato and the others. The information put together with what Minato and Tobirama had overheard had them arrive at a conclusion. The Akatsuki plans to go into hiding, Minato suddenly said. Indeed, the other three nodded at the same time. Looks like the sports festival will be one of their last acts before they go into hiding, Hiruzen continued. Looks like we'll have to leave this to the seventh then, Hashirama said. Hiruzen and Minato felt a bit embarrassed upon understanding the meaning behind the sentence. Hiruzen and Minato nodded, seeing that they once again had to depend upon the one and only Uchiha Itachi, who Naruto had planned to meet at the festival. Get some sleep, Lord Fourth. You'll be heading for the hidden sand tomorrow with the others, Tobirama reminded. Minato nodded, following which he wished the three good night before leaving. Tobirama looked towards Hiruzen. Sarutobi. Is something bothering you? Tobirama asked, seeing Hiruzen with his head lowered. It's nothing, Lord Second. Tobirama could only stare silently. Outside Hiruzen's house. Hashirama and Tobirama prepared to head out. Before they could leave, Tobirama turned back. Sarutobi, Tobirama called out. Hiruzen looked up. What's happened cannot be changed. But we can change the future, Tobirama said, following which he started to walk. Hashirama gave a nod with a smile, following which he turned around and left as well. Hiruzen from his doorstep, stared at the duo's back, wondering what choice they would have made when they faced Itachi's report on the Uchiha's plans to revolt. Would it have ended the way it did? Hiruzen questioned himself. However, the next second, he was reminded once again of Tobirama's words. What mattered was the present and not the past. Chapter 194. 3 days to the hidden sports festival, the sun shined brightly over the village hidden in the leaves. Deidara woke up from the floor, only to see the room empty. Deidara found it strange to wake up alone in a house he had been to for the first time. Aniki, a voice called out, following which the door opened. Ah, Naruto, my man, Deidara answered upon seeing Naruto. Good morning, Naruto said. Good morning, Deidara replied in return. There's breakfast on the table ready for you. The restroom's by the left, so go freshen up and sit down for breakfast, Naruto said. Deidara nodded, following which he headed out. At the table. Deidara's eyes gleamed. We're having Bakudan for breakfast, Minato said with a smile. Deidara was in a happy mood. He was in a friend's house and now sat at the table with his favorite food right in front of him. How do you know it was my favorite? Deidara asked suddenly. Explosions, of course, Minato answered. Deidara was surprised once again. It looks like Naruto's family loved explosions just like him. To see that his art was appreciated in everything made Deidara like staying in a hidden leaf even more. Minato then looked towards Naruto. The Hokage has summoned all the genins participating in the sports festival to his place. Leave after you've had your breakfast, Minato said. Sure, Naruto answered. However, suddenly, he paused to look at Deidara. Aniki, would you like to come to the meeting with me? Naruto asked suddenly. Deidara was confused. Not the meeting, you know. It's to meet my friends after the meeting is done. After all, you only met a few of them yesterday, Naruto explained. I see, Deidara murmured, picking the rice and pickled radish with the chopsticks. After taking a bite, he looked at Naruto. Sure, Deidara nodded. Glad to hear, Naruto said with a smile. In a particular street of the Hidden Leaf Village, 4 figures walked side by side. They were Sakura, Ino, Hinata, and Karen, respectively. You both seem to be really quiet today, Ino said, looking at Karen and Hinata from the side. Yeah, Sakura also joined in. The group faced a patient's death the previous day, though Hinata was the one who had to bear it the most. Karen, on the other hand, also faced an ordeal, where she screamed in pain when Hiruzen stepped into the room with a crystal ball, following which Tsunade sent the two and Shizen out, leaving Karen behind. However, the two seemed to have shared a similar thought process for being silent. Sakura then approached Karen. Hey, I understand what happened to Hinata, but what about you? Sakura asked. Karen looked at Hinata for a second, while also being reminded about Naruto's future where Hinata was his wife. I guess it would be better if she told it, Karen thought. Ino noticed Karen's gaze and looked towards Hinata. Hinata, did something happen yesterday aside from the boy in the hospital? Ino asked. And, before Hinata could respond, Sakura stopped in front of her. If it's difficult for you to say, then you don't have to, Sakura said while lightly bowing down, showing her apology and asking an insensitive question. Hinata, at this moment, felt confident in talking about the matter. After all, Naruto was Sakura's teammate, and more importantly, the 4 were practically on the same boat in life when it came to everything from learning to doing missions. Naruto went on a rampage. Sakura and Ino were shocked, but Sakura, more so since she already had an inkling about Naruto's identity as the 7th Hokage. Meanwhile, Ino along with the rest of the people in the Chunin exam stadium had fallen asleep due to the genjutsu. Naruto. But how? Ino asked. We don't know, Hinata and Karen answered at the same time. I should have been there for him, Sakura murmured after hearing from Hinata earlier that Karen and Hinata had already visited Naruto the previous day. But she was also glad that he woke up. The 4 then continued walking towards the Hokage building. On the rooftop of the Hokage building, Hiruzen stood facing the few genins in front of him with Iruka-sensei by his right and Tsunade accompanied by Shizen to his left. Towards the back of Hiruzen and the others were the senseis of the different teams, Might Guy, Yuhi Kurenai, Sarutobi Asuma, and Hatake Kakashi. Right now, there were a few genins who had already arrived for the meeting, which included Haiga Niji, Rock Lee, and Tenten from Team Guy, Aburame Shino and Inazuka Kiba from Team Kurenai, Nara Shikamaru and Akimichi Chai from Team Asuma. There was one more genuine that who stood apart from the rest. Apart from that single genie, the others had yet to arrive at the rooftop. Kakashi sighed. What is it, my eternal rival? Guy asked with his usual hot-blooded attitude. Nothing, Kakashi sighed silently. Today is the only day I show up before time, and they are not even here. Kakashi thought internally as he stared at the spot where his cute juniors were supposed to be. A few meters away. Did you try talking to that boy? Tenten asked. I did, but he doesn't seem to respond, Lee said with a disappointed face. Who is he? Niji thought as he curiously looked towards the boy who stood away from the genins. Niji and Lee sensed a presence. Ah, Sasuke-kun. Enjgo-kun. Good morning, Lee greeted. Sasuke nodded, following which he looked around. Looks like he isn't here, Sasuke thought upon failing to find Naruto. Don't worry, Sasuke-kun. You're early. We still have time before the meeting, Lee said. Sasuke nodded as he stared at Lee, following which his gaze shifted over to Niji, who stood almost 2 meters away. Sasuke was reminded of the day before, where he and Niji fought each other but was interrupted by what had happened to Naruto. He was also reminded of the warning the great white snake sage had given him. Sasuke hands gripped into fists. I am not strong enough, Sasuke cursed himself. Sasuke-kun. At this moment, 2 voices called out to him. Jgo, Lee, and Sasuke looked towards the owners of the 2 voices. They were naturally Ino and Sakura, who were walking beside Karen and Hinata. Sakura-san, Lee's passion was ignited once again. However, he was utterly ignored by the Sakura because at that moment, there was a storm. I will get him first. Ino and Sakura ran towards Sasuke at the same time with the same intention, but suddenly Ino stopped halfway, leaving Sakura to take the lead. Sakura, Sasuke called out nonchalantly, seeing Sakura appear before him. Sasuke-kun, good morning, Sakura wished him, following which she turned around, only to see Ino walking towards someone else. That boy, Sakura murmured. Sasuke's eyes were drawn towards the boy Ino headed towards. I've never seen him before, Sasuke thought. Good morning, Ino greeted. Good morning, the boy replied back. Did you take a lot of rest? Ino asked. I did, the boy responded. The boy was naturally Sai from the previous day, whom Ino had a chat with after Sai's elder brother Shin passed away. Did you cry? Ino asked. Cry? Sai asked in return. You're kidding me. Is he that clueless about emotion? Ino thought. Who's that boy? Sasuke asked. Oh. It's the boy from the hospital yesterday. When we tried to treat his brother, we failed, and he passed away, Sakura said slowly. His brother is dead. Sasuke and Jgo both internally had different feelings about the message. For Jgo, he could relate with Sam but had more emotions on the matter. On the other hand, Sasuke only wanted to kill Itachi. Nearby, Hinata was also busy explaining the situation to her teammates, which was also being overheard by Shikamaru and Chai. So that's the guy, huh? Shikamaru understood the bigger picture since he already knew about Hinata passing out from trauma on the failure of the treatment, which he had learned at Naruto's house when Naruto had passed out. What's that? Kiba asked, with his hand pointing at a specific location in the sky, causing everyone's attention to turn towards it. A bird? Chai asked with saliva dripping down. I'm going to roast it, Chai said as he brought his hands together to perform an expansion jutsu before which a hand prevented him. It isn't just a bird, Shikamaru said. Sasuke and Kakashi, on the other hand, already had a close-up experience except for a few others seeing it through Naruto's memories. How did that man show up? Sasuke frowned as he continued to stare. Hiruzen and Tsunade, on the other hand, smiled. Hi everyone, a loud voice interrupted, following which a human-like figure jumped off of the bird's back. Naruto-kun, Lee, Sakura and Karen called out at the same time. Hee, Naruto snickered as he glided down. Chapter 195. Hi everyone, a loud voice interrupted, following which a human-like figure jumped off of the bird's back. Naruto-kun, Lee, Sakura and Karen called out at the same time. Hee, Naruto snickered as he glided down, smoothly landing onto the surface of the rooftop. Quit showing off, Kiba complained. Naruto-kun, Hinata called out his name softly. Sorry, I am late, Naruto bowed his head lightly as he faced Hiruzen and the others. You're just on time for the meeting, Hiruzen said with a smile, following which he looked up. Why don't you call your friend down here, Hiruzen asked. Looks like he wants to have an open discussion then, Naruto thought, following which he looked up. Deidara Aniki, Naruto called out. Lee was surprised. He had wanted to introduce Gai-sensei to Deidara yesterday itself, but Gai-sensei was not there. Deidara-senpai. Lee also called out at the same time. Deidara lowered his gaze to see the people on the rooftop of the Hokage building from on top of his giant bird. Join us for the meeting, Naruto shouted from the ground. Deidara nodded, following which he controlled his bird to immediately descend. On the ground, Niji stared at the giant bird which was descending, following which he looked at Lee. You know him? Niji asked, seeing that Lee had called him senpai. Yeah, Lee nodded, following which he put his hand on Niji's shoulder. He's my senpai in art, Lee said with a gaze burning with passion. Tenten and Niji were stunned, however, a few meters away, there was one more person who was as shocked as they were. Am I cute? Lee has a senpai? How did he acknowledge him? Guy murmured in shock. Kakashi also felt a bit baffled over the matter that was currently happening and his negligence in sharing what had happened the previous night with Guy. Poof! The giant bird reverted back into its miniature clay form, following which Deidara packed it into his bag and walked towards the group. Stop! Deidara frowned a bit upon hearing the voice, however, his expressions did not reflect that change ultimately. His gaze shifted over to the source of the voice. Deidara saw a tall man in a green suit and a hidden leaf flak jacket walking over. Deidara was puzzled to see a man very similar to his kohai. Who are you? Deidara asked. The noble green beast of the hidden leaf, and a teacher of your so-called kohai. The name's Might Guy. Guy concluded his introduction with a smile that shined brightly to the point it reflected light. This guy is super enthusiastic, was Deidara's first impression of Might Guy. However, at the same time, he also felt a bit overwhelmed from the overflow of enthusiasm. Ah, you must be the bowl-cut kid sensei. Pleased to meet you. My name is Deidara. Deidara introduced himself with a smile. This guy doesn't seem so bad. But, I must not let this man stray Lee from his path as a ninja, Guy thought internally. However, at this moment, a figure landed between the two. Ah, sensei, I wanted to introduce him to you. Deidara-senpai loves art, Lee said to Guy, following which Lee turned towards Deidara. Senpai, this is my sensei. He's the one who taught me everything about art, Lee said. Art? Guy-sensei was confused. I see. Guy-sensei, you like explosions too? Deidara asked. Naruto, Kakashi, and the others were confused. However, the one who was confused the most was Guy-sensei himself. Art is an explosion? Guy asked, connecting the dots. That's right, art is an. Deidara immediately took out a small bird from his bag and sent it flying away from the roof. Humph. Deidara executed his usual technique. Kaboom. Explosion. Deidara concluded his sentence. Guy-sensei was confused. Naruto was utterly clueless on how to deal with this situation. Art is an explosion. What a great comparison to how the human muscles explode with energy. Indeed, art is an explosion. Lee shouted with enthusiasm. Are they all idiots? Sasuke, Neji, and Shikamaru thought at the same time. Nice follow-up, Lee, Naruto praised in a low voice. Deidara looked at Guy. Since you are Lee's sensei, and also like explosions, I would like to compare notes with you, Deidara said suddenly. Compare notes? Guy stared at Deidara. Guy's gaze shifted, suddenly seeing Lee with a look of admiration. How can I not live up to Lee's expectations? No, as his sensei, I must live up to it, and do more. Guy burned with passion. Ah, Deidara-kun. We shall compare notes after this meeting, Guy said with a smile following which he gave a thumbs up. Ah, super bushy brows sensei has put himself into big trouble this time, Naruto stared at Guy sensei with a poker face. Kakashi, on the other hand, was glad he didn't have to put up with Deidara for now. But, of course, he could bullshit his way through if the situation demanded it. After all, Kakashi was known for his skill of sweet-talking and persuading people. Ahem, Hiruzen coughed a bit to gain everyone's attention, following which he turned towards Deidara. Deidara, is it? Welcome to the Hidden Leaf. As a friend of Naruto's, I've heard that you had volunteered to provide transportation for Naruto and his friends. Hiruzen asked. Nice to meet you, old man. I've indeed volunteered to do so, Deidara answered. Great to hear. I would like to know if you can take all these genins there with your ability, Hiruzen asked as he pointed to the genins that had gathered in front of him. Deidara scanned across the faces staring at him, making a rough count of how much clay he needed for the task. I should be able to cover if it's only them, Deidara answered. Glad to hear. The genins and the rest, including I will depart in a few hours to the hidden sand, Hiruzen informed. Deidara nodded. It will take me an entire day of flying to get to the hidden sand, Deidara answered. An entire day of flying. That's awesome, Kiba, Shikamaru, Sasuke, and the others were surprised. How convenient, Tsunade commented. Hiruzen took a step out and looked towards the genins gathered in front of him. Take your time to prepare today. You'll set off to the hidden sand with this man tomorrow, Hiruzen informed. All the genins nodded together at the same time. Hiruzen's gaze shifted over to a particular part of the crowd. Go, Uzumaki Karen, Hiruzen called out. Uzumaki. Kiba, Shino, and a few others were confused. Is she somehow related to Naruto? Was the question running in their minds. Your identities have been registered with the academy and have already obtained the rank of genins. Hiruzen's gaze then shifted to another part of the crowd. Sai, Hiruzen called out. Sai silently raised his head to look at Hiruzen. You'll join Uzumaki Karen and Go to form a three-man cell, Hiruzen announced, following which there were surprised gazes everywhere, especially from Sakura, Ino, Hinata, and Sasuke. Your genin leader will be, Hiruzen paused, following which he raised his hand. Whoosh! A figure landed in front of the crowd. Captain Yamato, Naruto murmured, seeing the familiar figure again. Chapter 196. Whoosh! A figure landed in front of the crowd. Captain Yamato, Naruto murmured, seeing the familiar figure again. Yamato was a temporary leader of the interim Team 7 that was consisted of Naruto, Sakura, and Sai. Later on, when Kakashi had recovered from his weak state, Yamato helped Kakashi in keeping a watch over Naruto's wind-style Rasen Shuriken training. Yamato did stick around for a while until he went missing during the preliminary part of the Fourth Ninja War. Yamato. Later on, became a regular genin of the Hidden Leaf, often keeping a watch over Orochimaru's movements. Seeing Yamato brought all these memories back to Naruto, primarily, the wood-style ninjutsu that was carried on from the first Hokage. Hiruzen stared at Karen, Sai, and Go. Your genin leader is Yamato, Hiruzen said. Yamato noticed the three. He then took a few steps. I will be your sensei from now on. Hope we can get well along with each other, Yamato said. The three nodded silently. Yamato then turned back and bowed a bit towards Hiruzen, following which he walked towards the back to line up with the rest of the Chunin. Kakashi-senpai. Yamato. Kakashi and Yamato acknowledged each other, following which Yamato stood beside Kakashi. Yamato and Kakashi once were a part of the same ANBU unit, where Kakashi had to take care of him since Yamato was reassigned under Hiruzen's orders from the route to the ANBU Black Ops unit. Hiruzen looked at all the genins who had assembled in front of him and then towards Deidara in the corner. The Akatsuki must already be aware of Orochimaru's suppression in the hidden leaf, but they also know that he's out right now. In that case, there is no need to hold back on the information, Hiruzen thought, following which he closed his eyes, took a deep breath. Hiruzen looked once again at the genins and finally started the speech. As you all are already aware, there has never once been a sports festival in the past. This is the first time such an event is being held, Hiruzen explained. All the others became attentive at this point in time. Normally, this matter would be kept under wraps, but since you all are officially ninjas, it is about time you all understood how circumstances are. What's this old geezer getting at? Kiba thought to himself. As some of you had stood witness during the Chunin exam, our village was on the brink of war with the hidden sound and the hidden sand, Hiruzen said. What? Kiba and a few others were shocked. Most of you had avoided the genjutsu in time, allowing you to witness the battle that took place on the stage. While the battle on the stage took place, outside the village, Chunins from the hidden sand in our village helped us fend against hordes of hidden sound Chunins outside the village. Hiruzen said. Chiko, Sasuke, Naruto, and Shikamaru already knew about the situation, and so did Karen from what she had observed when she was sensing chakra all around her when she was being kidnapped. Hidden sand. But weren't they going to betray us that day? Kiba asked. Yes, they were about to do that. However, their hand was forced. The Kazekage could not refuse when the hidden sound offered to help since the hidden sound had originally wanted to destroy this village, Hiruzen explained. Then how did the hidden sand suddenly turn on the hidden sound? Kiba asked. There are two parts to this. One being, help from a certain genin from the hidden sand. A genin? Kiba and the others were shocked. Two being, a rescue team sent to help prevent the Kazekage from being assassinated, Hiruzen explained. Naruto, Sasuke, and Chiko silently recollected the battle they had fought. Especially Chiko, since it was the mission that made Kimimaro lose a great deal of his remaining life force. On the other hand, Deidara finally understood how Naruto's team arrived in the desert. However, the only reason he didn't speak yet was that it was also Akatsuki's mission to deal with Orochimaru, thus, their goals were the same. Which was to kill Orochimaru. At least that's how Deidara saw it. On the other hand, Naruto was glad that he was able to change Orochimaru, though it wasn't confirmed if Orochimaru's change was permanent. The Kazekage was the target? Kiba asked. Yes, the hidden sound leader wanted to take down the Kazekage and destroy our village as well, Hiruzen explained. All the genins were quiet at the moment. The battle on the stage was against the leader of the hidden sound, a former student of mine, Hiruzen chuckled. A former student? Kiba shouted. Hiruzen nodded. Tsunade-sama did say that, Sakura, Ino, and Karen thought simultaneously. The point is. The hidden sand is extremely grateful to the hidden leaf now and has promised to lend a hand during troubled times, Hiruzen explained. But what says that they wouldn't try and attack us again? Kiba asked. Kiba, Kurenai cautioned Kiba not to overstep his bounds. It's all right. The Kazekage and I talked to each other regarding the circumstances forcing the hidden sand to move. It turns out that the problem has been dealt with, Hiruzen said with a smile. Gulp, Kiba swallowed his spit out of instinct from the sentence he had heard. It indirectly meant that the person behind the problem had been killed. Since the hidden sand never officially broke the peace treaty that exists between us, they have prepared this event where ninjas from both villages compete in a friendly competition. Which means, none of you have to fight a death match. It is an event which both villages can benefit from each other, thus forging an even stronger bond than that of before. Completely the opposite of what the Chunin exams were about, Hiruzen explained, following which the others thought back to Hiruzen's explanation from an exam. Flashback. This exam is a place to see the strength of home country ninjas and a place to display this as well. It is because it's an exam where you truly fight for your life, that this has meaning. It's for this very reason that you forerunners fought in this exam, a dream worth striving for. It is a custom, where balance is preserved by fighting and removing life. This is a fight for life with the pride of the village and one's dream on the line. That is what the Chunin exam is all about. End of flashback. This exam is to strengthen the bond between both nations and villages. Hence, this old man requests that all of you have a healthy competition and get along well with the hidden sand, Hiruzen concluded. All the genins nodded together. Any questions? Hiruzen asked. Hiruzen saw a hand rise up in the air. What is it, Chai? Hiruzen asked. Lord Hokage, will there be food at this event? Chai asked. Of course, there is food. There are a lot of stalls selling the local delicacies. There will be prizes for the winners. And there's the Kage masquerading event as well. Kage masquerading? Naruto asked. Yes, you can dress up as your favorite village leaders, from the hidden sand and the hidden leaf. Of course you are not allowed to use a transformation jutsu. The regular people attending the event have already lined up at stores to buy apparels that represent their favorite leaders, Hiruzen explained. Naruto was surprised. Sakura raised her hand. Hiruzen looked at Sakura. What kind of prizes are there? Sakura asked. Oh, the prizes are prepared by both villages. The first prize is a cash reward of 1,000,000 ryo, Hiruzen explained. 1,000,000? Sakura was shocked. The second prize is specially prepared by the Akimichi family under both villages' request. Chai was confused. It's the Akimichi clan's special apocalypse food vault, Hiruzen explained. Chai was directly petrified. Chapter 197. The Akimichi clan's apocalypse food vault. Ino asked. Chai. Shikamaru tried to wake up Chai by calling his name. You guys, Chai woke up from his stupor, like a person getting up from deep sleep with drool. The Akimichi clan's apocalypse food vault, Chai panted deeply every time as he said these words. Even Naruto, who was a few meters away, couldn't remember coming across this name. What is this apocalypse food vault thing? Naruto thought. What is it, Chai? Shikamaru asked with concern. It is a secret passed down in the Akimichi clan. The food vault is something that is prepared by the Akimichi clan if we were ever forced to go into hiding, Chai said. Shikamaru and the others listened silently. It is said that for this one purpose, the clan stops at nothing to hire the best chefs and food ninjas to prepare a vault full of food. Delicious food that can be stored for a long time. It can recover chakra so quickly that it is on par with food pills and ninjas can fight for days. Also, there are no side effects from eating the food from this vault, Chai said. Whoa. There was something as cool as that. Why didn't I get to hear anything about that, Naruto thought. Gulp. Shikamaru knew what was about to come his way. Chai's eyes suddenly widened and turned towards Shikamaru with a blazing gaze. Shikamaru, Ino. We must win that prize no matter what. Chai said. Why does it always end up with something troublesome, Shikamaru thought, however, he could never complain to Chai about this, as this was one of those rare instances Chai ever demanded something of him. But Chai. Think about the Phi. Chai glared at Ino. What? He dares to glare at me. Ino was fuming on the inside. You always get to eat, Ino said in a low voice. This is different. The value of this prize is more than that money, Chai explained. Ino hesitated. Chai had a sly smile. I've heard that it is the type of food that provides pure energy and no fats. Which means, you get to stay slim, Chai said. Shikamaru's jaw dropped at this moment, and so did Ino's. For Shikamaru, it was one of those rare instances he had ever seen Chai exploit a weakness brilliantly. No fat. Ino was stunned too. Every time I go on a diet, it's painful. There are nights I skip dinners just to eat as less as possible to maintain my weight. In Ino's mind, a vision flashed where she used to check her weight on the weighing machine, only to see the scale show an extra pound or so, over her usual weight. There was that incident too. Even now, Ino looked at her slim figure. I didn't eat that one slice, but now I am hungry, Ino thought. Screw this. Shikamaru, Chai. We are getting that second prize, no matter what. Ino declared. Hee, Chai snickered. You guys fight for the second. Akamaru and I will claw away the first prize. Kiba declared. Woof. Akamaru barked in agreement. Ha. You think our team will just sit and watch on the sidelines? Tough luck, we are going for that prize money as well, isn't that right Sasuke-kun, Naruto? Sakura asked. Yeah, we'll get the first prize, you know. Naruto answered. Sorry to burst your bubble, but we were specially trained for this, Neji said. Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, Kiba-kun. We shall fight honorably for the top prize, Lee said. Kiba. Huh, I already beat him in the exam you know, and same goes for Niji, bushy brows, Naruto said. Naruto, I have learned a lot from that battle. If we fight again, I will win, Niji declared. Sasuke's eyes became serious. Guys, calm down, Tenten mediated. Ha ha ha. Nice to see you all enthusiastic for the prize. However, you haven't heard the other prizes just yet, Hiruzen said. Huh? Other prizes? Kiba asked. Indeed. One of the prizes include 2 days, 2-night special hot springs vacation, where everything from food to massage is paid for. Other than that there are prizes for every category and not just the competition as a whole. Which means even if you don't win overall, you can still win the smaller prizes. There are also competitions for Jnins, Hiruzen explained. Kakashi-sensei and the others are also participating? Naruto asked. Kakashi and the rest nodded from behind Hiruzen. Hiruzen looked at the genins. Also, don't start planning to compete within yourselves. After all, there is a reason why this is held in the Sand Village, Hiruzen said, following which there were surprised faces. Looks like there are genins from the sand as well, Shikamaru said. Not just those 3 from the Chunin exam. The hidden sand has recruited more genins into their ranks in the past few days, Hiruzen explained. What a drag, Shikamaru could only sigh from hearing the competition for the second prize is going to get only tougher from this point on. Alright, then. Now that I have briefed you all on the sports festival, I'll leave you to your senseis, following which Hiruzen stepped away from the lead. Kakashi, Yamato, Asuma, Guy and Kurenai stepped forth. Alright. Let's all split into our groups, Guy said, following which the 5 teams split across 5 different spots to have their discussion. Yamato looked at his group. Let's all head over to a different place. Since this is our first time meeting each other, I'd like for us to have a proper introduction, Yamato said. Karen, Chigo, and Sai nodded at the same time, following which the group departed. However, before doing so, Karen took a moment to glance at Naruto, having a discussion with his group, following which she left. Deidara, on the other hand, patiently waited until the meetings ended. You're all dismissed, Guy said to his team. Niji and Tenten nodded, however, Lee stared at Guy. What is it, Lee? Guy asked. I wanted to see you talking to Senpai, Sensei, Lee said in a straightforward manner. Guy having remembered the Deidara's request to compare notes, he felt sweat from the sides of his head. Lee. How can I tell you, that I don't even have an inkling of what art is? Chapter 198. Guy having remembered the Deidara's request to compare notes, he felt sweat from the sides of his head. Lee. How can I tell you, that I don't even have an inkling of what art is? Come, let's go to meet him, Lee said as he led the way. Guy could only helplessly follow Lee since he had already promised. Deidara, who was waiting the entire time, was a bit happy to see someone come for him. It's you too, Deidara smiled. Young man, Guy called out. Lee looked eagerly at the two. Before we compare notes, how about you tell me about art from your perspective, Guy started. Deidara coughed a bit. Listen carefully. Art is Hidden Leaf Zeroth Training Ground. There were 4 figures seated on the ground next to a tree. They were Captain Yamato and his team. Now that we have introduced ourselves to each other, we must familiarize ourselves with team formations, Yamato explained. Team formations? Karen asked. Yes. As you are already aware, your peers have team specializations, like Kurenai-san's team, specializes in tracking. Asuma-san's team specializes in comms and team attacks. Guy-san's team specializes in physical attacks. Kakashi-senpai's team specializes in both physical and ninjutsu attacks. And luckily, this batch has all the kunoichis prepared with medical ninjutsus, which is a great asset. So, after having a look at your abilities from what we have discussed, our team will specialize in infiltration. The 3 nodded. Sai and Chigo specialize in information gathering, though Sai has more experience. Chigo. You can already communicate with nature, in this case, the birds, rodents and other animals. All you have to do is find a way to improve your communication skills. As for Sai. Since your communication is based on ink techniques. Prepare Chigo, so that when a situation arises in which you are to conserve ink for battles, Chigo is ready. Sai nodded. Karen. You already have the base covered with your natural ability to sense chakra. As for attacks. I suggest, Chigo lead the way with Sai close behind for support. Karen, you can support them any which way you can, but remember the medical ninja rule. Don't fight on the front line. You must always be safe so that you can support these 2 through your healing, Yamato explained. Karen nodded in agreement. For now. Let's have a mock infiltration. The Zeroth training ground is a wildlife preserve. I will hide. After 10 minutes, I want you to infiltrate and find my position. Once you are successful, we'll have a battle. For now. Disperse. Yamato said, following which the three withdrew from their spots, falling back into the shadows. Yamato tried to lock in the trio's presence. Good. They have hidden well. Now, it's my turn, Yamato said, following which he disappeared into the forest. Hokage's office. The four Hokages had gathered for a final round of discussion. Hiruzen looked at the three. As planned, Minato and I will be leaving earlier for the festival. We'll be leaving the village to the both of you, Hiruzen said. Hashirama and Tobirama nodded, following which Hashirama's gaze shifted. Are you enjoying your time, Lord Fourth? Hashirama asked. Well. I've had fun taking care of Naruto and interacting with the young ones, Minato said. Well, you also get to cheer for your son this time, Hashirama said. I'm happy to have received the opportunity. Sadly, Orochimaru didn't revive Kushina, or else your family would have been completed, Tobirama said. Minato nodded, following which his head lowered. Brother, speaking of the jutsu, how did you fail to complete it the last time? Hashirama asked. Tobirama was silent for a moment, following which he started to speak. I developed the jutsu to see if I could get information from the dead. As you already know, our enemies can be very thorough with their methods. They can even kill themselves to prevent information from being spilled. So back then, I developed this jutsu for that purpose, Tobirama explained. I see, the others nodded. I used one of the enemy's lives to revive his teammate who had the information I was looking for. Although the jutsu succeeded, there was a problem, Tobirama said. A problem? Hiruzen asked. Indeed. In the third training ground. Sasuke was busy training himself. He looked at his hand. BZ. 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 Electricity sparks flew off, following which a small ball of electricity glowed. This is so hard to control, was the first thing on Sasuke's mind. As his thoughts gathered, images from the previous flashed in his mind. Niji's overwhelming move that blocked his chakra points, Naruto's attack that almost utterly exterminated Aoda. As his thoughts gathered here, a final thought flashed past. You are weak. As Itachi's powerful voice echoed in his mind, Sasuke lost control of his jutsu, and the electric ball discharged in his hand. Arfk. Sasuke screamed in pain before dropping on his knees. You're trying it too hard, a voice spoke. Sasuke's eyes shifted towards the face that was looking down on him. Kakashi, Sasuke called out. So, you had a chat with Lord Fourth it seems, Kakashi said after hearing Sasuke's explanation for his training with the Raikiri. Sasuke. The Raikiri is an incomplete technique, Kakashi said. But the Sharingan completed the technique, did it not? Sasuke asked. Yes, but I mean the technique itself, Kakashi said. I wish to combine it with the Rasengan, Sasuke explained. Kakashi was perplexed. It was one thing for Naruto to do it. But Sasuke's ability to capacity and control for chakra couldn't possibly catch up to Naruto. Even if the Sasuke from the future was excellent in chakra control, the lack of capacity made further experiments impossible since it would take years to do so. At this point, Kakashi had a sudden spark of idea, following which he looked towards Sasuke. Sasuke. I have developed a new lightning style. Would you like to learn it? Kakashi asked. Chapter 199. Hidden Sand. Knock. 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 Come in, a muffled voice was heard outside the door. Kazekage-sama. A hidden sand Jnin called out upon entering the room. What is it? Raza asked. The Genins have assembled outside, the Jnin reported. Raza nodded, following which he stood up. Raza walked over to the window and stared at the ground. About 15 or so figures stood neatly assembled in 3 rows of 5, with 5 figures in front of the group of which 2 were sitting on a chair. The 2 figures who sat on the chair were respectively Elder Chie, Elder Ibi's Elder Chie's younger brother, whereas the 3 who stood were sand ninjas. Gaara, Kenkuro, and Temari. So these are the pipsqueaks that became the new Genins, Kenkuro stared at the 15 figures from left to right. Pipsqueaks? A boy stared at Kenkuro. You heard me, Kenkuro smiled at the kid. Now, Chio stared at the 2, reminding them that they had come here for something important. But honored grandmother. The boy complained with an aggrieved expression. Ryo-kun, a girl beside the boy, called out in a sweet voice. The boy looked at the girl, following which he calmed down. Gaara, Temari turned towards Gaara who stood by her side. Gaara was silently staring in a direction. Temari's eyes traced the direction Gaara was looking at. Her eyes landed on a beam of light that reached into the sky. He'll be here in 2 days, Kankuro said as he walked towards the two. Gaara nodded. Chiyo stared from a distance. Elder sister, an aged voice called out. Chiyo looked towards her younger brother, Elder Ibiz, who was also the leader of the Sand Council. You'd never thought this day would come, right? Ibiz asked as he turned towards the genins that had gathered in front of them. Flashback. I don't care what you intend to do to destroy the leaf. I will not even interfere with your plans because I am also counting on you to avenge both my son and daughter-in-law who were killed by the White Fang. Chiyo looked at the beam that shined brightly in the sky, thinking back to when she first saw the beam. Bang! An explosion went off a few kilometers away from where Chiyo and Sasori were fighting. Sasori in his puppet body turned towards the direction where the explosion came from. What is that? Sasori and Chiyo said in a low voice at the same time. The battle was over and Chiyo had a hard time catching her breath after she arrived at where Naruto and Deidara had their battle. She stared shocked after hearing from Kakashi that Gaara helped their village by revealing the plan and also at the part that Naruto was the leader of the team. Soon, events followed where Raza safely came back with his sons and daughters, taking down the Wind Daimyo and saving the peace treaty between the two villages. Later during the day of his arrival, she heard of Naruto playing a major role in the change that was Gaara and the current peace that the village had. Indeed, Chiyo smiled as she looked at her younger brother. I never thought this day would come, thanks to that blonde-haired kid, Chiyo said, following which she looked at Gaara. I never thought he would change too, Chiyo said as she closed her eyes wallowing in the peaceful feeling she had. I'm glad a person like you showed up. Elder sister Ibiz stared at the peaceful countenance of Chiyo. A few moments later, he frowned. Elder sister. Ibiz shouted following which everyone in the area was shocked. Honored Granny. All the people had this one question that they wanted to ask, but seeing Elder Chiyo in a motionless state only seemed to mean one thing. Ibiz was confused. Looks like she passed away in peace. The boy who glared at Kankuro earlier was scared. Is it because of me? The boy was the most scared he had been in life. Ryokun. The girl beside him held his hand tightly, meanwhile, the other genins immediately took a step away from the two. Granny. Temari and Kankuro immediately ran towards Chiyo. They heard a small giggle. Ha! All the people in the surrounding were surprised. I'm not falling for that again, Raza said with a smug look on his face as he stepped into the meeting area. Boo-ha-ha. Chiyo started to laugh. I was playing dead. Chiyo said. The boy called Ryokun and the girl heaved a sigh of relief while the rest were still shocked by what had happened. Let's get this meeting started. Raza said, following which everyone turned serious once again. Hidden Leaf Zeroth Training Ground. Whoosh! A figure swiftly landed on top of a tree. Let's see how they operate as a team, the figure murmured. A few hundred meters away from the tree stood 3 figures. What do the two of you plan to do? Karen asked. Chgo and Sai looked at each other, following which they nodded. Whoosh! Chgo jumped onto a tree branch located above the two, whereas Sai took out a scroll. Drip. Sai dipped his ink brook into the ink storage unit on his scroll, following which he scribbled some rough figures of rodents. Karen, on the other hand, seeing the duo work together closed her eyes. Over 1,000 creatures, but no humans nearby, Karen thought as she scanned around. Go, Chgo said, following which a tiny bird perched on his index finger, flew deep into the forest. Ninja Art, Ink Super Beast Scroll. Go, Sai commanded following which the rodents headed into the forest. I'd stay hidden if I were you, Sai said, following which he jumped onto a tree branch that was on a different tree from Chgo. Wait! Karen shouted. Sai looked down at Karen. Where do we meet after our sensei is discovered? Do you have a plan to attack? Karen asked. Chgo watched over silently. Didn't you pay attention to what sensei said? Sai asked nonchalantly. Chgo and I shall attack. You will support from the back. Karen's eyes twitched. Before she could say anything, Sai disappeared. Aren't you gonna say anything? Karen asked Chgo. Follow me, Chgo said, following which he took off in the direction that Sai had left in earlier. A few meters away, the figure on the top of the 3 smiled. He raised his hand towards his headgear. They are on the move. Understood. A voice conveyed through the mind transmission. Hidden Leaf Village Hokage Office. Hiruzen stamped his seal on a paper following which he put the paper on a bundle. Hiruzen's desk was filled with a bunch of paper bundles that were also filling up the floor space beside the desk. Hiruzen heaved a sigh of relief, following which he lit his smoke pipe. It is a bit boring compared to the time when Konohamaru used to launch his sneak attacks, Hiruzen thought. Knock. 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 Come in. A man with 2 white strips covering his nose appeared. Kotetsu. Yes, Hokage-sama, Kotetsu responded immediately. The paperwork has been done. Send it over and deliver a message to all jonins. They are to come to the entrance of the village immediately. Hiruzen ordered Kotetsu, as he gazed out of a window with his hands behind his back. It's time to head over to the Hidden Sand. Hidden Leaf 3rd Training Ground. Sasuke stared at Kakashi. A new lightning style? Sasuke asked. Indeed, one that doesn't overburden your body, but more importantly it does not rely on the Sharingan, Kakashi said. One that does not require the Sharingan? Sasuke asked. Yes, Chidori and Lightning Blade, both are overly dependent on the Sharingan and can limit you during a fight. However, with this new style, you will be able to use this technique in a more versatile manner and for longer periods than ending in a one-shot move. Sasuke remained silent. Kakashi stared at Sasuke. Obviously there is a drawback to this technique, is there not? Sasuke asked. Indeed, the only drawback being it is not intended to be used with the same destructive might as Chidori or Lightning Blade, Kakashi said. Sasuke frowned for a moment, following which he smiled, which was quite an unusual sight for someone as arrogant as him. You have my attention, Sasuke said. Kakashi smiled, following which he turned around and walked towards a tree, a few meters away from the duo. Watch closely, Kakashi replied and lifted his arm, pointing towards the tree. BZ. 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 Small sparks started to fly off of Kakashi's arm. Sasuke's eyes widened. This. Chapter 200. Hidden Leaf 3rd Training Ground. BZ. 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 Sasuke's eyes widened, seeing the purple arcs of electricity flashing across Kakashi's hand. Use your Sharingan, Kakashi said as he looked at the tree ahead of the duo. Sasuke immediately activated his Sharingan, not daring to waste a single second. As soon as Sasuke opened his eyes, he was able to see Kakashi's chakra flow, which was a lot calmer and more docile by nature as compared to the aggressive chakra flow that he or Kakashi would experience if they were to use the Chidori or Raikiri. Go! Kakashi announced in his mind, focusing on the tree. Sasuke squinted his eyes, barely able to notice the chakra flow before the jutsu was executed. Crackle. An intense burst of purple flash instantaneously struck the tree. Sasuke stared at the tree, seeing it was perfectly alright. Wait for it, Kakashi said. TK. The trunk of the tree suddenly split, following which the upper part of the tree lost its balance. Bang! The tree fell on the ground, causing a minor shockwave on the land around, with Sasuke staring at it in shock. BZ. 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 Sasuke then quietly turned towards Kakashi, only to see his hand glowing with the purple lightning. He's not done yet. Sasuke exclaimed in his mind. Go. Kakashi sent another burst of purple lightning. Bang! The part of the tree that was fallen on the ground was struck, except this time, there was an explosion. Boom! Sasuke stared wide-eyed at the explosion that took place. You can control the power easily and can use it from a long distance. This technique does not require the Sharingan to be operated, Kakashi explained with a smile as he turned towards Sasuke. Sasuke remained speechless from the excitement that was welling within him. That's the new purple lightning technique in a nutshell, Kakashi said. I see, Sasuke replied slowly, trying his hardest to regain his calm demeanor. There's a reason why I am showing you this, Kakashi said suddenly. Sasuke stared silently, though internally he frowned, knowing there were certain expectations of him. Strong weapons require time and patience to learn and can have dangerous consequences when not wielded properly. More importantly, they drain a lot of power, leaving you nothing if you use it as a last resort, Kakashi explained. Sasuke nodded, having already witnessed his limit being 3 Chidoras. The third one could suck his chakra dry, leaving him on the verge of death, leaving Sasuke quite disturbed. Sasuke learned Sage Mode to combat this, however. Sage Mode also had a limit, which could backfire on him from either observing too much and turning into a stone or risk losing a battle and die from running out of Sage Mode. I see, Sasuke replied. In short, I want you to stop practicing the Raikiri for a while and master this one first, as the training from learning this style might also play a major role in learning Raikiri in the near future, Kakashi said. Humph, I will learn this technique, Sasuke said. Kakashi was piqued from not hearing an end to the sentence. However, I will continue to learn the Raikiri as well, Sasuke said. Pretty much expected that to happen, Kakashi thought. Whoosh! A man wearing the hidden leaf flak jacket landed a few meters away from them. Kakashi looked towards the man. Orders from the Hokage. The Jonin's are to assemble at the village entrance, the man relayed. I see, Kakashi nodded, seeing that it was time to leave for the hidden sand. Later then, Sasuke, Kakashi said, vanishing from the spot he stood earlier. Sasuke stared in the direction Kakashi had departed in, replaying the scene he had just witnessed. Hee. Seems like it is going to get interesting, Sasuke said as he lowered his head to stare at his left hand. Hidden leaf barbecue. Chai, will it kill you to slow down, Ino shouted, seeing Chai pick up a lump of barbecued meat that Ino had placed for herself. We will win the second prize no matter what, Chai declared as he munched quickly. Shikamaru could only spectate silently as he turned his head to gaze out the window. It seems like they can handle this on their own after all, Asuma felt relieved seeing Chai taking up the reins for the sports festival. Shikamaru's gaze was interrupted by a man suddenly appearing out the window. Asuma looked at the man and understood the message immediately. Alright, I'll be going ahead now, Asuma said as he stood up. Looks like it's time for Asuma-sensei to leave with the others, Shikamaru thought. You are leaving already? Ino asked. Yeah. I'll see you three over there in 2 days, make sure to get that prize, Asuma said, the following which he paid his team's tab and left the place. Bye sensei, the three said at the same time. Whoosh! Asuma vanished from the place he stood. Ino took a moment to gather her thoughts and then sat down only to see her pieces were all taken again. Chji. Ino screamed. Hidden Leaf Zeroth Training Ground. Go. Kairu. An eagle swooped down swiftly, closing in on a certain tree. Now, Chgo shouted as he and Sai took off at the same time towards the target. Don't. A voice shouted from behind. Sai turned around to glance but continued onwards towards the target, meanwhile Chgo halted at where he was. What is it? Chgo asked. He is a clone, Karen replied slowly. Kairu. The eagle shouted as it started pecking at Yamato's head, however it was being blocked by a kunai wielded by Yamato trying to block the beak from hitting. Whoosh! 2 snakes suddenly pounced onto Yamato from the lower tree branches. Poof! A smoke cloud exploded. Sai stared silently at the smoke cloud from a few meters away. Soon the smoke cleared up to show a wooden dummy version of Captain Yamato tied up by ink snakes at the around the waist, restraining both arms. That was a clone, Sai acknowledged the fact that he was duped. Karen closed her eyes to scan the surroundings. There. Karen pointed towards a certain tree. Whoosh! A figure immediately rushed out. Hurry! Karen reminded the two. Sai and Chgo immediately followed after. Bang! Sai, Karen, and Chgo stared helplessly as a bunch of wooden pillars rose up in the air. Whoosh! 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 The three jumped off of trees skywards but could only stare in horror as a ceiling of wood quickly appeared over their heads. Wood style, wood prison. A prison held the three inside. Looks like we've failed, Sai said slowly. Indeed, Yamato said slowly as he came into view. Not bad for a quickly formed team, however, you failed the moment your surprise attack failed to hit me, Yamato explained. The three stared silently. Whoosh! A man appeared next to Yamato and immediately conveyed the message. If only I had more time, Yamato thought. Bang! The wooden prison was undone and the wooden pillars receded into the ground. That's all for today since I'll have to leave for the hidden sand with the others, Yamato said as his eyes scanned the expressions of the trio, one by one. Before you all depart tomorrow, I want you all to think what mistakes you all have committed in today's training and reflect over them. I'll be expecting you all to work together for the sports festival, Yamato said as he turned around and left the training field. Sai, Chgo and Karen stared silently at the place their sensei was supposed to be and guide them. Hidden Leaf Magazine Store. So these are the works of art you have done before, Deidara said as he stared at a magazine that had Guy Sensei in only his underwear giving a muscular pose as the cover, with the title reading, Handsome Beast. Impressive, Deidara said as he flipped the page. Indeed, it takes a lot of work to sculpt something that you are not able to directly sculpt, Guy said as he tried hard to flex his muscles. Senpai, Naruto once followed Guy Sensei's diet plan and was able to become instantly strong. You should try getting some personalized diets and training regimens too, Lee recommended. I am interested, Deidara said as he continued to flip the magazine. Whoosh! A messenger landed outside the magazine store. Guy had a tacit understanding that it was time for him to leave. Lee, looks like I'll have to leave your senpai to you so that I can join the others in heading towards Hidden Sand, Guy said. Understood, Guy-sensei. Lee saluted. Guy then turned towards Deidara. Looks like we'll have to set time to discuss some other day, Guy said. Indeed, Deidara nodded. Guy then looked at Lee. Lee, get the team to be serious during the competition. We'll show Kakashi's team that we are a force to be reckoned with. Guy declared. Yes. Lee replied with overenthusiasm. Prepare yourselves, I'll see you all there in 2 days, Guy said as he disappeared along with the messenger. Hidden Leaf Village entrance. A few figures waited at the gateway for the final group of people, before setting off. The figures at the gate included Hiruzen, Kurenai, Asuma, Kakashi, and a few other Jnins. Guy is the last one we are waiting for, correct? Hiruzen asked. Yes, Kakashi replied. Whoosh! Guy landed right beside Kakashi. Hidden Leaf's handsome beast has arrived, Guy announced. You're late, Kakashi said, which made Guy's eyes widen. Ahem. Sorry for being late, Guy apologized immediately. It's alright, the messengers can't get to everyone all at once. So don't blame yourself, Hiruzen said with a smile. Kakashi was surprised. What is it? Hiruzen asked. Isn't that, Kakashi pointed his index finger towards the entrance. Ha. 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 Oh, if it isn't Mr. Ta, before Kakashi could say a word, he was interrupted by the figure. Kakashi. Cough cough, we need your help. The village, Hajime and Arata are. Chapter 201. Somewhere along the borders of a certain village. Whoosh. Whoosh. 2 figures landed on the edge of a mountain that presented a picturesque view of the landscape ahead for a few kilometers. Orochimaru took a moment to observe the view of the landscape. The hidden grass, Jiraiya murmured as he also observed the view. Jiraiya's eyes widened upon seeing Orochimaru's hand right in front of him. The Hozuki Castle, Orochimaru said as he pointed towards the horizon. Jiraiya's eyes traced the direction Orochimaru's fingers were pointing at. To the nearly infinite horizon line near which Jiraiya spotted a grey shady-looking building land. As he continued to observe, he could slowly make out the outlines before finally matching the image with what he had once seen a long time ago. Let's go, Jiraiya commanded, following which the two continued their journey. Hidden Leaf, Ichiraku Ramen. Here's your Tonkatsu Ramen. Old Man Tuchi said as he placed a bowl in front of Naruto. Itadakimasu. Naruto announced, breaking apart the chopsticks. Slurp. Slurp. Ah, delicious as always, Naruto said. Happy to hear that, Old Man Tuchi replied from the kitchen. Outside the shop. 3 figures walked by. What is it, Konohamaru? Udon asked, seeing Konohamaru stopping in front of Ichiraku Ramen shop. Konohamaru's view was mostly blocked by the banners covering up the top part of the shop entrance, however, that didn't stop him from spotting the legs that were hanging by a certain stool in the shop. This outfit! Konohamaru exclaimed. Boss! Ah! Naruto shouted, almost tipping his ramen bowl from the shock. Don't scare me by creeping up from behind when I'm having my ramen, idiot, that freaks me out, you know. Naruto shouted. Ah, sorry. Boss! Konohamaru apologized immediately. And, what are you doing here? Naruto pouted as he went back to having his ramen. I hear y'all are going to Hidden Sand, eh? It's pretty cool, Konohamaru said. Yeah, Udon and Moegi nodded together. What about it? Naruto asked nonchalantly. Nothin', it's just that we all from the academy are not allowed to leave the village, otherwise, we would be cheering for the boss after all, Konohamaru said. Oh, so you kids wanted to cheer for Naruto? Tuchi asked from the kitchen. Amichim. The boss is cool after all, Udon answered. Hahaha, indeed Naruto is cool, Tuchi laughed from the kitchen. You don't have to compliment me that way, you know, Naruto said in a shy voice. Look at the boss getting all shy, we know you like compliments, Konohamaru said as he bumped Naruto's back. Hehe, Naruto continued to eat his ramen. Say, Old Man Tuchi, Naruto called out. Huh? Tuchi turned around. Where's Big Sis, Ayam? Naruto asked. Oh, Ayam, she said she wanted to go to the Hidden Sand, to get the shop more recognition, so she went there to set up a temporary stall so she could support the Hidden Leaf there and cheer you guys as well, Tuchi said. What? You mean, I can get a Ichiraku Ramen there too? Naruto asked. Yup, Tsuchi nodded, swiftly transferring the handmade noodle from a boiler. Oh yeah. That's great to hear, you know. Huh, Naruto was really happy. Soon Naruto was done with the ramen. Thanks for the meal, old man, Naruto said as he dropped the change on the table. Say, boss, shouldn't you be on your way to the hidden sand? Konohamaru asked. Hehe, we got a ride, so we all gonna leave tomorrow, Naruto said. Oh. So how's boss's wife doing? Konohamaru asked. Naruto was shocked. Wife? Naruto asked slowly. Won't you marry your girlfriend in the future, Konohamaru asked. In the future, hahaha, Girlfriend? Yeah, the one from the Hyuga clan, her name It's Hyuga Hinata, isn't it? Naruto was totally surprised and shocked at the same time. How could he? Naruto was thinking to himself until his gaze landed on Moegi. Naruto was confused seeing Moegi glaring daggers at Konohamaru, however, he quickly shook his head trying to focus his attention back to Konohamaru. Where did you hear that from? Naruto asked. I discovered it myself after hearing from Uncle Asuma. Asuma-sensei? Naruto was confused. How about you tell him what you did after? Moegi suggested in anger which was not that visible in her tone. Konohamaru didn't bother to look at Moegi, so he continued by taking her suggestion. Boss, you were so cool making girls fall for you by just talking, especially that girl, so with me as your rival, I shouldn't fall behind, Konohamaru explained, making Naruto frown a bit. So I decided to make, boss's wife's sister my girlfriend. Konohamaru declared, leaving Naruto slack-jawed. He what? But I gotta say, boss, that girl is tough. She said she would consider becoming my girlfriend if I'm able to defeat her, Konohamaru explained dejectedly. Hanabi is a top genius in the clan, you know, Naruto thought, however, he was suddenly reminded back to the time Konohamaru asked him for a favor. Boss, that new move you taught me, it didn't work at all. I had to come up with a new move on the spot. A new move? Naruto asked. Yeah, the move that boss taught me, I learned it with Ebisu-sensei's help, but it didn't work against that girl, so I kinda came up with my own move and well, I was this close to defeating her. Konohamaru said with an aggrieved expression while also displaying a gesture of pinching with his two fingers showing how close he was to beating Hanabi. Naruto was trembling, in realizing that he had somehow involved himself in this mess. He closed his eyes and concentrated. I need to find where Hinata is right now before this goes out of control, Naruto thought. Naruto was surprised. What happened, boss? Konohamaru asked. I gotta go, Konohamaru, we'll talk later, Naruto said. Flying Thunder God. Whoosh. Naruto vanished. Where'd he go? Budan asked. Ha. 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 Oh, if it isn't Mr. Ta. Before Kakashi could say a word, he was interrupted by the figure. Kakashi. Cough cough, we need your help, the island, Hajime and Arata are. Whoosh. Hiruzen and the others were surprised. Naruto. Tazuna called out. Old man, Naruto responded. Naruto, the island is under attack. Chapter 202. In a certain cave located in the hidden mist. Sounds of footsteps echoed around the silent cave as a figure slowly approached it. It was the Deva Path Pain Yahiko who walked through the dark cave. After about a minute of walking, he came to a stop. Madara, Yahiko called out as he stared at the fourth Mizukage in the shadow. Nagato, you've arrived, Obito said as he appeared behind the fourth Mizukage. Here, Pain threw a folded paper that flew under the complete control of Pain towards Obito. This is? Obito stared at Pain. The experiment you asked Deidara to do, Pain replied. Thanks, anything else? Obito asked. Sasori is headed towards the hidden sand, and so is Deidara, they'll complete the last mission over there, together, Pain said, referring to the task to gather money at the sports festival. I see, Obito said. Since we are almost done with phase 1 of the plan, I want to know when do you plan to leave, Pain asked. It is not the right time yet, Obito said in a low voice. I see, Pain said. Now then, it's about time we talk about phase 2. Naruto, the island is under attack. Tazuna complained. What do you mean, old man? Naruto asked. Tell us what happened, Kakashi said. You see, after Hajime and Arata left for the Chunin exams, Tazuna started to explain the entire backstory to what had happened. So the trackers have caught on to their identity. Naruto sighed after hearing the tracker Nin supported businessmen who, like GTO, also wanted to take over the island, just to get a hold of Zabuza and Haku. Yeah, I know if we were to ask one of you guys to take the mission, you could help us, but it's those two that need help the most right now, Tsuzuna said. Naruto stared at the ground silently as he mulled over how to deal with the current situation at hand. Naruto felt a hand on his shoulder. Kakashi-sensei, Naruto called out. Zabuza and Haku can handle it by themselves, Kakashi said with a smile. Naruto nodded, knowing that the duo was already used to leading their lives on the run, as Gat was only a temporary existence that sheltered them until they had to take him down. You're worried about the fourth Mizukage, aren't you? Kurama asked from within. Yeah. The fact that the trackers of the mist don't know that Obito is the one controlling him, makes it difficult to communicate any orders to rescind the hunt, Naruto said. That brat was the one that started the bloody misname, how do you expect him to cooperate? Kurama asked. He has no choice, we're all in this together after all, Naruto replied. Kurama stared at Naruto silently. We need to make a move as soon as possible, Obito will only control him for a while longer, as soon as he loses his purpose, Obito will kill him. Right now the Akatsuki is already withdrawing their presence, I need to make the best of this opportunity. Naruto explained. So are we going to free that brat after the sports festival? Kurama asked. I really don't have a choice, do I? Naruto asked. Naruto looked at Tsuzuna. Old man, I'll take you to the land of waves right away, Naruto said. Wait, what do you mean right away? Tsuzuna asked. Don't worry old man, it's a transportation technique I use, Naruto explained. Oh, Tsuzuna was surprised. Naruto, Kakashi called out. Yeah. Naruto looked at Kakashi. Make sure to come back before tomorrow's trip, Kakashi said. Was already planning on doing that, Naruto replied. Naruto, Hiruzen called out. Naruto turned to face Hiruzen. Should you see those two anywhere, let them know that the leaf will welcome them with open arms, Hiruzen said. All the Chunin's present on the scene acknowledged Hiruzen's words silently. Thanks, old man, Naruto said with a smile, following which he turned towards Tsuzuna. Let's get going, Naruto said as held on to Tsuzuna's shoulders. Flying Thunder God. Whoosh. Naruto and Tsuzuna vanished from the spot they stood in earlier. Hiruzen then turned towards the others. It's time to head out. Chapter 203. Land of the Waves. In a somewhat crowded marketplace, a man was being chased after a group of 4 men. Ah! A man screamed in despair, tripping over a stone, knowing that he lost the lead he was maintaining. PP please. I don't have any. Bang! One of the 4 punched the man in the gut. Poochie. Barf! The man started vomiting on the spot. Hey! The shopkeepers in the marketplace walked out of the shops with sticks and handmade weapons in their hands. That's enough. An elderly man approached the group from amongst the shopkeepers. Stay out of our business will ya, this one didn't pay up, the tallest one from the group of 4 stepped out, facing the elder. You think we will sit and watch as one ourselves get beaten up? The elder asked, followed by the people in the background inching a step closer to the scene, trying to intimidate the group of 4. Yeah, let him go, a person from the background shouted. Yeah, let the man go. We'll beat ya up if you don't. Others chimed in, following after the man. Hee, you all, the tall man and the other 3 behind him stared at the group of people surrounding them with a mocking gaze. The tall man brought his right hand into his left part of his robe and took out a picture. The angry crowd was instantly silenced. You all couldn't do anything the other day, the man said as he stared at the picture of what happened to be a beaten-up young boy and his unconscious mom, both tied up to a pillar. Inari, one of the other elderly ones in the crowd, almost broke down. You all cannot face him, and neither will he let you live in peace, the man said as he gestured to one of the 3 behind him. A man with a scar stretching across his cheeks and nose stepped out and walked towards the man on the ground. W8. What are you? The man could only ask helplessly as he was lifted, being held at his shoulders. You can only watch as things unfold, the tall man said, following which he punched the man who was being held by his shoulders. Bang! Arg! Bang! Arg! Bang! Arg! The motion was in its set rhythm, with the tall man punching the man being held at his shoulders. The elder who had stepped out earlier could only take deep breaths, knowing that his anger would not do anything good in the situation. He thought back to the time when Inari and his mom was being taken away. Flashback. A day after Tsuzuna had left. It was raining as usual in the land of waves. At a certain house. Gozaburo and his men walked out with one of the men carrying unconscious Inari's mom Tsunami, while 2 other men struggled to hold Inari, who was shouting at the top of his lungs. Let go of my mom. Inari shouted in anger. Gozaburo was laughing off of Inari's howls. Let go of them. A voice was heard. Gozaburo lifted his head to stare at the villagers gathered in front of him with knives and pitchforks and other homemade weapons. After the battle to build the Great Naruto Bridge, the villagers had a stronger sense of unity and would stand together in face of any trouble, especially after Inari had riled them up in the past. Gozaburo stared down at the angry villagers with a mocking gaze. What's he doing? The villagers had this question running in their minds, seeing Gozaburo not reacting to their order. Ah! Someone screamed from the back of the crowd. Everyone! Inari shouted on top of his voice, as he witnessed the sight of all the villagers who had gathered fall down one by one. Luckily they weren't being slaughtered but made to fall, losing their consciousness. However, it was still a fearful sight to behold to the villagers who had known or lived a life devoid of violence on such scale. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Gozaburo started laughing maniacally as the villagers fell to the ground one after another. Soon only 5 elderly men were left standing amongst a large ground of unconscious villagers. Kenji. One of the elders fell to the ground, examining the victim right next to him. The elder hugged the man named Kenji tight to his chest and was able to feel a sign of life. Heaving a breath of temporary relief, the man looked at Gozaburo in the distance. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures predominantly wearing black kimonos appeared by Gozaburo's sides. The elder stared at the 2 figures, who also seemed to be wearing a mask with thin slitted eye hole and a wavy design in place of the mouth, and a village symbol on the forehead. They are from the Hidden Mist, the elder noted, appearing to have prior knowledge of hidden ninja villages and their affiliation. You all have a week to get me Zabuza, his partner, and the bridge builder Tazuna. Should the time be up, I will extend it by another week. Gozaburo paused, leaving the 5 terrified elders with an even more unsightly gaze as he completed his words. After killing his daughter, Gozaburo said as he pointed towards Tsunami. No! Inari howled at the top of his voice. Bang! Inari was hit hard in the head with a stick, which would probably swell up to a balloon later and at the same time threatened to make Inari pass out, but Inari forcefully bit his tongue to once again inflict pain on himself, forcefully prevent himself from falling unconscious. He looked at the 5 elders. Don't give up. Bang! Inari was thrown to the ground. Ha! Ha! Grandpa went to get big brother Naruto. Bang! Inari was thrown to the ground again. Ha! Ha! Fight to protect what you love with your arms. Ha! Ha! Big brother Naruto will definitely save us. Bang! A final hit knocked Inari out cold. The 5 elders gut-wrenchingly stared at the scene. It almost threatened to break their heart to a million pieces, seeing Inari being beaten up the same way his stepfather Kaiza was once beaten up before being executed in the public. Remember, you have 1 week. Gozaburo said, following which his men took off. End of flashback. Drip. Drip. The elder heard drops of liquid hitting the ground. He could feel a cold, uncomfortable feeling in his hand that was resting next to his hips. He then looked down only to see his hands, which were tightened into fists, were bleeding from the fingernails digging into his skin from too much hatred. Hatred, why wouldn't I have it? I'm human, aren't I? Why should I stare at a young boy who is getting the punches I deserve for standing still? I would rather die than let this go. The elder thought as he finally found the courage to glare directly at the eyes of the tall man. The tall man was confused to see the elder walk towards him. Give me that, the elder said as he grabbed a crossbow from another man nearby. W8, where are you going? The man asked in a low and uncertain voice, astonished to see the elder go to the center of the scene. Oh, what's this? The tall man was really surprised to see the turn of events. This is your final warning. Let go, or I will fire, the elder said as he glared at the tall man. Are you sure you want to do this? The tall man asked in a sly voice. I would rather die than let that happen again, the man said as he brought the crossbow to shoulder level, aiming for the center of the tall man's torso. You're bluffing, the tall man said with a hint of uncertainty. Poochie. Arg. You. The tall man cried in pain. Let him go. The elder ordered in a fierce voice. Humph, the tall man beckoned his teammate to walk over, following which he put his hand over his teammate's shoulder. We'll remember this. The man said as he quickly retreated with his group. The people, shopkeepers, and the others standing in the surroundings stared at the elder with wide eyes. We need to save Tsunami and Inari. Who's with me? The elder asked. I am, the crowd shouted at the same time. Good. Grab your weapons. It's time to head out. Chapter 204. Whoosh. 2 figures appeared out of thin air. This is. You're right, old man, it's the Great Naruto Bridge, Naruto said with a smile. You really weren't kidding, Tsuzuna said with a shocked expression as he looked all around to make sure he was in the land of waves. It was a known fact, that the journey could take days to even weeks to reach the hidden leaf from the land of the waves, but Naruto and Tsuzuna arrived at their destination within an instant. Naruto turned towards the entrance of the bridge, which was a few meters away from the spot he had marked for instant Flying Thunder God. The place where Naruto stared at, there stood 5 figures next to one of the pillars that made the entrance of the bridge. Hey, look over there, one of the men from the group pointed towards Naruto and Tsuzuna. There's a blonde kid and that old man from the poster. Hey, wait a minute. Ain't that the village chief and bridge builder, Tsuzuna? Hurry up and capture him before he slips, one of the others, urged the group. The men quickly ran over and assembled in front of Naruto and Tsuzuna. Both of you, the man who was about to say something had his throat stuck. That forehead protector, the man stared at the headband that Naruto wore. Yo, you're from TTH the hidden L leaf, the man stammered and started sweating. What are you afraid for? It's just one blonde kid, the others in the group said before they pounced on Naruto and Tsuzuna. 4 figures instantly fell to the ground unconscious. Huh, looks like you know about my village. Naruto said as he proudly showed off his headband. Of course, everyone knows that the hidden leaf is a strong ninja village, the man said. I see, Naruto nodded as he calmly walked over. W8. What are you trying to do? It's nothing much, Naruto said as he put his arm around the man's neck and grabbed him, forcing the man to bend lower than Naruto's height with his head inside Naruto's arm lock. Say, why is your employer trying to make things difficult for these peaceful villagers, Naruto said as he pointed towards Tsuzuna. Tsuzuna smiled, taking a bottle of sake out his bag. He drank a sip before looking at the man in the eye. All we want is to lead a prosperous life, tell me, who wouldn't want to work hard and settle down to drink a nice cup of sake at the end of the day? Tsuzuna asked. Yeah. The man was confused. Listen up, will ya? All we need is for you guys to stop blocking the bridge and leave this place. But, the man hesitated. Look, let's cut the crap and get right to it. I know y'all took this opportunity since a certain group was able to back y'all, so how about you take me to your leader? Oh, okay, I'll take you to the leader, the man replied, seeing that he wouldn't be able to refuse. Glad to hear you know, Naruto smiled. Soon the 3 were on their way, walking through the border of the village. About a few minutes into the journey. Tsuzuna stopped midway. Naruto and the man who was walking also stopped. In front of the group were a couple of people marching forward at a relative pace with pitchforks and handmade weapons. They're all for the village, Tsuzuna exclaimed in shock. Something must have happened, Naruto quickly judged from the weapons being held in their hand. I'll find out, Naruto said, following which he sprinted towards the group of people. Wait for me, Tsuzuna also quickly followed through. Naruto quickly overtook the group and landed right in front. Everyone, please hold it right there. Naruto said as he put forth his left palm indicating for them to stop. Hey, is that? It's Naruto. One of the builders immediately recognized Naruto, from having worked on the bridge along with Tsuzuna. Hi, Naruto waved at the group. By then, Tsuzuna and the man from before also caught up and walked towards the front of the group. Tsuzuna. The other builders shouted out his name in urgency. What happened here? Tsuzuna asked, following which he lifted his finger pointing towards one of the villagers holding a weapon. Why is everyone walking with weapons? Tsuzuna asked. Tsuzuna, an elder stepped out from the group. Matsuda, Tsuzuna called out the elder's name. Matsuda looked at Tsuzuna with sadness. Tsuzuna, we. By the end of the explanation, Naruto and Tsuzuna were very angry, especially Naruto, who was clenching his fists very badly. They had heard everything from the hidden mist trackers to Tsunami and Inari being kidnapped, along with Inari's inspiring actions. I'll find out where they are, Naruto said as he quickly sat on the floor. What are you doing? Tsuzuna asked, only to see Naruto remaining silent. About a minute later, Naruto opened his eyes. Sage mode. All life forces within a few kilometers were instantly within Naruto's sensory range. Found them. Naruto immediately reported with more anger than before. Inari is okay but badly hurt, his mom seems alright, but for now both of them seem to be unconscious, Naruto judged the situation. I'll head out first and take out those other ninjas, Naruto said to Matsuda. Thanks, Matsuda nodded immediately. Naruto. Be careful, Tsuzuna said as he put his hand on Naruto's shoulder. Naruto nodded, following which he got up. He then looked at the man he had met on the bridge earlier. Lead them to that place, Naruto said. Okay, the man helplessly agreed once more to Naruto's demand. Whoosh! Naruto took off immediately, not waiting a moment longer as it became his duty to protect Inari, who bravely stood up for everyone. "Leave the way," Tazuna said to the man. The man nodded, following which everyone took off. Whoosh! Naruto landed on a tree branch. He then squatted on the branch to take a closer look at what happened to be a huge ragged old warehouse that was on the outskirts of the village. It was the hideout that Gozaburo and his men were currently in. All the men were busy playing poker while one of them was guarding Tsunami and Inari, who were unconscious. Okay, Naruto prepared himself for the strike. Whoosh! Naruto flew out at a speed that was almost like he had teleported directly into the house. Catcha! A tile in the roof broke. The mist ninjas who were hidden in the upper part of the house were confused to sense a ninja breakthrough without alerting them. And then, there was only a flash. What? The mist ninjas were shocked to see a ninja right in front of them move so fast, that it was almost invisible to their eyes. Whoosh! Naruto, who had finished dealing with the other men, swiftly landed a palm strike on Gozaburo's neck, rendering him unconscious. Now! All the mist ninjas in the vicinity threw out their acupuncture needles in frustration towards the spot where Naruto stood. It was only a slight movement. Naruto did not completely dodge the needles, instead only made sure it avoided his vital spots. That's impossible. The mist ninjas were shocked once again, not only to see him dodge but also finally able to see Naruto for the first time clearly and realize he's not even a 15-year-old. Done yet? Naruto asked, trying to be as patient as possible. Whoosh! A tracker from the hidden mist landed on the floor. Who are you? The ninja asked Naruto. Naruto looked at all the ninjas in the room, before finally looking at the ninja who asked the question. Naruto got up slowly and took off the needles one by one. I am a hidden leaf ninja, the name is Uzumaki Naruto, Naruto announced as he continued to remove the pins. Naruto? The ninjas thought hard, trying to remember in particular if there were any infamous famous ninjas that they knew of by that name. Who I am is not important than what I am about to say, Naruto said as he finally took off the last needle. Head back to your village at once and make sure the Mizukage is safe, Naruto said, pulling off the card he had saved. Our Mizukage? Another ninja asked. Our Mizukage is the strongest Mizukage in the history of the village. He's the only tailed beast host who is in full control of the three tails. He's also the reason we are known as the Bloody Mist today, a tracker said with pride. Yes, I am aware, however, I can tell that he's not safe since I am a Jinchuriki of the Hidden Leaf, Naruto announced. A Jinchuriki? Another tracker asked in doubt. A sound was heard from Naruto's body. That's our rapid healing, two mist trackers noticed. It's one of the Nine Tails abilities, rapid healing, a tracker mentioned. It's up to you if you want to take my word seriously or not, however, should you continue to pursue Zabuza and Haku or ever put this village in trouble again, Naruto paused. He was draped in Nine Tails cloaks with most of his tails extended to the spot where all the hidden mist trackers stood in. I'll not hesitate to put you all in your place, Naruto declared as he carried Inari and Tsunami on his shoulders. Gulp. All the hidden mist trackers in the house gulped at the same time, sweating profusely. He's the real deal, they thought upon seeing the Nine Tails chakra cloak, brightly glowing around him. The Mizukage was a perfect Jinchuriki. What was this then? They thought upon seeing Naruto freely control his cloak. They didn't appreciate how lucky they were seeing Naruto handle this without doing anything aggressively like killing. Whoosh! Naruto had vanished from the spot he stood along with the two, leaving the hidden mist trackers to stare at the floor where their needles laid and all the men in the house that had been taken down by Naruto. What they also didn't know was that Naruto had marked one of them with the Flying Thunder God mark as well before leaving the scene. Outside the house, they could hear the crowd approaching the house with anger. The hidden mist trackers looked at each other. Let's listen to him for now and check on our Mizukage. As it stands, we won't be able to deal with a Jinchuriki all by ourselves unless we get more reinforcements, and I still doubt we'll be able to handle it. If the Mizukage's alright, we'll get instructions if we are to continue to pursue Zabuza or not, the tracker said. The others agreed in unison. Bang! 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 The villagers had started to attack the main door of the warehouse, which was locked, in fury. The hidden mist tracker ninja then looked at his group. It's time to head out. Chapter 205. Somewhere in a particular restaurant, in the hidden grass. Two figures sat opposite each other eating food together on a table. Sitting amongst regular people, none knew the disguised ninjas in their midst. That'll be 350 Rio, sir, a young lady said as she collected the plate that had been emptied. Here you go, young lady, the man smiled as he handed over the money. But sir, this is, the young woman was confused seeing a stack of notes, much more than the amount she had mentioned to be paid. Hee, a young beautiful lady like you deserves that amount for the handwork you do, the man said, simultaneously peeking from the side of his eyes at the assets of the woman. You're very kind, sir, the woman said, blushing from the way that the man kept stealing looks from her. The other man who had accompanied the first man to the restaurant gave looks of disapproval of the first man's actions. So young lady, would you happen to know anything about the, Hozuki Castle perhaps? The man asked politely. The Hozuki Castle? The woman was taken back by the subject. Sure sir, I've been hearing it here and there from our customers, so I might know something, the woman replied. Oh, the man immediately took out a journal and a pen from his pocket. What are you? Don't worry, young lady, I'm just a journalist, the man explained as he started to write notes into his pocket memo. I see, in that case. A few minutes later. The two men walked out of a restaurant and headed towards a nearby alley. Humph, now that the initial preparations are done, we must head over to the castle immediately, Jiraiya said. So, I take it that you are the one that is going to infiltrate into the castle? Orochimaru asked. Who said I am the only one? You'll be infiltrating too. With the two of us we can cover more ground, Jiraiya explained. How do you plan to enter the castle? Are you going as a prisoner, or journalist or? I'll try infiltrating as a journalist. I'll have to leave it to you to bring out the boy, Jiraiya said. I hope you won't stop me from having my share of the fun. Orochimaru asked, intending to stir some ruckus and despair while also hoping to gain some test subjects to experiment on. Orochimaru. This is the Hozuki Castle, a prison jointly built by all the nations, we cannot afford to slip up here. Tisk. Orochimaru clicked his tongue seeing that his request was shot down. Let's go. Jiraiya said the following, which, both departed in the direction of the Hozuki Castle. Back in the land of the waves. Ugh. I see you are awake, Naruto said in an excited voice. Be big brother Naruto, Inari cleared his eyes as he slowly woke up. Ouch, Inari felt his swollen-up face sting from pain when he tried touching it. Here, Tsunami sat down next to Inari and held a folded cloth that contained ice cubes next to Inari's face. Thanks, Inari said in a low voice. Knock. 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 Come in. Tsunami said, following which the door opened to reveal two old men. Grandpa, old man Matsuda, Inari called out respectively. Inari, Tazuna called out his grandson's name excitedly, but before he could rush to hug him, a figure landed before Inari. Old man, Naruto stared at Matsuda. Inari, this old one begs for your forgiveness, I was unable to help when you needed it the most, Matsuda said in regret. It's all right, old man. No one could have done anything in that situation, besides they were strong, only ninjas like big brother Naruto could handle them. Tazuna and Matsuda remained silent. Inari then turned towards Naruto. Big brother Naruto, Inari called out. Huh. Naruto responded. I want to become a ninja, Inari said, suddenly stunning everyone in the room. Inari, you can't. Inari's mom Tsunami interrupted. Yeah, Inari, it will be very difficult for you, Tazuna also discouraged the thought. Naruto looked at Inari. Inari, you remember what your dad taught you, right? Naruto asked. Listen, Inari, it takes a long time, hard work, sweat, and blood to achieve the strength you want to protect someone. And sometimes, even with that strength, it is still not possible to surpass the strength of what the world may have in store for us, Naruto said, thinking back to the past he came from. What I'm trying to say is, it is not a life meant for you, I want you to live your life here amongst the others and become a strong builder like your grandpa. Or a fisherman like your dad, or anything else you want to be. If you ever face any trouble down the line, the Leaf Village is always there to help you out. And, if you still want to become a ninja, the Leaf is there for that too, Naruto assured Inari. Both Tsunami and Tazuna agreed with Naruto's words. Thanks for coming all the way here on short notice, Tazuna said. Hehe, it's no problem at all, you know, this is on the house, Naruto smiled. Thanks, big brother Naruto, Inari also bowed towards Naruto. Anytime, Naruto replied. Wanna stay for lunch? Tazuna asked. GGR. Naruto's and Inari's stomach growled at the same time, leaving everyone in the room speechless. Guess, I don't have a choice now, Naruto said, leading to everyone laughing in the room. Hidden stone. Knock. 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 Come in. Anoki said. You called? Kuratsuchi, the granddaughter of Anoki asked. Yes, regarding the hidden sand, I have decided to send you and Akatsuchi to the hidden sand to keep an eye on things for me, Anoki said. Woohoo, I'm finally getting to go outside this village, Kuratsuchi danced excitedly on the spot. Don't take this lightly, I would have sent more people but this is to gather intel only, Inoki said. Soon Akatsuchi also entered the room and Inoki explained the situation. When are we leaving Grandpa? Kuratsuchi asked. Leave right now, I'll lead you till the gate and use my technique to make you two fly, it will work only for a little while, try not to get into any trouble, Inoki said. Don't worry Grandpa. Kuratsuchi assured. Akatsuchi. Carry me all the way to the gate. Yes, Akatsuchi immediately followed through on the order. At the gate of the hidden stone, Inoki stared at the two. What are you waiting for Grandpa? Kuratsuchi asked eagerly. Humph, I wouldn't be sending you two if the situation wasn't dire, Inoki said following which he touched the back of the two at once. Earth release, lightweight rock technique. Whoa, Kuratsuchi was surprised. Yay! Akatsuchi was very excited for the first time in his life to using that same technique although not his own to be able to fly. Thanks, Grandpa. Kuratsuchi shouted midair. Be careful you two, I want you back safe. Inoki said, however by that time the two were almost out of range. It's time for you to head out, Inoki thought as he stared at his granddaughter. Chapter 206. Land of the Waves. Naruto had finished having lunch with Inari's family and walked towards the main door. Goodbye, big brother Naruto. Inari waved followed by Tsunami, Tazuna, and Matsuda. I'll see y'all later, you know, Naruto waved back, following which he put his hand over the Flying Thunder God mark that he had marked previously on Inari's door. Flying Thunder God. Whoosh! Naruto had vanished. Back in the hidden leaf. In the third training ground, a girl with pink-colored hair entered the field. I wonder where Sasuke is, Sakura thought as she looked around. BZ. 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 Sakura heard the buzzing of lightning-natured chakra a few meters away from herself in the woods. Sasuke. Sakura excitedly ran towards the source of the sound. Ha ha. Ha ha. Sasuke breathed heavily, staring at the condition of his arm after training since morning. Sasuke Sakura was shocked seeing at the state of Sasuke's hand. What are you thinking? Sakura shouted as she quickly rushed over to where Sasuke stood. Bang! Sasuke fell on his butt, losing the energy to even stand properly, exhausting himself from the Raikiri training. Sasuke. Sakura immediately grabbed his left arm and held it using both her hands. Healing Jutsu. Sakura immediately started using the basic healing technique she knew. Sasuke didn't even respond to Sakura's cries, seemingly preoccupied with his thoughts. Sasuke thought back to the time Kakashi showed him the purple lightning technique. I'm sorry, I haven't learned much about healing yet, Sakura said as she slowly dropped Sasuke's left hand on his thigh. Sasuke stared at his left hand, which had considerably healed, although the last bit would still take a few days to heal up on its own, it was much better than the time Sakura had arrived. Thanks, Sakura, Sasuke said before standing up again. BZ. Once again, Sasuke had summoned his lightning-natured chakra. Sasuke. Please, you mustn't strain yourself like that. You must take a break for a few days before you start training again, Sakura begged. Sasuke remained silent, intent on going back to his training. If you continue, there are chances of irreversible damage to the chakra network in your arm, Sakura said as she quickly held Sasuke's left hand. BZ. 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 Sasuke's left hand, powered down the technique coming back to a relaxed position. Why must you push yourself like this? Sakura asked slowly. Sasuke remained silent. Is it because of Naruto? Sakura asked after a moment. Sasuke's hands tightened into fists, somewhat answering Sakura's question. Sakura was saddened upon interpreting Sasuke's response. Sakura, do you remember what I said back when Kakashi asked us to introduce ourselves? Sasuke asked. Back when, Sakura thought back to the day Kakashi asked them to introduce themselves. Back then things were relatively simple with Naruto being the idiot she knew and Sasuke being the cool kid of the class, but it was also the day that she found out about how mean she was to Naruto, Sasuke not having parents and Sasuke calling her annoying. But there was one more thing that she had learned, that had also reminded her of the incident, in the hidden leaf, back before she had even started liking Sasuke. It was just like any other day she had headed to the academy. Except for that morning, a certain boy didn't turn up. Flashback. Sakura entered the classroom, only to find students gathered in groups. Sakura was surprised feeling the atmosphere intense from the topic of the talk. Hi Sakura, she heard a voice. Hi, Sakura repelled in a shy voice to Ino. Yamanaka Ino, a very close childhood friend of Sakura. The two were on very friendly terms before knowing about their feelings for a certain boy. What happened? Why has everyone gathered around? Sakura asked. They said something terrible happened last night, something about a clan getting wiped, Ino explained. A clan got wiped? Sakura asked, slowly trying to comprehend the intensity of the matter. Everyone. A voice was heard. Quick. All the people in the class dispersed, quickly taking up their usual seats in the class. The classroom door slid open to reveal Irika with his usual strict face. I'm gonna take your attendance, Irika said as soon as he settled his books on the teacher's desk. His eyes wandered around the class before finally resting on the seat Sasuke usually sat in. Looks like he didn't come today, Irika was sad. The Uchiha clan's disappearance was a very complicated matter, and so was Sasuke's existence, being the last descendant of Uchiha, as Uchiha Itachi was considered a rogue ninja. Bang! The entire class's attention was drawn towards the door being slammed open. Sorry I am late, Irika-sensei. Naruto shouted. Naruto, Irika's thoughts were shifted back to the class upon seeing Naruto. What are you waiting at the door for? Get to your seat. Yes. Naruto sprinted towards his seat and took his place. The day proceeded as usual with the class getting over around evening. Sakura and Ino went towards the park with a few other classmates to play for the evening. As Sakura and Ino walked together, Sakura asked Ino about the matter in the morning but was disappointed to learn that even Ino had no clue about it since only the adults were privy to the matter. After everyone finished playing, Sakura went back home by herself. Later that night she would find out from her parents that the Uchiha clan was one of the founding clans of the Hidden Leaf village that was taken down by a single boy overnight, leaving only a single person from the clan alive, the boy whose name was Uchiha Sasuke. The next day, Sakura was surprised to see Sasuke in class. Sasuke was considered a cool and a diligent pupil in the class who always ranked at the top, however, he never had any closer friends at that time. It's time to spar. Irika announced, following which the entire class was assembled outside. Almost an hour later it was Sasuke's turn. Look, look! It's Sasuke-kun. Uzumaki Naruto. Irika called out. Naruto naturally stepped out, claiming that he would easily take down Sasuke. It was a regular scene that the class was used to, however, that particular day Sasuke lost control. Yua! Sasuke pinned Naruto to the ground and raised a fist at Naruto's face, causing Naruto to flinch. The class was shocked by Sasuke's reaction. However, a few intelligent ones apart from Irika understood the reasons leading to such action. Sakura was feeling sorry. Irika forced the two to make the unison sign, but that only pissed the two off even more. It was around late evening when the sun was at the horizon line, almost going to completely set. Sakura was done playing at the park. On her way back she stared at the sun as she walked on the road next to the river bank. Sakura was surprised to see Naruto on her left walking towards her from the opposite direction. Since Sakura was walking on the road, Naruto was walking at a lower position on the grassland that was facing the river. She found it somewhat weird to see Naruto somewhere out than where she usually saw him in the class. At that moment Naruto, who was walking, suddenly turned towards his right and frowned. Huh? Sakura was intrigued by what Naruto had seen, so she slowly turned towards the left only to see a boy in a black shirt with the Uchiha clan crest on his back staring at Naruto with a grumpy look. That's Sasuke. Sakura identified seeing Sasuke sit on a fishing spot, a small dock that faced the river and the horizon line where the sun set. Naruto and Sasuke turned their faces away from each other at the same time, with Naruto continuing to walk. Those two, they hate each other, Sakura murmured, while also silently sympathizing with Sasuke for his loss. As she continued to walk, she turned back only to be surprised at seeing Naruto and Sasuke smiling, acknowledging each other's existence in their minds. At that moment, something had hit her heart. She found Sasuke's smile and that peaceful countenance he had to be the most cutest thing in the world. From that moment on she had loved him. Not just because he was handsome or cool like the other girls saw him. It was her unconditional love which made it her duty to see that Sasuke would smile and laugh, she would become the source reason for his happiness to exist, and it would be her duty to provide him that. Later on, she ran back to the park and told her friends that she loved Sasuke, and Ino would become her rival from that point on, vowing to break their friendship in name of rivalry. End of flashback. Fast forward a few years later, Sakura had become accustomed to reacting to Naruto without limiting her inner feelings, but became very shy in front of Sasuke. She even ran off her mouth about Naruto's bad parenting that led to him pestering her and would later on get crushed by Sasuke's true thoughts on her, but that never broke the desire she had for him. Even when Kakashi had asked to introduce herself, her dream and ambitions, Sakura's one thought was Sasuke himself. Until Sasuke had introduced himself. His ambition to kill a certain man, which she initially thought made him look cool. But now that she thought about it, it brought back the memories she had regarding the massacre incident, especially after studying the academy. She had a clear understanding behind the significance of the incident and Sasuke's desire for revenge. But why? Sasuke, I know the deal with your clan, but revenge for its own sake, that won't make anyone happy, not you Sasuke, not me either. Sasuke stared at Sakura. I'm not like you or Naruto, I'm on a different path from the both of you. Naruto, I think he may already possess more than the strength I seek, Sasuke said. Sasuke, Sakura's feelings were complicated, knowing the rivalry between the two since young, but also the fact that Naruto's situation was unexpected even though she didn't exactly have a clear idea of it. Who massacred the clan? Sakura asked suddenly. Sakura, we were betrayed by our own blood, Sasuke said as he looked at his hand. Own blood? Sakura asked. My brother. He killed everyone, mom, dad, Sasuke said slowly. Sasuke, Sakura's core shook hearing Sasuke unravel the truth. But why would your? How could I know? Sasuke shouted, scaring Sakura away. I'm weak, I don't have the eyes. Sasuke shouted, almost traumatized by the incident. Foolish little brother, if you want to kill me, despise me, hate me, and live a loathsome life, keep running and cling to that pitiful life, and then someday, when you have the same eyes as I do, come before me. Itachi's nauseating voice, replayed in his mind. The eyes? Sakura was concerned but also confused by what he meant since Sasuke already possessed the Sharingan. But Sasuke, how do you know he's the one who killed your parents? I mean, how could he kill the entire clan all by himself? Surely there could have been strong people from your clan who could put up a fight against him, Sakura defended. Did you see him kill anyone? Sakura asked. Sasuke also thought carefully, not remembering seeing Itachi personally kill anyone, as by the time he came home, everyone was already killed. Sasuke thought back to Naruto's words from the forest. Flashback. I'll tell you the truth about your brother if you defeat me in battle one day. End of flashback. I've had enough of this. Sasuke stood up in anger. What are you doing, Sasuke? Sakura asked. Sasuke picked up his sword and sheath that was lying near the place he trained. Wait here, Sasuke said before he sat down on the ground. Sakura stared at Sasuke silently, sitting on the ground for a few moments. Snake Sage mode. A layer of purple shade appeared over Sasuke's eyelids. Sakura was surprised, as this was the first time she had seen Sasuke use this kind of power. SH. Sasuke's eyes opened, with a sly smile. He's here. Sasuke was excited. Sakura, it's time to head out. Chapter 207. Finally, I have the time to train, Naruto murmured as he landed at the entrance of the Hidden Leaf Village. You are Uzumaki Naruto? The guards posted at the entrance asked. Yup. Naruto nodded. I see, the guard looked through his books. I don't see your name here. You are not returning from an official mission, are you? The man asked. Nope, it's an off-records mission, you know, something I went to take care of from the previous mission, Naruto replied. Noted. Please report to the Hokage's office along with me, as Chunins aren't usually authorized to leave the village without permission, the man said as he stepped out of the guard's post. Looks like they were put on alert since Lord Third went out officially, Naruto thought as he silently followed after the guard. Naruto, Kurama called out from within. Huh, what's up? Naruto asked. Be on guard, someone locked onto us, Kurama informed. I see, Naruto took it seriously since he could only access Kurama's abilities to sense intentions only when he was actively using the power. I knew that brat wouldn't be quiet any longer, Kurama thought back to the sensation he felt. It was very similar to when Naruto first met Sasuke after he had disappeared for 2.5 years. Kurama smiled from within. Now Naruto, what will you do? Kurama thought as he decided to watch. A few minutes after Naruto left, Sasuke showed up at the village entrance. Sasuke was running at top speed while Sakura closely followed from behind. Hey, stop right there. The second guard at the post stood up, seeing Sasuke run at top speed towards the entrance. Lightning style. Whoosh. Sasuke simply increased his speed using lightning style and flashed past the guard. Stop. The guard shouted, taking out his kunai from the kunai pocket. Wait. The guard heard a voice from behind. Who is she? The guard thought. Sakura quickly arrived before the guard and apologized. I'm sorry, my teammate had something urgent to do, Sakura spoke. You're Team 7, Hatake Kakashi's student, right? The man asked. Yes. Sakura immediately bowed towards the man. Look, your teammate is supposed to follow the rules. As ninjas, you know how short we are on manpower for guarding the village during the event. Now that Lord Hokage has left with a few Chunin's, We have even a bigger responsibility than ever to protect the village. The man reprimanded Sakura. I understand, Sakura bowed once, but within her mind, she was preoccupied with thoughts on Sasuke, especially after he showed a power he had never used in front of her before. That look in his eyes. Sakura thought back to the dangerous-looking eyes of Sasuke. That had yellow irises and narrow slit for the pupil instead of a minuscule round one at the center. These eyes were similar to the one she saw in Orochimaru. The same amount of intensity, but was even more awful when coming from the one she considered dear. I'm getting close. Sasuke itched to have a battle so bad that he was completely obsessed about finding Naruto. Sasuke stopped on the rooftop of a building which was a few buildings away to the spot that Naruto was heading to. The Hokage's office? Sasuke cursed his luck seeing that he couldn't stop Naruto. I see, the first guard who accompanied Naruto was reading through a mission report. Yeah. It was an urgent mission, you know, Naruto smiled holding the back of his head with his right hand. But the land of waves is far from here, how did you get there so quickly? The guard asked. Oh you know, the transportation jutsu, Naruto explained his circumstances. Wait, your Naruto immediately stopped the guard from revealing more about himself. Yup, that's me, you know, hee. Naruto walked away clumsily towards the gates of the Hokage's office. Naruto. A voice was heard. Naruto was surprised. Sasuke, I was just. Naruto's eyes were suddenly drawn towards the sage eyes of Sasuke. Sasuke, you. Fight me. Sasuke shouted. Sasuke thought back to the time he had asked for a fight against Naruto only to find out that Naruto had been interrupted by a sudden mission. But this time he wasn't going to let Naruto off easily. At this moment, Sakura had also arrived on the scene, but the moment she got into the range of these two, Sasuke said, fight me. Sakura was scared. Sasuke, warehouse. Stay out of this. Sasuke immediately scolded Sakura. Sasuke, that's going too far, Naruto said in a low voice. I don't care, I only want one thing right now, Sasuke said. What are you gonna do, Naruto? Kurama asked. We have to go to that festival tomorrow, and the last thing I want is for us to fight now, Naruto mulled over. Bang. Fine. If it's a fight you want, I'll put you on the ground. Humph. Sasuke was relieved to have a chance to fight Naruto. I'll punch you till I get the truth out of you, Sasuke said. Sakura was feeling worried for the two, feeling as if the team was almost about to split apart. On another side of the hidden leaf. Hinata and Neji were sparring against each other. Bang. Hinata landed on her butt, falling after facing against a simple palm. Neji looked at Hinata. Lady Hinata, I'm afraid we must stop training, Neji said. Please, I must continue. Hinata stood up slowly, but steadily. Neji shook his head. Ever since that day at the hospital, she hasn't been able to concentrate. Whenever I ask, she would refrain from telling me about it. How should I deal with this, Neji thought. Yo. Neji and Hinata heard a voice. Kiba-kun. Hinata looked at her teammate Kiba and his dog Akamaru who sat over his hood comfortably. I see that you are training, Kiba said as he walked over to the two. Woof. Akamaru barked. It hopped off of Kiba's head and ran over to Hinata. Woof. Akamaru started licking all over Hinata's face. Stop it. Hinata laughed trying to hold Akamaru back. Woof. Woof. Akamaru barked happily in return. That's strange, Kiba said. Huh? Neji was confused. Akamaru usually does not do that, unless someone close to me had to be cheered up, Kiba said. Cheered up? Neji asked. Yeah. You see, usual dogs can sense the emotional state of a human being by hearing the tone of their voice or reading facial expressions to a certain extent, but ninja dogs have trained a sixth sense. No matter how a person tries to fake their body language or facial expression, ninja dogs can usually tell if a person is happy or sad. Kiba explained. So you are saying Lady Hinata's spirits are low? Neji asked as he stared at Akamaru continue to play around next to Hinata. I think so, Kiba said in a low voice. Neji stared at Hinata laughing at Akamaru continuing to lick her face. On another side of the hidden leaf. Two figures were in a park. One sitting on a bench, the other doing one-hand push-ups. So, you are telling me that you cannot use chakra to perform ninjutsu? Deidara asked. Indeed, my body cannot use chakra for ninjutsu or genjutsu. I am only able to perform taijutsu or physical activities that may require chakra. That is why I train every single day, so I do not fall behind, but I can hope to catch up and even surpass my friends someday. Lee explained. I see, Deidara nodded with interest. So how did you get to know Naruto-kun? Lee asked. Me? I met him during a mission where we were supposed to take care of this Orochimaru or whatever. I see, Lee nodded as he continued with his push-ups. Naruto, what is your opinion on him? Deidara asked. Ha, Lee panted as he paused doing push-ups. Naruto-ku, Lee thought back to all the times Naruto had been there for him. From training along with him, believing in his potential, and even supporting him in his fights. He works very hard and cherishes his friends. Naruto-kun would do anything and everything for the people close to him. He is one of the greatest ninjas I know. Lee said as he thought back to everything he knew about Naruto from the time they trained together, to Naruto facing his battles. Naruto's character, attitude, and his strength, everything was attained by him working all the way for it. Deidara listened silently. During the second phase of the Chunin exam, I've realized how much hard work I have to put in to even try to catch up with Naruto-kun and the others. Even now, I try to train more than I do regularly since I remember Naruto-kun told us to train hard recently, Lee said. Train hard. Yeah, I don't know what Naruto-kun was trying to convey, but I know that there is something down the line that all of us have to face, and we have to be ready for it, Lee said as he started doing push-ups once again. Deidara had a nagging feeling that something was about to happen. Hidden Leaf Third Training Ground. Naruto and Sasuke stared against each other. Meanwhile, Sakura just watched from the side. I've been waiting for this. Sasuke stared at Naruto with mad excitement. On the other hand, Naruto stared at Sasuke with a solemn gaze. After I showed that place to you, I thought it would be plenty enough for you to understand the gravity of the situation, but I guess I neglected the fact that your vision is still clouded with the idea of revenge, Naruto said. I would have agreed if you called it revenge before, but I have a feeling that there is something else behind what my brother did, Sasuke said, thinking back to his dream of that dreadful day. Itachi had relayed his hateful words, causing Sasuke to have trauma, but before he left, Sasuke was able to spot tears coming out of Itachi's eyes. Whether it was real or not was up for debate, as Sasuke had only started seeing this in his recent dreams nightmares. Sasuke had combined Naruto's words and his illusionary dream to connect impossible dots of what could have been the handiwork of someone else. Making Itachi a pawn. It could be a person or fate itself, but what Sasuke had been denied was of the reason to the notion behind such a decision. A reason that he as the last Uchiha of the Hidden Leaf was entitled to know. Why should someone else close to him yet not even part of his family withhold information about his brother, especially one that had led to the destruction of the entire Uchiha line? Naruto frowned. Would it be right to tell him or not? Was a question that had been plaguing him since the time he had revealed the truth about himself back in the forest. He had simply thought he could hold the answer off until Sasuke had become stronger and wiser. In this timeline, Sasuke had already far surpassed his past self at this point. He could pretty much be stronger than the Sasuke he was when Naruto had met him with Team Yamato outside of Orochimaru's hideout, but what he had lacked was the ability to comprehend the true meaning behind one's actions and the wisdom that goes along with it to take the right decision should he know what had forced Itachi's hand. No matter what, I still think it is not the right time for you to learn about it, Naruto said. Sasuke brought his hand towards the sword hilt at his back. It doesn't matter, I'll beat it out of your eye have to. Sasuke said. Clang. Naruto's kunai had parried against Sasuke's sword. We'll see about that. Naruto said, signifying the beginning of their match. Chapter 208. Tsuki Castle, Land of Grass. In a room filled with books and scrolls, a man was seated in front of a desk with long black hair around shoulder length, wearing a suit with a brown buckle. His eyes scanned across the lines of words written in a scroll currently placed on his desk. Knock. 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 The man at the desk turned towards the door. Come in, he commanded. Creak. The door opened to reveal a fat man in a military suit. The man was the castle's prison warden. Lord Mui, there's someone here to see you, the warden reported. I don't remember there being any appointment today, Mui said slowly. Yes, the man says he's a journalist and he wants to talk to you, the prison warden explained calmly. Mui hesitated for a moment. Mui stepped outside of his cabinet to take a look. At the end of the corridor near Mui's office there stood a man between old and middle-aged, wearing a brown suit and white shirt within. Lord Mui, it's a pleasure to meet you. The man bowed down. You are? Mui asked. I'm Sat, a journalist from the Land of Fire, Sat stated. And what brings you here? Mui asked. I'm glad you asked, Lord Mui. You see, I'm here to write an exclusive article for the media I work for, on the peace in our time and the existence of the Tsuki Castle, Sat explained. I see, Lord Mui nodded. Standing up from his desk he walked over to Saturday. If you don't mind, may I ask why you are here without an appointment? Mui asked as he stood face to face with Saturday. I'm sorry, you see, our media has not been doing well lately. our boss has been chewing on everyone he could get his hands on. When it was M's turn to be chewed, I suggested the idea of writing an exclusive article, Sat explained. And you had chosen the Zuki castle with the short time frame you were given, Mui asked. That's right, Sat nodded, adjusting his spectacles into place. I'll need to have you go through a security check before I can give a tour of the facility, Mui said without any expressions. That's understandable, Sat said. Follow me, Mui said as he led Sat out of the room. Sat walking behind Mui smirked. Orochimaru, you'd better not screw this up, he thought as he left the room. Back in the Hidden Leaf. In the third training ground. Their fated battle had started. CRK. The kunai held by the two ground against each other with both unwilling to take a step back. Please, Sakura pleaded. Shut up. Sasuke shouted. Naruto had a helpless expression, but it was quickly replaced with determination. Sakura, please stay out of this, I'll handle this by myself, Naruto said. Sakura felt helpless. I've been training in medical ninjutsu and jinjutsu, but I'm unable to even stand close to them. Even Kakashi-sensei is not here. What should I do, Sakura thought. Sasuke looked at Naruto. So, are you going to tell me or not? Sasuke asked. BZ. Naruto's attention was suddenly grabbed by the chakra that Sasuke had started to inject into his kunai. CRK. Sasuke's kunai almost cut halfway through Naruto's kunai. Naruto's eyes widened. Naruto last faced off against Sasuke before Team 7 was formed. Back then he could take down Sasuke in a single move. The current Sasuke however had come a long way from that. Naruto was very curious. He has not used his Sharingan or the Sage mode yet, how powerful could he have become in the past few months, Naruto thought internally. CRK. Sasuke's kunai had reached 3/4 into Naruto's kunai. Naruto's eyes widened once again but quickly regained clarity. It's time to get serious, Naruto thought as he took a deep breath. Wind style. SH. Clang. Sasuke's eyes widened as within it was the reflection of his kunai being split by Naruto's kunai that was shrouded in wind-style chakra. Sakura stared wide-eyed at the confrontation. Whoosh! 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 Sasuke backflipped twice, landing his knees on the grass a few meters away from Naruto. Damn it! What the hell was that? Sasuke cursed his defeat in the confrontation from before. Sasuke lifted his head to stare at Naruto, only to see Naruto staring right back at him. Those eyes. Sasuke felt hatred blooming within. It's those same eyes. Sasuke thought back to the time Itachi had looked at him. Itachi's eyes and the situation that had played out later screamed at him, you don't have power. You do not qualify to know the truth. Itachi had that expression when he told Sasuke to come to look for him only when he had the same eyes as Itachi did, implying that Sasuke had to become powerful enough to even qualify to become an opponent. It's the same eyes that Naruto was viewing him with. Unfortunately. What he didn't know was that Naruto did not want him to have only power, but also the wisdom that would enable Sasuke to make the right decisions. It was this very trait that the previous Sasuke had lacked until the war had come to an end. Sasuke was pissed. He had hoped he would be able to give Naruto a harder time with his improved battle abilities, but reality had proved him wrong. So this is what it means to be Kage level, Sasuke thought, following which he smirked. Humph, Sasuke stood up slowly and closed his eyes while bringing his left hand towards the hilt of his sword. Sharingan. Sasuke's black eyes morphed into the basic triple tomo form, and his left hand had grabbed the hilt. He's coming, Kurama commented from within. I know, Naruto responded. Clang. Naruto's 3/4 broken kunai flowing with wind-natured chakra parried against Sasuke's sword. Sasuke smiled. Ha. Naruto's attention was drawn towards the blade grinding against his kunai. It's a chakra blade sword, Naruto thought as he examined the sword which currently had lightning-natured chakra coursing through it. CRK. Naruto's attention was grabbed hearing another chip from his kunai. No matter how much wind chakra I circulate, it will be close to impossible to cut that chakra blade-based sword with a kunai made from regular metal, Naruto thought, however by the time he had interpreted the situation. Clang. Sasuke's sword had cut through Naruto's kunai. Whoosh. Whoosh. Naruto retreated back 2 steps, stopping to stare at Sasuke who was a few meters away from him. Humph, Sasuke's confidence was restored having seen Naruto's kunai destroyed the way it was. What happened, Naruto? Am I too weak for you? Good, I managed to cut his kunai apart, now to face against him, Sasuke thought internally. Naruto smiled. Ha. Sasuke was a bit confused. That was my last kunai, Naruto said shaking his head side to side. Sasuke had a foreboding that the next thing that was going to happen was him losing his advantage or whatever lead he had on Naruto. Naruto brought his hand into his kunai pocket. Never thought I'd be using them this quickly, Naruto said as he thought back to the first time he had used it on a Tenchi bridge, followed by the second time he had used to rescue Inari again. He hadn't intended to use it against an opponent like Sasuke. But he had now ran out of the normal-shaped kunai he usually used. Naruto pulled out two weird-shaped kunais. That's the fourth's custom-made kunai. Sasuke's thoughts wavered. Naruto looked at the kunai, shining in the bright sun like brand new. These kunais were custom-made for him under his dad's orders. It was also made out of chakra blade, suiting Naruto's method of wielding weapons, should he be forced into a melee battle. Come, Naruto taunted Sasuke, confidently compared to Sasuke's over-arrogant taunt. Sasuke was pissed off once again. Arg! Sasuke charged at full speed towards Naruto. Lightning style. Sasuke erupted with a greater burst in speed as he circulated lightning-natured chakra all over his body. Sasuke quickly sheathed his sword and brought out his other weapons. Whoosh! 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 Sasuke sent out shurikens after shurikens, all flowing with lightning-natured chakra in them. Clang! 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 Naruto dodged most and at the same time used his kunai to deflect those he couldn't dodge. TK! 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 All shurikens flew towards trees nearby from being deflected by Naruto. Poof! Summoning technique, Demon Wind Shuriken. Sasuke bit his thumb and drew blood over a pre-designed summoning circle under his hand which immediately summoned folded big shurikens. SH. 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 All the blades of the Demon Wind Shuriken were set into their place. Sasuke then immediately turned towards Naruto and sent the large shuriken flying right at him. BZ. 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 Sparks of electricity flew off between both Demon Wind Shurikens as they flew within close proximity of each other. Whoosh! Naruto threw his kunai which had flown past the shuriken. Manipulated shuriken technique. Sasuke used wires to control the two shurikens whose flight direction instantly crossed inwards heading towards Naruto to slice him apart. Flying Thunder God. Bang! Naruto teleported towards Sasuke and kicked him in the gut. Stop! Naruto shouted. Sasuke frowned, following which he smirked once again. Naruto saw Sasuke eyelids changing to purple color. Snake Sage Mode. Chapter 209. Sasuke stared at Naruto with a piercing gaze. SH. Sasuke opened his eyes, appearing in a different dimension filled with darkness. To think you, Uchiha Sasuke has improved your visual prowess to enter this dimension, a huge voice boomed into existence scattering a chilly aura across Sasuke's soul. The Nine Tails, Sasuke commented from awe of seeing Kurama in his real form, as compared to the chakra form that Naruto had unveiled in the forest, long time ago. Sasuke. Naruto called out from behind Sasuke. Naruto, Sasuke uttered his comrade's name confidently without even seeing him. Sasuke, must you do this? Naruto asked. Tell me the truth and I will stop this, Sasuke said. It's not the truth I'm worried about, but rather your reaction. Your revenge will just change to another form, you will not give up the idea of revenge. The past you, put us in a difficult position. I even had to plead the other Kages and the world along with Kakashi-sensei to pardon your actions. You went to the point of going against all the 5 Kages. Do you understand how consumed with hatred you were? Sakura would have died if I hadn't protected her from you. You wouldn't even recognize wrong from the right if you were consumed with that amount of revenge. Naruto explained. I almost killed Sakura. And went against the 5 Kages. Yes. The only reason the world had pardoned your actions was that only us from Team 7 were able to fight against the... What? Sasuke asked. Doesn't matter, it's too soon for you to know. Sasuke, remember this, I'll always be your closest friend no matter what. I'll stop you from going down that path, no matter how many times I'm sent back into the past, even if I were to spend my whole lifetime, or die trying, I'll always stop you from going down that path. Naruto said. Sasuke stood silently staring at Naruto. Sasuke, what Naruto says is correct. I may not be close to you even from that timeline, but I know to what ends Naruto will go to. To make sure you won't step into that path again. Even your wife, Sakura, planned to go down with you, should you have continued to descend that path. Kurama said. Why? Sasuke asked a single question. Why is it wrong for me to know why my mom and dad, my whole lineage was wiped? How will it affect the village? The entire world? Sasuke, I had explained this in the Forest of Death before, when an Uchiha that knows love, loses it, the eyes awaken a new power which is fueled by hatred. Knowing the truth when you are unable to control your emotions will only bring bad consequences, Naruto explained. I don't care. Sasuke shouted, following which ran towards Naruto. You leave me no choice, Naruto murmured. Clink. 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 Uzumaki-style, adamantine sealing chains. Chakra-powered, adamantine chains appeared around Sasuke from beneath him and chained him up. Clang. The chains locked into place. Release me. Sasuke shouted in defiance. Fine. Naruto's eyes transformed into that of the Nine-Tails' eyes. Roar. Kurama's roar rang in Sasuke's head, sending his psyche reeling back into reality. Bang. Sasuke fell on the patch of grass he stood on. Sasuke. Sakura ran towards Sasuke. Sakura, stay out of this. Sasuke shouted. But Sakura felt like her heart was being broken. Naruto, use your Sage Mode. Sasuke commanded, standing back up again armed with his Sage Mode. Naruto frowned. It's ready, Kurama commented from within Naruto's psyche. Naruto gave Kurama an angry look. Do you still think Sasuke will sit down and listen to you? Kurama asked. Naruto closed his eyes. Sage Mode. Orange shades appeared over Naruto's eyelids, securing his transformation into Sage Mode. Sakura remained speechless. Seeing Naruto execute it was a little believable, since there was the issue of his secret identity as the 7th Hokage, but Sasuke was forcing his hand. Why doesn't Naruto spill about Itachi's secret? Why do they have to do this? Humph, I knew you had it too, Sasuke smirked. Naruto on the other hand was in his thoughts. It's a good thing he has this instead of the curse mark. Naruto thought back to the time he had fought against Sasuke before he had finally left for Orochimaru. The curse mark was something that couldn't be voluntarily removed and would only fuel Sasuke's hate until it had consumed him to the point that Orochimaru would have emerged and taken over his body. And luckily that didn't happen in the previous timeline, or more like Itachi prevented it from happening. Sasuke's gaze focused on Naruto. Sage Art, Lightning Release. Whoosh. Sasuke had disappeared. Where did he go? Sakura was stunned. Meanwhile, Naruto's eyes were able to follow Sasuke's movements without missing a beat. Whoosh. 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 Sasuke's body agilely followed a zigzag pattern as he tried to find an opportunity or a gap in Naruto's guard to attack him. He's fast, Naruto thought, following which he lowered a knee and brought his hand towards his right ankle and lifted one end of his orange track pant up. Sasuke's eyes widened for a moment, followed by him gritting his teeth hard with an expression of intense hatred. Damn it. Sasuke couldn't be more pissed off than he already was, and Naruto had just one-upped him again. Two can play at that game, Naruto thought as he undid his long-forgotten weights. That's right, Naruto had continued wearing training weights every single day, finding it very useful to his rapidly growing body. Bang! Sasuke thought he had landed a kick, only to see it being blocked by one of the training weights Naruto had held in his hand. Sasuke couldn't take it anymore. Arg! Sasuke howled, unwilling to accept defeat. Whoosh! It was Naruto's turn to disappear now. Whoosh! 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 Naruto moved all around Sasuke, with Sasuke constantly panicking where Naruto could attack from. Bang! Sasuke's Sharingan's ability to read had crossed his arms to block this kick from Naruto out of thin air, however, the force had overwhelmed him. Whoosh! 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 Sasuke backflipped a few meters away from the spot he stood in from inertia of the force from Naruto's kick. Crashing a few meters away, Sasuke had stabilized himself and landed on his knees. Ha! 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 Sasuke, breathing heavily, squinted his eyes in frustration. Taking a deep breath, he opened his eyes to stare at Naruto with hatred. I don't care if I have to kill you, I will find out the truth today. Sasuke shouted, following which, he brought his left arm out. Sage Art, Snake Lightning Chidori. BZ. 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 A dangerously unstable orb of white lightning danced in the palm of Sasuke's hand. Looks like we were always destined to have this kind of fight, Naruto stared in disappointment at Sasuke gathering Chidori in his hand. Naruto then raised his hand. Wind-style Rasen Shuriken would probably damage his arms, I'll go with Rasengan then, Naruto thought. Sage Art, Giant Rasengan. Swish. 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 A massive ball of blue chakra orb started rotating in Naruto's hand. Sasuke's eyes widened from seeing the sheer size of the Rasengan, however, he could only grit his teeth and steel himself to face it. No. What are they? Ah! Sasuke and Naruto screamed as they ran towards each other. Naruto. Sasuke. The two screamed out loud as they ran towards each other. Sasuke, Naruto stop. Please, don't do it. Poof. A clone of Naruto appeared out of thin air and stopped her. I'm sorry Sakura, clone Naruto said holding Sakura back. No-oh. Sakura shouted seeing the two close in on each other from a distance. I'll retract this Rasengan when it consumes that Chidori and then pin him down, Naruto thought. I will find out what happened to Itachi. Sasuke declared as he kept charging towards Naruto. Chapter 210. I'll retract this Rasengan when it consumes that Chidori and then pin him down, Naruto thought aiming the giant Sage Art Rasengan towards the Chidori. I will find out what happened to Itachi. Sasuke charged forth with a resolute mind and a Chidori in the palm of his hand. Naruto's clone holding Sakura back stared at the confrontation from the side thinking back to the time the two had faced off on the hospital rooftop in the previous timeline. Back then they were in the same position as today. Except more powerful. Sakura tried to stop them, but was weak. Kakashi had stepped in the last second sending both Naruto and Sasuke flying towards the water tanks instead. This is what Kakashi-sensei saw Naruto thought as he stared at Sasuke charging towards his main body. This is wrong, why are we here again, it wasn't supposed to be this way. Didn't Sasuke leave the village right after this back then as well? Kakashi-sensei isn't here, why did I get fired up about this? It shouldn't be this way, Naruto thought instantly dispelling himself, the clone that was watching from the side. Up in the air Naruto charging towards Sasuke suddenly regained clarity, frowning at his own actions he dispelled the Rasengan, continuing his fall towards Sasuke. What? Sasuke was confused seeing the massive Rasengan disappear, his gaze landed on Naruto, noting a disappointed expression. At that moment Kakashi's words played back in his mind. Flashback. I am going to present you with the conditions of mine, Kakashi said as he held up his finger. 1. You will only use this technique when the situation demands it. Sasuke nodded. Kakashi put up 2 fingers towards Sasuke. 2. You will never use this technique against a comrade from your village, Kakashi said. End of flashback. Sasuke gritted his teeth but immediately stopped his technique. Huh. Sakura was surprised to see the two come to a stop. Naruto looked away from the two staring over the third training ground. His gaze over the 3 stumps that stood in the training ground. Sakura, Sasuke, Naruto called out. What's he up to? Sasuke thought as we walked over to Naruto followed by Sakura. Back where I came from, Naruto said as he pointed to one of the stumps. I was tied up cause we had failed to take the bells while I secretly tried to get the lunch, Naruto said. What? Sasuke and Sakura was stunned. They instantly understood Naruto wasn't referring to what happened between the 3 but the way the original events were supposed to play out. I tried to be sneaky, and well, I got tied up, and you both were given your lunch, Naruto said with a grin as he reminisced. Loser, Sasuke commented as he withdrew his sage mode while Sakura imagined a version of Naruto she knew before the genius one. That does make more sense, Sakura giggled. I know right? Naruto had an awkward smile as he placed his right hand behind his head laughing in self-mockery. Why did we stop? Sasuke asked suddenly. We both did the same thing we did today back where I came from, Naruto said looking at Sasuke. Sasuke stared silently. You had the Chidori and I, a regular Rasengan, Sakura tried to stop us, Naruto said, causing Sakura and Sasuke to be shocked thinking back to the earlier situation. That day we were lucky we had Kakashi-sensei to stop us, else who knows what would have happened, Naruto said falling on the grass, on his back staring at the sky. Sakura and Sasuke stared in silence knowing that Kakashi had just left along with the other Jonins towards the hidden sand. You left the village the next day going in search of Orochimaru for more power, Naruto said. Sasuke was speechless, but it was also a thing he would have done knowing his thirst for power at the moment. Of course, Sakura tried to stop you, but you knocked her out, Naruto continued, closing his eyes thinking back to the time the events happened, while Sakura had a hand closing her open mouth staring at Sasuke. The next morning a team was assembled, Shikamaru was the only Chunin at that time, me, Kiba, Choji, and Niji we all came together, risking our lives taking out Orochimaru's subordinates, each one of them as strong as Jonins or higher. Lee, despite barely having recovered, caught up to us and helped me hold the bony guy back, the last guy before I caught up to you at the Valley of the End. Naruto said as he picked up a leaf that had slowly landed on his head as he narrated the events. We both fought over there and the same thing happened, me with my Rasengan and you with your Chidori, Naruto said as he held the leaf by the stem and sliding his index finger over thumb, causing the leaf to spin back and forth. Sasuke silently thought back to the moment he and Naruto were charging over moments before. Of course it was only us, Kakashi-sensei wasn't there, I was exhausted after our battle, I think you just walked off somehow, and then I never saw you for the next 2 years, Naruto said looking up at Sasuke and Sakura who were standing just nearby. That time, Kiba, Lee, and Shikamaru were lucky that Gaara and the others showed up to help. They all made it back to the village and were able to recover from critical injuries, Naruto said. Sasuke remained calm after hearing everything that had transpired. Meanwhile Sakura just stood speechless. I don't mind telling you the truth, Sasuke, the only part I'm afraid of, is what you'll do right after, Naruto said as he got up and dusted off the grass from his back. The truth, Sakura stared at Sasuke, curious of his reaction. Sasuke closed his eyes, replaying the memories of Itachi, leaving him his final words. When you have the same eyes as I do, come before me. Itachi's image popped up, his 3 Tomo Sharingan manifesting into his own Manjikyu Sharingan. No, Sasuke dispelled that image and thought back again to that final moment he had seen Itachi turning around to leave the Uchiha estate. Think. Think back to that time. Think. Sasuke forced himself, finding out that one moment in his memory if Itachi revealing tears at that moment was real or not. Think. Sasuke screamed internally as he almost heard something similar to a glass being shattered, and then, it suddenly became as clear as a day. The moment of Itachi shedding tears at the moment Sasuke fell to the ground after exiting Itachi's jutsu. Nisan, Sasuke groaned, almost losing his consciousness. Like that moment from that day his clan was massacred. Sasuke fell on the grass clutching his head, Sakura immediately held on to him. Sasuke. Sasuke-kun, Naruto and Sakura reacted. Arg. Sasuke clutched his head between his hands. Naruto found it strange seeing Sasuke like this. Could it be, Naruto murmured. Feels like the headache that comes with the release of a strong genjutsu, Sakura chimed in, observing Sasuke's condition. How do you feel? Naruto asked, trying to help Sasuke up. I think I'll need to lie down for a bit, Sasuke replied in a weak voice. All right, Naruto looked at Sakura who was holding on to Sasuke. The two brought Sasuke to a spot under a huge tree that had a good shade. Having reached the spot, Sasuke immediately fell asleep, with Sakura naturally taking advantage of it, having Sasuke place his head over her lap. About 2 to 3 minutes in, Sakura looked at Naruto. Is it a good time to talk about it? Sakura asked. Naruto naturally knew what Sakura was referring to. The reason for Naruto's existence in the current timeline, and the things they had to prepare for the future. Chapter 211. Is it a good time to talk about it? Sakura asked. Naruto naturally knew what this conversation was about. Where do I begin? Naruto sat down with his arms crossed, staring at Sasuke's sleeping face. You're the 7th Hokage, huh? It's pretty amazing to know that, Sakura started. Could you believe there was once a time Sasuke said he wanted to become the Hokage? Naruto laughed. What? Sakura was surprised. All our friends found it funny actually, I didn't mind it, after all, I was gonna be the Hokage from the start, Naruto continued to explaining, holding back his laughter. When was that? Sakura asked. During the 4th Ninja War, Naruto said. 4th Ninja War? When does that happen? Another 3 years from now if things go as they were supposed to. In fact, Naruto trailed off as he stared blankly at the space in front of him. Naruto? Sakura tried to get a response from Naruto. Damn, that guy is sleeping, Naruto cursed after having conversed with Kurama only to find out Shu hadn't recovered yet. Who is sleeping? Sakura asked. It's the guy who brought me here, he's usually supposed to help me in transmitting my memories, Naruto sighed. Sakura stared in silence, trying to make sense if this was a technique developed in future or something similar. Naruto looked at Sakura. Sorry Sakura-chan, I'll wait till Sasuke wakes up, that way I can get help in explaining stuff and also tell the truth to him. Naruto apologized. Sakura turned towards Sasuke dejectedly. About 20 minutes later they both hear a groan. Sasuke, Sakura was happy seeing Sasuke wake up. Thanks for looking after me, Sasuke said as he slowly sat upright. Happy to help, Sakura was all smiles, serving as a lap pillow for him, which she considered a reward. How are you feeling now? Naruto asked. Much better, I think all my anger earlier might have been influenced by something, Sasuke said as he scratched his head. Genjutsu, Naruto and Sakura thought aloud. Could be, Sasuke thought back to the time he fell into Itachi's jutsu. Sasuke, this might be repetitive, but I'll need to make Sakura catch up and in between I'll tell you the truth, Naruto said. Naruto, Sasuke called out. Yeah. Naruto asked. I'll stop seeking the truth from you, Sasuke said, stunning both Sakura and Naruto. Bruh, are you kidding me right now? Naruto asked, holding Sasuke by his collars, causing Sakura nearby to panic. I'll find it on my own, Sasuke said. Huh? Naruto was really confused. Listen up, Sasuke, I don't know what happened, but even if you don't want to hear the truth, there's gonna be some things that will have to happen for you to find the truth, Naruto said. What do you mean? Sasuke asked. To put it simply, Itachi will not tell you the truth, because he will die before that ever happens, Naruto said. What? Sasuke was shocked. He has chosen his fate, to be killed by you, Naruto said as he stared at the distant horizon. He seems to have set things to go that way, Sasuke said in a low voice, thinking back to the genjutsu he broke from earlier. It's simple, he only wants to die by your hands, basically wants you to become the hero of the Uchiha clan by killing the one who killed them all, Naruto said. So he's the one who killed them all, including my mom and dad? Sasuke asked. From what I know, he had help from another person. I've already mentioned the name of this person to you in the forest, remember? Naruto said. Uchiha Obito? Sasuke asked, visibly shaken from what he had just learnt. There's one thing I've just realized while we spoke, Naruto said in a solemn voice. Sasuke listened silently. There's no saving Itachi in this timeline no matter how much I want to. He's slowly dying from a disease. He's prolonging his life only for the sake of fighting you so he could die in your hands. If we were to deny that, I'm not sure how Itachi would react, he would still die regardless. Due to that incurable disease of his, Naruto explained. My brother has a disease? Sasuke asked slowly. I'm afraid I can't say much, as we only came to know about Itachi's truth after he passed away. Even if we were to help him now, I'm not sure if he will be choosing to live of his own violation after all those deaths he caused. Naruto felt a headache realizing he may not be able to save the one guy who actually deserved it in his opinion. You've already said things this far, Sasuke looked at Naruto. You're right, I might as well tell everything that happened, Naruto sighed. Naruto then beckoned Sakura over and started explaining everything that happened in his timeline involving the trio, from Sasuke being cursed, how the Chunin exams turned out, the passing of the third, Naruto coming back with the fifth Hokage, Sasuke leaving the village, their training, Bijou hunt, Chio, Gaara, meeting 2 years later, Sai, Yamato. Akatsuki's movements, Sasuke defeating Itachi, then learning the truth from Obito, Sasuke joining Akatsuki. Sasuke and Sakura took notice of how Yugo and Karen joined in their timeline, so remembering how things were in the present somehow they were both grateful to Naruto. Sasuke however still felt stifled from his emotions on hearing how things turned out between him and his brother. Sasuke interrupted asking when the truth would be told. Naruto told him to be patient and then continued to explain how things progressed, the battle with Pain, the aftermath, the fifth out of commission and Danzo taking over as a temporary Kage. Naruto particularly retold how the 5 Kage summit proceeded, helping Sasuke understand how dark he turned out back then. It was now time for the truth, and Naruto explained how Obito explained things to him, which he, Yamato and Kakashi later reconfirmed with Sasuke after the war. Hearing Danzo being the one to push his brother onto this path, Sasuke seethed with rage. Naruto understood his anger, however he could only try to calm Sasuke down before helping Sakura catch up with rest of the information after. Hearing Sasuke almost killed Sakura had both of them shaken. Sakura started to doubt their future together hearing how things had gone. Seeing Sakura's feelings in disarray, Naruto sighed. I'll try cheering them up after everything is explained. Naruto thought to himself. Sasuke felt bad for both Naruto and Sakura. Hearing Naruto having to bow to the Raikage to beg for him and hearing what he almost did to Sakura had shook him hard. Naruto then continued to explain all the events in order till the war. Sasuke was already aware of most of the stuff. He turned to Sakura and also explained about the white setsus he had seen with Naruto. Sakura nodded. Even if everything felt unreal, she could only continue to trust the two in front of her. When Naruto landed at the part where Sasuke showed up and claimed he wanted to be Hokage, Sakura was holding back from laughing. Naruto was also having a hard time not laughing. Sasuke, visibly embarrassed, asked Naruto to continue the story. Naruto nodded and went on to explain how the three teamed up like old times and started to draw comparisons to the current legendary Sanins as they turned out to be disciples of the three by twist of fate, except in this timeline, Sasuke managed to avoid it by taking a different path. Naruto continued to explain what happened till the end of the war, including Itachi's role, the Hokages showing up, Madara, Obito, the 10 Tails, Niji's death. The HQ casualty, Guys 8 Gates, Naruto and Sasuke meeting Hagoromo, Otsutsuki Kagaya, showing up, Black Zetsu's plot, the whole team facing Kagaya. Sasuke turning rogue again at the end, which Naruto had skimmed over when meeting Sasuke and Shikamaru back in the forest. Hearing how Sakura was almost killed once again, she started to fear her future with Sasuke even more. Now that you know the truth, Sasuke, what do you think? Naruto asked. Sasuke stared blankly. Time travel was weird. Knowing how things were going to turn out in the future and knowing that things in the present were difficult to change and events that already happened in the past is impossible to change had Sasuke developed mixed feelings. He was now even more confused than ever. Sasuke, you know the village is innocent, you will not turn on them, right? Naruto asked. Of course I know that. Sasuke answered angrily. What do you plan to do with Itachi now? Naruto asked. Sasuke stared silently. Danzo? Naruto asked. Him I will kill. Sasuke's Sharingan activated. Okay, Naruto raised both his hands up gesturing for Sasuke to chill down. Danzo was someone Naruto didn't really plan on saving anyways. You know, Naruto paused, gaining Sasuke's attention. We could probably meet Itachi pretty soon. Naruto closed his eyes as if trying to be mysterious. What? Sasuke was astonished. Chapter 212. We could probably meet Itachi soon. What? Sasuke was astonished. Meeting my brother, soon. Sasuke thought after having just learnt the truth behind his brother's actions. It's funny, somehow you're still gonna meet him just like the past where you had met him after the exam. Naruto voiced his thoughts. He's right, but that time, it seems that even though my brother came to check up on me, he beat me up. Sasuke thought back to Naruto's recount of the past events. Is this a good idea? Sakura asked from the side. No, Naruto said in a low voice as he tried to imagine how the meeting would go. I'll meet him, Sasuke suddenly said. Naruto silently stared at Sasuke, who seemed to have made up his mind. It doesn't matter if he tries to kill me or tries to make me hate him, I need to ask him about that day, Sasuke said. Naruto stared at Sasuke, thinking back to the previous timeline where Sasuke joined Akatsuki after hearing about Itachi's past with a vow to destroy the village. Later on during the war, he had questioned the Hokages about their thoughts on the matter and their idea of a village to make sense of the value of his clan being wiped off. In this timeline, Naruto already skipped all that and already explained how Sasuke made his decision to protect that village after explaining what the other Kages had said to Sasuke in the previous timeline. This might go one of two ways, Naruto thought as he tried to imagine the scenario of their meeting with Sasuke's input from just now. Itachi would either brush Sasuke off and give me an earful for reveling the past, or, Naruto stopped thinking at the hint of a worser situation. Was telling him a bad move after all? Naruto questioned himself. Naruto wasn't the type to shoulder burdens like this all alone. That would have a darkness of its own, separating Naruto from interacting with his generation, keeping everything to himself. It would come at the cost of sacrificing any advancements his friends made in their progress to become stronger before the war. I'll head back home now, Sasuke said, turning around to leave the training field. Sakura stared solemnly at Sasuke's back as he walked towards the exit, thinking hard about asking him to wait so they could go together. All this was the effect of Naruto telling Sakura how close she was in dying to Sasuke's hands. Sakura-chan, how about we go together? Naruto asked. Sakura nodded. The two walked slowly towards the center of the village. The village is a bit empty, Naruto observed as he took a good look at the surroundings while walking. As he thought about the lesser crowd, it made sense that some people had left for the event being held, that is the sports festival. I'm actually looking forward to it. Naruto felt excited thinking about enjoying a rather fun hangout event with people of his generation. As Naruto and Sakura continued to walk, Naruto saw from the corner of his eyes how Sakura walked in a dejected manner, sometimes fidgeting and being absent-minded, almost tripping over a simple stone. You know Sakura-chan, Naruto began, pausing for Sakura's attention. Sakura kept walking as if she hadn't heard a thing. You and Sasuke do get married, Naruto said. What? Sakura's eyes instantly popped with life compared to their almost dead appearance from before. You heard it right. Naruto nodded. So, how many kids did we have? Sakura asked in embarrassment. Just a girl, Naruto replied. Oh, Sakura felt a bit let down, but nonetheless, still happy for whatever she could end up with. Sasuke really cares about you and Sarada, you know, Naruto said. Sarada? My daughter's name? Yeah. She and Boruto, my son, end up together later on, Naruto scratched his head. Sakura was shocked. Naruto was thrown a bit off seeing Sakura's reaction. Got a problem with that? Naruto asked in a low voice. No, just, Sakura panicked seeing she had given Naruto the wrong impression. Then? Naruto asked taking a look at Sakura's panicked expression. It's just I was thinking how old you were, right before you came here, Sakura revealed. Oh, Naruto was relieved, at the same time he felt a bit sad thinking back to his last few years. Especially after eventually finding out his memories were forged to block the memories regarding Izumi's life and death. Oh, by the way, who were you married to? Sakura asked with a lot of interest. Me, I married Hinata, Naruto replied. Oh, that's beautiful, Sakura said, knowing Hinata's current feelings for Naruto. At the same time she understood that things were gonna be tough for Karen, especially after having interacted with he the past month, she started to feel sad in a way. Yeah, it sure is, we had 2 kids, Boruto, Himawari, Naruto stopped midway. There was a third one. Naruto closed his eyes, trying to clear his thoughts, he looked at Sakura. Yeah, I adopted a kid named Kawaki for a while, Naruto slowly said as he resumed walking. Adopting a kid Sakura was surprised at Naruto's choice, at the same time she understood something had happened between the two and it probably wasn't something that she should ask at that moment. Near the Hidden Leaf magazine store. A few meters away in a nearby park, Deidara continued to stare at Guy's magazine while sitting on a park bench, meanwhile Lee was practicing his kicking routine against the trunk of a nearby tree. Deidara frowned while staring at certain page in the magazine. What is it, senpai? Lee asked earnestly as he continued to kick at the tree trunk in front of him. I was thinking, Deidara said as he put away the magazine and looked towards the sky. This whole muscle stuff might not be the same explosive art that I like, Deidara voiced his thoughts. Lee was surprised. Why would you say that? Lee asked, resuming his kicking. How to say, Deidara paused, having one arm folded while the other arm holding his chin up. It's just, there's nothing explosive about it, nothing fleeting about it either, Deidara explained. Explosive, and fleeting, Lee stopped kicking and sat on the ground next to the stump and started thinking. Have you heard of the 8 gates in the body, senpai? Lee asked. 8 gates? Deidara asked, seeing Lee was onto something. The 8 gates, as in the chakra gates, limiting the flow of chakra in our body, right? Deidara asked. Yes, it's that one, exactly, Lee confirmed with enthusiasm. What about it? Deidara asked. My sensei and I have trained ourselves to open them, Lee said. Ooh. Lee, my guy, doesn't that mean you'll die if you do that? Deidara asked. As long as we don't open the 8th gate, we won't die. Opening a gate takes a lot of training and energy, once opened it takes a long time to recover after the battle as well. I've only been able to open 5 gates till now while Guy-sensei has achieved 6 gates. You see, when a person opens the 8th gate, that person is temporarily able to obtain powers surpassing even Kage-level ninjas for a short period of time, as such, there's only one end that awaits such an individual. Death, Lee explained. Deidara hearing the last bit, his eyes started to shine. Once the 8th gate opens, our body explodes with a lot of energy for while before we end up falling dead, I think that's the fleeting and the explosive part you're looking for, Lee concluded. At that point Deidara was surprised. Deidara bowed towards Lee. Senpai, what's this about? Lee, you and your sensei are training all your lives for the best masterpiece of art one can only hope to achieve, Deidara said. Going out with a bang, if that's not ultimate art, then what is? Deidara hugged Lee almost tearing up. Hiatus dropped.